Our main character is named SongSeoHaeng, just an ordinary university student. But one fine day, he was invited to join a mysterious chat group. At first, he thought it was just a group for gossip. However, the people in this chat group only talked about cultivating immortality, alchemy techniques, and cultivation methods. Surprisingly, the chat group was full of ancient immortals who had been hiding in the modern world for hundreds of years. From that moment on, his life began to change. He secretly learned alchemy and practiced alchemy using a hot pot. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a genius, succeeding in his first attempt. He underwent a body purification process and transformed, gaining six-pack abs and becoming so handsome that girls drooled over him. He trained his body by lifting weights and could punch through people with one blow. The ancient immortals in the group protected him at every step, training him to become an invincible celestial being. To find out how the story unfolds, stay tuned. Spring ends and summer comes. The temperature difference between day and night in Gangnam is quite significant. During the day, wearing shorts still feels scorching, but at night, you need a blanket to keep warm. In the Gangnam University area, at 2:13 p.m., while students were in class, SongSeoHaeng was hiding in his dormitory. He dragged his computer desk next to his bed, making it convenient for him to watch movies in any position. It wasn't that SongSeoHaeng liked skipping classes, he had a cold. The movie continued to play on the screen, but SongSeoHaeng couldn't absorb any of the content. He yawned, feeling his eyelids growing heavy. The medicine hadn't worn off yet, and he was very sleepy. Just then, a chat notification popped up in the bottom right corner of the screen. Someone had added him as a friend or invited him to join a group. Who added me? SongSeoHaeng mumbled as he clicked on the notification. It immediately popped up. Hwang Sanjingun wants to add you as a friend. Hwang Sanjingun? What a strange name. Is it a classmate? SongSeoHaeng thought, recalling some of the dreamers in his class. If it was one of them, it wouldn't be surprising for them to use such a name. With that thought, he clicked accept. Another notification popped up right after. Hwang Sanjingun invites you to join the Juzo No 1 group. Do you accept? SongSeoHaeng clicked accept again. The notification sound rang continuously as he joined the Juzo No 1 group. SongSeoHaeng intended to turn off notifications to chat with the group, but he was too sleepy. His eyelids grew heavier, and the movie continued playing at the same pace. However, SongSeoHaeng's consciousness became increasingly hazy. In the Juzo No 1 group, after noticing a new member joining, the long quiet members resurfaced. Bukatane messaged Hwang Sanjingun. Did you add a new fellow cultivator? It's been more than a year since anyone new joined, right? Another ID, Touthayathat, quickly replied, is there a new fellow cultivator? Which area of Huaxia are you from? Where do you cultivate? What is your Dao title? What is your cultivation level? Almost simultaneously, a message from ID Waldo Samrang popped up. What is the new fellow cultivator's name? Is it Seonja? If so, please share your measurements and a photo. Seeing the messages from Touthayathat and Waldo Samrang, the corners of several people's mouths in the group twitched. Samrang, are you brainless? Bukatanran sighed, don't be so eager to dig your own grave. What if Hwang Sanjingun added another Grand Senior? Waldo Samrang sent a crying emoji. I beg you, don't mention Grand Senior again. I'm traumatized. 4 years ago, my foul mouth offended the beautiful Grand Senior. I was tormented miserably. That Grand Senior tortured me continuously for 1 year and 4 months. Yes, you heard right, for a whole year and 4 months. Thinking back to those miserable days, I feel like crying. As soon as Samrang finished speaking, the group chat was filled with evil laughter emojis, blatantly mocking his misery. There were 8 people online in the group, and 6 of them simultaneously sent laughing emojis. Waldo Samrang angrily replied, you lot laughing at others' misfortune, I've remembered all of you. Don't let me catch you, or I'll show you the power of my 72 quick blade moves. As soon as Waldo Samrang finished speaking, another sly laughing emoji was sent by Touthayathat, who then said excitedly, when is the next competition? Waldo Samrang's cultivation was very profound. He had reached the late stage of the 5th rank of the Spirit Emperor realm, just a small step away from the 6th rank. However, he still couldn't beat Tothiathat. This time, Waldo Samrang could only reply with a row of dots, feeling dejected. The group chatted noisily for a long time, but did not hear any response from the new member, making them feel puzzled. Bukatane asked, "Why isn't the new fellow cultivator saying anything?" At this moment, Tothiathat cheerfully sent another message. "I've looked into it. The new fellow cultivator's name is Season Pressured Grand. Have you heard of any masters with such a nickname? This name sounds like a Confucian monk. It really makes people look forward to it. In recent years, Confucian monks have been hiding very deeply, and it's been almost 100 years since I fought with them. Thinking back, Confucian monks are even better than Buddhist monks. Not only are they good with words, but their fists are also stronger. Moreover, when the fight reaches its climax, they sometimes recite poetry to boost the excitement, which is even more enjoyable. I love fighting with them the most." Waldo Samrang sent an emoji with a tearful face. "Athat, I tell you, you always think about whether the new fellow cultivator can fight, and whether the fight will be enjoyable." Tothiathat felt slightly embarrassed. Bukatane laughed slyly and said, "Could it be a grand senior who doesn't know how to use chat software?" As soon as he said this, everyone thought it made sense. Indeed, about 4 years ago, there was a senior who came out of seclusion after 400 long years. It was tough for him to get on the chat software and was pulled into the group by Huang Sanjingun. But because he didn't know how to type, he couldn't say anything. After a few days, Waldo Samrang met this senior in person. She was a very beautiful senior, shining like the moon in the night sky. This beautiful senior then tortured Waldo Samrang for a year and 4 months before leaving satisfied. Waldo Samrang was utterly devastated. At this moment, an ID named Medicine Master chimed in. Hoeng's son. He sent a cryptic message that was hard to understand, but the group members were used to his concise style. He was asking about the group leader, Wang Zhenjingun's whereabouts. Bukatane replied. He added the new member and went offline immediately. "I heard his beloved golden dog ran away from home again, and he is chasing after it. Dealing with his beloved pet isn't easy, so he's probably very busy. It must have been quite a rush for him to even add someone." Medicine Master sent an ellipsis. "Well, we'll just have to wait until the new fellow cultivator learns to use the chat software, and then we can talk more." About an hour later, SongSeoHaeng gradually woke up. He vaguely remembered someone adding him to a group named Juzo No. 1. He murmured softly. Casually opening the chat icon in the corner of the screen, SongSeoHaeng pulled up the chat window for the SongSeoHaeng group to see what kind of group it was. Oh, this group is really lively. Quickly, the chat content from an hour ago appeared before him. SongSeoHaeng skimmed through it. "Fellow cultivator, which sect are you from and what level of cultivation are you? Is this a senior who is pursuing the great demon?" Such specialized terms from cultivation novels. SongSeoHaeng chuckled. "Not bad. However, who exactly is Huang Sanjingun?" At that moment, I, SongSeoHaeng, an ordinary student from Gangnam University, would find that after today's afternoon, life would no longer be ordinary. They say that not having illusions in youth means a life well lived, but for me, dreams of martial arts heroes, superhumans, and immortals from my youth had long been let go. Although I no longer daydream, seeing others dream in all kinds of ways still arouses my immense interest. Even though I don't know who Wang Sanjingun is, the person who added me to this group, I couldn't escape from this group plagued by a syndrome of delusional unity. At 1 a.m. on Tuesday, May 21, in the chat group, the group owner, Wang Sanjingun, finally came online. As soon as he appeared, Bukatane immediately asked, "Senior, who is the person you added yesterday? Where do they cultivate?" Wang Sanjingun laughed heartily and replied, "Didn't you interact with her yesterday? She is the daughter of an old friend of mine from this era. It seems her talent is quite good. She has reached the peak of the post-heaven 3rd grade at such a young age and is about to enter the 4th grade. She is indeed very talented. Born in this era, she is probably under 40. Reaching the peak of post-heaven 3rd grade at this age is truly remarkable. Bukatane nodded silently, but the name of the person seemed very strange. Season Pressure Great. Why does it not sound like a cultivator's name? Bukatane was still pondering when Wang Zhenjingun suddenly said, "Oh, the fellow cultivator is actually the daughter of my old friend, not Season Pressure Great." What is Season Pressure Great? Senior, did you add the wrong person? Wait a moment. Wang Zhenjingun quickly sent a series of icons. Swait broke out in the group. I really did add the wrong person. The ID only differed by one number. I mistakenly entered 9 instead of 8. I didn't expect to make such a big mistake. Bukatane laughed heartily and said, "I told you, no matter how well you blend into modern society, you can't just give yourself a title like Season Pressure Great." He then quickly operated to add his friend's daughter to the group and announced, "Ryungjapto Uioja has joined the 9 Continents No 1 group." As soon as the new member joined, Waldo Samrang immediately appeared. "Oh, the new cultivator is Seonja. Send a photo with measurements to see if she's beautiful." Ryungjapto Uioja sent a series of dots and then posted an ambiguous message. "Since it's getting late, my daughter has gone to meditate and cultivate for a while. Please use this temporary nickname for her until Wang Sandu joins the group. I've heard that the 9 Continents group has a charming and generous Samrang. Hearing is not as good as seeing. I really like you, Samrang. I hope to invite you for a drink sometime." Wang Do Samrang immediately felt embarrassed and teased. Meeting an old man again. Is there anything more humiliating than this? I really want to find a hole to hide in. Fortunately, the senior seemed to have a gentle disposition. With a light comment, he set this matter aside. The senior then greeted everyone online in the group, asking them to take good care of his daughter before signing off and disappearing. Seeing the senior leave, Guangdo Samrang breathed a sigh of relief and happily said, "Thankfully, this senior doesn't seem to lack a sense of humor. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future to chat with Miss Uioja." Wang Zhenjingun. Bukatane was speechless. The apothecary actually came up here. He's usually very reserved and rarely speaks up like this. He couldn't help but post self-seeking blessings in 4 words. Samrang, confused, asked with a dot. But the apothecary is very reserved. Why doesn't he explain more? Bukatane explained, "If you don't look for trouble, you won't find it. It's a simple principle. Why doesn't Brother Samrang understand?" As for the name Linneopusland, Wang Do Samrang still hadn't reacted in time. "Right, Linneopusland is also a senior. Don't you think of anyone, Bukatane?" Bukatane hinted. Ryungjapto is Ryungjapchonja, the 8th grade elder, known as Linneop's elder. Wang Do Samrang suddenly realized and then sent a series of bowing icons in the group. Ryungjapchonja is a powerful senior. Everything about him is excellent, honorable, and just. It's just that he's very particular about trivial matters, like comparing small things with others. His meticulousness has reached the peak of its kind. When others are meticulous, he is even more so. Bukatane's mouth twitched. "How many times have I reminded you?" Wang Zhenjingun sighed. "I really can't stand it anymore, Samrang. My old friend is still online but hasn't logged off. This means that the chat log must have been seen. It's definitely been seen. Oh damn, I'm in trouble now." Samrang seemed to foresee his future. Soon, Ryungjapchonja arrived to visit, followed by various forms of torment and treatment. His eyes suddenly grew moist. It seemed like he had provoked a great senior this time, and it was even more troublesome. So he quickly begged for help from the senior, pleading for mercy. Wang Zhenjingun sent a meme of a face with a crooked mouth, showing how uninterested he was. Bukatane asked the group leader, "What about that name, Season Pressure Great? How should we handle it? Should we just kick them out? After all, they are just an ordinary person, not fit to join our conversation. Since they've been added by mistake, let's consider it a form of fate." Wang Zhenjingun thought to himself, mainly because he suddenly added the other person to the group. If I say to kick them out right away, it would be quite embarrassing. So, he decided to at least put on a show and find an excuse before kicking them out. This way, he could demonstrate his noble and generous demeanor. He took a volume of the Tang Dynasty poetry from the side and drew a divination. Flipping through it and performing the divination technique, he drew a line of poetry to form an omen. The divination was exceptionally smooth for the first time. Since Wang Zanjingdan learned divination, it was the first time he felt this smooth while drawing the omen. He eagerly looked at the divination result, but then his expression darkened. Wang Zanjingdan's face turned ashen as he looked at the omen. Willing to be a bird with wings in the sky, willing to be a tree with branches on the ground. As he remembered, this verse was from the poet Bai Jui of the Tang Dynasty, known for describing love and often used to depict affectionate relationships. Wang Zanjingdan immediately felt goosebumps. Bird with wings, your sister. Tree with branches, your sister. Willing to be a tree with branches. Might as well hang myself on a southeast branch. This must be because my divination skills aren't high enough. After all, I've only been learning for a month. I should recheck the omen. It must be like that. Wang Zanjingdan once again performed the divination technique, using the power to activate the Tang poetry. Another line of poetry was drawn out. The divination process was extraordinarily smooth this time. Wang Zanjingdan felt very satisfied and thought he had definitely succeeded. He looked at the omen, but his expression changed immediately. The omen read, "Two hearts may seem distant across 9 fields of time. If affection has endured for so long, must we meet day and night? Day and night, damn it. I don't believe in this supernatural nonsense," Wang Zanjingdan muttered. He decided to perform the divination again. This time, the feeling was much better. Wang Zanjingdan felt that his divination skills had reached the highest level. He looked down at the omen, which read, suddenly turning back. "The person is right there. In the fading light of the fire, breathe deeply." Wang Zanjingdan calmly closed the Tang poetry volume, looked up sorrowfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and felt very distressed. "It seems I truly lack talent in divination. I was not born to be a diviner. Therefore, the omens I calculate must be incorrect." He ripped the Tang poetry pages into pieces and threw them aside, thinking to himself that he should definitely not attempt divination casually anymore. He tossed the pieces of poetry aside and messaged the group. "Let's keep the name Season Pressure great for now. I just calculated an omen and found that he has a connection with me. It's not by chance that he was added to the group, but rather it was meant to be. How it will unfold in the future depends on his own destiny. For now, let him stay. It's likely that he will leave the group on his own soon anyway. Oh, and by the way, Senior, how did the omen turn out?" Bukatane asked, curious about the results since he heard that the senior was learning divination. Wang Zanjingdan responded, "Oh, continue discussing. I have something urgent and need to log off first." He hurriedly logged off, leaving Bukatane looking puzzled. The next morning, SongSeoHaeng wondered why he felt increasingly ill. Maybe it was due to lack of exercise lately, affecting his health. As usual, he opened the chat application and saw a bunch of notifications. Messages in the 9 Continents Group 1. Curious, SongSeoHaeng opened the 9 Continents Group 1 to see what the long-time delusional cultivators were talking about. Reading the chat content, the image of these people in SongSeoHaeng's mind began to become clearer. It turned out there had been a mistake adding someone. He had said before that he wasn't familiar with Wang Zanjingdan. In here, even girls are involved. Already grown up like this, yet still suffer from adolescent delusions. It seems being the girl is quite hard. Browsing through the group chat log, SongSeoHaeng remained silent, absolutely not making a sound. Watching the delusional group members was quite amusing, but if he were to join in, he wouldn't know what to say. Right now, he wasn't delusional. So he just planned to quietly read the chat log, treating it as a daily joke. He thought he would leave the group once he got bored of it. He had been thinking that way for 10 days now. Saturday, June 1st, International Children's Day. Saturday was a day off. SongSeoHaeng slept in until 8 a.m. After turning on his computer, he habitually opened the chat log of group number 1 of 9 continents. This had become his way of passing the time. Quietly reading for over 10 days now. Most of the people in the group were talking about exploring some secret place, their gains, or where demons and devils had appeared that needed to be subdued or killed. During these 10 days, SongSeoHaeng got to know a few characters in the group. The one who was always online, the newsmaster Bukatane, Waldo Semrang, always courting death, Tashi Ah, always looking for a fight, and the alchemist who hoarded gold. There was also the wandering monk Tongmayan, who was always deeply lurking. Even when he surfaced, he only sent icons with a dot. Finally, there was the seemingly most normal person in this delusional group, Ryon Japto Uioja. Today, upon opening group number 1 of 9 continents, he saw the alchemist speaking first. It was rare to see this gold-hoarding alchemist open his mouth. He shared a basic recipe. Since SongSeoHaeng joined the group, he had never seen the alchemist send such a long message. Curious, he continued to read. The alchemist sent a message at dawn. The simplified version of the recipe: 3 tails of ginseng, 4 tails of wolfberry, 1 tail of hidden grass, 3 tails of yang stone, 2 tails of maiden incense, 1 tail of celestial king chai, 4 tails of 9 sun scarlet bamboo. A total of 45 types of medicinal materials. Among them were some familiar ones like ginseng and wolfberry. There were also some strange ones like yang stone chi and hidden grass celestial king chai. 9 sun scarlet bamboo was something he had never heard of before. Following the recipe, put the ingredients into the medicine stove in order. Burn for 5 minutes, then add new ingredients. Then, continue cooking for another 5 minutes, paying attention to the heat. Keep doing this until the medicinal liquid thickens and turns into a slightly black translucent substance with a strong smell. SongSeoHaeng knew not much about the more than 40 types of herbs involved, so he was curious and decided to look them up. In this recipe, 30 of the ingredients are ordinary traditional Chinese medicine herbs, all meant to nourish the qi and blood. There are also 15 types, such as the unrevealed mysterious herb, Overlord's Red, and flame bamboo, which he had never heard of before. SongSeoHaeng wondered if this recipe was concocted by someone from the group. He thought to himself that these people were seriously ill if they could come up with a recipe like this. He worried that someone might actually follow this recipe and consume it. He was a bit concerned because, while food can be eaten carelessly, medicine should not be consumed recklessly. He immediately typed into the chat box, "Do not consume medicine recklessly." Just as he was about to press send, the chat window shook, and a large smiling face appeared in the group chat. This was from the 7th level elder, who had never shown up since SongSeoHaeng joined the group. "This formula is quite good. I just tried 7 batches earlier, and the success rate was extremely high. I also tried a little, and the efficacy is about half compared to the old version. However, the formula is much easier than the old one. Although it is only a low-level body-cleansing solution, with the decreasing spiritual energy and the diminishing rare herbs, this is truly a good product for us. Keep working hard, and if you can improve the formula to a 3rd grade or higher, it will be truly virtuous. The most important supplement is the method of refinement, which is much easier. It could even be handed over to alchemy apprentices to refine." The alchemist typed out a long 7-character sentence at an extremely fast speed. "Thank you, senior, I will work hard." SongSeoHaeng's mouth twitched. Someone had already refined and tried this body-cleansing solution. He was still worried about the delusional immortal practitioners in the group. He then quickly took out his notebook and wrote down the names of the 30 ordinary herbs that could be found online, which the alchemist had listed. SongSeoHaeng had a cousin named Jo Hyo who was studying medicine, and her school had a traditional Chinese medicine department. So, he wanted to ask her for help to see what could be done after throwing all 30 types of key nourishing herbs into the pot and cooking them together at once. Whether the final product is fatal or not, the medicinal herbs meant to nourish the blood and qi and to treat deficiencies theoretically should not be lethal. But with a mix of random ingredients thrown into a pot, who knows what kind of ghastly concoction it might become? As for the so-called Overlord's 9 herbs, thin iron bamboo, and such, they sound absurd just from the names. SongSeoHaeng decided to ignore them, unsure of what they really were. He certainly wasn't going to be irrational enough to ask his cousin about them. If he brought this mess to her, she'd probably think his brain was waterlogged. Furthermore, his mother would definitely fly straight to Gangnam to get him checked by a neurology specialist if she found out. He figured he'd wait 2 weeks until he got back home and then ask his cousin about it. SongSeoHaeng hoped that in the meantime, none of the delusional immortals in the group would meet their end. At the same time, in Renjapto, a mysterious girl appeared. Mumbling to herself while her father was out, she finally managed to escape. This time, she was determined to catch that spirit. After showing the notes to her cousin, SeoHaeng's mother remarked, "Look at this boy. He clearly got this formula from somewhere. He must be seriously ill. Hurry and take him to the private clinic." SongSeoHaeng suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat, startled by the nightmare. It seemed he should avoid mentioning those bizarre herbs when he asked his cousin. He had indeed spent a lot of effort on those delusional immortals. With clear skies and good weather, he decided to get some exercise later. SongSeoHaeng felt his health declining and decided he needed to be more active. Time had flown by, and it was already the middle of the week. Days passed so quickly. SongSeoHaeng chuckled and casually opened the 9 Continents group chat, checked his messages, and then closed it. His mood was uplifted for the day. When the group chat opened, he noticed that Bukatane was indeed online. There were quite a few messages in the chat log. Bukatane, the alchemist, wrote, "Your alchemy skills are indeed impressive. I tried refining 10 batches of the revised body cleansing solution, and surprisingly, I managed to produce 8 batches with effective results, better than I expected. Unfortunately, this body cleansing solution only benefits novice practitioners and doesn't do much for laypeople like me. However, it has great effects for the disciples and followers of others, such as the Grand Dao sect. You will Jingen the Immortal waited for Senior Mujia and the others to obtain this elixir recipe, then considered it as owing alchemist brother a favor. Yoon Yu Seum. Tong Mayan also popped up to send a thumbs-up emoji. Bukatane immediately laughed and said, "I forgot. Master Tong Mayan also raises a bunch of little monks. Alchemist brother, it seems you gained another favor from him as well." Yoon Yu Seng Tong Mayan added a smiling face emoji before diving back under. Bukatane replied with a smiling emoji, feeling that the practice of silent cultivation was indeed very frustrating. If it weren't for the chat group allowing Master Tamayan to send some emojis, wouldn't he be unable to communicate with others? That's how annoying the Buddhist sect is, so at first, he refused to be deceived by the great monk into becoming a novice monk. About 10 minutes later, Waldo Samrang logged in. Vioja Sionja, Ouaoja Sionja, if you're online, please respond to me. He sent a series of crying and bowing emojis. "Oh, fellow Daoist Sanrang, you haven't been online for a few days. Have you been in seclusion?" Bukatane laughed slyly, knowing full well while pretending to ask. "Seclusion my ass." Sanrang sent a voice message in a tearful tone. 3 days ago, Senior Ryung Jubchonja visited. I stayed there for 3 to 4 days, and you all know what that means. Ha ha ha. Bukatane thought he absolutely wouldn't sympathize with Samrang. Someone who seeks their own doom doesn't deserve sympathy. Bringing up Ryan Yup Daoist. Uaoja Sionja, beautiful fairy, please come out and meet me once. I have something important to ask. Ryan Yup Daoist logged in, sending a question mark. Fairy, you're finally online. I have a request. Please take your doting father home. Lang begs you. Ryan Yup Daoist sent a laughing emoji and then asked, "Doting father. Wait, there seems to be something wrong here. Oh my god, it's actually Venerable Ryan Yup on his daughter's account. It seemed as if something just shattered. Ah, that was Samrang's fragile heart. This old guy really dotes on his daughter. Who else in this world does that?" Bukatane felt the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Finally, he kindly reminded, "By the way, Brother Samrang, Miss Uaoja is probably refining a new body-tempering elixir, so she might not be online for a while." After that, there was nothing more. Waldo Samrang lost connection. It wasn't just offline. Phut. SongSeoHaeng burst out laughing, feeling cheerful. However, after 10 days of quietly reading the chat content, he felt that the people in this group did not seem like ordinary delusional individuals. The content revealed in their words was too real, not something one could simply imagine. Could it be that he had read their chats so much that he was being assimilated by them? Thinking of this, SongSeoHaeng broke out in a cold sweat. The dream of being a superhero hero from back then was still a dark history he dared not recall. Just thinking about it made him feel so embarrassed he wanted to die. He wished he could forget it all completely. Therefore, he absolutely could not be assimilated by the people in this group. Time to eat, he thought, as he was about to log off when Bukatane in the group threw out a question. Chill, has one of your juniors completed their tribulation yet? Why haven't I heard any news? Chill replied, preparing for it now, it will start in a few hours. Bukatane asked, where is the tribulation taking place? Do you need any help? The tribulation will take place in the outskirts of H City. Don't worry, my Thapluke has exceptional talent. The lightning tribulation for advancing to postnatal level 3 is nothing. It will be over in no time. You all just wait until a Thapluke advances to innate level 4. Then there will be a chance to challenge you all. Tothia Chill responded. Haha, Bukatane replied, if you say so, then I'm reassured. The talent of this kid, a Thapluke, is not bad. The lightning tribulation for postnatal level 3 shouldn't be difficult for him. SongSeoHaeng scratched his chin. H City, isn't that near Gangnam? My university is also in the area where Gangnam intersects with H City and J City. If the tribulation is in H City, can it be seen from Gangnam? He laughed. Can I really believe what these people in the group are saying? A lightning tribulation. Today the sky is clear without a single cloud, and the sun is shining brightly. There's no way there could be a storm. At the same time, a girl was standing on the rooftop of a building, her hair blowing in the wind. She stood alongside a man with a huge sword, saying, a Thapluke is coming soon. I know, Chill, I'm ready, the man replied. After lunch, SongSeoHaeng went to a nearby bookstore to read books. He liked reading books there, not to save a few bucks on book rentals, but because it was his personal hobby. SongSeoHaeng enjoyed the feeling of squatting in the corner of the bookshelf in the store and reading. The time spent reading like this always flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was already nearly 3 p.m. Time flies. I should get ready to leave, he thought. He still had to go to the nearby supermarket to buy some groceries for dinner. Friday night dinner means partying all night. SongSeoHaeng chuckled to himself. With that, he grabbed a random book and headed towards the counter to check it out. The bookstore's counter was near the entrance. Today, the sunshade outside was broken, so the bookstore owner was sitting in a shady corner to avoid the scorching sunlight. It's so bright. It already feels like midsummer, SongSeoHaeng muttered. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and looked up at the clear, cloudless sky. He handed the book he wanted to rent to the owner with his right hand. As usual, the owner said, all right, remember to return the book within 2 days, or the rental fee will increase by 1 B per day. At that exact moment, a deafening explosion rang out, startling everyone in the bookstore. Various exclamations of shock echoed through the store. What the hell? Oh my God, scared to death in broad daylight. SongSeoHaeng looked up at the sky and immediately noticed a change. The previously clear, cloudless sky now had a dark cloud quietly gathering on the horizon. In no time, it spread across the sky, looking like a storm was imminent. Looks like it's going to rain, he thought, just when I said the old weather forecast wasn't reliable. They say one thing, but you have to prepare for the opposite. If they say it's sunny, you better carry an umbrella. While lost in thought, he clutched the book he had just rented, preparing to rush back to the dorm before the rain started. But just as he lifted his foot, he stopped. The dark clouds on the horizon were twisting unusually, with lightning bolts snaking through them like electric eels, creating a web of electricity. At that moment, a little boy next to the bookshelf raised his right hand to the sky and shouted in a grandiose tone, I want this sky to not cover my eyes. I want this land to not bury my heart. I want these dark clouds to disappear. SongSeoHaeng's mouth twitched at the dramatic scene. He was sure that when the little boy grew up and remembered the scene from today, he would be so embarrassed he'd want to bite his tongue off. Since he had experienced such moments himself, he understood well. However, He couldn't quite figure out why seeing this comical kid reminded SongSeoHaeng of the delusional fantasy group in the 9-continent #1 group. Soon, the dark clouds in the sky began to dissipate. At that moment, the conversation content from the group popped back into his mind. He calculated the horizon position from earlier and realized that the area where the lightning had gathered seemed to be the position of the city. Was it possible that it was real? The weather forecast had predicted clear skies, yet suddenly there was a thunderstorm. It was quite eerie. Haha, how could that be? How could such a thing happen in the world? SongSeoHaeng mused. It must be a coincidence. But at the same time, he couldn't shake the thought. Could there really be such coincidences in the world? The lightning earlier was so strange. It didn't seem like a natural phenomenon at all. He must have been influenced by those people in the group. Although he enjoyed the content from the chats, he should leave the group quickly. Otherwise, he might end up being influenced by them. He decided to wait until his cousin confirmed the efficacy and safety of the pill formula. Once he knew whether the supplements were harmful or not, he'd leave the group immediately. If there was poison, he would definitely advise them, whether they listened or not. At the very least, he wouldn't promise anything to himself, and he would stick to believing in science and rejecting superstition. Dark clouds and lightning in clear skies were just unusual natural phenomena and had nothing to do with any kind of tribulation. SongSeoHaeng opened his laptop, pondered for a moment, and started typing. In reality, if possible, he didn't want to ask this question online. After all, some things are better discussed face-to-face to avoid misunderstandings. He began to ask about the potentially lethal poison. SongSeoHaeng also considered what he would do if his delusional friends couldn't wait any longer and ended up consuming the dangerous concoction. He really didn't want to think about that issue at all. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. It felt like recently, SongSeoHaeng was increasingly being assimilated by that chat group. He couldn't help but once again pull his chair closer to the laptop. Even though he enjoyed reading the chat logs, he still felt it was better to leave the group. However, as soon as he clicked into the chat group, a bunch of new messages appeared. It seemed that some Daoist friend named Xiao Shiliu was about to undergo a tribulation, so everyone was a bit worried. The Daoist named Dong Gai Xian Shi suggested that everyone not rush and wait, as he would cast a divination. SongSeoHaeng didn't immediately leave the group, but propped his chin up and watched their conversation. It appeared that this Dong Gai Xian Shi was playing the role of a fortune teller. After a while, Dong Gai Xian Shi appeared and announced that he had divined an auspicious omen, great prosperity and great benefit. SongSeoHaeng felt a bit more at ease upon seeing this. Meanwhile, in another corner, Bukatane was sitting in front of his computer screen, reflecting silently. The great prosperity and great benefit was indeed accurate. It seemed that Xiao Shiliu might be in trouble, which was why Shi hadn't been online. It appeared that everyone understood the situation except for Rianjapto Uioja, who was clueless. Waldo Samrang then stepped in to explain a bit. He mentioned that fortune tellers had never been accurate before, but in a different light, the divinations done by this person were very powerful. Basically, the answers provided were always correct. If one day, this person calculated a great tribulation with no survival, they could go out and organize a celebratory feast in advance. Just as SongSeoHaeng was getting a glass of water and had taken a sip, he read the messages and was so shocked that he spat out the water. He put the glass down on the table, wiped his mouth, and sighed. There's this kind of operation too. Suddenly, Guangdo Samrang asked Uioj if she could check when her father would return home. He had been a guest at their place for a long time. Didn't he miss home or his beautiful and lovely daughter? Uioja responded vaguely. Guangdo Samrang was so anxious that he seemed ready to explode, but he didn't have the courage to yell out. He could only weakly complain in response. At this moment, setting aside Guangdo Samrang's issue, Bukatane asked if anyone was in City H. SongSeoHaeng was in the Gangnam area, which was right next to City H, but he wasn't very familiar with these people. The important thing was that SongSeoHaeng still believed his mind was much clearer than theirs. Just then, Ueoja messaged that she was about to pass through Gangnam and could conveniently visit Xiao Shiliu. SongSeoHaeng read the message and was so excited that he knocked over his glass of water. Passing through Gangnam meant that this girl in the group wanted to come to his place. Bukatane wouldn't have been too worried about Xiao Shilyu, since it seemed like just a small thunder tribulation of the 3rd grade. However, Dong Gai Qianxi had suddenly predicted a great prosperity and great benefit for him, which made it impossible not to feel anxious. Waldo Sumrang and Wang Zanjingun didn't know what to say. It was basically impossible to argue with the accuracy of the prediction. On the other side of the screen, Dong Gai Qianxi was so angry that he punched the table, causing it to crack. There were also several divination instruments and yin-yang compasses around him. Buka was really pushing it, and Dong Gai Qianxi felt he had been wronged. Therefore, he frantically typed to arrange a meeting with Bukatane for a fight at the Forbidden Peak. Bukatane agreed comfortably, but was still worried about how to find the person during the fight. Dong Gai Qianxi wasn't only proficient in divination. His skill in disguise was also top-notch. This was a skill he had honed due to previous mistakes in divination that offended others. If he didn't provoke people, they would have run away. Indeed, Dong Gai Qianxi agreed to the fight, and Wang Sanjing then happily joined in. Since Bukatane was about to make a breakthrough, he wanted to use the battle as a warm-up and would be happy to preside over the match and prepare some small gifts. Bukatane, upon hearing this, joyfully picked up his teacup and savored it. Wang Sanjingen, being a senior, would definitely prepare something more than just small gifts. Unexpectedly, Dong Gai Qianxi, after reading this, shamelessly commented that the Heavenly Master would not let Buka suffer in the cold wind and intended for Buka to wait at the Forbidden Peak to enjoy the cold night wind. Bukatane was so furious that he crushed the teacup in his hand. This person was truly the type who played tricks with divination and had a really dirty mind. He vowed to beat him up so badly in 3 months that even the Heavenly Master wouldn't recognize him. SongSeoHaeng read this and couldn't help but cover his mouth, laughing. Would they really fight on top of the Forbidden City? In SongSeoHaeng's mind, he suddenly imagined a scene where one man held a flag, his aura as fierce as a tiger, while the other, carrying the demeanor of a dragon, casually confronted him. Bukatane squinted at Dong Gai Qianxi, smiling. Today is your day to die, Qianxi. Dong Gai Qianxi, not to be outdone, replied, "Go to hell, Buka." Before they could even start fighting, under a sky full of snow, the manager of the Forbidden City angrily shouted, "What are you two doing? Get down here. This is a national heritage site." Imagining this, SongSeoHaeng was genuinely frightened by his own imagination. Given their personalities, they might indeed do something as foolish as that. He made a note of this in his notebook and decided he should remind them before leaving the group that vandalizing heritage sites is illegal. Another day passed, just like any other for SongSeoHaeng. Despite the passing time, he still hadn't left the group. He had just bought a baozi from the canteen and was heading back to his dorm, munching on the baozi and checking the news. There was a particularly striking news item on the city's news feed. This afternoon in City H, an unusual and mysterious thunderstorm suddenly occurred. SongSeoHaeng stared at the news. As expected, it was indeed City H. He scrolled down and saw that, apart from some trivial entertainment news, there were no other noteworthy updates. Suddenly, a new piece of information appeared online. SongSeoHaeng immediately clicked to view it. The headline read, "A group of thugs eliminated." As SongSeoHaeng chewed on his baozi, he marveled at how the thugs had been beaten up. It wasn't unusual for bad guys to get beaten, but the entire group had been taken down instantly. Wasn't that a bit too strange? Underneath, netizens were fervently commenting. The identity of the attacker was unclear, but the whole group of thugs had been knocked out and were being taken to the hospital without regaining consciousness. According to some stores in the alley, there was no sign of any brawls among the thugs, and even if there had been, there shouldn't have been a single witness left alive. It seemed impossible for such an outcome to be coincidental. Therefore, it was likely that a single person was behind it. But to take down 80 or even 100 thugs so easily, it certainly wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Even a light special forces in the military, while capable, would find it difficult. but they have their own tasks. Asking them to deal with a group of thugs is like using a cannon to kill mosquitoes. SongSeoHaeng read through the comments and felt extremely lucky. Despite being this old, he had never been approached by a thug asking for money. He looked thin in his clothes, but underneath, his physique was quite perfect. However, he never expected that an unexpected event would soon involve him with thugs. But that was a matter for later. Currently, SongSeoHaeng was feeling a bit sleepy after reading the news. Suddenly, the scene of the thunderstorm he witnessed the other day popped into his mind. He couldn't understand why he kept thinking about it. Maybe it was time to play a game. This wasn't really working out. Time slowly passed by. At 7 a.m. on Sunday, June 2nd, a sunny day unfolded calmly. SongSeoHaeng sighed as he brushed his teeth. He had originally planned to stay up all night playing games, but for some reason, he kept thinking about that thunderstorm and ended up falling asleep without realizing it. His cousin hadn't replied to his message yet. As he dried his hair, SongSeoHaeng told himself that if she didn't respond in 2 days, he would call her directly. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, the first thing SongSeoHaeng did was to open his laptop. The group chat for Gyujul 1 had 99 new messages. He clicked on it, and as usual, SongSeoHaeng sighed. After a while, he intended to leave the group, but accidentally opened it instead. He decided to stay and see if there was anything interesting today. The member Achil was online today. It seemed that despite some unexpected events, the situation with SongSeoHaeng hadn't escalated into a major issue. Bukatane sent a smiling emoji, and Achil reported that in the vicinity of City H, several dozen ordinary people were knocked out by SongSeoHaeng, but fortunately, no fatalities occurred. There was no need for everyone to worry about it. Bukatane nodded in agreement, saying it was good that things were fine and he was relieved. He also contacted Uioja to let her know, so she wouldn't have to go all the way to City H. Bukatane seemed to be online 24/7, and every time SongSeoHaeng happened to be online, he always encountered him. Did he really not need any sleep? Truly, he was the saint of the internet. SongSeoHaeng thought he should make a note to leave the group and remind him that staying up late like this could be unhealthy. Bukatane, while meditating in some kind of celestial retreat, suddenly sneezed. He didn't know if it was due to the location he was in, but next to him was a small deer, and a gentle waterfall flowed nearby, creating a fresh and tranquil atmosphere. Bukatane felt as if he was blending into the surrounding scenery. He smiled to himself, thinking that if someone remembered him, even while meditating, it must be that pesky fortune-telling guy. He took out his phone to check. The small deer looked up at him as a member of the group. The apothecary suddenly sent a photo of a strange plant into the chat. Bukatane immediately recognized it as a poison dragon herb. The apothecary wanted to use it again, but wasn't he supposed to have grown some recently? Bukatane asked about his concern, and the apothecary sadly replied that the experiment had failed, and all the plants had died. Bukatane cheerfully offered to help, and others agreed. The apothecary said they needed to keep the plants alive, and then the conversation ended. Upon hearing the name Poison Dragon Herb, SongSeoHaeng felt a shiver. Just hearing the name made it clear that it wasn't a benign plant. He worried that it might be used for alchemy, and hoped it wouldn't be fatal. SongSeoHaeng thought that the people in the group seemed very skilled at courting disaster. He wanted to offer some advice, but as his hand moved towards the keyboard, he noticed something unusual. SongSeoHaeng quickly scrolled up through previous messages. Indeed, the messages from Achil mentioned that several dozen ordinary people had been knocked out by SongSeoHaeng, but fortunately, there were no fatalities. His hand, which was resting on the mouse, began to tremble. The combination of these messages and the news he had read that morning made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. The thugs near City H were knocked out instantly by a large group, which seemed to be an odd coincidence. SongSeoHaeng twitched his lips, feeling that lately there had been too many coincidences. Despite this, he tried to push the strange thoughts aside and decided to go out for a while. Staying indoors too much might make him as paranoid as the others. The fact is, people are often like that, just as when you suspect someone of stealing your money. When you have a lot of things piled up on someone, The more you look at them, the more they start to annoy you. That's the feeling of suspicion. It's similar to what SongSeoHaeng is experiencing. That's why he decided to go for a run to clear his mind. Lately, he has felt his physical health deteriorating significantly. The aftereffects of a recent cold still linger, so he needs to exercise diligently. For now, he set a small goal: run 4 laps every day. As for the chat group, SongSeoHaeng thought it might be better to check it less often. The talk about immortals and transcending tribulations was simply nonsensical. He believed that people tend to avoid such supernatural topics when they are scared. This implies that deep down, they are starting to believe in their reality. At 7:30 a.m. on a sunny Sunday at Gangnam Airport, another flight had just landed. A beautiful woman got off the plane, chatting on her phone, and suddenly exclaimed, "Wow, such a beauty!" The other guys around were also eyeing the beautiful woman. Unfortunately for the guy on the phone, realizing he had been caught off guard, he quickly tried to clarify, "No, honey, I'm really on a business trip in Gangnam. I'm not looking at any other women. You must have misunderstood." Despite his attempts, the call was eventually ended. The beautiful woman continued to walk through the airport, still holding her phone. She sighed and lamented, "I still dislike big places like this, because it's so easy to get lost." Yes, this woman was indeed lost, and the one who was lost was Ryongjapto Uaoja. Recently, she occasionally saw discussions about news articles about the thugs, wondering if any of them were related to SongSeoHaeng. Her curiosity led her to check immediately. Indeed, there was no news about him. Following her usual routine, she checked the chat group. As soon as Ryongjapto Uaoja arrived at Gangnam Airport, she messaged the group to ask if anyone needed assistance. Of course, the person she was chatting with was Buka Tain. Buka informed her that Achil had already left early in the morning. Uaoja was a bit disappointed because she still needed to visit City J and was not familiar with the area. Buka quickly suggested using the navigation feature to help her find her way. SongSeoHaeng chuckled to himself. The style of these people seemed unusual. Normally, in immortal cultivation novels, one would expect to see references to ancient maps or positioning artifacts, or perhaps even teleportation spells would be acceptable. But now, he couldn't quite recall the style of these practitioners. In the chat group, Uaoja admitted her lack of direction. The place she wanted to go wasn't on any map or navigation device. Buka Tain cheerfully reassured her, saying it was no problem. For direction, she could level up to a higher cultivation stage, and from a high vantage point, she wouldn't need to worry about getting lost. As for now, she could simply take a taxi and give the address to the driver. SongSeoHaeng once again spat out his drink. Ascension to a higher cultivation stage, it was clear that their style hadn't changed. Uaoja was very grateful for Buka Tain's help and continued to be enthusiastic about assisting her. It turned out that Uaoja wanted to visit an ancient temple called the Ghost Lantern Temple, located in the Latin neighborhood of the city. SongSeoHaeng felt the name Latin was vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before or read about it in the news. Meanwhile, Uaoja was trying to find a convenient mode of transport as suggested by Buka. A taxi stopped in front of her, and the driver rolled down the window, asking if she needed a ride. Uaoja, still holding her phone, asked the driver if he knew where the Ghost Lantern Temple was. The driver thought for a moment and replied that he had never heard of the Ghost Lantern Temple, but asked if she knew the neighborhood. Uaoja responded that it was in Latin. The driver furrowed his brows and said he was familiar with Latin, but had never heard of the Ghost Lantern Temple. Uaoja then lifted her large suitcase, startling the driver, and calmly said, "In that case, take me to Latin first." After getting settled, and the driver started the car, Uaoja immediately began chatting with Buka on her phone. She mentioned that while she was heading to Latin, the taxi driver didn't know about the Ghost Lantern Temple. Buka had also asked around, but it seemed no one knew of it. She promised to update her as soon as she got any news. After thanking Buka, Uaoja ended the call. Uaoja gazed out of the car window, observing the scenery as it passed by. It was her first time traveling alone away from home. Previously, she had always been accompanied by her father or had only ventured around the Ryongjapto area. It felt quite exhilarating. An hour and a half later, they arrived at a bustling food street. The sky was clear except for the occasional airplane, and on the ground, there were seats available everywhere. Whatever you wanted, you could find it here. Truly a paradise for food lovers. This place was known for being a food haven, and as such, its original name had gradually been forgotten. SongSeoHaeng was out strolling, munching on a skewer of squid. He wondered what the original name of this street had been. It was a pleasant day, perfect for enjoying the outdoors and sampling various treats. He leaned against a column, looking up at the street sign. Ah, this was La Tin Street. What a nice name! As SongSeoHaeng ate, he sighed in admiration. But just as he finished a piece of squid, he almost choked. Was this really La Tin Street? This didn't seem right. Wasn't La Tin Street supposed to be in the city of Dai? How come this was Gangnam? Could it be that the destination was mixed up? Or maybe both the city of Dai and Gangnam had a La Tin Street? Whatever. It was tiring to think too much. Perhaps Uioja was indeed headed to the city of Doi and wouldn't come to Gangnam. SongSeoHaeng continued his leisurely stroll until he reached a wooden bench by a fountain and sat down. The air was quite cool, and there were many people passing by. Occasionally, a few lonely men gathered here to discuss others. SongSeoHaeng happened to sit next to them. These men had nothing better to do than watch and rate beautiful women, creating a lively atmosphere. Suddenly, a chubby man with glasses excitedly shouted, "Look, 100 points! 100 points!" The most handsome guy among them, with golden hair, gave the chubby man a few slaps, saying, "Hey, what are you shouting about? There's no such thing as 100 points." Moments later, the guy was slapped back. Among the crowd, the aura of the woman they were admiring was indeed captivating. The woman in question was none other than Uioja. SongSeoHaeng stared in amazement. Even though she was just standing among the crowd doing nothing, she still caught his eye effortlessly. She was truly the epitome of a movie heroine. The three men sitting next to SongSeoHaeng were also spellbound, watching the beautiful woman walk by. SongSeoHaeng nodded to himself, thinking she was an absolute perfect 100 points. At that moment, the golden-haired guy stood up, preparing to make a move. It was obvious he was going to try to strike up a conversation with her. Unfortunately, he didn't realize he might need to reconsider his approach. After leaving a bold declaration to his friends, he walked towards Uioja. Exactly 1 minute and 48 seconds later, he returned, defeated. He was crying, saying there was no chance. Her legs were so long and she moved so fast. I couldn't catch up no matter how hard I tried. After speaking, he and his friends hugged each other, lamenting their failure. SongSeoHaeng, watching from the side, couldn't help but smile to himself. These young men were truly amusing. After resting for a while, he decided to get up and continue his stroll. He remembered that after the last flu, he had his roommate take care of him, so he thought he should buy some snacks to bring back as a token of thanks. 10 minutes later, SongSeoHaeng walked out of a convenience store with a plastic bag in hand. At the same time, Uioja was coming from the opposite direction, still dragging her suitcase. The two of them brushed past each other like strangers. Even though Uioja didn't notice, SongSeoHaeng had definitely seen her. He couldn't help but think of scenarios from cliché romance movies. Was it really possible for such coincidences to occur? The events happening one after another seemed to push the wheel of fate forward. SongSeoHaeng stood there, staring at Uioja's retreating figure, and sighed as he returned to the harsh reality. A beautiful woman like her seemed so out of reach. Just then, a gentle voice called out from behind, catching SongSeoHaeng's attention. "Excuse me, do you know if there is a temple named Guidang Temple near La Tin Street?" SongSeoHaeng stopped, looking back at the beautiful woman in surprise. Could it really be such a coincidence? Was this person really the Uioja he had seen earlier? He quickly checked his phone. Had he heard correctly? Was this indeed the place Uioja had been looking for in the group chat? The latest message from Uioja said she had successfully arrived at La Tin Street, which was crowded and lively. This place turned out to be a food street. She had already eaten a lot of delicious food on her way here. It was only a little over 2 hours ago, and it was impossible to travel from Gangnam Airport to City J in that time. Moreover, it was a food street. SongSeoHaeng thought that this girl had not gone to City J, but had come to the food paradise near Gangnam University. If it wasn't just a coincidence, then the tall, beautiful woman from earlier was very likely Yueoja. However, just based on these observations, he couldn't be entirely sure. Conveniently, Yueoja sent a voice message in the group chat. SongSeoHaeng, following his habit, pressed to listen to the voice message. At that moment, Yueoja also walked out of the store. This was the 20th store she had visited, and no one knew about the Dang Temple. Yueoja looked at her phone with frustration. Senior Buka still hadn't replied, so she decided to send a voice message. Senior Buka, do you have any news about Dang Temple? I've asked at many stores in Latin Street, but no one knows about Dang Temple. Please respond if you get any news. Once again, Yueoja and SongSeoHaeng passed each other. This time, he didn't notice her at all. Just as Yueoja walked past, SongSeoHaeng pressed to listen to the voice chat. Her voice rang out and Yueoja, surprised, stopped and looked at SongSeoHaeng. Wasn't that her voice message? Suddenly, Yueoja's eyes brightened. Could it be that this young-looking guy was the senior from the 9 Continents group chat? So, while SongSeoHaeng was completely oblivious, Yueoja quietly walked up to him. While in a daze, SongSeoHaeng suddenly noticed a faint fragrance. Yueoja, who had somehow appeared in front of him, excitedly asked, "Senior from the 9 Continents group, is that you?" She was so eager that she directly knocked him to the ground. SongSeoHaeng dropped his phone, staring blankly at Yueoja, as if she were a small, cute animal in front of him. In front of the beautiful woman, SongSeoHaeng felt a bit flustered. "Are you Ryeonjapdo Yueoja?" Yueoja nodded and said, "Yes, it's me. May I ask who you are, senior?" She then discreetly assessed the senior in front of her. He looked to be around 18 or 19 years old, which couldn't possibly be his real age. She couldn't sense anything from him. Could it be that his cultivation level had already reached the level of transcending the martial arts of her father? Yueoja was indeed overthinking it. If SongSeoHaeng knew what she was thinking, he would probably think she had a problem with her head. Is this girl calling me senior? He wondered. She looks about 2 years older than me, but I just turned 18. Could she really call him that? Moreover, seeing the eager, expectant expression on Yueoja's face, SongSeoHaeng wondered if he really looked that old. Did he seem like an uncle? He also pondered whether his title in the group chat was something like Huang Shantain or not. He couldn't come up with a suitable nickname. The Shushan or Yaludai was even more inappropriate to mention. SongSeoHaeng coughed awkwardly and said, "You can just call me SongSeoHaeng. As for titles and such, let's skip it." Yueoja nodded and apologized. "I'm sorry, senior. I momentarily forgot that you're a practitioner. I shouldn't mention titles in front of others." SongSeoHaeng forced a smile and said, "You can just call me SongSeoHaeng, or SeoHaeng, Little Song, or whatever you prefer." Yueoja, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "It seems a bit awkward to just call you SongSeoHaeng." SongSeoHaeng was firm. "Please just call me SongSeoHaeng or SeoHaeng, or whatever you prefer." Yueoja, still feeling a bit awkward, eventually called him SongSeoHaeng Sr. "Senior, are you here to help me?" Seeing Yueoja's cute face, SongSeoHaeng forgot about correcting the senior part. Indeed, beauty could make people lenient about many things. If Yueoja insisted on calling him senior, he wouldn't correct her anymore. The two continued walking and chatting. SongSeoHaeng said, "I saw from the group chat that the place you want to go is Latin Street in City J." Yueoja nodded. "Yes, Latin Street in City J." "Wait, senior," Yueoja asked in surprise, "isn't this Latin Street?" SongSeoHaeng awkwardly and said, "This is Latin Street, but it's in Gangnam, not City J. Try checking your navigation app." Yueoja found her phone had run out of battery just as she was about to open the navigation app. SongSeoHaeng handed her his phone to use. The moment he did, his phone played a light, melodious tune. Afterwards, Yueoja handed back the phone and said, "Senior Song, your phone has also run out of battery." SongSeoHaeng took back his phone, thought for a moment, and then asked Yueoja, "Are you in a hurry to get to the Dengzai?" Yueoja smiled and replied, "Not too urgent, but the sooner, the better. If I arrive late, it might be gone. Actually, I'm worried that if my father returns from Samrang, he might make me go back." SongSeoHaeng suggested, "How about you come with me to the dormitory? We can use the computer to find the route and you can charge your phone there." Yueoja agreed and followed SongSeoHaeng. He casually asked, "Is the dormitory where you live?" Immediately after, SongSeoHaeng awkwardly explained, "No, it's a male dormitory. Bringing such a beautiful woman here would cause quite a stir." SongSeoHaeng led the way, and Yueoja made sure to keep her hood up, cautiously looking around. Although Yueoja had some doubts, she didn't voice them. Eventually, they arrived at SongSeoHaeng's dorm room without any issues. Yueoja looked around and remarked, "So this is what a male dormitory is like. I didn't expect it to be so dangerous." SongSeoHaeng sighed in relief, thinking that it was fortunate that today was Sunday and the dormitory was empty. Otherwise, bringing a beautiful girl here would have caused quite a scene. SongSeoHaeng, as usual, asked if Yueoja wanted something to drink. She replied calmly, "Ling mi bi che." Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng mentally chastised himself. He almost forgot that this girl had a heavy fantasy-prone personality. He then said, "We don't have that here. We only have orange juice, water, Coke, and milk. Choose from these." Yueoja was silently puzzled. Ling mi bi che was a type of spiritual tea used to entertain guests in the world of cultivation. To not have it here, she then thought that perhaps SongSeoHaeng was in seclusion, practicing in the mundane world to maintain a pure spiritual platform. So, she bowed slightly and said, "Senior, just give me some orange juice." SongSeoHaeng awkwardly replied, "It's just orange juice. You don't need to be so grateful." After handing the orange juice to Yueoja, they started using the computer to search for directions. SongSeoHaeng said, "I checked, and it's quite far from here to Latin Street in City J. It will take about 5 hours by car." Yueoja innocently asked, "Senior, is it possible to reach there by taxi, even though it's such a long distance?" SongSeoHaeng twitched his mouth slightly, awkwardly laughing, "You can get there by taxi, but it's quite far, and finding a willing driver might be difficult." Yueoja worriedly asked, "So what should we do?" SongSeoHaeng suggested, "We can take the train. It's much faster than a taxi. It should take about 2 hours at most." Yueoja then asked, "When should we set off?" SongSeoHaeng suddenly felt something was off. He stopped and turned to Yueoja, asking, "Are you saying you want to book 2 tickets? For both of us?" Yueoja realized she had been a bit presumptuous, not asking for SongSeoHaeng's opinion before deciding. After apologizing, she shyly asked, "Senior, could you possibly go with me? I really feel lost and uneasy." SongSeoHaeng scratched his head, awkwardly smiling, "Although I'd like to help, I'm afraid I might not be able to. I have classes tomorrow afternoon. If it's not too urgent, I can go with you next Friday. I'll have time then to go to City J with you." Yueoja's face fell when she heard next week. SongSeoHaeng didn't notice Yueoja's strange expression behind him. She lost all of her shyness and straightforwardly asked, "If you don't have classes tomorrow afternoon, could you come with me to City J?" SongSeoHaeng nodded, saying, "If the task Yueoja has is not too time-consuming, it's not impossible. However, tomorrow's class was scheduled before the semester started. It can't be cancelled without a special reason." They continued to search for information. They found details about Latin Street and City J, but there was still no information about Dengzai. No details or markers on the map. Yueoja then asked, "Senior, could I borrow your computer? I'll search for information myself. Perhaps Buka Senior in the group might have some news." SongSeoHaeng agreed and also charged Yueoja's phone for her. As SongSeoHaeng turned away, Yueoja acted very quickly, typing furiously. She quickly found information about SongSeoHaeng's class schedule for tomorrow. The schedule was set and, of course, couldn't be easily changed, but in this world, there are always many unforeseen circumstances. For example, The professor in charge of the subject accidentally fell off the bed and twisted his ankle. Yueoja clasped her hands in earnest, facing the picture of the venerable Master Shen Shui on the screen, and said, "So this is the professor for the Tuesday afternoon class? I'm sorry. It seemed that tomorrow's class would be either temporarily cancelled or delayed for several days." Just as she had finished arranging everything, Yueoja inadvertently noticed an open notebook next to SongSeoHaeng. The recipe for the potion was clearly visible. "Senior, you're also researching this potion?" Yueoja asked, excitedly picking up the notebook. "But why do you only note down the common and simple ingredients, and not include rare ones like the King Lu Swan herb?" Yueoja suddenly exhibited her overthinking abilities, assuming that SongSeoHaeng was working on improving the formula to reduce the cost of creating the potion. So she eagerly asked, "Senior, how many vials can you make at once?" SongSeoHaeng felt awkward and thought to himself, "This formula is about to be considered a shared secret." He quickly denied, "I don't make it." He couldn't possibly make this strange, middle-grade potion. However, he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, so he concocted a reason. "Actually, it's because it's inconvenient to find ingredients where I am, so I haven't had the chance to make it." Yueoja, upon hearing this, was very enthusiastic. "Sorry, Senior. So when I return, I'll send 2 boxes of medicine as a token of gratitude." Although SongSeoHaeng had some doubts about what the 2 boxes might contain, he didn't want to refuse. "I can just discard them later if needed." SongSeoHaeng then asked Yueoja to give him her IV so he could book the tickets using his personal account. Yueoja handed over her ID and said, "Thank you, Senior. Can I go up to the rooftop to have a look?" "Of course you can," SongSeoHaeng replied, taking the items and sighing. A girl as good as this, so polite, but unfortunately suffers from a middle-grade delusion. Meanwhile, the girl with the delusion was standing outside the window, looking around to ensure no one was watching. She put on a pair of seemingly strange sunglasses, which displayed the words, "See 1,000 miles away." Stepping up one more floor, these sunglasses were a magical artifact crafted by Lin Dai, the revered master who was also Yueoja's father. The sunglasses could enhance human vision to the heavens, allowing one to see the world through the eyes of a deity. It didn't take long for Yueoja to find the venerable Master Shen Shui. At that moment, Master Shen Shui was holding his small daughter in his arms, singing, "Sleep well, my dear. Daddy will sing the little star song for you." Yueoja also took out a talisman and said, sorry, I'm truly sorry. I'll make it up to you in the future. But right now, your injured leg needs to be taken to the hospital." Despite the sincerity of her apology, the sunglasses only made Yueoja appear even cooler. In Master Shen Shui's home, he had just started singing the Little Star Song when he suddenly fell off the bed, not knowing the reason why. The sound of an ambulance quickly followed. Outside Master Shen Shui's apartment, his wife followed the stretcher, urging him to hang in there. Meanwhile, at SongSeoHaeng's place, after a bit of tinkering, Yueoja removed the sunglasses, let out a sigh of relief, and marveled at how easily the task had been completed. After performing such a grandiose act, Yueoja entered the room with an innocent and harmless expression, smiling and said, "Senior Song, are you booking the tickets? How about you book one for yourself as well? There's a chance you won't have a class tomorrow afternoon." SongSeoHaeng, thinking it was just a joke, laughed and said, "If I really don't have a class, I'll book another ticket." Just then, his computer chimed with a notification, a class cancellation notice. "Dear students of Class 43, Batch 19 from the School of Machinery and Design, Department of Engineering, please be advised that due to Master Shen Shui's injury and hospitalization, tomorrow afternoon's statistics class will be replaced by Professor Smith's English class. Please inform each other and prepare accordingly. Thank you." SongSeoHaeng was puzzled and said, "Master Shen Shui got injured? What a coincidence. But now, the class is changed to English, and we have to attend that old-fashioned Smith's class." Hearing this, Yueoja silently shed tears. This was truly a case of higher cultivation, higher demons. However, she quickly composed herself and decided to drag the protagonist along. Resolutely, she thought, Whether it's sending one teacher to the hospital or two, it's the same. Either do it or don't do it at all. If we're doing it, let's do it thoroughly. On the other side, Professor Smith was taking his beloved dog for a walk. Suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine, Professor Smith wondered why he felt cold despite the sunny weather. He thought it was strange to feel an odd coldness. On Uioja's side, she continued using her vision-enhancing magical artifact to target Professor Smith. Despite this, she kept muttering, sorry, I'll make it up to you later. After finishing her spell, she returned to where the protagonist was sitting and leaned over to look at him. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng was typing on his computer and said, Uioja, I've booked your train tickets. Coincidentally, a notification came through at that moment. Dear students of Class 43, Batch 19 from the School of Machinery and Design, Department of Engineering. Due to Professor Smith being bitten by a dog and hospitalized, tomorrow's English class has been cancelled and you have the afternoon off. Please inform each other. Thank you. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng felt like 1,000 ants were running through his mind. He exclaimed, what kind of trick is this? And looked at Uioja, who was displaying an innocent and unaware expression. He could only silently sweat and didn't say anything further. He thought the events of the day seemed a bit supernatural. The next day, precisely at 3 p.m., in the dormitory, SongSeoHaeng was urging Uioja, let's get going. Uioja, still scrolling on her computer, said, I haven't found any information about the Gi-Dang Temple. I don't know if it has been renamed or relocated. We might have to ask the locals. The protagonist suggested, we'll figure it out when we get there. Let's ask around first. Before long, the two of them were comfortably seated on the train heading to the city. Sitting side by side allowed SongSeoHaeng a better view of the suddenly appearing girl. Looking at Uioja, SongSeoHaeng thought to himself that her beauty was comparable to the leading ladies in urban novels. If this were a novel, at this moment, a young man would approach her, trying to get acquainted and provoke some kind of conflict, leading to a showdown to eliminate the potential threat. SongSeoHaeng was lost in these thoughts, smiling foolishly. However, as time passed and nothing happened, he began to feel sleepy. While yawning, he thought, I can't believe no one is causing trouble. Everything written in novels must be fake. Suddenly, Uioja, deeply asleep, shifted to one side. Uioja, having fallen asleep with her head resting on the protagonist's shoulder, startled him. Although he was surprised, he quickly closed his eyes again, thinking to himself that he could just sleep a bit longer and wake up when they reached their destination. Time passed, and the peaceful scene was disrupted by an announcement from the train. Hello, passengers. The train has arrived at Black Elephant Station. Please take your luggage and important belongings and exit through the right side of the train. At this point, the protagonist gently shook Uioja awake. She stirred, blinking her jade-green eyes open, and sleepily said, Is it already morning? There was even a bit of drool at the corner of her mouth. Her unguarded state was so endearing that the protagonist felt like he might choke on his own breath. His mind felt as if it had been blown to pieces, overwhelmed by her adorable appearance. Recovering his composure, the protagonist stood up and said, The train has arrived. Let's get off. Uioja asked, What time is it? SongSeoHaeng, who was already carrying his bag, replied, It's 6:08 p.m. We've arrived in City Dai. After exiting the train, they quickly took a taxi to Latin District. Uioja, smiling brightly, said, All right, I'll follow your lead. Her smile was so innocent and pure. As she followed the protagonist, she thought to herself that she enjoyed this very much, having everything arranged for her, from eating and staying to just needing to follow along. Soon, they arrived at a hotel and checked in. While registering, the protagonist asked the receptionist about Gi-Dang Temple. The receptionist responded, I'm sorry, but it's been a very long time since that temple was around. You might want to ask some older people. Disappointed, the protagonist said, There's no Gi-Dang Temple. How about temples with similar names? At that moment, Uioja came over and asked, I've put away the luggage. Where should we go next, senior? SongSeoHaeng suggested, Let's just stroll around and see if we can find any elderly people to ask. Maybe we can get some information. As the two were engrossed in their conversation, they didn't notice a girl with purple hair walking by. She was on the phone, saying, "Leader, I'm at the hotel in Latin. I've seen someone inquiring about Bidang Temple. There's a man and a woman. She looks quite strong, while he seems like an ordinary person." As she spoke, she revealed a tattoo of a vine-like symbol on her wrist, which appeared to be a mark of some kind of dark sect. The girl continued speaking on the phone, but that girl seems to show great respect for the person she's with, always calling him senior. On the other end of the line, a man with slick back hair and a beard, looking to be in his 40s, responded, "Continue to monitor their location. Don't let them notice. I will arrange an opportunity to test their depth." After hanging up, the man, sitting in a very peculiar place surrounded by eerie blue flames flickering around, muttered, "65. I thought the original owner of Bidang Temple had completely lost interest in this matter. I didn't expect that someone would still come. 2 people." Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng and Uioja were walking down the street when SongSeoHaeng suddenly asked Uioja, "Are you sure Bidang Temple is in Latin district of this city?" Hearing this, Uioja replied firmly, "Absolutely. Bidang Temple is indeed here. When my mother was pregnant, I came here using my father's magical powers to observe the outside world. I only remember a sign that said Bidang Temple." The protagonist, thinking about this, was left speechless, observing the outside world while in the womb. Our thinking levels are truly on different planes. He asked Buka if there was any news. Nu too, holding her phone, smiled and said, "Yes, there is news now." In the chat group, Buka replied, "Uioja, have you found Bidang Temple yet?" Ryunjapto Uioja responded, "Not yet. Senior, do you have any updates?" Bukatane replied, "Sorry, unfortunately, my contact is in the eastern part of Hoaxia. No one knows about the city here. Moreover, there was a very fierce person who's been troubling me, so I'm afraid I can't help further." Ryunjapto Uioja replied, "That's fine, senior. You continue with your work." The protagonist thought, seeing Buka's message about being busy, that it was always the case when he didn't need help. Buka was available 24/7, but when he did need help, Buka was suddenly unavailable. After finishing the conversation with Buka, Uioja said, "It's okay, senior. We'll rely on ourselves." Just then, the protagonist received a notification on his phone. He picked it up and smiled at Uioja, saying, "I have some news. Let me take you to a place." Soon, they arrived at a meeting point where someone was already waiting. The person, seeing the protagonist, greeted him with joy. "Ha ha ha, where did this handsome guy find such a beautiful woman?" The protagonist, seeing the person, simply pointed towards him. Baja was surprised to see that the protagonist was also in D-City. He put his arm around the protagonist's shoulders and said, "I'm visiting my grandfather this week. My grandfather lives in Latin district. Maybe he knows about Bidang Temple that you're looking for." Coincidentally, Baja's grandfather was also nearby. Hearing the mention of Bidang Temple, he commented, "It's surprising that young people nowadays know about this place." Uioja approached and asked, "Do you know where Bidang Temple is?" The old man didn't answer directly but said, "Head east. Walk about 700 meters and you'll find a forest. There's an old large tomb there. That used to be the location of Bidang Temple." Hearing this, Uioja's face fell as she asked, "So, Bidang Temple has been destroyed?" Baja's grandfather confirmed, "Yes, over 6 years ago. Someone razed it and built a large tomb instead. I wondered if that person had bought the place many years ago." Uioja was surprised by how much Baja knew. The old man continued, "At that time, Bidang Temple was originally owned by Duang Dakin. He planned to level the land to make a tomb and then sell it at a high price to outsiders. But after a few years, when that person didn't come back, he felt relieved and decided to build a large tomb for himself." The protagonist was astonished. How could someone be so shameless? Uioja didn't dwell on it much and added, "The Huang family must have almost all perished, right?" The old man asked, "How do you know that?" Uioja explained, "Because there was a spiritual entity in Bidang Temple. An expert had purchased it and designed a seal to prevent the spirit from harming people. When it was destroyed and turned into a tomb, the spirit would naturally come to take revenge and devour their vitality. Baja grandfather looked at her, then closed his eyes and said, "Young people should believe in science. Knowledge is power. Don't fall for superstitions." He then turned and walked inside. The protagonist was left questioning whether it was really just superstition or if there was something to it. Nonetheless, the two did not give up. By 1:30 a.m., they arrived at the location of Dang Temple. The protagonist asked Yuioja, "Why are we going to Dang Temple in the middle of the night?" Yuioja, excited, replied, "Yes, senior. Because midnight is the best time to find spiritual entities." At this moment, one of them was holding a lantern while the other carried a suitcase. The protagonist asked, "Is it okay? Do you need any help?" Yuioja, confident, replied, "Don't worry, senior. It's just a minor spirit. It can't harm me. You just need to stand by and help maintain the formation." The protagonist thought to himself that helping to catch a spirit and maintain the formation seemed manageable. Soon, they arrived at the large tomb. The eerie atmosphere made the protagonist shiver with cold. Yuioja noticed this and said, "We're here. Let's start setting up the formation." She then took out her suitcase, and a golden light flashed, obscuring what was inside. A moment later, she scattered some kind of powder around the area. The protagonist sat on a nearby rock, observing her work while yawning and saying, "It's the middle of the night. Why am I following a girl around to catch spirits? I'm so sleepy." After spreading the powder, Yuioja took out a string with many small charms attached to it and began performing the ritual. Her ritual performance was so beautiful that the protagonist was captivated. While Yuioja was engrossed in her ritual and did not notice the protagonist's unease, he collected himself, turned his face away and said, "Dancing in a graveyard at 3 in the morning is quite an unusual hobby. But the scene is actually quite beautiful." Suddenly, he had an idea and reached into his pocket to get his phone. He thought he should capture the beautiful scene. However, he fumbled and dropped the phone on the ground. As he picked it up, he was startled by something that appeared nearby. Immediately, he saw two spirits manifest. Yuioja, noticing this, was puzzled. "There should have been only one spirit sealed by my father. Why are there two now? Who let the other one in?" The two spirits attacked, and Yuioja quickly activated her protective charms to repel them. She thought to herself, "Fortunately, with my third-grade Heavenly War King and the powerful energy I've gathered, combined with the high-level equipment my father provided, I can say I'll eliminate any spirit or god that comes my way." She then threw a bunch of charms to form a shield, trapping one of the spirits, while surrounding the other with a fierce fire that emitted a piercing sound. Seeing the situation before her, Yuioja thought that her innate magic skills were indeed effective. Both spirits were at least intermediate level. She then made a gesture with her hands, forming a butterfly symbol. A large butterfly appeared in front of her, and she said, "This is your trump card. If that's all you have, you should surrender obediently." She then used her secret technique, Ryumjapto, butterfly dance. Countless butterflies emerged from the technique and attacked the two spirits, causing them to collapse to the ground. Seeing this, she confidently declared, "The heavy injuries have rendered them unable to resist. Now, we just need to form a pact." However, the two spirits did not give up. They pulled their chains together and merged into one, attempting to launch a sneak attack and escape. Seeing this, Yuioja quickly tried to avoid them, realizing that she had let them escape. The two spirits then charged toward the protagonist, intending to attack him. Yuioja, seeing this, urgently shouted, "Senior, look out," and transformed into butterflies, trying to fly over to intervene. However, she was too late. At this moment, the protagonist, while picking up his phone and noticing a branch nearby, was startled and said, "Isn't that the poisonous dragon herb the apothecary mentioned in the group?" Before he could assess whether this herb was dangerous to human life, he knew he had to ensure Yuioja didn't find out. He reached out, pulled the branch up, and said, "Otherwise, she'll definitely find a way to give it to the apothecary." Just as the two spirits were about to reach him, something extraordinary happened. A large beam of light shot straight into the sky, repelling the two spirits and sending them flying. The protagonist, confused, turned to Yuaoja and asked, "What just happened?" Yuaoja, seeing the two spirits incapacitated and lying on the ground, said, "Senior, you're amazing." From Yuaoja's perspective, the protagonist had shown an impressive display of power. She said, "A tiny spirit is nothing worth mentioning. Although I seem to be casually sitting here, in reality, I had already detected the second formation." After saying this, the protagonist pulled out the poisonous dragon herb. The herb turned out to cool down the pressure of the formation. Yuaoja, immersed in her own illusions, said, as expected of a senior, "I still have a lot to learn. I can't let you underestimate me." She then performed a ritual to seal the two spirits and used the ice crystal seal to complete the task. Immediately, the two spirits were drawn into the two large orbs in Yuaoja's hands. The scene left the protagonist speechless. The sight was truly mystical, and no matter how advanced scientific knowledge was, it couldn't explain the phenomena before him. Perhaps in this world, there truly are ghosts and monsters. After sealing the two spirits, Yuaoja held up the two orbs and said, "Senior, thank you so much this time. Without your help, these two spirits might have escaped." The protagonist, still not fully understanding the situation, laughed and said, "What a peculiar joke." Yuaoja, holding the two orbs with both hands, said, "Senior, I only need one. Please accept the other as a gift. Although, with your cultivation level, you may not need it, you could give it to your descendants or disciples." Seeing the protagonist's refusal, Yuaoja looked disappointed but continued to persuade him, "Please accept it. You've helped me so much on this trip to the ghost temple. I would feel deeply ashamed if I did not reciprocate." Seeing her earnest plea, the protagonist finally agreed. "All right, if it's your sincere offer, I will accept it. I assume the spirit within the orb won't escape in the short term." After completing everything, Yuaoja, with her familiar suitcase in hand, walked side by side with the protagonist as they left the forest. She said, "Spirits have nearly disappeared in modern society. We finally captured them. Let's head back." Meanwhile, the protagonist thought, "My worldview, built over 18 years, has collapsed halfway in an instant." As the two of them continued out of the forest, they were unaware that the man from before was still standing behind them. He looked at them and said, "This girl is probably the legendary third-rank Heavenly War King. Besides, there's just an ordinary man who casually sat by and managed to locate the eye of the ceiling formation I set up. If he had acted recklessly, it might have been even more disastrous than the two spirits." Although he said this, his eyes still showed greed. He said, "No, I cannot let this go. At the very least, I must retrieve the spirit that belongs to me." Even an old man like me murmured, "If I have even one, I would have a chance to break through to the second-ranked true master and extend my lifespan by another 100 years. Lost in thought, the old man failed to notice that another man was standing far off, observing him. The man picked up his phone, called someone, and said, "Master, it's me, Liu Jian. Junior sister has successfully sealed the spirits. I estimate that she will return to Ryongjapto tomorrow or the day after." Yes, everything went smoothly. However, there was a minor unexpected situation, such as the matter with the sect leader, or rather the man named SongSeoHaeng. After ending the call, he remarked, "This guy is quite astute, so he hasn't acted yet. But about SongSeoHaeng, if Master finds out about Yuaova's close relationship with him, he'll definitely be furious. Who knows if he'll arrange for me to keep an eye on SongSeoHaeng? This is troublesome. It's best if he doesn't find out." On Monday, June 3rd, under a sunny sky, SongSeoHaeng was seeing Yuaoja off to her car and asked if she wanted to visit his place. But Yuaoja replied, "Thank you, senior, but I need to hurry home to deal with this spirit first." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng said, "All right then, you can take a taxi to the airport by yourself. Is that okay with you?" Yuaoja responded, "No problem. By the way, senior, what is your postal address? I still need to send you 2 boxes of medicine." The protagonist, upon hearing this, declined, "Forget about it. We can deal with it another time." However, Yuaoja insisted, "Please, senior, don't make me a person who goes back on her word to Ryongjapto. We always stand by our promises." Seeing her determination, the protagonist agreed, and noted down his postal address in a notebook for Uioja. What he didn't realize was that today's actions would lead to an earth-shattering change in his life. If it weren't for her insistence on giving him the 2 boxes of medicine, his life would have continued as a normal person, working, marrying, raising children, retiring, and eventually growing old. After receiving the postal address, she hurried to her car and didn't forget to wave goodbye. The protagonist also waved back and said, "It's finally over. I guess we probably won't have a chance to meet this girl again." In the chat group, Bukatane asked if Uioja had found the ghost temple yet. Uioja replied, "I found it and successfully completed the mission. I'm now on my way home. Before that, I mistakenly went to the Latin district in Gangnam, but fortunately, I met a very skilled senior there. The senior helped me find the ghost temple and assisted me in completing the task." Bukachan Nan was surprised and asked, "What's the name of this senior?" Uioja responded, "I asked the senior for their name, but they didn't tell me. I forgot to ask again. However, I do know that their secular name is SongSeoHaeng." Bukatane commented, "The name SongSeoHaeng seems somewhat familiar. Anyway, congratulations to Uioja for completing the task successfully." Uioja replied, "Thank you, Buka Senior. You have also helped me a lot. I'm boarding the plane now, so I'll talk more later." The next day, Tuesday, June 4th, it was extremely hot. In the classroom during a math lesson that had been missed from the previous day, the protagonist was taking notes. He had the ice crystal with him, which emitted a cool mist, making everyone unconsciously move closer to him despite the scorching heat. He wondered if there was an air conditioner around him. As he wrote, he was also puzzled by the content the teacher was explaining. He could remember things after hearing them once, and even quickly grasped the key points. With the ice crystal, his mind felt clear, and his thoughts were sharp. Previously, he had to learn vocabulary words 3 or 4 times to remember them, but now he could memorize them after just one glance or hearing them once. He then thought about Uioja, wondering if these things were beyond the scope of scientific explanation. The ice crystal truly sealed a spirit. Could the cultivation of martial arts be real and not just a legend? Did immortals who ride the wind and clouds actually exist? Could moving mountains and filling seas be possible? If these things exist, could the people suffering from diseases in the 9 regions be truly immortal beings among humans? As soon as the break began, everyone quickly left their seats to get some fresh air. At that moment, a fierce-looking man entered and asked, "Is SongSeoHaeng here?" The protagonist, surprised, replied, "That's me. May I ask what you need?" Seeing the protagonist, the man greeted him warmly with a smile and handed over a business card. He said, "I'm from the Fengshu Express Delivery Service. We have 2 large packages for you, SongSeoHaeng, which were urgently shipped by air. Since these are from a very important client, you need to sign for them personally for them to be valid." The protagonist, surprised, wondered who had sent him express deliveries, especially by air. He recalled that Uioja had mentioned sending 2 boxes of medicine. Realizing this, he asked, "Excuse me, where is the delivery?" The man was slightly unsure how to respond to this casual term, but eventually smiled and said, "The packages have been delivered to the entrance of your dormitory. Please go check." As the protagonist went back to the dorm to check, he felt that the situation was quite extravagant. Behind him were 2 tall, muscular men carrying his packages, and 4 bodyguards with shaved heads and black sunglasses surrounding them. He asked in astonishment, "Is this how the Fengshu Express Delivery Service operates? You all look like characters from a gangster movie." The man continued with a business smile, "Our service is always top-notch. However, since this shipment is from a special client, the service is even better. If there are no issues, please sign here." The protagonist looked at the receipt and saw that the sender was indeed Uioja. After signing, the men left. The man said, "Goodbye, SongSeoHaeng. I wish you a happy life." After bidding farewell to them, SeoHaeng examined the packages and thought, "These boxes must contain the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the simplified version of the Dan pills that Uioja mentioned." Upon opening the boxes, he saw that they were compartmentalized with various medicinal ingredients, ranging from rare to unfamiliar and things he had never seen before. He thought, with these ingredients and the prescription from the pharmacist, could I refine the simplified version of the Dan? If it works as described in the immortal novels, could it really bring about a transformation? SongSeoHaeng picked up a lingji mushroom and said, perhaps I should try using the prescription to see if I can verify if cultivation is real. SongSeoHaeng was bringing each box of medicinal materials into his dorm room, mumbling to himself, first, I'll put these herbs away. I hope my roommates won't meddle with them. All right, it's time to start refining the elixir. However, he thought, but to refine the elixir, I need an alchemy furnace. A real furnace might be a bit impractical, so I'll need to find a substitute. He scanned his messy dorm room, and after about 5 minutes, he took out a large pot. He thought, it's definitely different from an alchemy furnace, but it seems to be the most reliable option right now. Having found a makeshift pot for alchemy, he began taking out the medicinal materials. The ginseng, wolfberry, and other herbs were arranged according to the prescription provided by Uioja, with even the quantities specified. Uioja was really thorough and meticulous. I don't need to ask the group for advice anymore. He then picked up the notebook he had used before and reviewed the instructions. The alchemist said to add the herbs to the pot in the prescribed proportions, boil for about 5 minutes, and then simmer for another 5 minutes. Pay attention to the heat and stir regularly until the potion thickens and becomes clear with a foul smell. It sounds simple enough. As long as I'm careful, anyone should be able to succeed. He added the herbs to the pot, and as he prepared to cover it, he noticed that the prescription didn't mention whether to add water. Maybe I should ask the group chat, he thought. But no, since this is my first time refining the elixir, there will likely be many issues. I'll just add a large cup of water to the pot and continue. If I keep asking every time there's a problem, I'll fail after 5 minutes, and no amount of herbs will be enough. With that decision, he added a large cup of water to the pot and continued. I'll follow the alchemist's method for this trial. I'll note down any problems and ask the group for advice later. After preparing everything, he started the induction stove. As he stirred the pot, smoke began rising. He thought, is this what refining elixirs is like? It feels so similar to cooking noodles. Soon, SongSeoHaeng set a timer on his phone and looking at the time said, it looks like I didn't get it right. The heat and timing need experience to get right. SongSeoHaeng thought, but experience is something I completely lack. For now, all I can do is monitor the time. As soon as the 5-minute mark was reached, he immediately opened the pot and looked at the yellowish liquid inside. He said, it really does feel like cooking noodles. After 5 minutes, he picked up a medicinal herb that resembled grass. This is called chuuni. It doesn't look too different from regular grass. Usually, it's a plant with a long green stem, and if you look closely, you can see dew clinging to it, like morning mist on the leaves. He noted, I couldn't find this herb online. It must be a special medicinal herb. It might cause some unique changes in the potion. He added, don't let me down. He threw the chuuni into the pot and said, even if it's a failure, at least let me expand my knowledge and see if cultivation really exists. After adding the herb, there was no significant change in the potion. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng thought, it doesn't seem like there's any change. It's probably impossible. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from the ice crystal he was wearing, seeming to sharpen his senses. He looked at the pot and said, I see it now. Each time I stir, the golden essence from the herbs dissolves into the potion. He noticed that as the essence was released, the ginseng he added to the pot started to swell. He could feel the subtle changes in the 3 herbs, and it was indeed a fascinating experience. Realizing something was off, he said, wait, the heat seems to be incorrect, especially for the chuuni, which needs a higher temperature to be stimulated. He adjusted the induction stove, increasing the heat. Soon, the water in the pot began to change, and the chuuni gradually dissolved. Seeing this, he said, the 5-minute mark passed, and it dissolved completely. It seems to be due to the special properties of the chuuni. He thought, it seems like at the start, it's better not to add water. Instead, I should use a special method to heat the ginseng and wolfberry, then add the chuuni to create the potion. I'm not sure if the potion in the pot is a failure, but at least I'm getting familiar with the process. After 46 minutes, he picked up his phone, looked at the time, and continued adding each medicinal ingredient. After increasing the heat, it took about 5 minutes for the herbs to fully dissolve and merge into the potion. The size, shape, and age of the medicinal herbs varied. Different temperatures, fire intensities, and the quality of the alchemy furnace all caused fluctuations in time. In these 5 minutes, his hands deftly placed the herbs while explaining that, after understanding the formula better, one could decide the time and fire intensity based on the dissolution of the potion. Finally, after 3.5 hours, he held the 40th medicinal herb and said, "This is the 40th herb. It's almost done." He threw the pile of herbs into the pot, and suddenly the pot emitted thick black smoke. Covering his mouth, he exclaimed, "What's going on? The water is evaporating even more, and why is there suddenly a foul smell? Did it fail?" Looking at the pot emitting thick black smoke and a strong stench, he thought for a moment before saying, "No, it's not completely failed yet. I can still save it. Adding water can slow down the evaporation process." He quickly added another cup of water into the pot. "Another 1 or 2 hours and the roommates will probably be back," he muttered to himself. "If they see me making alchemy, they'll send me to the mental hospital for sure." Determined, he threw all the remaining herbs into the pot. "Anyway, it's almost a failure. Consider it a learning experience. Bukatane, Ueoj in the group, has failed many times. If I succeed on the first try, wouldn't that be suspicious?" After a while, a strange transformation occurred in the pot. The herbs began to split, with one side hot and the other cold. Seeing this, he said, "This isn't good. The potion is splitting into 2 parts. I can't let them separate. I have to heat the cold part back up." Increasing the fire, he watched intently. After some time, he noticed, really strange. The potion is no longer separating into 2 extremes. It's starting to merge again. Maybe before the potion completely evaporates, some residue will be left. Suddenly, the lid of the pot began to hiss, with more steam escaping. Then, without warning, the pot exploded with black smoke, blowing the lid off. The protagonist stepped back quickly as a foul smell, along with black smoke, wafted from the pot, making him exclaim, "Ugh, it stinks so bad. It's like combining all the worst smells in the world." He nearly collapsed to the ground, retching, unable to bear the smell any longer. He had to dash to the window and open it, letting the black smoke and foul odor escape. "This smell," he muttered, "is beyond words and lingers endlessly." He wondered what kind of failed potion could produce such a nauseating stench. Opening the pot, he found only a small amount of thick, black sludge remaining inside, looking utterly repulsive. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Grabbing the recipe book, he read, "The finished potion is thick, black, and transparent with a foul odor. How is this possible?" He thought aloud. "It looks exactly like what I made. So, did I succeed or fail? I should test it." He hesitated, but then resolved, "No matter what, this is the result of my hard work over 3 hours." With that, he took a spoonful of the potion and thought, "I'll just taste it. 1 sip can't kill me, right? Better be ready to call an ambulance." He took the spoonful of potion, continuously muttering, "It's just sesame soup, it's just sesame soup." After swallowing it, he cried out, "My throat! It's burning. It's too spicy. I need to get my stomach pumped." As he reached for the phone to call for help, a strange sensation spread through his body. His stomach felt warm and comfortable, so much so that he almost moaned with relief. Every part of his body felt an extreme sense of comfort. Not long after, there was a sudden release, and he thought in embarrassment, "It feels like my internal organs have been cleansed, cool and refreshing." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he realized the potion was starting to take full effect. "I need to get rid of this," he thought urgently. Meanwhile, at the women's dormitory, a few female students peeked out the window, laughing. "Hey, come over here. Look at this guy running on the track in this weather." They giggled. Down below, the protagonist was jogging on the track, stripping off his plain white shirt to reveal a sculpted six-pack and defined obliques. The sight made the female students swoon. Wow, what a body! So masculine. Who knew he was so muscular under those clothes? Is he from our school? They wondered, enamored. Half naked, the protagonist noticed something black and slimy on his arm. Could this be the impurities being expelled from my body with the sweat? He mused, glancing down at his stomach to see the changes happening within him. He exclaimed in surprise, "What? It's real! This is the six-pack I've always dreamed of." As he spoke, he ran his hands over his newly defined abs. "Just running a few laps, and my abs have developed like this. This potion is truly miraculous," he thought. He touched his neck and twisted it. Even the back pain and neck pain from sitting in front of the computer for too long are gone. My vision has also improved significantly. Gazing into the distance, he could clearly see a fly perched on the basketball hoop from more than 10 meters away. I can see a fly that far away. This is incredible. After returning to the dormitory, he took a shower and examined his body once more. My skin is not only fairer, but also has a healthy pink glow, he observed. What will I tell my roommates when they return? That I'm using a new whitening cream, he pondered. But the most important thing is that every member of the 9 continents know. One group are genuine cultivators, he realized, finding it hard to believe. The people I always thought were obsessed with fantasy novels have suddenly transformed into real cultivators. Each member has become a true cultivator, standing tall and proud. He rubbed his head and said, "This is too exciting. What should I do next?" He reflected, "Ignorance is bliss, but those who know more will fear more." Turning on his computer, he murmured, "Now I have 2 choices. Live a normal life as an ordinary person, or delve deeper into the world of the cultivators from 9 continents no. 1. Integrating into their world and stepping onto the dangerous path of cultivation." Quickly, the protagonist made his choice to pursue cultivation. Even if the cultivation path brings terrifying tribulations like Toshiro the 16th, so what? No matter how many dangers, how many calamities, or how many life-threatening situations there may be, this thrilling and intense life is far better than a mundane existence. What is seeking the way and facing death compared to that? Having made his decision, he composed a message in the group chat. This was the protagonist's first message in the 9 continents no. 1 chat group. Without hesitation, he pressed enter to send it. Seusen under pressure greets the seniors. In the chat, Ryan Yeop Uioja asked, "Which senior is online now?" "Hello, senior." Bukatane responded, "Seusen under pressure, is that you?" Seusen under pressure? The mortal who mistakenly joined our group last time. I can't believe he's still in the group after all this time. And he's greeting the seniors right away. Has this kid discovered something special about our group? Bukatane thought to himself. In the group chat, Seusen under pressure messaged, "Hello, Senior Buka and Uioja. Thank you for the 2 chests of medicine." Vioja replied with a series of exclamations, "Ah, it's Senior Seusen under pressure." Seusen under pressure explained, "I'm just an ordinary person who was accidentally added to the group by Hwang Senjinin. My account number and hers were only 1 digit apart. Hwang Sanjinin intended to add her but mistakenly added me instead." Ryumjapdo Uioja said, "Oh, Senior Seusen, now that you mention it, I realize our account numbers are indeed only 1 digit apart. It seems we were destined to meet." Buka read the messages and thought, "It appears that the kind Senior SongSeoHaeng in our group, who met this Uioja girl in Gangnam, is actually Seusen under pressure." Buka messaged, "SeoHaeng, if you have started messaging in the group, it means you must have noticed something about Uioja, right?" Uioja was puzzled. "Senior, what did you notice about me?" Seusen under pressure replied honestly, "Indeed, it has a lot to do with Uioja. While helping her find the Ghost Lamp Temple, I truly felt she was very different from ordinary people. But the most important thing is that today, she sent me 2 chests of medicinal materials. I tried following the apothecary's recipe once and just drank a sip of the potion." Bukatane exclaimed, "Oh, could it be that you've successfully refined the potion?" He thought, a mere mortal managing to refine the potion based on a recipe and succeeding on his first try. When did alchemy become this easy? Or does this SongSeoHaeng have an incredibly extraordinary fortune? Ryungjapto Uaoja asked, Senior, did the medicine I sent only arrive this afternoon? Did you succeed on your first attempt? Seusin under pressure said, I'm not sure if I succeeded or failed. Although I followed the recipe step by step, an unexpected incident occurred at the 41st ingredient. In the end, I only got 5 spoonfuls of the potion. I tried a bit, and my body immediately became stronger. My vision, physical strength, endurance, and overall vigor all significantly improved. Bukatane responded, Without a doubt, you have succeeded in refining the potion. Even if there were some unexpected incidents, at most, it would only reduce the quality of the potion you refined slightly. At this moment, Buka sat on a rock, pondering. The first time he refined a potion, he wasted quite a lot of medicinal ingredients. There was no way he could have succeeded on the first try. Buka continued, relatively speaking, I'm more curious about how many times SongSeoHaeng refined the potion. How many times did it take for you to succeed? Seusin under pressure replied, I only made 1 batch because I only have 1 electronic stove. Ryungjapto Uaoja also messaged, if we count the number of times, it must be just once, since the medicine I sent only arrived 5 or 6 hours ago. Bukatane was furious as he read the message, thinking, back then, I failed so many times that I almost went bankrupt before I could even touch the method of refining the potion. Truly, comparing oneself to others only leads to anger. In the group chat, Bukatane messaged, SongSeoHaeng, the electronic stove you mentioned, could it be a type of alchemy furnace? Uaoja was puzzled. Is there such an alchemy furnace? Seusin under pressure replied, it's just a household electronic stove, model number 12, produced by the company Y-Chan. Bukatane exclaimed, an electronic stove is not an alchemy furnace. It's the kind of electronic stove used for cooking. Ryungjapto Uaoja laughed, haha, no wonder you are such a remarkable senior, Buka. Still not giving up, Bukatane asked again. Then, what about the alchemy furnace? What kind of furnace did you use? The main character answered honestly, if I must call it an alchemy furnace, then it would be a hot pot. Bukatane was baffled. A hot pot? What kind of alchemy furnace is that? Wait, let me calm down. Don't tell me the hot pot is just the one used for cooking hot pot dishes. The main character confirmed, that's exactly it. Seeing the main character's final message, Buka couldn't help but get veins popping on his face, getting more and more infuriated. He messaged the group, can I curse now? Immediately, Waldo Samrang and Choi Woljiosa messaged, damn it. Seeing this, Bukatane got so angry that he smashed the rock behind him, furiously saying, damn it. You all have already cursed, what else can I say? Still not giving up, Buka then called for his senior pharmacist, saying, watch my ultimate move. The senior pharmacist finally appeared in the chat and messaged back. Yes, I can describe the process of refining the potion, especially the unexpected incident you mentioned when adding the 41st ingredient. Uaoja also said, Senior, I particularly want to know about this step. I have failed several times at this point. The main character felt very comfortable participating in the conversation, without a hint of hesitation. Of course, part of the reason was that after being in seclusion for dozens of days, he had a good grasp of the personalities in the group. He messaged, no problem, I'll give a brief description. First, I cut the ginseng into pieces, then added a ladle of water. The pharmacist asked, wait, why did you add water? The main character replied, because if you don't add water, the cut ginseng pieces will dry out and burn when placed in the pot. Buka also commented, that's true, especially since you are using an electronic stove and a hot pot. Buka couldn't stop thinking about the main character's hot pot and electronic stove. He said, after knowing the truth, I feel like my liver hurts more and more. Why do I always have a strange feeling? Why is refining a potion related to an electronic stove and a hot pot? The main character continued, when I added the 41st ingredient, there was a sudden foul and burnt smell. In an instant, a quarter of the water had evaporated. Uaoja said, I've encountered a similar situation before. The potion quickly evaporated completely. Waldo Samrang, the eccentric celestial master, also said, I've had the same experience. The pharmacist explained, because this ingredient acts as a catalyst. Once it's added, the extraction process enters its final stage. If you don't control the time and heat properly, this situation will occur. To avoid this, you need to accumulate experience. There is no other way. How did you get past this hurdle, SongSeoHaeng? The main character replied, I saw the potion evaporating quickly, so I added more water to slow down the evaporation. The pharmacist was surprised, adding more water? That might be a feasible solution. What happened next? Adding water can only slow down the process, not solve it completely. The main character responded, then, I decisively added the last 4 ingredients all at once and turned up the heat. Eventually, the pot lid popped off, and the final potion was reduced to about 5 spoonfuls. Bukatane was shocked a second time, 5 spoonfuls. If the spoon you mentioned isn't a child's size, then 5 spoonfuls is already a lot, the pharmacist messaged. How does the potion's effect compare to before? Ah, I forgot that this is your first time refining the essence of transformation. First, I will refine the potion using your method. After I have the results, I'll provide my feedback. Bukatane responded with a laugh. Pharmacist, always so eager about refining medicine. Wait until you've completed the refinement and then let's talk. If your recipe can refine the simplified essence of transformation successfully, in the future, everyone in the group who uses this method will owe you a favor. That favor will definitely be very advantageous to you. Over here, Bukan, the Wanderer, commented as he strolled, SongSeoHaeng refining the essence of transformation and messaging in the group means he wants to get into cultivation. It's as if he has taken a step into the world of cultivation. Bukatane messaged, in that case, SongSeoHaeng, welcome. You're now a member of the 9 Continents First Tao. Originally, these words should have been spoken by the group leader, Wang Senjinin, since he's the one who accepted you. However, today his beloved hound caused some trouble, so let me do it instead. The main character read this message and sighed. The great hound of the Huang family seems to have quite a personality. In the group chat, Bukatane continued, since you've chosen the path of cultivation, there are some things I must tell you. The path of cultivation is fraught with danger. The main character replied, I have a rough idea. I witnessed the thunder tribulation in the city from afar. Bukatane said, you even know about the thunder tribulation of a 16. It seems you've been paying attention to us ever since you joined the group. The main character explained, it's not exactly like that. From the beginning, I've always regarded you all as people with a bit of a delusional complex, entertaining to watch daily. So he messaged with a laugh, ha. Bukatane continued, if SeoHaeng wants to stay in the group, it indicates that you want to learn traditional cultivation methods. You have 2 options, be a loose cultivator or join the sect of one of the seniors in the group. Yuioja then suggested senior, join us in Ryungjapto. Our Ryungjapto is rich in resources and has powerful techniques. Besides, I can assist you. Bukatane said, Yuioja, don't interrupt, let me finish. Bukatane said, each option has its own pros and cons. In summary, joining a sect has advantages compared to being a loose cultivator. If you join a sect, you'll have a master to guide you in your cultivation, helping you avoid mistakes. However, you must follow the sect's rules. Particularly in sects like that of Master SongSeoHaeng, you must shave your head and say farewell to your family, enduring hardship until you achieve a certain level. If your luck is poor, you might never see your parents again in this lifetime. Bukatane recalled his past experience, almost lamenting silently as he remembered nearly missing out on the opportunity and suffering deeply. At that moment, Master SongSeoHaeng posted a smiling face. Seeing this, Bukatane responded with a laugh. Actually, it's not only Master SongSeoHaeng's sect. Many other sects also require bidding farewell to family. After all, a sect is not a sandbox. If disciples remain within the sect and haven't left yet, they'd rarely go out. The main character commented, there's no reward without sacrifice. It's true. I think joining a sect doesn't suit me at the moment. At least right now, I'm not ready to leave my family and go into exile for specialized cultivation. At this point, Ryungjapto Yuioja responded, Senior, in this regard, we are much freer. As long as you can reach the third stage of the post-Heaven War King realm, you can leave Ryongjapdo for a period each year. Moreover, I can help you gain even more freedom. Susen responded, "Thank you." Hearing Uiova's words, the main character thought, Ryoja is renowned as a genius. He's been cultivating since he was young, and is now over 20 years old, but has only reached the third stage of the post-Heaven War King realm. I don't consider myself a genius. If it takes me 40 or 50 years to reach this stage, wouldn't that essentially mean I would be permanently separated from my parents? Bukatane then said, "Ahem, let's talk about loose cultivation. Without guidance, resources, or a place to cultivate, everything depends on oneself. The only benefit is the lack of restrictions." The main character asked, "So, where do loose cultivators obtain their techniques and resources?" Bukatane explained, "Wang Senjingun and other senior members often ask group members to help with small tasks. In return, they might receive some rewards. Or, regular members can help each other, which can also yield some benefits, like this time. Ueoja gave you 2 chests of VAEY pills. Of course, it's not often that you meet someone as generous as this spoiled girl." Ueoja said, "Buka, I'm not a spendthrift." Buka responded, "So if you choose to be a loose cultivator, you need to be more visible in the group. As long as you are diligent, you can gradually acquire techniques, medicinal pills, and resources. To be honest, the 9 continents #1 group is like a miniature sect." Hearing this, the main character happily said, "In the short term, being a loose cultivator is indeed the most suitable for me." Bukatane then asked, "So, what's your choice? Joining a sect or being a loose cultivator?" The main character replied, "I choose to be a loose cultivator." Bukatane said, "In that case, what you need now are methods for body refining, foundation building, and meditation. However, your strength is too weak. If you don't build your foundation first, neither the seniors nor fellow practitioners in the group will have the strength to help you. If you don't mind, I can provide you with foundation building techniques, along with meditation techniques to complement your current techniques. These should be enough for you to complete the foundation building in 100 days and reach the first grade of the mortal realm. Moreover, if you can refine blood key pills, you can save a lot of time." Reading Buka's message, the main character felt warmth and replied, "Even the most basic cultivation techniques are extremely necessary for me right now." He typed a thank you message to Buka. At this moment, Ueoja said, "Buka, leave the basic techniques to me. Although I am only at the 3rd stage, teaching basic techniques is not a problem. I happen to be planning another trip to Gangnam. I would very much like to broaden my perspective by seeing how you use the electronic stove to refine the medicinal pills. More importantly, while my father isn't home yet, I need to go out and have some fun for a few more days." Meanwhile, Waldo Sumrang was tied up in a position resembling a cylindrical rice cake, squirming on the ground. Lin Deep, the sect leader, typed a message on his phone, "Behave yourself at Ryongjapdo. I will set off in an hour and will be back by dusk." The main character laughed, Lin Deep, using Samrang's account to talk. It seems Samrang is still in trouble. He was about to type a message when he paused. "Sorry to trouble you, Buka, but I need." Suddenly, the pharmacist in the chat said, "I'm going." Buka, not understanding, put a question mark. The pharmacist continued, "Buka, you can leave the instruction of the cultivation techniques to me. I want to personally see how you refine the medicinal pills. I will give you a decent reward as a token of appreciation. I have a set of body refinement techniques and meditation methods that are much better than those of Buka." Bukatane responded, "It's great that the pharmacist is willing to guide SongSeoHaeng." SeoHaeng, quickly agree with the pharmacist. Having a free teacher to guide you in foundation building is an opportunity you should not miss. At this moment, Buka was lost in thought underwater, reflecting on the difficulties of becoming a cultivator, particularly in body refinement and foundation building. He thought, SongSeoHaeng's luck is indeed extraordinary. First, Ueoja gave him medicine, and now he has the pharmacist's guidance for foundation building. The main character also expressed his gratitude to the 2 seniors. The pharmacist sent a message asking for SeoHaeng's contact details and address. Gangnam University, Gangnam District. I live in the school's dormitory. The main character replied, understood. I'll bring the poisonous dragon grass with me. He thought about whether the pharmacist needed the poisonous dragon grass right now. The pharmacist responded in the chat, come find me tomorrow morning. The main character noted that he had a class tomorrow morning, but would try to take leave if necessary. In the chat, Yuioja then asked, even though everyone in the 9 continents #1 group is helping, being a loose cultivator is still very tough. The main character replied, this path is currently the most suitable for me. Yuioja, reflecting on it, felt that the appearances of the 2 professors in the clinic were not coincidental. He said, isn't it true that these events are not random? Yuioja feigned ignorance and replied, haha, what are you talking about, SongSeoHaeng? It's definitely a coincidence. I've never told a lie in my life. Oh, my senior brother is calling me. He must have something to discuss. You all take your time, I'm leaving now. The main character thought to himself, it really isn't a coincidence. I knew it. In this world, there are very few things that are so coincidental. He reflected, it's truly like a dream. I originally thought that becoming a cultivator. The main character thought to himself, it's essential to go through various tests from the seniors. I didn't expect not only to avoid difficulties, but also to receive help. He smiled as he considered this. In the chat group, Bokatane said, SeoHaeng, if you have any questions about your cultivation in the future, just come to our group. The main character replied, thank you for the reminder, senior. By the way, can the body refinement elixir be shared with others, such as my parents or relatives? Bokatane responded, we don't have any restrictions in this regard. However, I must remind you of a few points. 1. Before you have enough strength to protect yourself, try not to reveal your identity as a cultivator to avoid bringing trouble to yourself and your loved ones. So you need to find a reasonable excuse to cover up the origin and effects of the body refinement elixir. 2. Before drinking the elixir, ensure that your blood and vitality are adequate. Those who are too old or have diminished vitality should not use it, as it could be fatal. By the way, SeoHaeng, if you've used the body refinement elixir and are still fine, do you often exercise? The main character replied, I used to maintain a certain level of exercise regularly, but I haven't done any for over a year now. Buka was surprised and asked, not exercising for over a year. Could you feel any discomfort after taking the elixir? The main character said, aside from feeling a burning sensation in my head, neck, and throat, I felt quite comfortable and full of energy. It's interesting. Bokatane then asked, SeoHaeng, I want to ask you something. Don't be shy. Answer me honestly. Have you ever had a girlfriend? The main character's face turned red upon hearing the question. He rubbed his neck and said, the topic change is a bit sudden. What does having a girlfriend have to do with the body refinement elixir? And why does your question seem so sarcastic? He continued, I just entered university not long ago, so I haven't had a girlfriend yet. Buka responded, so you haven't lost your virginity yet and are still a virgin. The main character thought, why does the way you're asking feel so mocking? Bokatane laughed and said, oh, you're indeed still a virgin, haha. I was just asking directly. It seems you prefer more subtle questions, so let me ask you again. Have you ever been like a diamond, fighting on top of a building for the woman you like in the Great Seiya Empire? The main character was startled and replied, that's not subtle at all. That's an outdated method from 20 years ago. Anyone can easily see through it. Buka continued, answer me, don't evade the question. Have you ever fought on top of a building? The main character said no. Buka then added, a young person with a promising future. Here's the final question. Has your dream left a mark on the prairie? The main character didn't understand and asked, what do you mean? Buka felt that the main character didn't understand and said, I've tried to be subtle, but since you don't get it, I'll be straightforward. Have you ever had a wet dream during a nap? Hearing this question, the main character's eyes widened, and his face turned red with embarrassment. He really didn't want to answer, but eventually decided to reply. As far as I know, I haven't had a dream like that. However, my body is definitely healthy. Buka responded, I just wanted to say, your yang essence has indeed not been released. You still have a youthful body, so even though you haven't exercised for over a year, your youthful body can still endure. Otherwise, taking the body refinement elixir might have caused your body to explode. I'm serious, explode, with blood and body parts everywhere. At this point, Dong Guishenshi added with a chuckle, SongSeoHaeng, even though I see you revealing your personal matters in the group with Buka's guidance, I still want to ask. Don't you know that the chat software has a private chat function? The main character felt embarrassed and said, let me just cry for a moment. Dong Guishenshi continued, Buka, why did you suggest to SongSeoHaeng about cultivating alone? Both you and I come from a background of solitary cultivation. We know how difficult it is. You should understand that. At this moment, Dong Kui and Buka were messaging each other privately. Buka said, of course, I understand very well. Cultivating alone is even harder than reaching the heavens. But why did you suggest it in the group? There are many sects and high-ranking friends within those sects. If they were to introduce you, finding a suitable sect for SongSeoHaeng wouldn't be that hard. Buka then explained, due to age, the best time to cultivate the foundation is between 4 and 5 years old, but he's already 18. The innate true qi in his body has long since disappeared. Without innate true qi, cultivating the foundation and progressing in the future will be extremely difficult. High-level sects would rather not waste resources on someone who, despite being intelligent, can't make much progress. They might offer temporary care, but they won't be able to provide lifelong support. Dong Kui said, indeed, I only thought about the hardships of solitary cultivation and didn't consider that choosing a sect for SongSeoHaeng might be a challenge. Buka replied, so whether it's a sect or solitary cultivation, the difference is not significant for SongSeoHaeng. Therefore, it's best to let him make his own choice. If he makes a mistake, he can't blame anyone else. As a senior in solitary cultivation, all I can do is help him as much as I can when he needs it. After sending the message, Buka sighed. As a senior solitary cultivator, he could only do so much and would assist when needed. Meanwhile, the main character looked at the bottle of body refinement elixir he had brewed and thought, this body refinement elixir, combined with the basic mental training methods and martial arts techniques, guided by the pharmacist, can achieve the best results. Suddenly, his phone rang. A voice from the phone said, SongSeoHaeng, Yang Diok here. Recently, I've been working on a program that's been making money. I've rented a place and you should come check it out. Later, we can go out for a meal. The main character smiled and replied, okay, I'll head over right away. Send me the address. He thought to himself, maybe I need to rent a place outside of campus as well. Sometimes I might want to practice alchemy or need a quiet place for cultivation without being disturbed. Soon, he had changed his clothes and stepped outside. The bustling city streets surrounded him. Holding his phone, he thought about how renting a place would require some money. He wondered how the seniors in the group made money. They must still need to deal with everyday expenses, like electricity and internet bills. He looked at his phone and saw the address. The Grand Prosperity Street. This location isn't bad, and it's close to the school. Yang Diok found a good place. As he walked down the street, he passed through a small alley and suddenly remembered something. The narrow alley was... In the past, this alley was a gathering spot for school bullies. It was only because of a bullying incident that this place had seen a significant decrease in the number of ruffians. However, the bullies who had been beaten seemed to have no recollection of the event, as if their memories had been erased. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. 3 thugs were cornering a small, delicate girl against a wall, saying, "Pretty girl, are you lonely all by yourself here? Want to play with us?" The main character was shocked. Oh no, bullies! Just when I was thinking about them. The girl was indeed very cute, and the bullies seemed to think so too. One of them, with hair dyed in various colors, said, "Even if you're angry, you're still adorable. Let me treat you gently, okay?" Seeing this, the main character rushed over. I really can't stand this anymore. In less than a minute, he reached the side of the blonde thug. The thug was startled, letting out a yelp. The main character stood next to the blonde thug, extending his hand and touching him. The blonde thug said, "I'm telling you, can't you see that the girl doesn't want to play with you?" As he finished speaking, The main character grabbed the thug's hair and lifted him up. The strength surprised him. Heavens, this 50 kilograms guy feels like a piece of wood. Could it be the effect of the body refinement elixir? I really want to throw him like a log and see what happens. Seeing their teammate being lifted like that, the other two thugs drew their weapons and said, "What's going on here? This kid, he wants to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, but he should remember his own weight." The main character laughed wildly. "That's why I don't like you guys. Your mouths are too filthy." Then he threw the blonde thug towards the other two, causing all three to crash to the ground and lose consciousness immediately. He rubbed his wrist and said, "Wow, my strength has increased so much. I hope I don't break anything if I'm not careful." The remaining two bullies, seeing this, turned pale and said, "What kind of monster is this? This kid." The girl, however, merely scowled and walked past him, saying, "Shut up and mind your own business." Watching the girl walk away, the main character was stunned. What was that? Are all girls like that now? However, he didn't dwell on it for long and hurried off. "I'm so busy, I almost forgot. If I'm late, those guys will definitely make me treat them to a meal. That would be a big loss." The encounter with the girl was purely coincidental, and the main character didn't expect to see the cute yet aloof girl again. The next day, June 5th, it was extremely sunny and hot, causing everyone in the class to slump in exhaustion. The main character picked up his phone and asked, "When will the pharmacist arrive?" Just then, there was a loud noise from the classroom door. The noise woke up a classmate sleeping next to him, who grumbled, "Who's making such a racket knocking on the door while people are trying to sleep?" Before he finished speaking, the door burst open, and a man appeared in a white robe with his hair blowing wildly. The classmate was startled and joked, "What's this?" The door got kicked down. Through the dust, the man said, "Hey, SongSeoHaeng, come out here quickly. I'm the pharmacist." At this moment, the man's appearance was fully revealed. His unusual hairstyle was spiked backward, with several small bows attached to it, and his eyes were made up in a smoky style. The main character stared, dumbfounded. "No way! This eccentric-looking guy is the pharmacist. And why didn't the pharmacist call me? Does he have some sort of magic to locate me?" After a while, the two of them were walking outside the classroom. The main character asked, "Senior pharmacist, how did you find me?" The pharmacist replied, "The positioning function of the phone. As long as I enter your phone number, I can locate your position. Then I just need to see who in the class has undergone body refinement, and I can immediately identify you." The main character thought, so it was the phone's positioning function. I thought he had some advanced magic or something. He then said, "Honestly, I didn't expect the pharmacist to have such a style of dress." The pharmacist asked, "What style are you referring to?" The main character replied, "For example, your explosive hairstyle." The pharmacist explained, "Actually, it's because I was flying on my sword through 2 provinces. The strong wind up there blew my hair into this state." "What about the smoky eye makeup, senior pharmacist?" the main character asked. The pharmacist responded, "Smoky eye makeup? Ah, I know about it. My disciple once mentioned it to me. It's a style of makeup by a female star named Elixir. But it's not that I'm wearing smoky makeup. It's actually just dark circles from staying up late to refine medicine for a long time." The pharmacist patted his head and smiled. The main character, feeling a bit bewildered, placed his hand on his forehead and thought, comparing this to the refined image of the pharmacist in the group, his real-life appearance, being talkative and cheerful, is quite a contrast. My image of him has completely collapsed. By the time they arrived at the male dormitory, the pharmacist looked around and said, "So this is where you live. What about the refining room?" The main character replied, "Well, it's barely a refining room." The pharmacist asked further, "You once mentioned using an electric stove and a hot pot to refine your body-strengthening medicine. Where's the refining room?" "SongSeoHaeng, could you refine the body-strengthening medicine again for me to observe?" the pharmacist requested. The main character was surprised and asked, "Now?" The pharmacist replied, "Is there a problem?" The main character explained, "I don't have enough time. I have a class this afternoon." The pharmacist considered it and said, "It's not a big deal. By the way, who's your teacher this afternoon?" The main character felt uneasy about this question and said, "Senior, are you planning to send my afternoon teacher to the hospital?" The pharmacist answered honestly, "Ah, so you thought of that method too? A very clever idea. If you can send your teacher to the hospital this afternoon, won't you be free then? I'll even give myself a like for this suggestion. Don't worry, I'll be very restrained and only break their legs." While the idea itself wasn't terrifying, hearing it from a cultivator made it quite unsettling. The main character was extremely anxious and quickly gestured for the pharmacist not to do it. "Please don't do that." He then recounted, 3 days ago, Uaojet had already sent 2 of my teachers to the hospital." The pharmacist was surprised. "What? Vioja has already done that. What a pity. Such a brilliant plan, and it was used before I could." The main character thought, "Amazing. Are all cultivators this terrifying?" At this moment, the pharmacist offered another suggestion. "Therefore, mortals are truly troublesome. If we can't get involved ourselves, what if we cause a little unexpected trouble to make the school close for the day?" The male lead thought, "This isn't a terrorism method, is it? It would only create more problems." He then said, "Senior pharmacist, please don't do anything extreme. I can take a leave of absence." The pharmacist stopped thinking about such matters and smiled. "That's good. Let's find a place where we can start concocting the potion." The male lead suggested looking outside the school to see if there were any rooms available for rent. The pharmacist agreed, saying it made sense. "Indeed, we need to rent a room. I haven't had a place to stay for a few days. Let's set off now." As he spoke, the pharmacist picked up a broom. The male lead wondered what the broom was for since it wasn't like they were witches. He said they could just walk. Then he suddenly remembered the poison dragon grass he had brought back earlier and asked the pharmacist, "You used to want to collect poison dragon grass. Do you still need it now?" The pharmacist replied that he had already bought some, but the quality was only average and could only be used temporarily. He asked, "Do you have poison dragon grass?" The male lead pointed to the potted plant outside the window and said, "It's right here." The pharmacist looked out the window, examined it for a moment, and said, "Interesting. I've been in the room for so long and didn't notice this poison dragon grass. It grows in a place full of spiritual and ghostly energy, aged 50 to 60 years, and is of high quality. Moreover, it has been cooled and subjected to various formations, giving it a certain level of concealment." The male lead, holding the potted plant, asked, "Does this poison dragon grass meet your requirements, senior pharmacist?" The pharmacist replied, "It precisely meets my requirements. But are you planning to sell it to me? This poison dragon grass is incredibly valuable. Even with the 2 barrels of medicine Uaoja gave you, it doesn't compare to even 1/10 of its worth. You should think carefully." The male lead responded, "Keeping it won't be of any use to me. Moreover, if it weren't for the free medicine you provided earlier, I wouldn't have had the chance to interact with cultivators. Just take it." The pharmacist then took the poison dragon grass and used a spell to store it, saying, "You will soon come into contact with true cultivators once you are in the Juzhou first class. Also, you are only a newcomer to cultivation. The value of that medicine is very low compared to this poison dragon grass. However, receiving such a substantial gift from you, including the other cultivation methods and basic sword techniques I have prepared, feels a bit awkward. Please wait a moment for me." Saying this, the pharmacist took out his phone and started composing a text message. However, it took 5 minutes before he managed to send the message. The content of the message was, "Master Van Yu, Master Tong Zhuan, Basic Diamond Fist, and True Self Meditation Sutra. I borrowed them from Dongfu 14 years ago. We can discuss the price next time we meet." After sending the message, the pharmacist was so pleased that he raised his phone and shouted joyfully, "Finally done." Watching this, the male lead felt helpless and thought, "Now I understand why the pharmacist writes messages like that in the group. But if writing is so tiring, why not use voice messages?" When Bukatane saw the pharmacist's message, he said, "Senior pharmacist, are these 2 basic techniques meant for SongSeoHaeng to use in his foundation training? These 2 sets of techniques are quite good. Is it similar to Uaoja being mesmerized by SongSeoHaeng's elixir?" Uaoja, seeing her name mentioned, replied, "Buka, I wasn't given any elixir. Waldo Samrang, who was sitting in front of his computer, showed an indescribable expression and said, Rengjub Tonjet is finally gone. I've been so angry for the past few days. Buka then said, Don't be too happy, Samrang. Now, phones and computers can simultaneously log into chat accounts. If the senior is using his phone to log into the account right now, Samrang, upon hearing this, immediately froze. Oh my God, if he knew I was speaking indecently in front of his daughter. Samrang couldn't bear to think further. In the chat group, the pharmacist sent another message. Mutated high-quality poison dragon grass. Master Tong Xuan then sent a message with a laughing face and a sword emoji. Though its meaning was unclear, the pharmacist said it was acceptable. The male lead read the message and thought, the interaction between these two is quite bizarre. In the chat group, Yueoja asked the two seniors, are the basic Diamond Fist and True Self-Meditation Sutra really good? Buka explained, these are techniques from 800 years ago of the Diamond Sect. Although they are for foundation training disciples, the power of the basic Diamond Fist is greater than many martial skills. It's considered an excellent technique. Unfortunately, the Diamond Sect has been lost to history, along with many profound techniques. Over here, the Medicine Master opened the window, which puzzled the protagonist. What does he want to do? Suddenly, the Medicine Master performed a spell. Light flashed on the tip of his finger, and then he said, All right, it's done. I've just located the position for Master Tong Xuan. In about 4 to 5 hours, Master Tong Xuan will be able to send the basic Diamond Law and the True Self Mirror here. The protagonist trembled and said, Master Tong Xuan is coming soon. However, the Medicine Master replied, There's no need for him to come here. I've located his position. He can use a flying sword to send the books here. The protagonist felt his knowledge expanding and thought it was truly marvelous. Sending books with a flying sword cultivation, compared to taking an airplane. Flying by sword is far superior. At this moment, the Medicine Master said, All right, let's go outside and find a place to practice. I can only translate for now. As the two walked along the road, the protagonist asked, Senior, are there any requirements for renting a room? The Medicine Master replied, I want to rent a large, quiet apartment that's separate from others. It must at least be able to accommodate my alchemy furnace. The protagonist rubbed his head and said, An apartment like that costs several thousand a month. I don't have that much money. The Medicine Master responded, Of course, I will pay for it. There's no reason for you to help and also pay. The protagonist then asked his curiosity, By the way, Senior, do you usually work and have an income like ordinary people? The Medicine Master made a gesture and said, Of course, I have an income. Why are you worried about money matters in the secular world? The protagonist explained, After coming into contact with cultivation, I've realized that I might need a lot of money. Herbs, alchemy, renting rooms, these all require consideration. The Medicine Master patted his shoulder and said, What's difficult about that? When you successfully reach the foundation establishment stage, I'll teach you how to refine several types of elixirs. At that time, I'll take you to earn money, or rather, to make money and fly. The protagonist thanked the senior and suddenly felt a strange sensation of being observed. The Medicine Master turned to look at the corner of the wall, but saw nothing, so he turned back. The protagonist asked, What's wrong, Senior? The Medicine Master replied, It's nothing. Every time I go out, someone always thinks I'm looking for precious herbs and wants to get something from me. In the corner, the old master of the elixirs, trembling, held a cigarette and said, I have gathered information on that extortionist. From every angle, he seems to be just a mortal. I initially wanted to monitor and investigate to see if he was actually a powerful cultivator or truly just a mortal. But that guy with the trendy hairstyle, who on earth is he? He's terrifying, especially those eyes that seem to shoot beams. Saying that, he dropped the cigarette he was holding, stomped on it, and continued, Whatever, this time, as long as we find the spirit ghost, I'll return to my hometown in the extreme north to cultivate. However, let's wait for SongSeoHaeng to separate from that terrifying fashionable guy and act accordingly. At this moment, the two people, the main character and the alchemist, stopped in front of a large villa. The alchemist said, This is the house. let's rent it. The main character thought, oh my god, it's so big, and intended to intervene, saying, wait, senior, this house is not for rent, it's a private residence. However, the alchemist had already stepped up and pressed the doorbell. From inside, a man opened the door and said, are you here for delivery? The alchemist replied, no, I want to rent a room. Name your price, I absolutely won't bargain. The man responded, sorry, we don't like living with strangers, we have no intention of renting. The alchemist felt there was no conflict, thinking, if you don't like living with strangers, that's perfect. I don't either. How about you move out and let me rent the whole house? The man, now angry, tried to close the door, yelling sorry, I don't need that bit of money. But the alchemist didn't get it and continued, think about it, money is not really an issue. Luckily, the main character quickly intervened, pulling him away. However, 2 hours later, the two of them successfully entered the house. The alchemist looked around and said, indeed, a private room is the best. Just behind this wall, it can be used as a pill refining room. The main character entered, while the alchemist put his hand on his forehead, thinking, it turns out everything has a price. If you can't buy it, it just means you don't have enough money. The previous owner, satisfied with the money, had moved out within 2 hours. The alchemist then turned to the main character and said, SongSeoHaeng, my friend, repeat the process of refining the potion for me once more. The main character began to demonstrate the process again. First, pour the water and simmer for 5 minutes. Watching his actions, the alchemist thought, although I was mentally prepared, I still can't associate SongSeoHaeng's actions with pill refining. Additionally, modernizing the pill refining furnace must be planned ahead, at least with modern equipment. The ease with which he controlled the fire and temperature was remarkable. Despite his age, SongSeoHaeng might just have a talent for pill refining. A few hours later, the main character suddenly shouted, be careful, and a loud explosion followed. The lid of the pot once again flew off, releasing a foul-smelling black smoke. The alchemist exclaimed, "Ah, what an awful smell! If this were used by a cultivator to open their nasal passages, it would be a nightmare." The main character, pinching his nose, said, even after experiencing it once, it's still hard to get used to. Looking into the pot, the alchemist asked, "Did it succeed?" The main character replied, "With this terrible smell, it seems like it did." As the black smoke dissipated, the refined potion slowly floated up. The alchemist tasted it and thought, "Indeed, the effectiveness of this potion is less than half of my reduced formula. But it's still too potent for beginner cultivators, which could be dangerous." The main character then asked, "So, can this help you complete the simplified potion formula, senior?" The alchemist, while taking notes, replied, "It's not that easy. Your successful refinement only proves that my approach to perfecting the formula is correct. Next, I'll need your cooperation to modify some pill refining methods." The main character nodded. "I will fully cooperate with you, senior. Truly, behind every successful genius lies unimaginable effort and sweat." The main character then asked, "Senior alchemist, you mentioned earlier that the Grandmaster's flying sword letter should be arriving soon, right?" The alchemist laughed, "No rush, no rush. The flying sword is set to arrive at your dormitory. If there's no mistake, it should be there. I need to record a few more things. If you're in a hurry, you can go ahead. I'll follow later." Hearing this, the main character said, "All right, senior. I'll head back to the dormitory and check." The alchemist waved his hand. "Go on, take the spare key to this place. Use the upstairs room so you don't have to rent elsewhere." The main character accepted the key gratefully. "Thank you, senior." As he walked down the street, he thought to himself, "Just what I needed, a quiet room without disturbances. This solves my worries." Walking through a small alley, he once again saw a group of thugs surrounding the same young girl from before. They taunted, "Hey pretty, feeling lonely all by yourself? Want to have some fun with us? It'll be a blast." The main character, feeling righteous, prepared to step in and resolve the situation, which felt both familiar and distant. The girl, seeing the main character, said, "Trouble," and grabbed the collar of the thug closest to her. The thug, clueless, said, "What's this move? Trying to seduce me?" His face showed a lecherous grin as he puckered his bright red lips and moved closer. The girl said, "Really, such a passionate little sister. I'll reluctantly satisfy you then." Contrary to his expectations, she immediately delivered a super kick to his face, deforming it and slamming him straight into the ground. Seeing this, the remaining thugs rushed towards her, shouting, "Ah, Hoang! Damn it, Hoang is down! Guys, charge, you little brat, you'll pay for this." Before they could make a move, the girl delivered another powerful kick, sending the rest of them flying. The impact was so strong that nearby rocks shattered and flew up. Witnessing this, the main character exclaimed, "Oh my god, what a super move." He'd scratched his head and thought, "Turns out I meddled too much." No wonder she got angry. The girl noticed the main character but said nothing, simply huffing and turning away. He thought, didn't even say hello before leaving. However, I have to admit, being harassed by thugs 2 days in a row, she must have some special talent or physique that attracts these kinds of troubles. Soon after, SongSeoHaeng returned to his dormitory, saying, "Finally, I'm back. I wonder if my roommate is in the room." Inside the room, a very awkward sound could be heard. "Go Mu, please. Among all the people I know, only you have experience living with a girlfriend. So, stay away from me a bit." Hearing this, the main character thought, "Is Go Mu in the dormitory?" Inside the room, the noise continued. "Your expression is disgusting right now. Just say what you need to say." In the room was Go Mu's friend, Gagakwol, a mixed blood with blonde hair. He looked like a handsome girl yet also a pretty boy. Gagakwol said, "Well, today I have a date with Tiume." As he spoke, Gagakwol pushed Go Mu against the wall, startling him and making him raise his hands in defense, saying, "That's great, but..." Gagakwol then fell to the ground, rolling around and saying, "After I held her hand, it was so fun. Tomorrow, I plan to move forward with Tiume, but I've never kissed anyone before. At that moment, will I bump into Tiume's teeth? Will it hurt her?" Go Mu, now annoyed, said, "Stop rolling around in someone else's room like that. So you came to me for kissing experience?" Gagakwol, still holding his face, replied, "Exactly. After all, in our group of friends, only you have a girlfriend. You must have kissed many times already. So let me kiss you and teach me how to have a great kiss." The look on Gagakwol's face was indescribable, from pure innocence to intense anticipation, causing Go Mu to tremble with fear. Wait, did I hear that wrong?" Go Mu stammered as Gagakwol leaned in closer, trying to resist. Gagakwol insisted, "Let me kiss you, a French kiss." Go Mu, struggling, replied, "I refuse. I already have a girlfriend. Go find something else to practice on, like a pillow or a bedpost, whatever." But Gagakwol countered, "I've tried blow-up dolls, and they don't feel anything. I want to practice kissing with a real person. Please, you're the only one who can help me." Gagakwol's face was pitiful and sad, and he added, "Don't worry, I have a mask prepared. If you're shy, we can practice through the mask." But Go Mu, inside the room, strongly opposed, saying, "Even with a mask, I can't help you. Absolutely not. You're dreaming." The loud noises from the room left the main character standing outside, unsure whether to enter or not. Suddenly, there was a violent shake of the door, followed by a shout from inside. "Wait, what are you doing?" The main character, peeking from outside, muttered, "Oh my god, this is intense. Is Go Mu really losing his chastity? Should I go in and stop it or wait outside until it's over to comfort him?" But Go Mu is proud. He might say no, but his body is honest. What if I ruin his good time? Maybe I should just wait and comfort him afterward. Let's give it 2 more minutes. After more than a minute, the door opened and Gagakwol, beaming with spirit, walked out, leaving behind an exhausted Go Mu sprawled on the floor, his condition unclear. Gagakwol noticed the main character and, seeing him, rubbed his head and laughed. "Haha, you're done, right? Young people, their relationships are the best." Gagakwol then introduced himself with a wink. "Hello, I'm Gagakwol, Go Mu's childhood friend." The protagonist extended his hand to shake hands with Gagakwol and said, "Hello, I'm SongSeoHaeng, Go Myuhu's roommate. The casual greeting felt somewhat awkward to the protagonist. He looked at Gagakwol and wondered whether he was a girl or a guy pretending to be a girl. Hearing the name, Gagakwol pointed at the protagonist and asked, SongSeoHaeng, have you offended anyone recently? The protagonist, surprised, asked, why do you ask that? Gagakwol replied, yesterday afternoon, I saw someone going around the campus gathering information about you, including your class, your residence, and even those who are close to you. The protagonist was startled by this. He thought, someone is investigating me. I haven't offended anyone recently. Could it be that someone saw me with the alchemist and decided to investigate me as well? But the alchemist only arrived this morning. Could it be those thugs I dealt with yesterday afternoon? But that was unrelated to yesterday noon. After saying this, Gagakwol patted the protagonist on the shoulder and left. In any case, I think you should be cautious lately. Someone might have taken a disliking to you and wants to set up an ambush. I have to go now. Good luck, my friend. The protagonist thanked Gagakwol and thought that he should be more careful. He decided to ask the alchemist later if there was a way to find out who was investigating him. The alchemist seemed to have a lot of experience in dealing with stalkers. The protagonist then went back into the room and saw Go Myumu still lying on the floor, clutching his head and scribbling something on the ground. The protagonist asked, Go Myumu, are you okay? Go Myumu, with a completely disheartened expression, muttered, SongSeoHaeng, I've been violated. The protagonist sat down, poked and prodded Go Myumu, and said, violated? You're not a pure maiden. By the way, was Gagakwol a guy or a girl? Go Myumu, still in a state of utter despair, turned around and said neither. It's hard to explain. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Seeing that there was no way to console or question Go Myumu, the protagonist thought, these two are really hopeless. He then stood up, opened the window, and said, all right, just stay there. As the protagonist looked up at the sky, he wondered what the flying sword transmission letter would be like. After a while, Go Myumu had recovered his spirits and sat up, saying, SongSeoHaeng, let's go out for a few drinks tonight at Yangdeok. Are you free? The protagonist replied that it was no problem, but he mentioned that he had a friend coming over later and needed to receive some items, so he might be a bit late. Go Myumu said, then I'll go ahead. I definitely need to get drunk today. He left in a disheveled state, adding, you don't understand. I'm going first. Remember to come early. Seeing Go Myuhu's despondent state, the protagonist said, a drink to alleviate all sorrows, huh? Well, you don't understand. I'm going ahead. Once Go Myumu left, the protagonist was alone in the dormitory. About 20 minutes later, the alchemist burst through the door and said, SongSeoHaeng, the flying sword transmission from Master Tong Xuan is arriving soon. Is anyone else in the dormitory? The protagonist replied, it's just me, senior alchemist. What should we do? The alchemist, while opening the door, said, let's see. At that moment, a blinding light descended from the sky, revealing a sharp, jet-black sword that flew straight towards them. The alchemist reached out and caught the sword, while the protagonist stood by, astonished and gaping, saying, is the flying sword transmission used so openly, without even using a concealment spell? He thought, the ordinary person would normally notice such unusual flying objects. Isn't it the flying sword transmission of the cultivators? However, there was no scripture on the sword, which puzzled the protagonist. Where is the scripture? Did it get lost during flight? The alchemist calmly removed the sheath of the sword and said, the scripture is right here. The protagonist asked, the transmission jade slip. The alchemist replied, you're overthinking it. The transmission jade slip is a priceless treasure, meant only to store supreme techniques. He then held up a USB drive. The protagonist, seeing this, was astonished and said, so this is just a normal USB drive. The alchemist smiled and explained, honestly, human technology has advanced greatly. They've invented many things that we cultivators can use as well. This small USB drive can store the contents of an entire collection, and it even includes images. It's incredibly convenient. These words shattered the protagonist's illusions. He clutched his chest and said, oh, it hurts so much. My heart aches. At this point, he held the sword and thought, tomorrow, I will give you the address of Master Tong Xuan. You'll need to send this via express delivery to him. He looked at the sword with surprise and asked, send this sword by express delivery? The alchemist said, of course. Do you think I expect you to return it? The protagonist then explained. The protagonist questioned, isn't it possible for the flying sword to fly back by itself? The alchemist laughed and replied, how could that be? When it flew here, Master Tong Xuan could provide energy to the flying sword, but to fly back, Master Tong Xuan doesn't have the ability to transmit energy over such a distance. Furthermore, this flying sword is Master Tong Xuan's personal sword. I can't provide energy to it either. The protagonist thought, why must we adhere to energy preservation so strictly at this moment? Moreover, it seems that swords and knives can't be sent by express delivery. What if this valuable item is sent incorrectly? That would be quite a hassle. As if understanding his thoughts, the alchemist said, don't worry. The flying sword has a concealment formation on it, so others cannot see it. Moreover, the sword also bears the owner's seal, so it can be tracked if lost. Don't overthink it. The alchemist continued, the seal on the USB has been lifted, and he plugged the USB into the protagonist's computer. The screen displayed that it was reading the USB. Seeing this, the protagonist said, it really is just a USB drive. The alchemist, noticing that the protagonist still seemed doubtful, explained further. Before you read the techniques, I must remind you that unlike external items like pills and magical artifacts, you absolutely must not transmit the techniques outside. If you do, no cultivator will want to teach you techniques ever again. The protagonist agreed. At this point, the computer had finished reading the USB data. The screen displayed two main folders, Basic Diamond Techniques and True Self-Illumination Sutra. When clicking on Basic Diamond Techniques, it revealed 18 different entries. The protagonist thought, usually, each technique has a dramatic name, like Dragon Rise from the Divine Dragon's 18 Palms. Thinking this, he clicked on one of the entries. It displayed 3 images along with simple notes. The title read, Basic Techniques 1. The protagonist was increasingly surprised. Is that all? Doubting, he clicked on a few more entries, but they were all similar. He remarked, I didn't expect the names of the techniques to be so simple. The alchemist said, what matters is practicality. The names are meant to be memorable, and knowing the order of techniques is what counts. The protagonist began to reconsider. Well, practicality is indeed important. Suddenly, he thought about what might happen if he had to fight others in the future. While others used advanced techniques like celestial or extraterrestrial moves, he was still using basic techniques. For some reason, the protagonist felt a bit disheartened and speechless. At this moment, the medicine master began explaining the various martial arts techniques. He advised not to worry about the names and instead focused on explaining the concept of foundation establishment and the stages before it. He explained that no matter the path of cultivation, whether Daoist, Buddhist, demonic, or otherwise, the first step is the same. It involves strengthening the body and condensing the vital energy within. This step is called foundation establishment. The first step of foundation establishment involves external training in basic martial arts and techniques, followed by internal meditation to focus the vital energy into the heart aperture. Once the heart aperture is filled with vital energy and the blood vessels are clear, one officially enters the ranks of cultivators, surpassing the mortal realm to reach the first grade of foundation establishment. The medicine master continued explaining that basic techniques, like the diamond fist, involve a combination of both curved and straight forms, with each element influencing the other. Suddenly, the protagonist said, wait a minute. For some reason, he felt as if he was sitting on a vast grassy field. In front of him was a man with a blurred face, continuously practicing the diamond fist techniques. He wondered why he was on the grassland and where this blurred-faced man came from. Was it the magic of the medicine master, or some miraculous aspect of the technique? Regardless, this was a memorable opportunity. After practicing this technique for a few more days, he would likely master the basics. Suddenly, his mind cleared and he stepped out of the illusion, asking the medicine master in surprise, what was that just now? I saw a person practicing martial arts. The medicine master explained that it was the innate power of the basic diamond fist technique, a kind of basic hypnotic technique. Only a cultivator who had not yet entered the path, like him, could be affected by this lowest-level illusion. The illustrations and characters in the manual were arranged very carefully. Each character and stroke were meticulously calculated so that when placed together, they formed a simple hypnotic effect. When he relaxed and focused, the illustration would immediately hypnotize him. The protagonist felt his knowledge expanding and said in amazement, "That was amazing. Just now, I seem to have witnessed the martial arts master practicing the techniques in person." Immediately after, the protagonist began learning the basic moves of the martial art. An hour later, he sat beside his computer with a worried expression, his head clouded with white mist, as if he had gone through something incredibly dreadful. He felt that spending over an hour memorizing all the content was even more exhausting than practicing. At this moment, the medicine master entered with a cup of water and gently asked, "Have you finished looking through it?" The protagonist replied that he had. "Now, let's find a place to practice and see how it goes." They went to a spacious place, which the protagonist referred to as the roof of the dormitory. There, the medicine master explained that the basic diamond fist had a total of 18 moves. After completing the entire set, the body would be filled with vital energy. Then, he could sit down and meditate to refine the energy into the heart apertures. The protagonist then slowly performed the moves he had memorized, 1 move, 2 moves, and then the whole set. However, after finishing, he said, "Senior medicine master, I practiced the entire set of techniques, but I didn't feel any vital energy at all." The medicine master replied, "Don't just practice the martial arts. You need to chant the mantra and adjust your breathing. When performing the moves, you need to concentrate your strength." The protagonist realized he had been practicing incorrectly, coughed slightly, and said, "No wonder it felt like just a regular exercise." Following the medicine master's advice, he focused all his attention on practicing the techniques. He stared straight ahead, gathered his energy in his dantian, bent his body, and performed the moves with increasing intensity. Finally, he unleashed a powerful strike, blowing away the surrounding air. Seeing this change, he was astonished and said, "What's going on here?" After chanting the mantra, the rhythm of the technique carried a magical power that made his strike extraordinary. At this moment, the protagonist's hands still emitted a faint white aura. Seeing this result, the medicine master smiled and said, "Can you feel the magical power in the earth? This is what we call spiritual energy." The protagonist asked in surprise, "Is this spiritual energy?" Start practicing from the second move. The more tired you are, the better the foundation establishment techniques will work. Hearing this, the protagonist immediately began practicing again. As he struck move after move, the medicine master thought to himself about an ordinary person. After drinking, he wondered how far he could master the basic diamond fist technique. Since the sage of profound mysteries had obtained this martial art, no disciple had ever managed to master it on their first attempt. This was only the 4th move out of 18 in the basic diamond fist set. At this point, the protagonist had already sweated profusely from practicing the 4th move. He thought to himself whether he could master it in one go, convinced that he could. With this thought, he continued practicing the 5th move. At this stage, every movement he made was accompanied by sweat flying around. His face was flushed, and his body was drenched with sweat, with even heat rising. He thought, if he couldn't overcome this little difficulty, what would it mean for his cultivation? Afterward, he stopped, breathed heavily, and thought with regret that his remaining vital energy was almost depleted after this move. By the time he reached the 6th move, he was swaying and struggling to keep his balance. The difficulty of cultivation increased, and his exhaustion multiplied many times over. The medicine master had observed everything from the beginning, and thought to himself that SongSeoHaeng's vital energy was nearly exhausted. If he replenished his energy midway, it might allow him to last longer. If he truly managed to complete the basic diamond fist in one go, it would significantly increase the value of his own vital energy. Thinking this, the medicine master immediately instructed SongSeoHaeng to open his mouth and threw a vial of vital energy at him. The vial's contents immediately entered SongSeoHaeng's mouth. After swallowing, he felt his entire body brimming with strength, almost fully restored to his original vigor. He said he would continue to persevere and finish the set. Determined, he practiced each move meticulously until finally, he completed all 18 moves of the basic Diamond Fist. Sweating profusely, he said with relief that he had finally finished the basic Diamond Fist technique. Seeing the result, the Medicine Master praised him and said, "Well done. Next, while your vital energy is still active, immediately sit down and practice the Heart Sutra of Mindfulness." Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng promptly sat down, assumed the meditation posture, and closed his eyes to focus his vital energy into his dantian. Using the Heart Sutra of Mindfulness, he concentrated on visualizing the essence of the technique, clearing all distractions, and focusing his mind to the highest degree. Then he transformed it into spiritual power. The Heart Sutra of Mindfulness involves imagining oneself and transforming that image into one's true essence. As the cultivation process evolves and changes, the true essence can also shift, whether it becomes a child, a swordsman, or an elder. The Medicine Master was curious about what SongSeoHaeng's true essence would look like. Would it be an unparalleled hero, as he had always desired? At that moment, SongSeoHaeng opened his eyes and saw that his true essence was still himself. He thought, "Strange, my true essence is still me. Does that mean I'm still just a mortal?" Even so, he continued practicing. This was the first time he had converted spiritual power using the Heart Sutra of Mindfulness, aided by the clarity of his mind. Using spiritual power to guide the vital energy throughout his body and focus it into his dantian, he suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, lying flat. He looked up in surprise and asked the Medicine Master, "What's happening? I feel so weak and powerless." The Medicine Master, standing beside him, explained, "This is your first time practicing the Heart Sutra of Mindfulness, so it has drained a lot of vital energy from your dantian, causing temporary weakness. It will be fine in a few minutes. Remember to leave some vital energy for yourself next time." SongSeoHaeng, relieved, said, "So that's what it was. By the way, Senior, my true essence is just myself. Why does it look like this? Is my visualization failing? Aren't I supposed to see a different form of myself?" The Medicine Master waved his hand and said, "Haha, no. SongSeoHaeng, you are truly a good person. Your true essence reflects who you are. SongSeoHaeng, your heart is as clear as a mirror, untainted by worldly dust. I didn't expect your true essence to shine like this." After a while, SongSeoHaeng lay back, looking up at the blazing sun. The Medicine Master, standing beside him, said, "SongSeoHaeng, I have nothing more to teach you. We'll leave it at that for today." SongSeoHaeng, still lying on the ground, said, "Thank you for your guidance." The Medicine Master then performed a spell and vanished, saying, "Well then, I'll be going now." However, at that moment, the protagonist trembled and said, "Wait, Senior. I still want to ask if there's a way to find out who is behind the investigation into me." He thought, "Besides, the ground on the balcony is very dusty. Could someone kindly help me up?" After a while, he finally regained his strength and headed back to his dormitory. As he rubbed his waist, he muttered, "I'm so tired." When he opened the door, he was startled to see his cousin sitting inside, holding the prescription he had written. He was surprised and said, "Cousin, what are you doing here? You have the prescription I wrote." His cousin, sitting on a chair with her legs crossed, was reading the prescription. Seeing him, she closed the book and said, "SongSeoHaeng, the medicine contains 3 parts poison. Many herbs mixed together could become extremely toxic. Taking this medicine is like committing suicide. If you're ill, you should see a doctor." Her words pierced SongSeoHaeng's heart. It felt like she was saying he was a sick person. SongSeoHaeng began to explain, "Cousin Aya, it's not what you think." Meanwhile, he thought, previously, I could openly say this was a prescription created by a group of practitioners in the immortal world, but now I'm one of them. His cousin, sitting there, looked at him seriously and said, "Listen to me." Before Aya could continue, SongSeoHaeng said, "Actually, not long ago, I accidentally got involved with a mysterious group. Someone in the group sent a very strange prescription. I was worried they might take it recklessly, so I noted it down to ask you for advice. If this medicine could be deadly, I could advise the other members before leaving the group." Cousin Aya, half believing and half doubtful, said, "All right, it seems like you're telling the truth. Also, tell the people in your group not to take random medicines, even if they are supplements. Mixing them could be lethal." She thought, this kid, SongSeoHaeng, is truly meddlesome. SongSeoHaeng then showed understanding and said, "I get it, no need to worry." He added, "Later, I plan to go out for dinner with my roommates. Would you like to join us?" His cousin stood up and walked towards the door, saying, "I won't go. It might make you guys uncomfortable." As she walked out, she waved her hand and said, "I'm leaving now, SongSeoHaeng." SongSeoHaeng waved back, saying, "Goodbye, cousin." Fortunately, his cousin hadn't discovered his cultivation of the true self yet. He thought of the person who had investigated him and his family. Even though there was no malicious intent, he had to remain vigilant. That day, at 6 p.m., outside the dormitory of Lai Gangdeok, the protagonist arrived. When he knocked on the door, one of his friends opened it and said, "SongSeoHaeng, what's with that high certain guy? He came here making a fuss, demanding to drink, and constantly saying he's tainted and no longer pure, and that he doesn't want to live anymore." Behind him, Go Yu was sobbing and muttering, "Tainted and no longer wanting to live." The protagonist said, "I actually know about this." As he entered the room, he saw Go Yu hugging his friend and crying inconsolably. Yang Diok asked, "Oh, SongSeoHaeng, we're organizing a sports event. This was just announced at noon today. You were pulled away by a friend, and there's also the 5,000-meter men's race with no volunteers." Hearing this, the protagonist replied, "Of course." Yang Diok, while drinking beer, continued, "In the end, the person who asked for leave was Tong. The participant list has already been submitted. You'll have to run the 5,000 meters too." The protagonist thought, "Wait, if this was 2 days ago, I might have been exhausted. But now, 5,000 meters isn't that big of a deal." He then stood up, raised his beer can high, and said, "All right, 5,000 meters it is. I've got this." His friend, seeing this, also raised his beer can and said, "You're brave, buddy." A while later, everyone was thoroughly drunk, leaving only the protagonist still holding his beer. He noted, "Not only has my physical fitness improved, but my alcohol tolerance has also increased quite a bit." After helping everyone to their beds, he decided it was better to return to the dormitory to sleep. By the time he arrived back at the dorm, it was already dark. He turned on his computer and said, "Let's see if there's anything new in the group chat." In the chat, the monster Celestial posted, "This Celestial is calculating that in a few more days, Baek Jin-gun will finish his 150 years of seclusion. Book attained. Baek Jin-gun is truly a model for us all, devoted to seclusion. After he comes out, he will likely be close to becoming a spiritual master, right? Perhaps soon we'll have to address Bai as Bai Venerable," someone commented. The drunken scholar responded, "No, no way. The most important issue is that after Baek Jin-gun comes out of seclusion, he will definitely contact us. But who will go to pick him up?" Bukatane replied, "I'll say it first. Last time, I went to pick up Bai from the army. This time, it's not my turn." The protagonist, reflecting on Baek Jin-gun, thought it seemed that picking him up was quite a daunting task, even for someone as enthusiastic and hospitable as Bukatane. In the group chat, Waldo started rambling recently. "I felt my cultivation fluctuating. I'm preparing to go into seclusion for a few days. Don't miss me too much." Bukatane responded, "Samrang, who are you kidding? A few days ago, you just advanced to the late stage of the Spirit King realm. It'll be a while before you break through again." Waldo replied, "I've had a fortuitous encounter, so my cultivation level has increased rapidly. Whether you believe it or not, I do. I'll go into seclusion now. Don't miss me if nothing happens." The monster Celestial added, "Why are you all so hasty? Baek Jin-gun won't be coming out of seclusion immediately. It's still far off. Things will work out naturally in due time." Buka asked, "Do you have a clever plan or something?" The Celestial responded, "Haha, Immortals have their tricks, but I definitely won't tell you, Buka. Don't dream about it." The protagonist, after reading the conversation, thought he had a premonition that if he kept his mouth shut, trouble would come his way. So, he decided it was best to go to sleep. In the darkness of the night, everything was quiet, with only a few streetlights dimly glowing. Suddenly, a figure in black clothing appeared outside the protagonist's dormitory. The figure moved towards the protagonist's room, and upon seeing him said, "That's him." The protagonist was deeply asleep and unaware of anything. The figure, seeing the frozen soul crystal around the protagonist's neck, said, "The frozen soul crystal is here as well. This mission is much easier than expected." The figure then drew a sword, intending to stab the protagonist. However, as soon as he made contact, a surge of energy enveloped the protagonist. Despite this, the assailant proceeded to stab SongSeoHaeng, who was still asleep, with the thought of extracting the soul and completing the mission for the sect leader, hoping to earn some rewards. However, if I bring SongSeoHaeng's head back, who knows, the sect leader might appreciate it and reward me with profound martial arts techniques. But just as the sword was about to touch the frozen soul crystal around SongSeoHaeng's neck, a flash of light erupted, sending the sword flying away. At the same time, a powerful gust of wind enveloped the intruder, rapidly penetrating his body. The intruder clutched his throat in shock, thinking, "What is this? An extremely strong wind. I must have been poisoned severely. Damn, where did the poison come from? When did I get hit?" As he pondered, he vomited a mouthful of blood. He thought, "I need to return to the sect leader immediately before the poison fully takes effect. I need to ask the sect leader for help." With that thought, he fled the dormitory and rushed towards the place he called the sect leader's domain. Meanwhile, at a large hotel, the sect leader was pacing around the room, contemplating, if successful, I should return and report. If not, I'll be left with no place to die. Just then, there was a loud knocking at the door. The sect leader, annoyed, said, "Forget it," and immediately opened the door. The intruder burst in, collapsing on the floor, covered in fresh blood. Seeing this, the sect leader approached and examined the intruder, asking, "What's going on here?" He turned the intruder over and found him dead, his body emitting purple smoke, his eyes wide open with bloodshot veins, and his expression one of extreme terror. The sect leader remarked, "It's poison. It seems I'm also affected. This poison is incredibly potent, and it has mixed with my blood." He then began to vomit up antidote pills and quickly ingested them while practicing his internal energy. The sect leader continued, "SongSeoHaeng is indeed not an ordinary person. The stench of blood is also mixed with severe poison." As he finished speaking, he coughed up another mouthful of blood, his body shaking and covered in cold sweat. He cursed, "Damn it, I can't expel the poison. This fool came here even after being poisoned. He's truly led me into the hands of the enemy." Realizing he couldn't stay here any longer, the sect leader hastily broke through the window and escaped. The sturdy window shattered into pieces. The next morning, the protagonist woke up with a start. As soon as he awoke, he detected a strong, unpleasant smell of blood. He wondered, "What's that smell?" It's the stench of blood, and the bedroom door is wide open. He sat up quickly, noticing the lingering scent of fresh blood in the air, and said, "The guards aren't back yet. Could it be a thief?" Thinking like that, he immediately went downstairs to check the situation. He saw a long dagger on the ground and touched it, saying, "This dagger, without a handle, is extremely sharp. It must be used with precision, either held between the fingers or combined with other tools. It requires a certain level of skill. Not even a thief could wield such a weapon." The presence of the bloodstains in the air suggests that the intruder wasn't a thief. If it wasn't for money, then they must have come to take a life. He then realized that the person aiming for his life was likely connected to those investigating him. If it were just an ordinary person, they wouldn't resort to hiring an assassin. Most people who follow herbalists have some requests to make, so it's unlikely to be related to them. Besides that, the only other suspect was Uioja. Recalling Uioja from the forest, he remembered the strange things Uioja had mentioned. Initially, his father's seal was on just one spirit, but for some reason it had become two. Spirits cannot reproduce. Could someone have deliberately released the spirits to cultivate them? The protagonist looked out the window and wondered if this was the person behind it all. But if the person had come, why hadn't they killed him? Was someone protecting him? Could it be the senior herbalist? Later, as the protagonist was getting dressed and still pondering the matter with many questions, he knew he had to visit the herbalist first. At that moment, outside the dormitory, a voice suddenly called out. Gagakwol appeared, running towards him and catching his breath. I was just about to find you. Do you want to know who's investigating you? The protagonist asked who it was, and Gagakwol answered, the person is about 1.83 meters tall, a bit skinny, with long arms like a monkey. He wears black glasses, so his face is hard to see, and his lips are very thick, like two sausages. Gagakwol described him in vivid detail and demonstrated his gestures. Hearing this, the protagonist replied, Is that all? So it seems you've seen more. Gagakwol added, I heard his voice, which sounded very much like someone from the Gangnam area and a certain city. Upon hearing the mention of the city, the protagonist thought about Gangnam, and that city being regions associated with Elixir. Could it really be related to the spirits? With this thought, he headed to the herbalist's villa. Upon arriving, he noticed a car parked right in front of the door and exclaimed, What's going on here? The old Santana was parked in front of the herbalist's house. It looked like there were visitors. Soon after, a beautiful girl with purple hair emerged from the house. She went to the back of the car and took out a small alchemy furnace. Although it looked small, as soon as she kicked it, the furnace instantly enlarged, appearing very mystical. The protagonist, seeing this, was amazed and thought, asterisk a kick can make it expand. Is it a magical technique for resizing objects? One day, I hope I can perform such magic like the senior's asterisk. At that moment, although the girl wasn't looking at the protagonist, she said, SongSeoHaeng, could you help me lift the furnace? Helping a beautiful lady in distress is a lesson every man should learn. The protagonist hid his suspicion, walked over, and helped the purple-haired lady lift the alchemy furnace. As he was helping with the furnace, he couldn't help but ask, Do you know me? The girl smiled and replied, From what you see, it's clear that I have a close relationship with the herbalist. It's understandable that I know about you from the herbalist. The protagonist asked again, A close relationship? Are you a Daoist disciple of the herbalist? She responded, Not yet. For now, I'm just a disciple of the herbalist. My name is Gang Jae-yeon. She then gently brushed her hair, with her cheeks blushing slightly. The herbalist said he wanted to come to Gangnam for research, so I had to bring his alchemy furnace here. The herbalist, when focused on research, doesn't care about anything else, so he needs someone to take care of things. Just then, the herbalist opened the door from the adjacent room, followed by a cloud of thick black smoke. He saw the protagonist and said, Ah, SongSeoHaeng, you're here. I figured you'd arrive soon. Seeing the herbalist appear in such a disheveled state, the protagonist was speechless. He greeted the herbalist, Senior, did you know I would come here this morning? The herbalist quickly approached and waved his hand, laughing, Haha, of course. Something must have happened to you last night, right? Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately understood. Indeed, the person who protected him last night was the senior herbalist. He pulled out the handleless dagger and showed it to the herbalist, saying, Yes, last night someone broke into my place and left this handleless dagger behind. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. The herbalist took the dagger, examined it, and furrowed his brows. You're right. This dagger has dried blood and the resentment of the deceased. The person wielding this dagger must be someone who frequently kills. I can even see a faint red smoke surrounding the dagger. He then continued discussing the assassination attempt. Do you have any feelings about this situation? Hearing the herbalist's question, the protagonist reflected on his complex emotions. He said, At first, I was a bit scared and felt that I was quite unguarded. But then, I became somewhat excited. Even the herbalist didn't expect me to react this way. The herbalist laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, SeoHaeng, you're indeed an unusual person. Gang Jae-yeon, peeking in, added, A weirdo. After the laughter subsided, the herbalist touched the Feng Hun ice pearl around the protagonist's neck and said, There's a peculiar color radiating from your neck. Also, within the formation, there was a medicinal item that I specifically processed. Last night, the formation was tampered with, causing the medicinal item to be released. I initially thought this formation would never be needed, but I didn't expect that the one monitoring me would start causing trouble. I apologize for the inconvenience, SongSeoHaeng. The protagonist, feeling the ice pearl around his neck, said to the herbalist, "Thanks to the senior's protection, I was saved. But the assassin might not only be a cultivator following you, it could also be related to this." He then showed the item he had obtained from helping Uioja previously. The ghost seems to have appeared in addition to the one that Uioja's father released. Hearing this, the herbalist fell silent, contemplating. "So, you suspect that the intruder last night might be the master of this ghost?" The protagonist replied, "Honestly, if they were only targeting me, it would be manageable. I'm more worried that this person won't hesitate to harm my friends and family." At this moment, Gang Jaein suggested, "Why not let me take care of the ghost for you? I can deal with those who come after me." However, the herbalist disagreed, saying, "Don't be silly. Even with the ghost SongSeoHaeng, you still have a chance to catch up with those talented disciples. Without the ghost, the path of cultivation would be much more difficult." He then tapped Gang Jaein on the head, causing her to cover her head with her hands. "Just kidding. Furthermore, the ghost is of no use to me now." At this moment, the herbalist asked the protagonist, "What do you plan to do?" The protagonist responded, "I'd like to ask the herbalist how to know if someone is following me and how to always stay vigilant." The herbalist, upon hearing his concern, said, "Take your time. These are survival skills for cultivators. It's actually quite easy to grasp." He then opened his phone and searched on Weixin. The phone displayed various folders, including ones about the functions and uses of air conditioners, TVs, computers, basic phone tips, and even a contact for currency exchange. The protagonist, seeing these folders, asked in confusion, "Senior, who is this Xiangong?" Hearing this, the herbalist chuckled and said, "Ah, that's another senior with profound strength. About 200 years ago, Xiangong found a secluded place to meditate. Over 100 years later, an atomic bomb exploded right where he was meditating. If it weren't for his great strength, he would have been blown to smithereens. Even now, the term atomic bomb is a taboo for him." The protagonist was astonished and said, "To survive a direct attack from such modern weaponry, the art of cultivation is indeed remarkable." The herbalist continued to browse his phone and said, "In recent decades, human development has been so rapid. Many seniors worry that by the time they come out of seclusion, the world might be destroyed. So, we've had to use some tricks." With that, the herbalist found what he was looking for and said, "Ah, here it is. There's a method for detecting followers using spiritual energy. There's also a way for foundational cultivators to use their spiritual energy to enhance their senses and increase vigilance." The protagonist looked at the name Tribulation and said, "Thank you, senior. This name sounds familiar." The herbalist laughed and said, "It's hard to remember the Daoist name of Tribulation. If one day you can remember his Daoist name, you'll have to address him as the Drunken Moon Sage." The protagonist fell silent, thinking for a moment, and then asked, "Senior, if someone is poisoned by you, would it be necessary to buy herbs? Can they be purchased at ordinary pharmacies?" The herbalist responded, "As long as the opponent is a cultivator knowledgeable about poisons, after coming into contact with my poison, they will need at least 14 different herbs," the herbalist said. He wrote down the names of 4 specific herbs on a piece of paper and handed it to the protagonist, adding, "Moreover, these herbs are very rare. It's possible that there are not many pharmacies in Gangnam that carry them. It might be helpful for you to find someone to purchase the herbs." The protagonist took the paper and thanked the herbalist, thinking that with this clue, he might be able to find out who is behind the attack. Meanwhile, Uioja was sitting in a pavilion, waiting for a blue butterfly to bring the day's news. She received the newspaper from the butterfly and opened it, saying, "Let's see what the cultivator's daily news has today. Is there anything shocking, like why the sect leader begged for mercy, or some misfortune?" Suddenly, Uioja read the headline and was astonished to discover the mysterious island. She exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the mysterious floating island that people have been talking about recently? How did they find its location? Donghae is not too far from us. Maybe I should take this opportunity to visit there. As Uioja was lost in thought, her father, Rimjapto, appeared and asked what she was reading. Startled by her father's voice, she quickly brought the newspaper closer and cheerfully said, "Dad, I found a very interesting place. Since we have some free time these days, let's go visit it together." Rimjapto, lifting his teacup, said, "But you must ensure that you have thoroughly studied the contract formation first. That's the promise you made to me. You won't go back on your word, right?" Uioja immediately denied, "I am not someone who breaks promises. Once a word is given, it's as binding as a horse that cannot be chased away." With that, she bounced off and ran away. Seeing his daughter's enthusiastic spirit, Rimjapto sighed and thought, is there perhaps a romantic interest outside? This girl seems so excited. There are still some things that Ryuelgium hasn't clarified. This lazy fellow really needs to get his act together. Elsewhere, Ryuelgium was idly playing with insects, feeling a chill down his spine. He wondered if his master might be scolding him again. Even though it was still early, the protagonist arrived at the dormitory at 9:30 am the next morning. At that time, the dorm manager opened the door while yawning. He saw the protagonist coming in with a bag of food and asked if he had brought breakfast. "Do you want to eat?" the dorm manager asked. Upon seeing the protagonist and the food, he immediately perked up, smiling happily. "Good job, kid," he said. "You still have some conscience." He then went into the room. While the dorm manager was fiddling with the bag of food, the protagonist asked where Yang Diuk and Go Miu Miu were. Yang Diuk, when asked, replied that they were still lying around, dead tired. "That guy was mumbling last night, something about purity, and Naya sorry, please don't." Upon hearing this, the protagonist immediately had a mischievous idea and said with a crafty expression, "Gotcha. If we run out of money later, we can use this to pressure him into treating us." Hearing this idea, Yang Diok and the dorm manager also had a sly look and laughed, saying, "Hey, that's a good idea." Near Chang'an University, there was a place called 10 Flavors of Fish Head that I really wanted to try. At that moment, Gomuhu came out, heard the awful idea, and burst out in anger, roaring at the others, "Do you all want to die or something?" Seeing the furious atmosphere, the three were startled and panicked. Later, the four of them were all sitting in the living room. The protagonist said, "Yang Diuk, you're the best with computers in our dorm. A friend of mine needs to find some herbs. Can you help me find where to buy them in Gangnam?" Yang Diuk, while drinking water, said, "Finding them is easy. We'll have the information by tomorrow at the latest." The protagonist responded, "Thanks. If you find them, I'll invite you all to 10 Flavors of Fish Head." As he spoke, the protagonist thought if he could find the places selling these herbs, it would narrow down the scope. If the person behind this had bought these herbs, he could track their whereabouts and find them. He still had quite a bit of time to help the herbalist. When he arrived at the herbalist's place, the old man was calling from downstairs, "SongSeoHaeng, bring me the morning dew herb." The protagonist, holding a bundle of herbs, was coming down from the second floor and said, "Okay, herbalist." As he helped the herbalist with the herbs, he thought that the best way to repay the herbalist for his help was to help him complete his work. The steps for preparing the medicine could be translated as they are. But today, instead of using water, the herbalist used a broth that he had concocted himself. Moreover, the herbalist had calculated the amount of medicine in the broth to reduce the preparation time. After 3 hours, the dreadful smell began to rise again. The protagonist pinched his nose and said, "It's this awful smell that means it's working." The herbalist squinted and said cheerfully, "Stop pinching your nose and come see my skill." At that moment, the lid of the pot was blown off by the steam. The herbalist immediately performed a spell, and a pill slowly formed in his hand. In an instant, all the black smoke and foul smell vanished, leaving the protagonist amazed. The black smoke is completely gone. This is amazing. The herbalist then tossed the pill to the protagonist, cautioning him, "Be careful not to drop it. This is the outer shell of the pearl. A slight drop will cause the foul smell and black smoke to burst out immediately." Upon hearing this, the protagonist was startled and reached out to catch the pill, saying, "Senior, don't trap me like this." The herbalist laughed and said, For a first-grade practitioner with a sensitive nose and a second-grade practitioner who can't control their sense of smell, the smell is truly a nightmare. If you ever encounter a second-grade opponent, this might help you gain the upper hand. The protagonist, upon hearing this, thought it was just right. He could use this to deal with the assassin. Delighted, he carefully held the pearl and said, "This could be considered a magical artifact, right?" At this point, the herbalist told Linda, "When this fog is broken, I will have an attacking force. I will call it the Stinking Pill." The protagonist, upon hearing this name, said, Can it have a different name, Senior?" Hearing the dissatisfaction with the name he chose, the herbalist grabbed the protagonist's hair and threatened, "If you don't like the name, return it to me." The protagonist, seeing this, hugged the pill and said, "Haha, upon reflection, the name Stinking Pill actually fits quite well. I must accept this gift from you. It's a matter of courtesy." At 4 p.m. on the same day, the protagonist was standing at a construction site, practicing diligently. He said that after finishing the classes, he was glad to have a bit of time to practice. Focusing entirely, he gathered his strength and exerted a powerful force, instantly breaking through the nearby wall. This surprised him greatly. This was the legendary technique of breaking walls with bare hands. As he looked at the shattered wall, he thought, the skill, when advanced, was no different from being able to destroy a highway with bare hands. He then looked at his palm, which was emitting a slight red smoke, and said, "It's just that my vitality is depleting too quickly. Apart from the basic diamond fist technique, is there any other method to strengthen the body's constitution?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from above. "I can answer that for you." It was Mr. SongSeoHaeng, the demolitions expert. Besides the basic diamond fist technique, ordinary exercises for mortals can also help strengthen a cultivator's physical strength. Gang Jae-yeon was sitting on a high railing above, holding a bag of popcorn as if to join in. She then jumped down and landed near the protagonist. Seeing this, the protagonist said, "Miss Zayin." Zayin replied, "Running, playing sports, and using gym equipment can all help enhance physical strength. Of course, cultivators need to train with an intensity many times greater than ordinary people to reach their desired level." The protagonist, enlightened, clapped his hands and said, "I didn't think of that. Okay, then every morning, I'll run around Gangnam University." At that moment, Gang Jae-yeon suddenly brought up some news. She said, "Oh, by the way, since today is leisurely, I followed the special smell of the poison concocted by my master. Do you know where it led us?" "To a bar in Gangnam," she replied. That was the final stop of the poisoned person. The protagonist, excited, asked, "Did you find the intruder who entered my room last night?" Gang Jae-yeon said, "Yes, but the body had turned into liquid, and we couldn't find any clues. However, this also confirms your suspicion. The opponent might have other subordinates, and there's a high probability they were poisoned." She then asked, "What will you do if you find the enemy?" The protagonist didn't think too much and answered, "It depends on the enemy's strength. If there's a chance to take advantage of them while they are poisoned and eliminate them to prevent future trouble." This response surprised Gang Jae-yeon. She gestured across her neck, saying, "Eliminate? Haha, someone who has never killed before like you, and yet you have the determination to kill." However, the protagonist said, "Whether it's for my own safety or for my friends, I must be resolute." At this moment, the protagonist's face was very determined, his eyes bright and showing no trace of malice. He was resolute in protecting his family and friends. That night, when the protagonist returned to the dormitory, he was reading a book when he noticed his friends downstairs playing a game. One of them said, "I'm online now, quickly add me to the Yangdeok team. I'll pull SeoHaeng's account to the enemy team." Hearing this, the protagonist thought, "These guys haven't blocked me enough. Now they want to put my account on the enemy side." Suddenly, Yang Deok asked the protagonist, "Hey SeoHaeng, I found the information about those herbs. There's only one shop in Gangnam that sells the herb you want, and they only sell one of the types you asked for. I've posted a request for you. Let me note down the address for you." The protagonist replied, "Okay, Yang Deok." Just then, a notification came in, a call from his cousin, Aya. He thought, "Why is Aya calling so late? His eyes were already heavy with sleep, but he answered the call and asked, "Why are you calling so late? Is there something you need?" A voice from the phone said, "Do you only call when something's wrong? Come over and help me. I'm at Old Road No. 6, near Gangnam University, by the back door of the wedding dress shop. Do you know where that is?" Suddenly, noticing that his cousin's tone was off, the protagonist didn't reply immediately but asked, "Got it. Do I need to bring anything?" The voice on the other end said, "No need. Just come and carry someone as quickly as possible." The protagonist simply replied, "I'll be there soon," and hung up. He quickly changed clothes, grabbed his backpack, and informed his roommates, "I'm going out for a bit. Do you guys want anything?" Thobe replied, "Get some late-night snacks and a large bottle of Coca-Cola." As he walked on the street, the protagonist reflected on the phone call. The number was from his cousin, and the voice sounded very similar, but it was definitely not her. Using her phone number and voice to lure him out, it must be the work of that assassin's gang. The damned people have finally come. The protagonist's expression darkened as he followed the phone's location and ran. He was now standing on a high wall, facing the back of the wedding dress shop from afar. He thought, "From up here, I can see the wedding dress shop clearly." Immediately, he used his enhanced perception to strengthen his senses. Around him, blue eye-shaped diagrams appeared, radiating from his surroundings. Using his mental energy technique, he enhanced his senses to locate his cousin. Soon, he found her position. His cousin was unconscious, lying on a bench, while a strange man with red-tinted black glasses and thick lips sat opposite her. The protagonist noted that the man's appearance matched Gagakwol's description perfectly. Suddenly, it seemed the man had detected him and turned to face his direction. The protagonist was startled, realizing he had been discovered. Immediately, his phone vibrated with a call. Seeing this, he fell silent, thinking that the call was from Aya. The caller was the man himself. A languid voice emanated from the phone, neither distinctly male nor female. "I'd found you, SongSeoHaeng." Hearing this, the protagonist thought, "They're still using Aya's voice? How annoying." Then the voice added, "You have 10 minutes to get here quickly, or I can't guarantee what will happen to this woman." Realizing there was no time to waste, the protagonist immediately descended and stood opposite the man. He said, "I'm here." Seeing him, the man clapped his hands in delight, showing his satisfaction. He arrogantly said, "Earlier in that house, you didn't seem surprised by my presence. Instead, you were only filled with anger. You must have recognized me long ago. I didn't expect that. I was planning to give you a pleasant surprise." The protagonist remained silent upon hearing his words. The man pointed at the protagonist's cousin and said, "I'm glad you came. It shows you care a lot about this woman. But it's amusing that you care so much about the life or death of a mere mortal." The man's face looked incredibly strange. Saying this, he immediately performed a technique that mutated his right arm, making it enormous. Large cracks appeared, and the arm turned a peculiar reddish-brown color. While doing this, he continued, "SongSeoHaeng, you're just a mortal. A mere ordinary person." As he finished speaking, he charged at the protagonist, delivering a punch. Dust and debris immediately dispersed, and the impact was so strong that it shattered the surrounding rocks. The protagonist was forced to retreat. The man said, "I've searched for so much information, only to find out you're just a mere mortal. Why should a mere mortal like you make the leader of the group wary? You even think that you are a veteran cultivator who has endured hardships. Yet, back then, you left the vicinity of Gangnam University and completely dismissed my intelligence. Even the reward for the information I provided was taken away." As he spoke, the man showed a horrifying expression, tears streaming down his face. However, there was no sympathy for him, only a terrifying sense of absurdity. He then shouted at the protagonist with an increasingly frightening expression, "It's all because of you, SongSeoHaeng." Seeing his actions and expression, the protagonist thought that the leader must have been nearby Gangnam University before. The assassin was probably him. If that was the case, he might have been poisoned twice. The fact that he had left indicated that he was wary of the good news. At this point, the man no longer wished to talk. He drew a long knife and said, "But you are just a second-tier cultivator. Die in this alley. No one will come to save you." I'll kill you first, and then use corpse dissolution to make your body disintegrate. You won't have any chance to escape. The protagonist then took out a vial of corpse dissolution and held it up, saying, "Is this what you want?" Seeing what the protagonist was holding, the man shouted, "Throw the corpse dissolution over here." However, the protagonist said, "Come over and get it yourself. I'm just a mortal. There's no need to be so wary." The protagonist continued to tempt him. "If you release my cousin, I'll give you even more corpse dissolution." The man, hearing the word more, was intrigued. He thought, no matter what schemes he has, I'll use my fastest speed to grab that vial. Then he won't be able to pull any tricks. With that in mind, he rushed forward with all his strength, his expression one of repulsion, truly embodying the appearance of an evil person. Just as he was charging, the protagonist seized the right moment, drawing his sword to slash across the man's body. Blood splattered immediately. The man, when the protagonist stabbed him deeply, did not understand what was happening, and gasped in disbelief. "What is this? How could this be?" He spat out a mouthful of blood. The protagonist decisively withdrew the sword, causing the man to collapse to the ground, blood gushing everywhere. As the protagonist pulled the sword out, he felt a complex mix of emotions. Fortunately, the flying sword hasn't been returned yet. Only I and the senior alchemist, with Master Tong Zhuan's permission, could see the real flying sword. I didn't expect him to be so reckless and charge at me like that. This is my first time killing someone, and I'm not quite used to the smell of blood yet. I raised my hand to cover my nose, thinking the smell of blood was overwhelming. Indeed, it's still hard to get used to. However, I quickly regained my composure. The protagonist pointed the flying sword at the dying man and asked coldly, "Do you have any last words?" The man, now lying in a pool of his own blood, was too weak to speak, only able to mumble, "Ah." Before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed from his body. The protagonist coldly glanced at him, saying, "I'm just asking out of habit. I really don't care to hear your last words." The protagonist then silently made up his mind, determined that no one would harm his loved ones. A few minutes later, the protagonist searched through the belongings of the second-tier cultivator. He muttered to himself, "Even though this cultivator has reached the second tier, he seems to be in a bad financial situation." He soon found a token among the items and examined it, saying, "This token represents the identity or faction of this long-armed man. Perhaps it will be a useful clue." The protagonist then picked up a vial of blue liquid, sniffed it, and frowned. The potion has a pungent smell. This is probably the corpse dissolution liquid. He dared to carry this on him. The protagonist poured the disgusting liquid over the dead man's body and observed the effect, commenting, "The corrosive effect is impressive. The body of a first-tier cultivator disintegrates so quickly. Although the body can't mobilize its internal ki and blood to resist, its high effectiveness makes it a superior killing weapon." Soon after, his cousin groggily woke up. She wasn't fully awake yet and asked, "Why is this bed shaking so much?" She suddenly saw that she was on the protagonist's back and exclaimed, "SongSeoHaeng, why are you carrying me? Let me down." Seeing that she had woken up, the protagonist happily said, "You're awake, sister." Upon hearing this, he quickly set her down. She sat on a bench, rubbing her tired shoulders. The protagonist, seeing her like this, asked, "Is there anything wrong with you?" She rubbed her head and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit of pain in my neck. But how did I end up here?" The protagonist then began to explain. "You're asking me why I'm here. Didn't you call me and ask me to come over? When I arrived, I found you lying on the bench by the roadside, looking like you were in a deep sleep." Hearing this, she pondered for a moment. She remembered going out and having a few drinks with some friends. She had only had her fourth drink, so she shouldn't have been that drunk. But SongSeoHaeng didn't seem to be lying. Thinking this, she replied, "Forget it, I guess a nap is fine." Seeing she wasn't suspicious, the protagonist gently said, "Let me take you home." Suddenly, his cousin remarked, "SongSeoHaeng, I haven't seen you in a while. You seem to have grown up a lot." Hearing this, he thought, "Grown up? Ever since I drew my sword and cut down that long-armed man with the skull face, my soul has been tainted." Despite this, he said, "No, I think you're mistaken. let's just go home. Meanwhile, Gang Jiayan, up above, was using her clairvoyance to observe from above. She called the alchemist to inform him that SongSeoHaeng had safely returned. She added, "And let me tell you, I will not give up. Don't keep asking me to leave or go here and there. I'm not listening." After hanging up, she felt the matter was resolved and jumped down to the ground, saying, "I will definitely achieve what I want the most." Down on the street, she glanced at the traces left behind and said, "SongSeoHaeng did a good job, but the residual traces are easy for tracking cultivators to detect. A simple cleanup technique will suffice for now, but he needs to strengthen his power to handle it properly." As she spoke, she used her technique to clean up the corpse. After taking his cousin home, the protagonist returned with a pile of snacks. Upon arriving at the dormitory, he announced, "I'm back." Inside, his 3 friends were still playing games. He set the snacks aside to be eaten later and said, "Yangdiuk, stick to the main road." "Oh no, I'm surrounded." The protagonist placed the snacks down and looked at his phone, saying, "These guys are still playing games. Let's try to take a picture of this token and see if anyone in the group recognizes it." In the chat group, Season, under pressure, sent an image of the token and asked, "Does anyone know which sect this token belongs to?" Bukatane has never seen or heard of it before. "It could belong to a small, insignificant sect," Buka said. Hearing Buka's comment, the protagonist replied, "If Senior Buka hasn't heard of it, it seems like it's not a very strong force. I was worried that I might not be able to handle it." At this point, Uaoja asked, "Is the identity of the token important for the sect?" Spring Pressure, a member of the chat group, said, "It is very important to me." Uaoja responded, "In that case, I'll help you ask my father about it." Bukatane then asked, "Is it an enemy or an ally?" Spring Pressure replied, "An enemy." Bukatane asked, "Can you handle it yourself or do you need help?" "No," the protagonist said, "I'm currently searching for their whereabouts and have some leads. If we really can't handle it, I would appreciate any help from you." Bukatane then inquired, "Is the alchemist still with you?" "The alchemist is still here and might stay for a few more days," the protagonist answered. Hearing this, Bukatane said, "That's good." Meanwhile, Yujia updated the chat group. "I asked my father, but he doesn't know about this either. It must be a small, unknown sect. By the way, once I complete the spirit contract tomorrow, I will come help find that sect. It's the perfect opportunity to test the contract and potentially dismantle that sect." She continued, "We should then head to Donghae to search for the mysterious island. It's been reported that Mysterious Island is floating in the sky, and from a distance, you can see a lot of rare flowers and herbs, abundant spiritual energy, and even some extinct creatures. It's bound to be very interesting." Waldo Sumrang then chimed in, "Of course. First, you should complete the contract with the spirit, Miss Yujia." Upon hearing Waldo Sumrang's words, Uaoja's determination flared up. She stood up, signaling her resolve, and said, "All right, tonight I'll risk it and make a pact with Ryungwei." Suddenly, the male protagonist's phone chimed a few times. He looked at it in surprise, only to find a message from Uaoja. When he opened it, he saw that she asked, "Senior SongSeoHaeng, did something happen to you today? You seem a bit strange." The male protagonist was puzzled. He reviewed their messages from today and thought, "I didn't say anything unusual, did I? How did she notice?" This must be the famous sixth sense of women he had heard so much about. He replied, "If you're talking about what happened today, I killed someone. Thinking back, it feels like a dream." Ryoja asked, "Senior, do you regret killing for the first time?" The male protagonist responded, "No, I don't regret it." Hearing this, Uaoja replied, "Don't think too much, Senior. Just remember why you had to draw your sword. As long as you remain true to your convictions, as long as your actions are justified, it will never be the wrong choice. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'll always be here supporting you." The male protagonist felt relieved by her words and thanked her. Uaoja said, "It's nothing, Senior. I have to complete the contract ritual now. Once I'm done, I'll join you in exploring the mysterious island." Meanwhile, Renjapto's master was secretly reading his daughter's messages, wondering who this senior SongSeoHaeng was. Late at night, while the male protagonist was sleeping, his phone rang. He was startled awake and answered it. A voice asked, "Is this the number of Susen? Is the pressure great?" Hearing this, he quickly sat up and said, "Hello, yes, it is." The person on the other end said, "I am Chilsang Boo Boo from the Gunyulalo chat group. Yaksa gave me your number. I'm calling about the 3-clawed beast card you posted in the group." The male protagonist asked, "Do you have any information about that guild?" The person on the other end fell silent and then said, "I know a bit, but it's news from 40 years ago. 40 years ago, I passed through a small village in eastern Hoha. The entire village had been brutally slaughtered by someone using cruel methods, with no survivors. All this to create vengeful spirits by killing innocent people. I, the 7-Life Palace Lord, made an oath there to completely destroy those evil cultivators. Unfortunately, only a few demonic cultivator subordinates appeared afterward, and I found the 3-clawed beast symbol on them. According to Brother Yaksa, you have a clue, the demonic cultivator's 3-clawed beast card." The male protagonist said, "Yes, if all goes well, we might find the location of the Danju Guild in a few days." The person on the other end was excited and said, "Excellent. Unfortunately, I am busy and cannot assist you directly. Please send me your address, and I will send you some talismans tomorrow. Hopefully, they will be of help to you." The male protagonist, upon hearing about the talismans, remembered the talismans Ueoja had drawn and used when capturing Ryung Wei. Suddenly, Chilsang Bubuju added, "Oh, and one more thing, Season Pressure Senior. Your nickname doesn't quite roll off the tongue. You should consider changing it." The male protagonist was bewildered and said, "Season Pressure is just my nickname, not my Taoist name." But then he thought, maybe I should change it, or else people will keep calling me Season Pressure Senior, and that doesn't sound right. With that thought, he went back to sleep. The next morning, upon waking up, he saw the sword beside him and quickly touched it, saying, "So it wasn't a dream after all. Yesterday was the first time I wielded a sword and killed someone." He then picked up the flying sword, fell silent, and said, "The next one will be that Danju." The enemy mistook me for a high-ranking person and left, but I shouldn't neglect my own safety and that of my loved ones due to their mistake. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He opened it and asked who it was, only to find SongSeoHaeng, the delivery man. Seeing him, SongSeoHaeng smiled and said, "Student SongSeoHaeng, we meet again. I am SongSeoHaeng, the delivery man. You have another delivery." At this moment, he looked at him and thought, in just 3 days, there have been 2 deliveries from 2 different people, both with impressive backgrounds. Last time he called me SongSeoHaeng, so I should stick with it this time. Hearing this, the male protagonist greeted him cheerfully. "Good morning, SongSeoHaeng. Is this another delivery by plane?" the male protagonist asked. SongSeoHaeng held the package and replied, "Yes, I piloted the plane overnight to make this delivery. I used the fastest speed possible to bring it directly to you, student SongSeoHaeng. How could I delay your time?" The male protagonist accepted the package, thinking to himself, "The express delivery from Chilsang Bubu's master was sent just early this morning, and it's already here by a little past 6 a.m. Truly rapid." He then said, "It's right on time, thanks for the effort." As he signed for the package, he added, "Oh, right, SongSeoHaeng. In a few days, I might have something to send. I'll contact you then." The man asked, "Where will it be sent to? Will it need to go by plane?" The male protagonist received the man's business card and replied, "No, it's not urgent. The recipient isn't in a hurry. Sending it by normal speed will be fine. I'll contact you in a few days when I need to send it." They bid each other farewell, and the man said, "No problem, you can reach me 24/7." After going back inside, the male protagonist looked at the package and thought, "Chilsang Bubu said this is a talisman weapon. I wonder what it looks like." When he opened it, inside was a neat stack of yellow talismans along with a note. He said, "So this is the talisman weapon. It's obvious at first glance that it's high quality, and there's an instruction sheet too." The note explained how to use the armor talisman simply by pressing the index finger in the middle of the talisman, channeling spiritual energy, and softly calling out armor to summon the protective armor. The sword talisman worked similarly. By softly calling sword, one could summon the sword's aura, equivalent to a third-grade post-celestial battle king. For a second-grade cultivator, one sword strike could at least take half of their life. However, Danju is a demonic cultivator who can control evil and demonic beings to attack others, making resistance difficult. But the demon-breaking talisman can dispel evil spirits. SongSeoHaeng, my friend, you must stay strong, he read. The male protagonist put the talismans back into the box and said, Chilsang Bubuju is truly a lifesaver, providing everything from food, clothing, shelter, and money. How dedicated. He then thought, now that everything is ready, it's time to charge into battle. Suddenly, the door of the dormitory flew open, and his three friends burst in, shouting his name, SongSeoHaeng. What are you doing? Why are you tying me up? All that was heard was the voice of the male protagonist. What happened next is unknown. It was 8:40 am, and the male protagonist was standing under the blazing sun. He glanced at his friends and thought, these noisy bunch. Suddenly, there was an announcement. Next is the 5,000-meter endurance race for men. All male athletes, please get ready. At this moment, his friends, seeing him standing in line, said, SongSeoHaeng, if you don't come in first, treat us to a meal. Go, SongSeoHaeng. The male protagonist raised his middle finger and said, go to hell. Then he got into position. He thought, I drunkenly said I would win first place, but now... Suddenly, another male student stood next to him, looking tall and seemingly not liking him. The student sneered and said, Heh, first place? Do you think you can win with just your looks? I bet I could give you a head start and still win. You believe that? The male protagonist didn't get angry at the provocation. He calmly replied, a head start? At least 800 meters, that's more than 2 laps. No, you should give up. At this moment, the announcement said, everyone, get ready. Everyone got into position. The guy, unable to provoke the male protagonist, thought, you little brat, I'll teach you a lesson. He then used all his strength to run, thinking, watch closely, sissy. If I use all my strength, I'll leave you 4 laps behind. Suddenly, he gasped in surprise as he looked back and saw the male protagonist right behind him. He was so startled that he cursed, damn it. Are you crazy? You used all your strength to catch up with me from the start. You'll be exhausted after just 1 more lap. However, the male protagonist replied, this is just my normal speed. Don't worry. Hearing this, the guy thought, you're as good as dead. Let's see how long you can keep this up. However, after 10 laps, the guy was exhausted and about to collapse, while the male protagonist was still right behind him. Now drenched in sweat, the guy shouted, how is this possible? How can you keep up with me? Why won't you collapse already? Fall down for me? The male protagonist calmly responded, I feel like I can run many more laps. Also, you still have some strength left, don't you? I'm planning to help you out a bit. The guy, puzzled, asked, what do you mean, huh? Suddenly, the male protagonist focused and widened his eyes. It seemed like a snake-like monster with many eyes and sharp fangs appeared behind him, scaring the guy into sprinting faster. He was running while shouting loudly, damn it, what the hell is that thing? Seeing him run as if chased by a ghost, the people below the stage murmured among themselves. What kind of medicine did that guy take? He suddenly runs so fast. Is he trying to break a world record? In the man's sight was the finish line. He laughed loudly and said, ha ha, finally, I am the champion. However, just a few steps away from the finish line, the protagonist quickly overtook him and won the championship. In the astonished eyes of the other student, the announcement rang out, we have the champion, contestant number 6, SongSeoHaeng. At this moment, several of his friends rushed over to congratulate him. SongSeoHaeng, I can't believe it. You looked so ordinary but ran so fast today. Ha ha ha, great job, you won. The man still couldn't understand why he lost. He couldn't accept the reality and said, how could this happen? A bookworm like him defeated me. At this time, he was drenched in sweat. The protagonist turned to him and said, you are indeed a formidable opponent. Keep it up, you're the runner-up. This remark struck directly at the other student's pride. He quickly covered his face and cried pitifully. At this moment, Yang Diok approached the protagonist and said, "SongSeoHaeng, I have the information about the pharmacies you needed. Here are 4 pharmacies, each with the herbs you need. One of them, called the Dragon Herb Store, has had a large order placed in advance." The protagonist looked at the paper with the addresses and thought, "I need all 4 types of herbs and in large quantities. It must be Danju. I've got the lead now." At Gangnam University, in the male dormitory, the protagonist sat in front of the table, which was filled with things he had prepared for the battle. He thought, "This sword is invisible to others, which can be used for surprise attacks. This time, bringing it might be useful. The energy potion can be used for cultivation and to replenish strength. The base dan that the alchemist gave me can also be used to replenish nutrients when needed. If all else fails, I'll use Ryungwi to report and seek help from the seniors in the group. No matter what, I'm in an undefeated position. Since I cannot be defeated, I must make the victory even more impressive." At this time, he was on the subway. The announcement came on, "Next stop, the Scenic Square. We invite all passengers on the train." Countless people were standing and squeezing together. Everyone couldn't help but complain. "The train is so crowded and hot. I can't stand it anymore. It's stuffy and hot." At this moment, the protagonist was standing in a corner, using his mental energy to suppress the coldness of the bead. Otherwise, it would have been too conspicuous. Suddenly, the train stopped at a station, and a monk boarded, drawing everyone's attention. Some people were whispering, "Is being a monk a lucrative job these days? Even Westerners come here to beg." Seeing this, the protagonist thought, "The monk's vitality is very strong. His mental power is terrifying. This kid is not an ordinary person. Could he also be a cultivator?" The monk's entire body emitted a brilliant golden light. The protagonist decided not to look at him any longer and focused on adjusting his own vitality, thinking, "For safety, I need to stay highly alert and conceal my aura. My strength is not strong enough yet. I can't reveal my identity as a cultivator." The monk looked back briefly but said nothing further. He stood in one place, palms joined together, chanting something that surprised everyone. Some people commented, "His Mandarin is so fluent. It's terrifying. Stay away from him." 6 minutes later, the train suddenly shook violently, causing everyone to panic. Some people shouted, "Usually, it doesn't shake this much when going into a curve." Suddenly, a mother and child behind him lost their balance and nearly fell. The protagonist thought, "This is not good." The train had collided with something, causing sparks to shoot from the carriage. All the passengers fell due to the inertia. Seeing that the child was about to fall to the ground, and there was a piece of broken glass right where the child was, he immediately rushed over to grab the child, shielding the glass with his hands. After ensuring the child was safe, he asked, "Are you okay?" The little girl, although crying and wet with tears, still said, "Yes." He comforted her, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to find your mother." At this moment, the train was in a terrible state. Many people had died. Bodies were scattered due to the collision that caused debris to fall and crush many people. The survivors were in shock, crying out, "It hurts so much. What happened? Did the tracks break or did the train derail? It hurts so much. Help me, I'm trapped here. It hurts, I can't move." "No, ma'am, where are you?" While leading the little girl to find her mother, the protagonist was puzzled, wondering why the impact was so severe when it didn't seem like the train's shake was that great. Suddenly, he heard a noise behind him. The monk stood up, his whole body emitting a golden light. At this moment, the monk was walking while continuously chanting something. The people around were still gossiping. What is this old man chanting? Is it some kind of exorcism, or are they going crazy? With things like this happening here, does he want to cause more trouble? The protagonist wondered, could the evil energy that looks like surplus power be a ghost? Is it possible that the ghost just now is related to him? As the protagonist spoke and looked up, he saw that the entire atmosphere was filled with black mist. Suddenly, the monk let out a loud shout. There was a hissing sound, and a beam of golden light emanated from him, quickly making the phantom disappear. Everyone returned to the train, bewildered, asking if it was just an illusion. The blood had disappeared. Suddenly, a black skull appeared in the air, with its mouth wide open, charging forward. Seeing this, the monk quickly chased after it. At this moment, the protagonist had already reunited the little girl with her mother. The protagonist then realized, wait a minute, Danju is also a practitioner of the dark arts. The pharmacy he's hiding the dragon's herb in is nearby. Could the ghost just now be related to him? The carriage where the protagonist was sitting had calmed down, but the 3 carriages behind were still in turmoil. In one corner, 2 men stood trembling. One said, "Damn, that was spine-chilling. The Western monk is truly an unquiet spirit." The other added, "We've been hungry for 2 days. If we don't get to eat tonight, Danju will turn us into food for the hungry ghost." In the peripheral world of cultivation novels, there are some explanations that when a large number of people are in danger, negative energies like fear, despair, and death are generated in an instant. These are the favorite food of demons and ghosts, serving as nourishment for them. Especially souls close to death help demons gain even more strength. Therefore, it is crucial not to nurture demons like this. The strange man said, "Today, we only have the option to take risks. As long as we can keep that monk occupied, allowing the hungry ghost to absorb enough energy, our weakened bodies will recover. What is that monk compared to this?" With that, the 2 men headed forward. As they passed by the protagonist, he could sense the dark, ghostly energies surrounding them. He thought, add 2 more practitioners to the mix. Moreover, they are also filled with the same kind of evil energy, together with the demons. Maybe I should check what happened up ahead. Suddenly, the Western monk said, "Stop hiding. I have cultivated my divine eye to perfection. Under these eyes, all evil spirits and demons cannot escape. Amitabha Buddha, let me purify you." As he spoke, he moved towards a group of passengers. Behind those passengers, a ghostly figure was hiding. It emitted eerie sounds, yu-lu. Following a series of Buddhist chants, the monk conjured large chains that flew towards the demon, causing it to gradually dissipate. The 2 men arrived just in time, shouting, "Damn it, stop the monk. If this continues, the hungry ghost will die from purification and turn to ashes. I'll show you the power of the fire demon." With that, the 2 men released a large scorpion that breathed fire. The scorpion quickly charged towards the monk. The monk merely grunted, then recited, "The radiance of virtue protects the body. All evils cannot invade." Immediately, behind him, a golden Buddha apparition appeared, illuminating the entire train. The power of this Buddha was so immense that it forced the 2 men to retreat. One of them said, "Damn it, this radiance of virtue is too strong. Let's return to the fire demon." However, it was too late. The monk immediately threw several talismans, imprisoning the fire demon. The fire demon quickly dissipated, revealing the scholar Aya, who was bowing in thanks. Seeing this, the man yelled, "Dan monk, you dare to purify the fire demon. Take another hit from me." He then charged at the monk with all his might. However, his attack couldn't touch the monk, and the strike went astray, causing the surrounding space to crumble into debris. Still, the monk stood unmoved. The man, seeing this, attacked again, shouting, "Dan monk, die." The Western monk replied, "You are nothing but a small, pitiful insect." With that, he struck the man forcefully, saying, "You attacked me first, so I had the right to retaliate." The man was immediately knocked back. The monk continued to attack relentlessly, causing the 2 men to fall, unable to fight back. They even crashed into each other. The monk continued, "My master taught me that this is legitimate self-defense. Therefore, you will die, those who manipulate demons." After the 2 men had fallen to the ground, unable to move, the monk clapped his hands and said, The monk thought to himself, "Even though I am a top-grade, 6th-level Elixir master from the Dragon Gate sect, these 2 who haven't even completed their key condensation are daring to harbor murderous intentions towards me. It's fortunate that this vengeful spirit can be exchanged for more than an ordinary soul. If I purify it, the Dragon Gate sect will be within my reach. I will surely achieve it." Meanwhile, the protagonist, observing the commotion in the other train car, wondered, the tracks seem to be shaking, and the car in front is disturbed. What's happening? Although he was eager to investigate, the next stop was approaching, and he would lose track of Danju if he got off. Suddenly, a significant tremor shook the area, causing debris to scatter. In the car with the Western monk, he was performing a ritual to purify a ghostly general. The ghostly general, clad in golden armor and exuding a blue aura, was bound by several golden chains and was gradually dissipating. The monk chanted, "Purify it," and then threw several talismans with accompanying mantras. Seeing this, the two dark cultivators, lying on the ground and unable to move, urgently shouted, "Don't purify it anymore? Stop. We'll lose it and our lives too. Stop now, damn it." However, the monk responded, "All vengeful spirits must be purified. Not a fragment of their soul shall remain." Despite this, the Western monk was unaware of a lurking figure behind him. He continued his ritual, but suddenly, a palm strike landed on him, causing him to spit out blood as he was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Who could it be?" Quickly, the prayer beads on the monk's Buddhist robe fell, and he collapsed, unable to move. Observing the attack he had just received, the monk realized it was a key attack from a second-grade grandmaster. At this moment, Danju appeared, retracting his hand. Seeing Danju's appearance, the monk thought, "There's a grandmaster-level expert from the enemy side here. Why did they only appear now?" Danju looked at the Western monk and his two useless subordinates and said, "You two useless fools almost made me lose a valuable ghost general." He then approached his two subordinates, who were crying and begging for their lives. "We tried our best, but the Western monk was too powerful. Danju, please spare us." Danju, emanating a strange purple light, remained unmoved and said coldly, "Spare you, useless and worthless fools." Danju sneered, "You don't deserve to remain in this world. However, you still have some use." Hearing this, the two subordinates seemed to find a glimmer of hope and eagerly called out to Danju. But it was short-lived. Danju quickly raised his hand, struck them with a fatal blow, and then said, "Let the hungry ghost devour them." At this moment, the ghostly general, on the brink of death, approached and began to absorb the life force of the two subordinates. After consuming their life force, the ghostly general grew larger and more powerful, and then took its place behind Danju. Danju, stroking his beard, thought, "Fortunately, I discovered that someone was probing for my whereabouts. I managed to leave just in time after buying the medicine and unintentionally acquired a ghostly general. Otherwise, I would have had to accompany my lady to her in-laws." He chuckled. "After all the misfortunes I've faced, today, I might actually turn my luck around." Danju then approached the Western monk, preparing to strike. As he was about to attack, he thought, if the hungry ghost consumes this monk, it might even advance in rank. However, as his hand came down, the Western monk's form grew larger. Danju saw this and said, "So you're fighting back? How contemptible." His expression showed utter disdain as he released a pressure that caused the surrounding earth and rocks to be blasted away. The monk, seeing this, thought, "This is truly a dog's fate. Fighting a first-grade grandmaster head-on means certain death. The best option is to escape." With that thought, he leaped up to evade Danju's attack and swiftly made his way towards the next car. The powerful shockwave caused him to be thrown back. The people in the train car noticed and began discussing, "Isn't that the Western monk from earlier? How did he come back and get thrown out like that?" The Western monk, now standing, shouted to those behind him, "If you don't want to die, run quickly." However, not many believed him. Some even took out their phones to live stream, commenting, "What's this monk going on about? Is he crazy?" Among the crowd, only the protagonist stood in silence, realizing that it was already too late. At this moment, Danju and his ghostly general were slowly advancing. Danju's hand was now emitting a flickering purple flame, with a red skull mark embedded in it, giving off a very eerie aura. As they moved forward, he said, "You can't escape from my grasp, great monk," Danju declared. Seeing this, the monk immediately responded, "Damn, they're here so quickly." At that moment, countless malevolent spirits emerged and attacked the crowd, causing panic and screams of, "What's happening? What's going on?" The ordinary people quickly fell unconscious. Seeing the dire situation, the monk said, "Damn it, Noja, I'm going to risk everything against you." He then brandished his staff and charged at Danju, shouting, "Even if I die, I will show you my skills." He leaped and aimed a powerful strike at Danju's head. However, Danju was shielded by an incredibly strong barrier, causing the monk's attack to deflect to the ground. Danju laughed, "Haha, you're struggling and about to die. How interesting." Immediately, the ghostly general behind Danju swung a punch at the monk, sending him several meters back and making him spit out a mouthful of blood. The monk's condition worsened, sweat dripping down his face and blood seeping from his mouth. He looked at the ghostly general and muttered, "Damn it, this demon's energy absorption has restored it to second-grade strength. Am I really going to die here today?" Danju, growing increasingly arrogant, said, "Be a good host for the hungry ghost. Help it break through its current realm." Upon hearing this, the monk cursed furiously. Suddenly, a sound from behind caught their attention. The protagonist had approached them unnoticed and was gently coughing. Seeing the protagonist, both Danju and the monk shared a thought. Who is this person? Why isn't he affected by the previous attack? The protagonist then spoke. "Sorry for the disturbance. Let me introduce myself. My name is SongSeoHaeng." Upon hearing this name, Danju's face went pale, and he pointed at the protagonist, exclaiming, "It's you! You heard the commotion?" The monk also sensed there was something amiss. The protagonist confirmed without hesitation, "Yes, it's me." The protagonist then ran toward them, throwing several boundary-breaking talismans. As he did, he said, "This is a gift from me to you." The talismans unleashed powerful attacks, forcing Danju and the ghostly general to retreat. At this moment, the ghostly general began to react strangely, causing Danju to panic and call out to the ghostly general. Seeing the disturbance, Danju's face turned ashen, and he began to contemplate. In a moment, the ghostly general had exhausted more than half of its strength. The senior, SongSeoHaeng, appeared here, and there was a distinct medicinal scent emanating from him. Upon hearing the name SongSeoHaeng, Danju was astonished, realizing that this must be the renowned Danju himself. At this moment, Danju needed to maintain the image of a senior expert and had to continue to suppress and feign dominance. The protagonist thought for a moment and then said, "All right, with that filth gone, we can talk privately now." Hearing the words "talk privately," Danju seemed to hit a sore spot and exclaimed, "Private talk? I'm poisoned by your deadly poison, and my body is still very weak. Are you going to discuss how I should die?" He shouted and thought, "The mountains are green. There's no worry about lacking firewood. I can only think of ways to escape now." The protagonist drew out his flying sword and said, "You keep talking in circles. Are you thinking of escaping?" Seeing that the protagonist had guessed his thoughts, Danju quickly denied, "How could a junior like me dare to?" He then noticed the protagonist's actions and thought, "There's a dangerous, sharp aura. Could it be a precious flying sword? Is it so easy to take out, like turning one's hand?" Danju felt that this time, there was no way to escape. The protagonist pretended to remain calm and said, "Hey, you can give it a try. If you think you can escape from my grasp." Seeing Danju show signs of fear, the protagonist knew that even if it wasn't visible to the naked eye, just by pretending and holding the flying sword in front of his opponent, someone of second-grade cultivation or higher would still sense something. Despite claiming to be this one, the protagonist felt a bit embarrassed and shivered. He thought, "Stay calm. As long as I pretend to be in control, he won't notice." Before he could say anything further, Danju hurriedly bowed and begged for mercy, saying, "Senior SongSeoHaeng, I was blind and did not recognize the mountain. I accidentally disturbed you. I beg you to spare my life." Hearing this, the protagonist immediately approached and said, "A chance to live. Haha, is there still a chance for you?" At this moment, the protagonist directed the flying sword straight at Danju's face, causing him to turn ashen. Although the flying sword was invisible, Danju could still sense the sharp aura. He trembled and knelt, thinking, "I shouldn't have provoked this senior. This time, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape." The protagonist said, "However, I can give you one last chance. To avoid having people in the martial world say that a senior bully juniors, which would be quite embarrassing, I'll let you take one of my attacks. As long as you survive, I'll spare your life." The protagonist spoke with a proud demeanor, but in his mind, he thought, in front of me, you're just an ant, just an ant. Stay calm. Hearing the protagonist's offer, Danju bowed his head, thinking, if I don't accept this senior's condition, and he uses his flying sword, I'll have no chance of survival. But if I take one blow, there might still be a slight chance of survival. Besides, I still have a few life-saving ghostly artifacts. Thinking this, he managed to lift his head with difficulty and asked, is what the senior says true? The protagonist replied, in the world of cultivation, I have some face. Why would I deceive a junior like you? Although the words were spoken with a sense of dignity, the protagonist thought, it's not wrong to have face. Ordinary people have face, so why wouldn't you? At this moment, Danju's entire body radiated a terrifying mixture of red and purple aura. He thought, my life-saving ghostly artifacts, whether I can live or not depends on you. He then shouted to the protagonist, please, senior, show mercy. The protagonist maintained his role as a high-level expert and said, hold on, junior. With that, he took out several sword talismans and threw them at Danju. The powerful sword attacks immediately struck and split Danju in two. Before being split in two, Danju's face showed an expression of horror and fear. This action made the Western monk standing beside him exclaim, oh no, is it really over like this? A second-grade cultivator with such terrifying strength, and he's dead just like that. However, the protagonist said, you had shown some skill worthy of this one's recognition. A strike like this is already giving you a chance at survival. The monk heard this and remarked, a path to survival. How can a ghost cultivator survive after such a terrifying strike? The protagonist, seeing Danju's current state, thought that as a ghost cultivator who had been active in the Ghost Lantern City for 50 to 60 years, he must have some life-saving artifacts. Therefore, it was necessary to eliminate all of them. At this moment, the body of Danju began to undergo changes. The two halves of his body showed signs of starting to merge together. Danju thought that since the senior had already discovered him, pretending any further was meaningless. Once his body had fully rejoined, he said, senior, you have indeed kept your promise. I humbly request to withdraw. He then turned and headed in a different direction, saying, Demon General, let's go. As he walked, he secretly thought, the senior seems to be true to his word. If I can't escape, and he finds another excuse to give me another blow, it would truly be the end. However, suddenly, a powerful sword aura rushed toward him, causing him to be struck into pieces. He was shocked and exclaimed, Senior, why are you? The protagonist was now casting a few more sword talismans, and said with a smile, no matter what you say, it's necessary to completely eradicate the root to prevent future troubles. Immediately, several talismans were thrown, revealing a massive golden dragon that charged toward them, causing both the Demon General and Danju to dissipate. The pouch held by the Demon General fell to the ground. Danju, panicking, said, my Demon General, don't you care about face anymore? Senior, you promised to spare me. He spoke these words while he lost all strength and collapsed onto the ground. The protagonist, still with power remaining, said, what do I need face for? What is face? Can it be eaten? I'm just an ordinary student. Danju, enraged, spat out another mouthful of blood, and feeling as if he had been thoroughly provoked, made a final desperate lunge toward the protagonist, shouting, I curse you. I will transform into a vengeful spirit and forever seek revenge. However, after these words he completely collapsed and lost his life. Danju was dead. The protagonist, holding a corpse-dissolving potion, attempted to dispose of Danju's body. As he poured it out, he said, this time it's really over for you. Evil deeds are repaid with evil. However, the corpse-dissolving potion only managed to dissolve Danju's clothing, leaving the body intact. The protagonist was astonished. Why did only the clothes disappear? Is this a joke? Can it only dissolve the body of a first-grade cultivator, but leaving the body here will attract police attention? As he looked at the body, he pondered. Meanwhile, the Western monk, seeing the protagonist's actions, thought, is the senior troubled by the body of this person? Suddenly, the protagonist asked, do you think you can handle this? The monk at this moment, looking very trustworthy, gave a thumbs up and said, "Senior, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I will handle it properly." The protagonist responded, "If you say so, then I'll rely on you. I will definitely be grateful for your help with this." The monk then raised both hands and said, "Senior, don't be so polite. My life was saved by you, so this small matter is nothing." The protagonist, taken aback, thought, "He's so confident. Could it be that he's part of this alliance, the Huaxia Cultivator Union? He might have a mysterious red book on him that can resolve all troubles." While the protagonist was lost in thought, the monk had already begun dealing with Danju's body. He sat down and recited a Buddhist verse. "Sentient beings are delivered, the body is attained. Hell can't be avoided. The Buddha's joy is not from a false method. The joy of liberation is not from the destruction of the unnecessary." The body of Danju gradually began to rise, lifting in accordance with the monk's chant. The Dharma of cause and effect arises, the Dharma of cause and effect ceases. The arising and ceasing of cause and effect are not explained by the Buddha. The aura emanating from Danju's body slowly merged into the monk. The protagonist was astonished, realizing that the monk's skill in soul purification also enhanced his physical strength, mental power, and merit. He thought to himself that he should ask Yaksa, a senior Daoist cultivator, about methods for soul purification that can also strengthen the mind and body. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed the pouch that the demon general had dropped earlier. He thought, "The pouch that fell after eliminating the demon general, it must belong to Danju. It's better to take it with me." Calculating the time, he figured the passengers would soon wake up from their unconscious state. Indeed, just a few minutes later, the passengers who had been unconscious began to awaken. They were all confused, asking what had happened. "I only remember the monk running towards me. Where is the monk now?" Everyone saw the monk, who was currently destroying Danju's body. The monk, noticing the crowd's gaze, turned and smiled. Suddenly, loud cries erupted. "Someone's dead! Someone's dead! Open the door quickly! Run!" The entire crowd panicked and fled in all directions. The protagonist also joined the fleeing crowd, thinking, "Western monk, I trust you. I leave the rest to you." Half an hour later, the protagonist was sitting on a high-speed train. At this moment, there was an announcement. "The next stop is Gangnam University. Please prepare to disembark. We would like to report live that an unexpected incident occurred at the subway station. At 10:58 today, chaos erupted at the city's third subway station. 3 male bodies have been discovered." The protagonist thought upon hearing the news, "It's already on TV so quickly. Is it resolved already?" Police on the scene have arrested a suspect and are connecting with Thexian Chang's scene. On the screen, the monk was being held by 2 police officers. He was shouting, "Everything was done by me. There were no accomplices. I won't resist, you can take me away." The protagonist was speechless upon seeing this. He thought, so this is his solution, taking all the blame upon himself. Suddenly, on the screen, the monk, with tears in his eyes, looked up and smiled, thinking, "Senior, no matter what happens, I will never reveal you. I will bear everything myself." The monk's actions were immediately corrected by a police officer, who said seriously, "Be a bit more serious. This is being broadcast live on TV." Seeing this, the protagonist held his head and said, "I think I understand what he means now. There's no red book and no special forces. In these short 2 days, I've already killed 2 people. Previously, I relied on the Daoist meditation sutra to calm myself. This time, I'm using willpower to maintain that calm. The path of cultivation is still very long. There are some things one must adapt to. Weakness and lack of mental strength cannot carry one far on the cultivation path. The matters with Ryung Wei and Danju are temporarily resolved. For the short term, no one will target Ryung Wei." The protagonist, now gradually calming his troubled mind, reflected deeply on cultivation and was very firm in his decision. Suddenly, he remembered and took out his phone to report. "Right, I need to update Chilsang Bugu, Master, about the situation." He texted, "Master Sisen, I've handled Danju. I used 2 dispelling charms and 3 sword charms. For now, I will not pursue the whereabouts of the remaining members of the group. Also, I'll return the remaining protective charms to you. SongSeoHaeng, you are indeed meticulous. The results are beyond doubt. You've worked hard, so there's no need to return the protective charms. Consider it a small gift from me. Also, even if you send them now, I wouldn't be able to receive them anyway. On a small island somewhere in Pyongyang, the 7 Lives Protective Charm Master was lost among a group of primitive people. He was texting while saying, "Who would have known? It turned out to be like this. I should have been more cautious. All I know is that Cultivation Master is..." In the chat group, he continued. "Right now, I'm on a small island in Pyongyang, teaching a group of primitive people to read and write. Damn it, after so many years, I made a vow. No one should learn if they don't. Teaching 10,000 people to read and write is what I swore to do. What a foolish vow. How free was I to make such a pledge? Moreover, with the widespread education these years, it's really hard to find an illiterate person. I finally found one. This island has nearly 10,000 primitive people who don't know how to read. As long as I teach them, I can fulfill that vow. This could take a few months if it's quick or a few years if it's slow. What kind of stupid vow is this? When I become powerful and can defy the heavens, I must go back to the past and give my past self a few dozen slaps. I need to stop that fool from making such rash vows." The protagonist, upon reading Cultivation Master's message, could only sigh and think, "It seems everyone has a past they can't turn back from." He then considered flattering the master a bit, hoping it would make him feel better. Thinking this, he sent a message. "Thank you, Master. Your protective charms are really simple yet effective. They're very powerful." The 7 Lives Protective Charm Master replied, "Haha, of course. When it comes to protective charms, I'm the best in the group. Enough talk. I need to continue teaching these primitive people to recognize characters. They're so dumb, they forget immediately after learning. I wish I could beat them up. Hey, this idea is quite good. Whenever they forget a character, I'll hit them once. Let's see if these idiots dare to forget again." The protagonist read this and felt uneasy. In SongSeoHaeng's imagination, the 7 Lives Protective Charm Master teaching a group of primitive people would be like plowing fields under the midday sun, sweating profusely. The primitive people, unable to remember all the characters, would be hit and scolded, with the master lamenting the bitterness of it all. "To let you know how bitter it is," thought the protagonist. Though this thought was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't entirely impossible. As he thought more about it, he imagined the situation becoming increasingly dramatic. His face became expressionless, and he thought, "I can't really blame myself for this. I didn't tell the master to beat up those primitive people." At this moment, in the chat group, Bukatane sent a message. "SongSeoHaeng, you always do things that amaze me. I heard you killed an enemy who was a second-tier cultivator." The protagonist replied, "It's not quite as exaggerated as it sounds. The opponent initially misunderstood my identity because of a situation with Miss Uioja. Additionally, he was poisoned by Yaksa Master and controlled by Cultivation Master's charms. That's how I had the chance to kill him." Buka responded, "Brave and cautious. Your elimination of the enemy is truly not just luck. Keep up your current level of cultivation. I believe you will definitely go far." Suddenly, Waldo Samrang, who hadn't appeared for a long time, sent a message. "SongSeoHaeng, well done. You've acquired the demeanor I had in my youth." Bukatane then said, "Samrang, weren't you in seclusion to break through to a new realm?" Waldo Samrang, feeling caught off guard, replied, "I'm in seclusion. I'm in seclusion here." Meanwhile, he was sitting, drinking tea, typing messages, and had his feet propped up on the table, thinking, "That Buka actually dares to mock me." He then sent a message in the chat group, "But even while in seclusion, one needs to rest. You can't just be like this all the time. Being out of touch with reality won't do." Buka replied, "What nonsense." Twiwoljiosa then sent a message. "Samrang, you're acting like a normal person today. No longer displaying the demeanor of a great senior, and no more foul language. It doesn't seem like the usual you." Waldo Samrang replied, "Stop talking. Recently, there's a divine beast rampaging online. Even cursing is not allowed anymore." Wang Sinjinin added, "If anyone curses, kick them out of the group. It's been really tough to endure. The protagonist looked at the chat and thought, the ID of Choi Woljiosa looks very familiar, but I can't quite recall who he is. Buka then sent, by the way, SongSeoHaeng, I heard you've been learning to drive recently. The protagonist replied, yes, that's right. I've been reviewing driving theory recently and preparing to take driving lessons for the test. How did you know I wanted to drive? Buka then said, hey, not long ago, I visited your farm in the game and stole some vegetables. I also took a look at your profile and saw that you've noted down that you need to learn to drive this semester. By the way, if you have time, upgrade the land in your garden. Upgrading will make the new plants grow faster, so you can grow more. The protagonist was struck dumb by this revelation. Stole vegetables. And now you're playing that game too. How much free time do you have, senior? You're even looking at my profile page. I thought you were a high and mighty cultivator. My impression of cultivation has been shattered. If possible, could you please leave me a bit of that majestic image? He was curious and asked, but why is Buka Sr. asking about my driving lessons? Buka replied, why would I want to learn driving? It's much faster to defeat someone with a flying sword than to drive a car. I'd still worry about crashing into an airplane. However, I'll give you a tip. If you have time recently, go learn driving quickly. I guarantee you'll gain a lot from it. The protagonist wondered if someone in the group might want to suddenly learn to drive. Maybe after he learned, he could teach that senior. He thought that learning to drive in the Gyuju group might come with some benefits. Buka continued, you guessed it right. When the time comes, even if you want key blood pills, it won't be a problem. Not only key blood pills, but even cultivation techniques will be a small matter. Currently, your techniques are just the basics, at most helping you reach the first tier. That's why I'm giving you this opportunity. I assure you, you'll get some excellent cultivation techniques. Excited, aren't you? As expected, the protagonist was very excited. Key blood pills are precious pills made from rare ingredients, not like the key blood essence I have, which is only first tier. I'm thrilled. But why do I feel like Buka Sr. might be playing a trick on me? In the chat group, he wondered if any senior was idle enough to want to learn to drive. The seniors who had shown themselves were already part of modern society. Only someone who recently emerged from seclusion might fit this requirement. Could it be? The protagonist then sent a message to Baekjingdan. Meanwhile, Buka, who was soaking in a pond, also replied, you saw through it. SongSeoHaeng, you're indeed very smart. You guessed it right about Baekjingdan. Buka continued, haha, so you know Baekjingdan too. Did you see our chat from last time? Just to remind you, you were quick to think of Baekjingdan. He has indeed emerged and is very interested in mechanical devices, so cars and airplanes are both of interest to him. After he emerges, you'll definitely want to study these things. This is a great opportunity. Baekjingdan is very generous with his rewards. When he makes a gesture, treasures will fall from his hand, which will benefit you greatly. He added, if you have time, it's better to also learn to fly a plane. The benefits are immense. Don't worry, if you learn to fly, I can help you get your pilot's license quickly through a back door. The protagonist read this and thought, Senior, could you not be so explicit about that? Let's leave the pilot's license for later. He then asked, Buka Senior, I want to know why everyone seems to be so afraid of Baekjingdan. If I agree to meet him after he emerges, you should at least give me some mental preparation. Buka responded, SongSeoHaeng, you're mistaken. None of us are afraid of Baekjingdan. Instead, we have great respect for him. As for why I avoid him, it's due to personal reasons that are hard to explain. But I can assure you with Buka's name that Baekjingdan is a kind and benevolent senior. Although he can be a bit contemplative, he is very guiding towards his juniors. The protagonist read this and wondered, so what exactly are you afraid of? Could you please explain? He then asked Samrang, is it also due to personal reasons that you're avoiding Baekjingdan? Waldo Samrang confirmed, yes, it's due to some difficult-to-explain reasons. However, Baekjingdan is truly a senior of great virtue and deserves the respect of juniors like us. I can assure you with my own name. Honestly, the more I hear about such seniors, the more uneasy I feel. But if Baekjingdan is indeed the kind and benevolent senior you described, Then I have no reason to refuse this mission. The protagonist then pondered further. Even though the protagonist knew he might be tricked, he decided to go along with it. It was impossible to refuse the blood essence pill. He couldn't afford to wait a few more years for it. Bukatane, upon hearing this, said, "SongSeoHaeng, I admire your reason and intelligence. Everyone, from Guangdo Samrang, Dong Weichensa, Chilsang Bubuju, Chwewol Giosa, to Yaksa, has praised you." Seeing these messages, the protagonist grew increasingly suspicious. Everyone in the group seemed to be ganging up on him, and as soon as he joined, there was a flood of praise. He was certain he was being set up this time. He wondered if it was too late to back out now, and sent a message to Buka, asking, "What if I want to back out now?" A series of friendly, smiling icons appeared in the chat group, which made the protagonist feel even more distressed. Just then, while SongSeoHaeng was on his way home by subway, his phone suddenly vibrated. He wondered who was calling at this hour. When he checked, it was Aya calling. He thought, "I wonder why Aya is calling at this time." With some hesitation, SongSeoHaeng answered, "Hello, Aya, is there something wrong?" Aya, on the other end, sounded very stern and asked, "Where are you?" Feeling uneasy at the tone, SongSeoHaeng started to sweat, thinking that the situation was not good. Aya's voice sounded more harsh than usual, indicating she was likely very upset. SongSeoHaeng replied, "I'm at the subway near school. I had to step out for a bit, but I'll be home in about half an hour." On the other end of the line, Aya said seriously, "Hurry up and come back. I heard you went to the herbal medicine shop to buy some special medicinal herbs." SongSeoHaeng was taken aback and replied, "Ha! How did you know?" Aya answered, "I heard about it from Yangdiuk." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng felt like he had been struck by lightning. He was trembling and felt his face go pale. He imagined Aya beating up Yangdiuk and felt a wave of despair. In his mind, he was desperately shouting, "Yangdiuk, don't!" Aya continued interrogating, "Tell me the truth. Are you feeling unwell or something?" Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was extremely flustered. He protested, "It's not what you think. I'm perfectly fine. I'm buying these for a friend, not for myself." Hearing this, Aya also calmed down a bit and replied, "That's good. Call me when you get back to school. I have a little task for you after we hang up." With Aya's thoughts filled with concern, she reflected on SongSeoHaeng's recent interactions with those strange old China people. She recalled seeing him looking pale last time and wondered if he was hiding some illness. She decided to activate her protective measures for her younger brother, which was her care and concern. About 60 seconds after hanging up, SongSeoHaeng was in a state of panic. He was terrified by Aya's tone and feared she had misunderstood something. He needed to think of a plan quickly. On his way back, SongSeoHaeng stopped by Yax's house. He thought he should leave the case here before meeting Aya. If she found the medicines inside, it would be a disaster. It wouldn't be enough to just jump into the Yangtze River or Taepyeongyang to wash away his guilt. Upon entering Yax's house, he explained that the case was obtained from Danju and asked if it might be a trap. Given that the opponent was a demonic cultivator, he didn't dare to open it casually. Yaksa, with his hair in a bow and panda eyes, responded, "It's good that you thought of this. It's definitely a trick." He waved his hand dismissively and sarcastically added, "Children these days." With a wave, the case was opened to reveal nothing but cash. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was a bit disappointed. Just money. He had expected there to be some valuable items from the cultivation world. He picked up the stack of cash and fanned it, looking like a real tycoon. Well, money is money. It's a relief since I've been short on cash lately. Whether it's for exercise equipment or blood-nourishing food, money is needed. Yaksa, with dark circles under his eyes due to the excessive time in the temple, said, "Don't be fooled by the mundane cash. It's just a smokescreen. The real treasure is hidden inside the case." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng's face showed a mixture of shock and surprise. Hidden? He quickly flipped the case over and indeed found something inside. It turned out to be small boxes containing various precious herbs. SongSeoHaeng then asked, "Senior, were these also tampered with?" Yaksa replied, "Don't worry. I've handled all the dirty tricks in the case. SongSeoHaeng picked up a vial, smelled it, and his expression became serious. This color, this scent, it must be essence. The one with the bow added. Not only that, but the essence I provided has not yet been fully processed by your body. Yaksa explained. A bit stronger and you'll be able to use it. The more potent the medicine. A single gulp can be as effective as 3 doses of my essence in its raw form. SongSeoHaeng responded. Coincidentally, Yueoja gave me some medicinal herbs to refine. I can use the essence during my cultivation. With these added, it should be enough until I complete my core formation, right? Yaksa replied, yes, it should even be a bit more than enough. At this moment, SongSeoHaeng noticed a vial of elixir. He picked it up and with curiosity asked, what kind of elixir is this, senior? Seeing this, Yaksa explained, this is a standard quality blood key pill. Just one can restore your entire body's blood Ki. Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng's eyes lit up. Blood key pill? Just one pill can restore all my blood Ki. With 2 vials, it should be enough for a while, right? Yaksa answered, as long as you don't practice every day, it should last for some time. Moreover, a standard quality blood key pill can be reused multiple times. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was extremely pleased. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Haha, with this, I won't need to use blood key pills for a while. Senior, do you think I should decline the task of picking up baked Jingdun? SongSeoHaeng's comment made Yaksa look exasperated and he closed his eyes, not wanting to say anything. Seeing this reaction, SongSeoHaeng quickly added, okay, I was just joking. At this point, SongSeoHaeng examined the box. Wow, it's so heavy. What are all these strange items? Danju must have stored quite a few things. His interests are really broad. Yaksa approached and handed SongSeoHaeng a green stone, saying, this is the lightning wood. It's a 5-element stone, a treasure used for array formations and the demon dragon incantation. All of these items are considered treasures among cultivators. Upon hearing the term treasures, SongSeoHaeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Treasures? Sounds impressive. Can these be exchanged for blood key pills? Yaksa, with a wry smile, replied, these items can be traded for quite a few blood key pills. But if you trade them, you might regret it. SongSeoHaeng looked confused. Why's that? Yaksa began to explain, the lightning wood, 5-element stone, and demon dragon incantation are fundamental items used for arranging 5-element formations. They are commonly known as Ryungwi contract formation, essential for advanced arrays and formations. With Yaksa's help, there was hope to quickly catch up with the talented disciples of the sect. The advantage of the blood key pill couldn't compare to this. Then Yaksa turned to SongSeoHaeng and asked, do you still want to exchange for more blood key pills? SongSeoHaeng shook his head. No, I don't want any more. I'm handsome, not foolish. Yaksa continued, it seems Danju wanted to form a contract with Ryungwei and prepared 2 sets of materials. But in the end, only you benefited. SongSeoHaeng responded, originally, there were 2 Ryungwei in the demon realm. One went to Yueoja, and the other is with me. Senior, can I leave this bag with you? It's better not to keep it in the dormitory. Others might get suspicious. Yaksa agreed without hesitation. No problem. Then he made a request. Oh, by the way, are you free right now? Could you help me test a new formula? SongSeoHaeng thought for a moment and replied, can we do it in the evening? I need to meet my older sister for a while. Seeing this, Yaksa started to laugh. Haha, look at your pained expression. Go handle your matters and come back when you're done. I'm not in a hurry. The 2 bade farewell and promised to meet again. Scene change. At this moment in the hospital, SongSeoHaeng was being dragged by Aya without mercy. Our poor protagonist was pleading as they walked. Wait. Sister Aya, I didn't go to the pharmacy to buy medicine for myself last time. It's just that a friend of mine needed it. If you don't believe me, check with the pharmacy. It's true, really. Look into my eyes, they're sincere. Can't you trust me? Please let me go. SongSeoHaeng's eyes were filled with a pitiful, innocent look as he pleaded with Aya. Look at my eyes, they're very sincere, he said. Aya grabbed SongSeoHaeng by the collar and said, "Since you've said that, I'll give you a big favor. I'll take you for a free full-body checkup. How about that? Even if you're healthy, it doesn't hurt to have regular checkups." SongSeoHaeng shook his head and tried to resist, but his protests were minor. Aya began to worry, thinking up all sorts of worst-case scenarios in her mind. Is SeoHaeng not cooperating because he's ill? Could it be something serious, like terminal cancer? Is it because he has such a short time left to live? At this point, SongSeoHaeng felt utterly helpless. Sighing with exasperation, it seems that Aya was determined to take SongSeoHaeng to the hospital this time. Eventually, SongSeoHaeng resigned himself to the situation. "Fine, fine," he said. "I'm not afraid of heaven or earth. A little thing like this won't be hard for me. I'll go. Today I'll follow your arrangements, sister." Upon hearing this, Aya was deeply moved. She couldn't hold back her emotions and excitedly hugged SongSeoHaeng, saying, "SeoHaeng, you really are a good little brother." Scene change. At the hospital, SongSeoHaeng was sitting in the waiting area, waiting for his turn. Suddenly, a bald man walked by, and due to a moment of carelessness, some money fell out of his pocket. As SongSeoHaeng sat idly, he noticed the money on the ground. Playing the role of a good Samaritan, he picked up the money and called out, "Hey, sir, your money fell." The bald man turned around to thank him, but before he could say anything, he remembered a report he'd read. It warned about scams where people who found money would use it to deceive others. Was this a good thing? Don't trust this scam. In rural areas, there are new scams where people come to return lost money, but end up stealing it. No, don't trust the person who finds and returns money. Police have caught such scammers. If someone offers you money, don't be too quick to accept. People have lost tens of thousands this way. The man started to become suspicious. The scam was all too familiar. A scammer would drop a wallet, another person would pick it up, and then there'd be a trick. Seeing the man's reaction, SongSeoHaeng felt a bit stiff and stood there awkwardly for a few seconds, looking quite helpless. The bald man, looking quite annoyed, walked away, muttering, "This trick won't fool me." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng hurriedly called out, "Sir, listen to me. I'm not scamming you. This really is your money that you dropped." Just then, someone pulled SongSeoHaeng back. It was Aya. Seeing SongSeoHaeng running after the man, she was very angry. She grabbed him by the collar and scolded him. "We finally managed to come to the hospital for a checkup. You're making things difficult. So, are you trying to escape again?" Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was flustered and hurried to explain, No, I'm not trying to escape. I just wanted to be a good person and return the money I'd found." Aya, hearing this, grew even more annoyed. "Do you think I'm so easily fooled? Just go get your checkup done quickly. Time is running out." After undergoing a comprehensive examination for 2 hours, SongSeoHaeng felt exhausted. He thought to himself that the health check was more tiring than any diamond forging session. This was definitely not what he had expected. Contrasting with SongSeoHaeng's exhaustion, Aya was extremely worried and couldn't sit still. She paced back and forth, waiting for the results. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng said, "By the way, Professor Ren Shui seems to be in this hospital. Maybe we can visit him later." In SongSeoHaeng's mind, he recalled the scene of Bukin falling. It was likely due to Yuioa's actions. Although he hadn't killed Bukin, Bukin's death was indirectly related to him. At that moment, a green-haired doctor came out of a room and said, "The professor who had both legs broken, I know he's in room 532, building 8B. Are you a student of his?" Aya, seeing the doctor, rushed over anxiously and asked, "Dr. Lee, are SeoHaeng's test results ready? My brother doesn't have any issues, does he?" Dr. Lee adjusted his glasses, looked at the results, and said thoughtfully, "I can only say that he's in perfect health. I don't understand why you were so worried about taking him for a full-body checkup. Your brother is in excellent health. The results match those of national athletes." Aya was astonished, looking at the results and realizing there was no problem. In response, SongSeoHaeng thought, "If I said it's due to my cultivation, would you believe it?" At that moment, a nurse came out of the room and said, "Dr. Lee, the patient in room 570. Building B is here again. Do you want to go check?" Hearing this, Dr. Lee looked a bit reluctant and replied, "All right, I'll go right away." Noticing Dr. Lee's reaction, Aya asked, "Is this patient very difficult to handle?" Dr. Lee opened up, "It's more than just difficult, it's very puzzling. Externally, there doesn't seem to be any harm. But the internal organs are completely damaged. But the internal organs and other parts are all ruined. Anyone else with this kind of damage would have died long ago. Yet she can continue to live," said Dr. Lee. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng's expression changed slightly. Dr. Lee continued, "Moreover, she seems to be aware that she's nearing death, so she has become very indifferent to life and death. From the beginning to the end, she never asked to live. She only comes here when the pain becomes unbearable, just to get an injection of painkillers and a few prescriptions for pain relief." Aya sighed, "I can't believe this. It's really quite troubling." After that, the two said their goodbyes. Aya expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Lee. We won't trouble you any longer." SongSeoHaeng also thanked the doctor. Turning to Aya, SongSeoHaeng said, "Sister, I want to visit Professor Ren Shui. Do you want to come along?" Aya replied, "I still have a lot of work to do. You go ahead. Just remember not to make any more of those strange medicinal concoctions." SongSeoHaeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, "I understand, sister. I don't know when you'll forget about this." At the nearby Gangnam University Hospital, Building 8B, on the 5th floor, the bald old man was anxiously pacing back and forth in front of a hospital bed. He thought, "Finally, I've sensed it. Saucy must be here." The angry bald man said, "Saucy, you damned brat. After chasing this junior for so many days, I finally found a trace. This time, I can't let him get away." Suddenly, the aura of the junior began to dissipate. Seeing this, the bald man was extremely surprised. How can this be? It can't be. The aura of the junior he had been tracking had vanished again. Furious, he said, "If that's the case, I'll search every room. I refuse to believe I can't find him." At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The voice from inside called out, "Come in. The door is unlocked." Inside the room was a disheveled man with glasses, his legs bound. He said, "Hello, who are you?" SongSeoHaeng responded, "Hello, Professor. I'm SongSeoHaeng from Class 49, Mechanical Engineering, Class of 19. I came to the hospital for a checkup and thought I'd drop by to visit you." After speaking, SongSeoHaeng placed a basket of fruit on the table. Seeing this, the professor politely said, "Thank you for coming. There's no need for such trouble. Just visiting is enough." SongSeoHaeng could only smile awkwardly in response. SongSeoHaeng thought to himself that even though he wasn't directly responsible for the professor's injury, he still bore a significant amount of responsibility. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. The professor wondered, could it be that another student is here to visit? The bald man with a murderous expression peeked in. Seeing the professor, he said, "Sorry, I went to the wrong room." But upon seeing SongSeoHaeng, he grew furious, pointing directly at him and shouting, "You're a fraud." SongSeoHaeng, hearing this, was extremely angry. He clenched his fists and said, "Hey, you keep calling me a fraud. Even if I'm usually mild-mannered, I'm getting really mad now." Seeing SongSeoHaeng's anger, the old man didn't bother arguing further. He simply turned and walked away, saying, "Sorry, I went to the wrong room. I'm leaving now." SongSeoHaeng shouted after him, "Hey, you! Stop right there!" But before he could finish, the bald man had vanished. SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, "I'm so frustrated. I really want to curse right now." The professor, seeing this, asked, "What's the matter? Did you have a misunderstanding with that old man?" SongSeoHaeng explained, holding up a banknote, "I actually helped him by picking up his money that he dropped in the hallway, but he thought I was a fraud." After explaining, SongSeoHaeng bid farewell to the professor and ran off to find the bald man. "Goodbye, Professor. I have to find that old man. See you later." The professor smiled and said, "Go and clarify things with him. If he's not a fool, he should be willing to listen." SongSeoHaeng looked dejected and thought, the problem is, I think that old man is actually a fool. In the hallway, SongSeoHaeng hurriedly searched for the bald man. I need to find him and sort this out. At that moment, the bald man was hiding on the ceiling, looking down and thinking, you think you can find me, a fraud? How naive. After SongSeoHaeng left, the bald man jumped down to the same floor and continued to search room by room. So bad, you can't escape from me. I have a feeling today is my lucky day. SongSeoHaeng ran around the hallway but couldn't find the old man. Frustrated, he muttered, damn it. In the blink of an eye, he's disappeared. I'll search one more time. If I still can't find him, I'll just give up. He's such a fool. I can't chase him forever. The more SongSeoHaeng thought about it, the angrier he became. He was determined to throw a punch if he encountered the old man again, making sure he wouldn't get a chance to speak or escape, and to clarify things properly with him. Suddenly, SongSeoHaeng's irritation was interrupted when he saw something. It was a girl with short hair standing on the stairs. SongSeoHaeng scratched his head and smiled. What a coincidence, you're here at the hospital too. The girl with short hair looked cold and indifferent. She just gave a curt response and walked past SongSeoHaeng. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng followed and continued, haha, my sister dragged me here for a full health checkup. Are you here because of an injury? The girl with short hair maintained her emotionless tone and replied, just a minor injury. Suddenly, she started to sway and seemed unsteady on her feet. SongSeoHaeng noticed and asked with concern, do you need any help? You live near Gangnam University, right? The girl with short hair, still maintaining her aloof demeanor, responded, no need. I can manage myself. SongSeoHaeng then pointed to the elevator and said, actually, this hospital has an elevator. With your injury, you could take it down to the ground floor. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by SongSeoHaeng's concern, the girl didn't know what to say. SongSeoHaeng noticed her silence and thought, she's more approachable than before, but it's still hard to communicate. SongSeoHaeng, undeterred, persisted, by the way, did you see a man in office attire, looking flustered, coming down from upstairs? The girl's expression remained unchanged and she replied, I didn't see anyone like that. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng felt disheartened, thinking, that man must have jumped off the top. It's impossible to understand the actions of a crazy person. Forget it, I won't search anymore. Determined to continue helping his senior pharmacist with the experiments, SongSeoHaeng decided to move on. Suddenly, the girl lost her balance and fell down the stairs. SongSeoHaeng quickly shouted, be careful, and rushed to catch her, holding her in his arms. He asked with concern, are you all right? Do you want me to help you get a cab to go home? The girl's heart fluttered, and she was momentarily overwhelmed. She simply said, thank you. SongSeoHaeng gently set her down and awkwardly said, don't mention it. The girl hurriedly left. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of Building 8B at the hospital, the bald man continued to search each room. He thought, this should be the last room on this floor. Sosi, you're doomed. He quickly opened the door and barged in, shouting, I found you. Let's see where you can run now. But the room was completely empty, with no one in sight. Seeing this, the bald man was enraged. Damn it, lost the trail again. He clenched his fists, his anger evident. That scammer wasted my time. Next time I see him, I'll make sure he gets a beating he won't forget. Scene change. On the street, a taxi was speeding along when suddenly, a young man jumped in front of the vehicle, clearly intending to stage an accident. He clutched his leg and rolled on the ground, crying out, ouch, the car hit me. My leg is broken. He yelled loudly, everyone, come and see. The car hit me. The taxi driver got out of the car, looking extremely flustered. But I didn't actually hit him, he protested. The girl with short hair, who was clinging to SongSeoHaeng's arm, said, oh, I recognize this as a scam. Do you need me to testify? SongSeoHaeng, feeling confused, commented, this girl, usually so timid, is suddenly very proactive today. He placed a hand on the girl's shoulder and said, we don't have enough witnesses, and there's no camera around here or traffic police. Hearing this, the girl prepared to confront the situation, saying, In that case, let's deal with this guy directly. Seeing her readiness, SongSeoHaeng advised, violence won't solve everything. Let me handle this. You stay here and wait. I'll call a cab for you soon. The girl, trusting SeoHaeng, remained silent and agreed. SongSeoHaeng then quickly approached the crowd, calling out, "Hey, driver, look at this. The person has been hurt badly. You should compensate him a few $1,000s for the trip." SeoHaeng sat down next to the scammer to assess the situation. The driver was panicking, thinking, "My car doesn't have a camera, and I only have a few tens of dollars left. This looks like a setup. What should I do? Am I going to be falsely accused today?" The scammer was thrilled to hear SeoHaeng's words, thinking he was getting unexpected help. However, he soon realized something was off. Wait a minute, what's going on? It turned out that SongSeoHaeng was sitting down to take the scammer's wallet. The scammer was stunned, eyes wide open in shock. The scammer realized something was wrong. What the heck is this? That's not his wallet. Suddenly, SongSeoHaeng dashed forward, catching the scammer completely off guard. The scammer, forgetting his act, hobbled after SeoHaeng, shouting angrily, "Don't run! I'll cut you into 100 pieces. I'll kill you, you little brat. There's 2,000 yuan in my wallet. Give it back to me now." The taxi driver, witnessing the scene, changed his attitude and sighed. There are really a lot of good people these days. After a long chase, SongSeoHaeng appeared unfazed, while the scammer was stumbling, unable to stand. The scammer, exhausted, yelled, "Stop, you thief! You damn scammer!" Seeing the scammer's desperate state, SeoHaeng thought, "This kid can't take it anymore." He then ran ahead, leaving the scammer bewildered. The scammer, watching the scene, was in utter shock. "Damn, he's running so fast. I had to run a long way for nothing. I lost 2,000 yuan and had to run 5 kilometers. What a terrible day. My luck is really bad." Scene change. At this moment, the taxi driver said to the girl with short hair, "Miss, a young man just called me to pick you up, right?" Hearing this, the girl felt a surge of admiration for SongSeoHaeng. She thought, SongSeoHaeng is really a good person. He's so humorous. Scene change. Back at Yax's house, SongSeoHaeng looked at his loot and said, "I've shown my face for too long. That scammer will definitely remember me. Hopefully, he'll rally others to come after me. That way, I can practice my basic martial arts skills." Yaxa entered with a jar and said to SongSeoHaeng, "So SeoHaeng, you're still thinking about that scammer coming after you to help with your training?" SeoHaeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, just smiled faintly, "You saw through me, senior." Yaxa touched the jar of Elixir and said, "I've added 2 more common herbs to increase the potency. I've added an extra spoonful of the solution. Your recent plans have been very accurate. In 2 more days, the new formula will be ready." SongSeoHaeng, excited, thanked Yaxa repeatedly. Yaxa, with a serious expression, continued, "Also, tomorrow, I'll have Jayan bring you a set of controlling and alchemical tools. Get familiar with them so that when I'm gone, you can learn to use them for alchemical experiments with the new formula." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng replied, "No problem. But senior, you have to leave so soon." Yaxa, with a weary look, responded, "I've been here for quite a while already. If I stay any longer, many people seeking alchemical remedies will come knocking. It would be a hassle." He then asked, "By the way, how has your training been over the past 2 days? Any issues?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "Everything has been going smoothly." Yaxa looked relieved and said, "That's good to hear. If you run into any problems, make sure to ask in the group. Don't try to figure things out on your own. If something goes wrong, it might end your path as a cultivator." SongSeoHaeng raised his hand in acknowledgement. "I've noted that down." Then, SongSeoHaeng suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, senior, I want to ask if the Buddhist method of purifying wandering souls can enhance one's physical body." Yaxa sighed and answered, "Yes, in Buddhism, every time a soul is purified, one gains a bit of merit power. However, for second-tier cultivators, it doesn't have much effect. Why? Are you thinking about becoming a monk and joining Buddhism?" SongSeoHaeng shook his head and said, "Senior, don't joke around. I haven't even started looking for a girlfriend at university yet. I just wanted to know if Daoist methods have similar techniques to strengthen the body." Yaksa reached into his apron pocket and said, "There might be such methods, but since I mainly focus on alchemy, my knowledge of training methods isn't extensive. You might want to ask in the group. Someone there might know." SongSeoHaeng continued, "Also, Senior, regarding the matter with Danju and the Western monk, I was curious. At first, I thought he might have some method to deal with the corpse issue, but he just casually confessed instead." Yaksa chuckled and said, "He's quite an interesting fellow. However, if he's so confident in his confession, he must have arranged an escape route for himself. The world is developing rapidly, and the cultivation world is becoming more complex. That monk will likely find a way out soon." SongSeoHaeng felt a bit reassured after hearing this. "I'm relieved to hear that. I hope the monk will be safe." Yaksa replied, "He should be fine." SongSeoHaeng then asked, "One more thing, Senior. I've always wondered why certain declarations are made using chat apps. In the world of cultivation, there should be a method of communication, such as a form of divine sound transmission, which is extremely effective and high level. It enhances security and is very advanced." Upon hearing SongSeoHaeng's question, Yaksa laughed and said, "Why still wonder about something so simple? This is the modern era. There are countless communication tools available. The internet is much more practical than using those ancient sound transmission techniques. Just set up a chat group where you can text, send voice messages, and even video call. It not only stores conversation content, but also makes it easy to retrieve records and play various mini-games to relax, like farming or puzzles. The old sound transmission methods have limitations on distance and can cause chaos if many people use them simultaneously. If you had to choose, what would you pick?" Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Yaksa continued, "It's like choosing between a brick and a smartphone. If you choose the brick, I'd say you're really wasting your time." SongSeoHaeng could only admire Yaksa's reasoning and agreed, "Senior, you really make a good point." Yaksa then adopted a serious expression and added, "Also, if you have time, you should learn to drive. Your vital energy is still too low. Don't think about rejecting buka anymore. Accept this painful reality." SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, "So this is the main point." As night fell, SongSeoHaeng returned to the Gangnam University dorm after a long, busy day. He took off his shoes and was about to climb into bed for some rest, reflecting on the day's events. The morning had been filled with a competition, searching everywhere for Danju, and then being dragged by Elixir to the county for a health check, followed by a series of trivial matters. Exhausted, he fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Danju, a son of a coffin shop owner, facing coffins daily, leading a dull life. At the age of 6, a Seonpung Dogol cultivator saw his potential and took him as an apprentice. He was easily led away by the cultivator. According to the old Daoist priest, it took several years of cultivation to realize that his master was an unintentional sage who had acquired a portion of the Daoist heritage known as the Ghost Gate sect. Despite years of cultivation, the sect's teachings were incomplete, only allowing one to reach the second rank of the realm. Years passed, and eventually, the old Daoist priest was killed. The cause of death was due to his involvement with the demonic sect, which often performed malevolent acts involving vengeful spirits, leading to his execution. His body was never found. Since then, Danju had to rely on his own efforts. The death of the old Daoist priest was a significant blow to Danju, making him more cautious and meticulous. However, to enhance his power, Danju employed various methods to cultivate different demons and search for a suitable place to nurture these demonic entities. One day, while searching, he discovered a location very suitable for nurturing demons. What was even more important was that a Ryungwi demon was already present there. Unfortunately, the demon was bought by someone else and was bound with a powerful seal. The seal was clearly created by an expert, and if Danju acted abruptly, it would alert the expert and result in his own demise. Despite this, the prospect of nurturing the Ryungwi demon was too tempting. Danju decided to find a scapegoat to break the seal and destroy the formation. The plan went smoothly, and the seal was broken, but Danju couldn't immediately capture the Ryung-Wai. He had to stay nearby for two reasons: to avoid detection by the expert, and because the Ryung-Wei was not yet mature enough and needed further nurturing. Perhaps the place Danju was in was the perfect spot for him. The expert who had set the seal did not appear for 12 years, and during this time, Danju managed to acquire another Ryung-Wei nearing maturity. He eagerly brought the new demon to the second location to mature, hoping that by the time he collected them, he would have two fully grown Ryung-Wei demons. However, tragedy struck. Once the Ryung-Wei entered the nurturing place, it could not leave. Additionally, there was a powerful sealing formation with 6 layers hidden within the bloodline of the formation. Only a descendant of the expert who created the formation could the seal. With Danju's power, he could not it and could only helplessly wait day after day, year after year, overwhelmed by despair for the world. Just as he was preparing to make a desperate attack on the formation, a young man and woman appeared. The girl showed an astonishing level of power, and Danju could only watch helplessly as the pair took the Ryung-Wei away. The girl then looked at him and said, "However, I can give you one last chance." What is this final chance? Danju thought, bewildered. What, senior? It's all a scam. I curse you all. I will become a vengeful spirit, eternally seeking revenge on those who wronged me. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng woke up, drenched in sweat. He was bewildered, wondering why he had such a strange dream. Was it because he had dealt with Danju in the morning? Could this be the reason for such a nightmare? It didn't make sense. The dream contained many elements he didn't understand or even imagine. Was this a warning? Or perhaps the memories of Danju's life as a vengeful spirit, or a curse from Danju at the time of his death? He needed to ask Yaksa about it tomorrow to find out what was really going on. He couldn't shake off the feeling of unease until he had answers. On June 8th, with cloudy skies, SongSeoHaeng woke up after a tiring night. He yawned and complained about his restless sleep. Suddenly, a message arrived from Yaksa. "SeoHaeng, the address of Master Tongzhuan's shrine is XXXX. Remember to return the black flying sword quickly. I have to go out today and may not be back." Reading the message, SeoHaeng realized he wouldn't have the chance to ask Yaksa about the dream today. He decided to call Yaksa to follow up. "Hello, is this SongSeoHaeng?" "Yes, this is SongSeoHaeng. Are you SeoHaeng? Do you have a package for express delivery today?" "Yes, I have one item for express delivery. Do you have time to come pick it up?" "Sure, no problem. I'll be there right away." Half an hour later, SongSeoHaeng arrived. SeoHaeng complimented him on his promptness. SongSeoHaeng replied, "Haha, with express delivery, it has to be fast." After checking the package, SeoHaeng noted its significant background. They said their goodbyes and SeoHaeng ensured the delivery was handled with the utmost speed. "There's no need to rush. Regular speed is fine for the delivery." "It's a bit of a hassle," said SeoHaeng. "It's no trouble at all," SongSeoHaeng replied. "If you have any more express deliveries in the future, just give me a call. I'll make sure it arrives promptly." While on the way to make the delivery, SongSeoHaeng called the little prince and asked, "Are you ready?" "Over." The response came back, "The aircraft is in position, and all the SATM cards are ready for takeoff. We can launch at any time." SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, "This time, I must personally make the delivery and seize the opportunity to meet Master Tongzhuan." As the vehicle passed by a nearby area, SongSeoHaeng noticed that the charm on his hand began to glow. He commented, "The charm is glowing. This signal is coming from the vehicle. How is the express delivery going?" He then noted, "The successor Sosi has left the school. Why choose an express delivery vehicle today?" At 1 p.m., in the abandoned university building in Zone 3, SongSeoHaeng was diligently practicing. Sweat dripped from his body as he thought, "This place is indeed perfect for training, avoiding detection by others." SongSeoHaeng began his martial arts practice, continuously punching the air to cultivate his internal energy. He started with the basic diamond fist to fill his body with vitality, and then proceeded to the Chan Yo Ming Sutra to guide his vital energy to his heart center. After a tiring practice session, SongSeoHaeng gasped for breath and said, "I've only accumulated 4 streams of vital energy so far. It seems there's still a long way to go before opening the heart center. He took a vial of blood tonic from his hand and said, "Let's test the effects of the blood tonic I received yesterday." After restoring his vital energy, he would continue training. He placed the pill in his mouth, thinking it would be a waste to swallow it all at once, as the excess energy might dissipate. Instead, he decided to let it dissolve in his mouth, so he could reuse it later if needed. After letting the pill dissolve for a while, SongSeoHaeng removed it from his mouth. "This is a precious medicinal herb, I can't afford to waste it." With renewed vigor from the tonic, he raised both hands to the sky and shouted, "Great! I've recovered to my original state and can start a new round of training." Meanwhile, outside the abandoned building, a foreign man, exhausted from running, stopped to rest. Panting and sweating, he explained to his daughter that they had lost their way to a sports event and needed to find a place to rest. Suddenly, the man heard noises from inside the abandoned building, sounding like someone practicing martial arts. The noise caught the man's attention. He wondered what it was, and upon closer inspection, it sounded like the striking movements in a martial arts film. Excitedly, the man's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Unable to contain his joy, he exclaimed, "Ho ho ho, could this be an adventure like those in the movies? Fantastic, it's wonderful." He slowly approached the crack in the wall, thinking there might be a hidden doorway leading to a secret space. Perhaps he would find some lost martial arts manuals or meet an elderly master who could teach him 100 years' worth of martial arts skills. He chuckled to himself, attributing his excitement to having watched too many movies, especially those over 180 minutes long. Peeking through the crack in the building, he wondered what was making the noise. To his surprise, he saw SongSeoHaeng actively practicing basic martial arts. SongSeoHaeng was focusing on his internal energy, punching the air, and thinking, "If I had enough blood tonic, I could continue training at night. In just half a month, I could complete the 100-day foundation training. But right now, I only have a total of 26 pills, which will last just 8 or 9 days. That's really not much." SongSeoHaeng continued his training, moving on to the third basic technique. He was deeply engrossed, feeling a strong desire for improvement. Previously, he might have been calm, but now, having tasted the results, his craving had intensified. He thought he needed to quickly learn to drive and pick up Beijingdan once he returned. Perhaps this senior could provide him with some blood tonic pills. For a cultivator, these pills were crucial for opening the heart center and advancing their training. SongSeoHaeng then used a powerful punch to break through a wall. The foreign man, witnessing this, was astonished and impressed. "Wow, this is genuine Chinese kung fu," he thought, clapping and laughing with excitement. He felt grateful and thrilled to finally witness authentic kung fu. Inside the building, SongSeoHaeng continued his training. Hearing the foreign man's voice, he felt slightly annoyed. He thought, "Even though I've hidden away in this abandoned building to train, I'm still being discovered." It seemed that next time, SongSeoHaeng would need to find a different place to train. At that moment, the foreign man, unable to contain himself, ran over to SongSeoHaeng with admiration in his eyes. "Oh, my idol, the great hero! Have you finished your training?" SongSeoHaeng, seeing the foreign man, appeared puzzled and said, "Hello." The foreign man stood up, excitedly waving his arms and said, "Great hero, can I learn Chinese kung fu from you?" Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng hurriedly declined, "I'm sorry, but my martial arts are not taught to outsiders." In his heart, SongSeoHaeng thought, "What nonsense is this? I'm just a novice. I have no right to teach others. Moreover, the basic diamond fist technique isn't even mine to give. I can't even teach my own family, let alone a foreigner." Despite this, the foreign man stubbornly pleaded with SongSeoHaeng, "Great hero, can I become your disciple? If not, I'm willing to join your family's lineage." SongSeoHaeng felt embarrassed and scratched his head. "I'm sorry, but I'm not qualified to accept disciples." In his mind, he thought, "He wants to join my family. How could that be? This guy must be crazy." SongSeoHaeng then imagined what it would be like if the man became part of his family. The thought made him shudder, and he thought, "I can't even begin to deal with this." The foreign man gazed at SongSeoHaeng with affectionate eyes and continued to plead, "Great hero, could you accept me as a nominal disciple and teach me half of your techniques? As he spoke, he shook SongSeoHaeng's shoulders. SongSeoHaeng felt utterly helpless but still tried to refuse. I can't. Even if it's just a nominal disciple, I don't have the qualification. The foreign man was incredibly persistent, begging, please, great hero, please. SongSeoHaeng finally understood the terror of being relentlessly pursued. After half an hour of the man's unrelenting pleading, SongSeoHaeng was exasperated and thought, why is he so tenacious? In the end, SongSeoHaeng reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll teach you some basic techniques. The foreign man was overjoyed and was about to leap forward to hug SongSeoHaeng but was stopped. He continuously expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, great hero. Thank you. SongSeoHaeng took on a serious demeanor and said, listen carefully. I will teach you a famous Chinese martial arts technique that has been passed down through generations. He then raised his hand to the sky and declared, the era is calling. It turned out that SongSeoHaeng decided to handle the situation with a set of traditional morning exercises from China. He demonstrated the moves skillfully, counting as he went. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The foreign man was deceived by the routine and eagerly followed along, practicing diligently. He was extremely satisfied and praised SongSeoHaeng, saying, very good. I'll practice again. The foreign man, not forgetting his manners, expressed his thanks repeatedly. Thank you, master. When will I be able to successfully practice? SongSeoHaeng responded seriously, practice according to the rhythm and maintain the correct posture. When you feel a warm sensation in your body, you'll have entered the realm. Hearing this, the foreign man's eyes were filled with admiration. He vowed, yes, master, I will definitely make time to practice 30 times a day. Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng felt a bit emotional. 30 times, huh? Truly a person with strong will. He placed his hand on the foreign man's shoulder and encouraged him, I have faith in you. Moved by SongSeoHaeng's words, the foreign man became emotional and couldn't hold back his tears. He cried out, Master, I will not let you down. I will definitely not disappoint you. In the scorching summer heat of 40 degrees Celsius, the foreign man continued to practice diligently in the abandoned building. He felt his enthusiasm surging as he repeated, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Seeing the foreign man's dedication, SongSeoHaeng felt helpless. While he had encountered persistent followers before, he had never met someone as devoted as this. Thankfully, he had practiced these exercises as a child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known what to teach. Suddenly, a girl with purple hair approached and called out, SeoHaeng. Startled, SongSeoHaeng turned around to find Jaeyeon. The girl winked and said, I didn't expect you to be so mischievous. SongSeoHaeng, scratching his head, replied, Jaeyeon, what are you doing here? Jaeyeon laughed heartily, haha, I never thought I'd see you like this. I brought this for you from Yaksa, Jaeyeon said, pulling an item from her hip. Yaksa has a few tasks to handle and will be away for a few days. You can rest for a few days as well. SongSeoHaeng took the object from Jaeyeon, feeling a bit startled. What is this? It's really heavy. Jaeyeon explained, this is a fire control artifact. Didn't Yaksa say he would give you one to familiarize yourself with? SongSeoHaeng opened the artifact and discovered it was a fire control fan. Upon hearing the term artifact, SongSeoHaeng's eyes lit up. Oh my gosh, an artifact. Yaksa gave this to me. He's so generous. Seeing SongSeoHaeng's excitement, Jaeyeon continued, don't get too excited. This fire control fan is a prototype created by Yaksa and a great artifact master not long ago. You can only borrow it for a while and must return it to the master later. SongSeoHaeng, not too concerned, inspected the fan and asked Jaeyeon, what does this fire control fan do? Jaeyeon pulled out a manual from her bag and handed it to SongSeoHaeng. Here's the instruction manual. Find a place to test it and follow the instructions. It's simple, you'll understand once you start using it. Upon hearing instruction manual, SongSeoHaeng felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. He wondered why the fan seemed more like a regular item bought online rather than a genuine artifact. Jaehyun winked at SongSeoHaeng and added, "By the way, remember to charge it for 3 hours each time you use it. It will last for a day. The actual usage time is less, but it should be enough for someone like you." SongSeoHaeng, now puzzled, said, "Wait, did I hear that right? It needs to be charged. An artifact needs to be charged." He looked at the artifact in his hand and noticed a charging port. Jaehyun, seeing his confusion, replied, "That's a strange question. Without charging, where would it get its power? Haven't you learned about the law of energy conservation?" SongSeoHaeng, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, "No, what I meant was, shouldn't an artifact use spirit stones for energy?" Jaehyun replied with a touch of impatience, "You're really clueless. Spirit stones are non-renewable energy sources. The less you have, the more valuable they are. Right now, a low-grade spirit stone can buy 10 bottles of blood elixirs. For a low-grade fire control artifact like this, using spirit stones would be an enormous waste. Moreover," Jaehyun continued, "this type of electric energy is always available. There's no need to waste spirit stones on it." After hearing this explanation, SongSeoHaeng felt a bit helpless, rubbing his forehead. "All right, I'll remember to charge it." Jaehyun added, "Since you have some free time, take the opportunity to study the fire control fan. I need to go back to Yaksa to report. If you have any questions, you can ask in the chat group." As Jaehyun was about to leave, SongSeoHaeng called out, "Oh, Jaehyun, will the Artifact Master sell the 3-star fire control fans in the future?" Jaehyun replied, "In the future, they will indeed be sold. With about 3 spirit stones, you should be able to buy one. If you don't manage to learn the fire control technique, you can always purchase one later." With that, Jaehyun bade farewell. As SongSeoHaeng had no further questions, Jaehyun left in a hurry. Watching her leave, SongSeoHaeng felt somewhat frustrated. Why was she in such a rush? Meanwhile, Jaehyun, excited and determined, thought to herself, "Yaksa always wants to send me far away, but I'm not one to easily give up. One day, Yaksa will become my partner, not just my master." Back at the city, Yaksa, with dark circles under his eyes, was examining several of his fellow cultivators. He said, "There are no signs of abnormalities in your bodies. When did this memory loss you mentioned occur?" The male cultivator replied, "The last thing I remember was going to the mysterious island with Daoist Hyeon. After that, both Daoist Hyeon and I, along with 2 other disciples, lost our memories while on a small island. I can't recall how we entered the mysterious island or what happened there." The female cultivator added, "The last memory I have is a bit earlier, of the journey to the mysterious island. Everything else on the island is forgotten." Yaksa asked, "Are the 2 other disciples the same?" The disciples responded, affirming Yaksa's query. "Senior, I remember a bit more. From the moment we entered the mysterious island, we encountered a flying formation. There were many precious herbs there, but we were chased by terrifying beasts for a long time. Then we lost part of our memories. The last memory I have is that we had a hard time finding a way to escape from the island. After leaving the island, the next memories are the same as everyone else's." Hearing this, Yaksa appeared contemplative. "The memory of the Daoist companion was a bit more than the 2 of us. Could it be that on the island, the weaker the power, the more memories one retains?" The female Daoist replied, "If that's the case, then Master Di Dao should have lost even more memories. My Daoist companion lost more memories than I did, including a month's worth." Yaksa responded, "The mysterious island is indeed strange and unpredictable. Don't worry, my disciples will bring some magical tools and instruments here. I'll check them for you once more." Suddenly, Yaksa's eyes deepened, realizing something. Silently erasing the memories of 2 5th-grade spiritual beings to the point where even gods and ghosts wouldn't notice is not an easy task. Whether it's because the dense mystic substances on the mysterious island affected the memory of the 2 Daoists, or because the beasts on the island damaged the memory storage parts of their brains, it's possible that these Daoists might have seen something they shouldn't have on the island. Perhaps some powerful creature on the island sealed their memories. If that's the case, recovering those memories will become difficult. Thinking of this, Yaksa sighed in frustration. For now, all that can be done is to try their best. Scene changes to the university dining hall. Gangnam SongSeoHaeng was feeling down, chatting with his friends. He said, "You're right, go Mew Mew. Do you want to learn to drive with me?" His friend wearing glasses replied, "I can't. I'm very busy lately. I'll learn to drive when I'm about to graduate." Another friend with curly hair said, "SeoHaeng, you're preparing to learn to drive." SongSeoHaeng broke his chopsticks and replied, "Yes, I've memorized a lot of the theory. I'm planning to register after finishing these few days." Hearing this, his friend said, "All right, let me know when you're going to learn. I'll go with you since I'm free these days." SongSeoHaeng continued, "Let's go register tomorrow then. We should also try to pass the theoretical part." His friend agreed, "Okay, if you like it, just do it. There's nothing to be afraid of." At this moment, SongSeoHaeng thought, "I wonder when Baekjingun will return. It's best to get the driver's license quickly just in case." Time flies quickly. Before long, it was 6 p.m. on June 8th. SongSeoHaeng was on his way home, admiring the Immortal fan. SongSeoHaeng said, "Since Senior is not at home, I can take this opportunity to test the function of this 3-star Immortal fan, right? I think I should." SongSeoHaeng then prepared a charcoal basin and held the Immortal fan in his hand. He said, "Although it needs to be charged, this is indeed a genuine magic artifact. However, since this is my first time using a magic artifact without guidance, I wonder if it could be dangerous. I must carefully read the instruction manual." SongSeoHaeng took out the instruction sheet for the 3-star Immortal fan that Jaehyun had given him. It contained 3 key points. 1. Press the red star button to increase the flame intensity, which can be boosted by up to 6 levels. 2. Press the blue star button to decrease the flame intensity. 3. The green button shows the fan's energy level and is also a 2-in-1 function switch. Upon reading this, SongSeoHaeng couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really a cheat code from the cultivation world? This method seemed so simple that even a fool could understand. No wonder Jaehyun was confident enough to let him read it. Determined, SongSeoHaeng raised the artifact in his hand with a resolute look on his face. Regardless of whether it was black or white technology, if it worked, it was good technology. "Go for it, SongSeoHaeng. Don't be discouraged," he encouraged himself. SongSeoHaeng pressed the red star button, and a fierce flame erupted. He was startled and exclaimed, "Wow, it's really powerful," as expected of a high-quality magic artifact. Then he pressed the green button to lower the flame, thinking it was better to learn how to adjust the flame intensity quickly, lest it burn down the house. Seeing the effect of the magic artifact, he marveled, "This is really amazing. Just increasing the intensity once made the flame shoot up to the roof. If I increase it by 6 levels, will it burn down the entire building?" The Immortal fan, as its name suggests, was incredibly powerful. Despite needing to be charged and its simple functions, it fully lived up to its name. SongSeoHaeng happily cherished the artifact in his hand. Thinking that if this basic magic artifact was already so powerful, he wondered how much more impressive a high-level magic artifact would be. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was evening. SongSeoHaeng was rushing back to the dormitory. He said to himself, "It's better to get back to the dormitory a bit earlier. It's not safe to be out at night. What if I encounter a ghost? As he walked, he continued, "Next time, I'll choose a different location to test the power of the 3-star Immortal fan at level 6. Suddenly, a black abyss appeared behind him, spreading towards SongSeoHaeng. By now, he had realized something unusual. SongSeoHaeng turned around and saw the ghostly apparition of Danju, with a terrifying face, screaming intermittently, "I'll kill you. Even if I cannot enter reincarnation forever, I will haunt you through countless lifetimes." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng remained calm. He thought, "Wow, what a powerful curse. Thankfully, I brought the magical artifact to defend myself after that strange dream yesterday. Could it be that Danju, filled with hatred and curses before his death, has turned into a vengeful ghost seeking my life?" SongSeoHaeng cast a spell to attack Danju, but the ghostly spirit remained unaffected. He wondered, Can it really face the power of the Purge Talisman without taking any damage? This is terrifying. Danju continued to attack fiercely, trying to tear SongSeoHaeng apart, while repeatedly shouting, "I'll kill you." SongSeoHaeng then used a basic martial technique, delivering a direct blow to Danju, but it was blocked. Danju's spirit began to emit eerie black smoke, which left SongSeoHaeng extremely bewildered. He thought, "This state seems a bit strange. Could it be because this ghost is newly formed and weaker than me?" The vengeful spirit had been weakened by SongSeoHaeng's attacks. Noticing this, he thought, the ghost seems to be attacking instinctively without any real intelligence. Thus, SongSeoHaeng used another basic martial technique to finish the battle. However, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Danju had transformed into a powerful vengeful spirit, clawing towards him. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng quickly drew a talisman and used the talismanic spell directly into Danju's mouth, causing him to spit out his teeth. He said, "The ghost's hand was shattered, but it didn't affect it much. Indeed, my combat experience is still lacking. Training with mere thugs cannot compare to fighting against cultivators." Nevertheless, SongSeoHaeng knew he had to finish the fight. He gathered all his strength and launched a final powerful basic martial technique directly at the vengeful spirit. He thought, "Danju must be truly dead this time. Even his ghost has vanished. He shouldn't come looking for me anymore." Scene shifts to 10 p.m. on June 8. In SongSeoHaeng's dormitory, he had just finished showering and turned on his computer, saying, "Let's see what's been happening in the chat group today." The chat group was bustling with activity. Yaksa asked, "Has anyone recently gone to Donghae to find that mysterious island?" Everyone responded enthusiastically. Bukatane replied, "I'm planning to go there. Is something happening?" Gong Jinggan was also on his way to Donghae. Seeing this, Waldo Samrang said, "Are you joining us too? I'm already in the Donghae area, but haven't found the mysterious island yet. When you arrive, let's meet up." Chwewoljiosa then chimed in, "Samrang, weren't you in seclusion?" Waldo Samrang laughed heartily. "I've come out of seclusion, of course. I've left the task of entertaining Baekjingan to SongSeoHaeng. There's no more seclusion for me." Waldo Samrang was outside, looking very pleased, and said, "The task of hosting Baekjingan has been given to SongSeoHaeng. I'm no longer in seclusion." In the chat, Yaksa continued, "The island above has many unusual points. We have two fellow cultivators and their disciple who just left that mysterious island, but they've lost all their memories of it. One disciple recalls trivial matters, but their memories are fragmented. So, before visiting the mysterious island, you need to prepare very carefully." Hearing this, Bukatane asked, "What's causing the memory loss?" Yaksa replied, "I'm still investigating and haven't determined the cause yet. It could be due to a special formation on the island or some terrifying beast. I'll report the results to everyone once I have them." Bukatane thanked Yaksa and reminded Samrang to be cautious in Donghae. SongSeoHaeng read this and seemed thoughtful, saying, "So, the mysterious island causes memory loss. No wonder Yaksa has been treating in the Daoist temple for several days and still hasn't returned." In the chat group, Dong Wei-sansa started to speak. "Samrang, don't worry. I just calculated a divination for you. Your luck has been good lately. You're sure to gain something valuable from this trip." Waldo Samrang then sent a crying icon. "Wait a minute. Did the fortune teller say my luck is good recently? Are you sure you didn't misinterpret the divination? Or maybe you should try calculating it again. It must be a very low fortune, right? Don't deceive me. It must be a great misfortune, right? Or at least a minor calamity, right?" Hearing this, Dong Wei-sansa was furious and sent a message, "Get lost." Bukatane, on the other hand, was sipping tea and laughing heartily. He added, "The fortune teller is so embarrassed now. I'll cap the screen and send it to the group. Accept it, fortune teller. Your divinations have always been reversed." The fortune teller, furious, replied, "This old man Buka is too arrogant." Bukatane replied, "Let's settle this at the top of the Forbidden Peak next month. We'll have a duel." The fortune teller, still fuming, responded, "Of course, I'll teach you a lesson. But a gentleman takes revenge. A second is too late. The fortune teller then capped and sent the screenshot, making Bukatane extremely angry. He crushed the teacup in his hand, saying, "That Dan fortune teller actually dared to send my dark history." Bukatane texted Hook Wei, "You did well to capture that photo. Don't think you're the only one with it." The group then engaged in mutual defamation. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng felt utterly helpless. He thought, do the seniors have to be so professional at defaming each other? The Gunyuelo group is about to become a group of experts in defamation. At this moment, Bukatane was in despair, feeling like his soul was lost. He said, "Dong Wei Sansat has used so many of my photos. What am I going to do when they run out? Am I supposed to use the divine Photoshop to fake a dark history?" Meanwhile, Dong Wei Sensa, feeling quite pleased, continued, "Haha, Buka, are you out of stock? I still have an ace up my sleeve. This is a photo I used magic to preserve from several years ago. Everyone, clear the chat screen. The goods are here. This is a photo of Buka after meeting Beichingun." Upon hearing this, Bukatane was horrified. He begged, "Please have mercy. I admit my fault. Can we forget this?" But it was too late. Dong Weizinsat had already sent the photo to the group. The fortune teller was incredibly smug, saying, "Buka, look at your foolish appearance from that year." This scene caused Buka to sink into despair. His hand trembled as he opened the video. In the video, Wang Sanjingun was speaking. "I feel that if this person had the appearance of Beichingun, moreover, he has an immense charm even as a man." As Wang Sanjingun realized he was being recorded, he panicked. "What the hell are you all filming for?" The video abruptly cut off. Seeing this, Buka was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Great! It's a good thing that wasn't me in the video. I swear by my Taoist title that the fortune teller will face misfortune." Just after finishing his words, a system notification appeared. Dong Weizunsat has been banned from the group chat for 30 days by group owner Wang Sanjingun. Upon receiving this news, Buka was extremely pleased. Daring to post a video defaming group owner, Wang Sanjingun, "You've really touched the dragon's scales. You're courting death." Waldo Sumrang saw this and said, "Jinggun's ban is entirely justified. People like that fortune teller should be banned for 10 to 20 years to be fair." Buka, feeling victorious, sipped his tea smugly and said, "If you don't seek death yourself, you won't die." Samrang, why don't you understand this? Your words are like telling Wang Sanjingun, "Jingun, I watched that video too. If Jingun doesn't ban him, who will?" One must remember, being the most pleased when the fortune teller is banned, while remaining silent, is the best position. While reveling in his own cleverness, Buka received another system notification. Buka has been banned from the group chat for 1 day by group owner Wang Sanjingun. Seeing this, Buka felt utterly defeated, exclaiming, "I'm innocent. Why treat me like this?" Meanwhile, Wang Sanjingun was extremely angry. "Daring to post my dark history. Now you see the power of my ban." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was quite amused. "Haha, I definitely need to say something about this," but then he thought better of it. The group owner Wang Sanjingun was in a foul mood, and anyone who spoke up might get banned as well. SongSeoHaeng wondered, "I should think this through. What kind of person is the senior Beichingun? It seems even Wang Sanjingun is wary of him. From the mention of Beichingun in the video, it seems Beichingun is a highly charming man. Why is it that Beichingun, despite being generous and close with juniors, inspires such fear in the seniors? I wonder if they're afraid he'll kill someone when he re-emerges. No need to overthink it, it won't help anyway. Everything will pass eventually. I should just go to bed early. Tomorrow, I need to go for a driving registration." At 7:30 a.m. on June 9th, the sky was cloudy. SongSeoHaeng had just woken up and stretched, saying, "A full night's sleep feels so refreshing. No weird dreams this time. It seems Danju is really dead this time." Suddenly, the angry man burst into the room, slamming the door and shouting, "Seohang, stop dawdling. Let's go and register now." At 8:45 am, at some vehicle management office, a curly-haired guy laughed heartily. Haha, as expected, we arrived early. It'll be over quickly. By the way, you're prepared for the theory test, right? SongSeoHaeng gave a thumbs up and replied, absolutely no problem. SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, a few days ago at the bookstore, I reviewed all the necessary books and memorized all the theoretical knowledge. The angry man, holding the registration card, said good. After finishing the theory test, we'll register for practical training immediately. Let's get the driver's license as soon as possible. SongSeoHaeng thought, once I get my driver's license, can I immediately start learning to fly a plane? It'll be a long time before I can use a flying sword to soar through the skies. For now, flying means driving a plane. The two of them chatted as they walked. SongSeoHaeng's friend said, by the way, SongSeoHaeng, I plan to visit the Lading Square and buy some snacks. Want to come along? SongSeoHaeng replied, okay, perfect timing. I also want to buy a few things. At Lading Square, SongSeoHaeng's friend excitedly said, let's buy plenty of snacks and stock up. We can stay in the room for a few days as homebodies, ha ha ha. Suddenly, SongSeoHaeng noticed something. It was the bald old man. In his mind, he thought, hello, evil fate. SongSeoHaeng was about to run toward the old man when his curly-haired friend, startled, said, hey SongSeoHaeng, what are you doing? SongSeoHaeng laughed and replied, don't worry, I just saw someone I know and want to say hello. Seeing SongSeoHaeng's determination, the curly-haired friend quickly said, say hello then. I'll buy some stuff from this store. Find me when you're done. SongSeoHaeng paid no heed to his friend's words. All he could think about was, Uncle, I'm coming for you. This time, you definitely can't escape me. Before the bald old man, he was still very angry. So Sisobe, let's see how you escape from my grasp this time. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. He thought to himself, something is approaching. Turning around, he saw SongSeoHaeng rushing towards him with incredible speed. The old man, startled, thought, is that him? That annoying little scammer? As SongSeoHaeng ran, he thought, it's time to end this. He raised his fist to attack the old man. But unexpectedly, the old man acted faster. With a powerful punch, he struck SongSeoHaeng in the face. SongSeoHaeng was stunned. Did he really hit me? He didn't expect the old man to react so quickly. How could a mere mortal with no training be so fast that even I can't see it? And the force of that punch, could he be a master? After receiving the punch from the old man, SongSeoHaeng fell down, severely injured. His surroundings began to blur, and he felt himself slipping into unconsciousness. The image of the bald old man grew hazy, and eventually, all he saw was the old man turning away and walking off. I really fainted from one punch. He couldn't believe it. At that moment, his curly-haired friend rushed over. SongSeoHaeng, are you okay? Wake up, SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng, pale and trembling, said weakly, stop shaking me. If you keep it up, I might vomit. Seeing this, the old man cried out, it's good you woke up. You scared me to death. The friend asked, SongSeoHaeng, didn't you say you were meeting someone you knew? How did you end up fainting here? SongSeoHaeng rubbed his head and said, looking back, it's quite frightening. We need to get out of this crowd quickly. They talked as they moved away. Scene transition to Gangnam University Hospital. In the VIP room, Gangsin was lying in bed, covered in injuries, surrounded by his subordinates. He was furious, thinking, damn it, I let myself get robbed again. He recalled the incident at 11 p.m. on June 8th. While Gangsin was driving to deliver goods, a motorcycle suddenly appeared from behind and blocked his path. Angrily, Gangsin shouted, you crazy fool, don't you value your life? What do you want? Then, suddenly, Gangsin found himself in the hospital. He thought, I swore I would deliver this shipment to the recipient personally. Unexpectedly, he had been robbed halfway through. Where is my face now? If he couldn't capture the thief and bring him to justice, how could he possibly face SongSeoHaeng? Thinking of this, he asked, have my subordinates found that thief yet? One of his subordinates replied, yes, Gangsin. We've located the suspect and are coordinating with the police. We will capture the scoundrel and bring him before you. Gang Sin, furious, ordered, hurry and capture that bastard. I want him in front of me as soon as possible. At this moment, Gang Sin was seething with rage. He clenched his fists, thinking that once he caught the thief, he would be able to call his classmate SongSeoHaeng with his head held high. Scene transition to the men's restroom. The thief was happily singing while using the restroom. I've gone so far, I've gone too far from you. Suddenly, a police officer burst through the door, startling the thief. Why is even my bathroom break being interrupted? The police officers looked at the thief and said, "You're surrounded. Raise your hands and don't move." The thief, terrified, raised both hands and pleaded, "Don't shoot, don't shoot. Can I just pull my pants up first?" He then asked in confusion, "What are you guys doing?" A police officer handed the thief a document and said, "Come with us. This is an arrest warrant." Seeing this, the thief was bewildered. "Arrest me? Why? I'm innocent." The police officer continued, "Yesterday at noon, you assaulted a delivery worker and stole a package. You thought there were no surveillance cameras there? Did you really think you wouldn't be caught?" The thief, now powerless, felt like crying. Through the protection, I could sense the aura of a third-grade magical artifact. I thought the delivery truck belonged to the Tu family, but it turns out it was just an ordinary delivery worker, and the high-grade artifact was taken by the senior brother. I'm so unlucky. Damn it, now I'm being charged with robbery. At this moment, the thief's face showed desperation. He thought, I can't let the police catch me. If I'm really detained and can't complete the mission assigned by the clan leader, I'll end up in prison for life. First, he had to get rid of the police officer in front of him. He threw a punch at the officer, who, caught off guard, was knocked out cold. The thief planned to use this opportunity to escape while the other officers were distracted. But life is not always as expected. In the end, the thief was still stopped by the police. Seeing the three officers in front of him, the thief, terrified, begged, Don't, please don't do anything rash. I'll surrender." When the guns were pointed at his face, the thief kept raising his hands and repeatedly saying that he was surrendering. He felt utterly defeated and was crying internally. Although he was a cultivator with developed senses, he was still human. Getting shot meant certain death. Scene transition to Gangnam Hospital. SongSeoHaeng's subordinate received a call and reported, "We've caught the thief." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng responded seriously, "Make sure you're careful not to let him escape. I need to call SongSeoHaeng now, haha. The rest of you, get out. Once the thief is caught, bring him here." The subordinate with the shiny bald head bowed and left to follow orders. After receiving SongSeoHaeng's call, SongSeoHaeng answered, "Hello, SongSeoHaeng, you called. What's up?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "SongSeoHaeng, I have something to discuss with you. I was attacked and knocked out yesterday, and then my package was stolen." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was alarmed and asked, "Where were you robbed?" SongSeoHaeng explained, "The robbery happened shortly after I received the package from you on the way back to the Gangnam headquarters." SongSeoHaeng was at a loss for words. SongSeoHaeng quickly reassured him, "But don't worry. The thief has been caught, and your package will be retrieved and delivered safely." Relieved, SongSeoHaeng thought, they caught the thief so quickly. Although he knew SongSeoHaeng was capable, he didn't expect his skills to be this impressive. SongSeoHaeng also felt relieved and said, "I'll call you again when the package is delivered." The two ended the call. After hanging up, SongSeoHaeng decided to send a message to Yaksa. He thought it was necessary to report the situation, and maybe make a sarcastic comment about sending the magical sword via express delivery. In the end, Yaksa finally replied to SongSeoHaeng's message, but not as he had expected. Yaksa said to SongSeoHaeng, "I've sent magical swords via express delivery dozens of times without any issues, but it seems you're the unlucky one to have this happen. You're really having a rough day." Upon reading Yaksa's message, SongSeoHaeng thought, Yaksa could have recorded a voice message instead. He was exhausted just typing out the response, but reflecting on his current misfortunes, he realized how unlucky he was today. He had been beaten and his magical sword had been stolen. Feeling downcast, SongSeoHaeng suddenly received a notification. The little monk had sent a friend request. SongSeoHaeng accepted the friend request, thinking the news and the friend request came in at the same time. Yax's typing speed is really slow. After accepting the request, the little monk sent a message. Is Siusan really a nickname for you? It's quite peculiar. Reading this, SongSeoHaeng felt even more dejected. He thought he needed to come up with a new nickname quickly, or it would be too late to fix if people thought Siusan was his real name. SongSeoHaeng then replied, explaining, "No, it's just a nickname. You can just call me SeoHaeng." The two of them then started chatting about the magical sword. The little monk said, "I'll send you a file to download. It's a mental power technique to sense the weight of the magical sword. Download it quickly and learn it. If you don't find the sword within a month, contact me, and I'll come to help you find it." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng clicked to open the file. He thought to himself, "There's so much information here." He sent a message to the little monk confirming he had received it. Looking at his phone, he thought, and there's also the mental power imprint technique? Why does it seem like every time the little monk replies, it's so rushed? SongSeoHaeng decided to focus on opening the file about the mental power imprint technique first. After reading for a while, he concluded, so that's how it works. The mental power imprint technique involves leaving a mental imprint on important items. Through this imprint, you can sense the location of the item. He realized it was a very convenient method for tracking objects, no matter where they were. However, he was still curious about the 3x sword technique. He wondered if it was a skill related to using the magical sword for communication or flight. But the problem is, this type of sword technique is divided into both permanent and temporary forms. Even if it's the temporary type, it's still a divine sword, isn't it? My dream of soaring through the skies is not that far off now. The little monk explained, the temporary divine sword technique is the result of failed experiments. When my master wanted to lower the grade of the divine sword technique, he would engrave a special formation inside the flying sword and add a bit of vitality into it. Then, a disciple can use and experience the wonders of the divine sword technique simply by following the set mantra and hidden hand seals. However, the vitality within it is limited in time, so the duration of this divine sword technique is not very long. That's why it's called the temporary divine sword technique. Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng felt as if he had fallen from the sky, his face crashing to the ground. He thought, this temporary divine sword technique is really quite underwhelming. The more hope you have, the greater the disappointment. Scene change. At Gangnam Hospital, the subordinates had brought the flying sword thief to SongSeoHaeng. They said, "Gangsin, he has been brought here." SongSeoHaeng then approached the thief with an angry expression and said, "You idiot, still remember Noja? Do you?" The arrogant thief responded, "Of course I remember." He used a punch to push SongSeoHaeng's subordinates away, causing the ropes to break. In his mind, he thought, I can deal with this cop on my own, and charged fiercely towards SongSeoHaeng, shouting, "Submit and be my hostage." In his mind, he believed that if he could capture this uncle and make him a willing hostage, he might have a chance to escape. But life is not as easy as it seems. As the thief was about to attack SongSeoHaeng, a sudden beam of light appeared and blocked him. He was bewildered, thinking, "Why can't I touch him? How is this possible?" He was then thrown to the ground, lying in pain and shouting loudly. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng sneered and said, "You fool, did you think we wouldn't be prepared?" The clan member grabbed the thief by the head and asked, "I want to know where the item you stole from me is now." The thief only smiled and remained silent. Seeing this, Gangsin threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped on it, threatening, "Still not talking, huh? I really like those stubborn brats. I hope you won't regret it," Gangsin said. He wondered what the clan had done to make the thief beg for mercy, pleading, "Please spare me." After some interrogation, Gangsin picked up the confession from the thief and said, according to his description, "I'll find his accomplices. With such detailed descriptions, we should be able to locate them by tomorrow at the latest." Gangsin instructed his subordinates to find them as soon as possible, thinking to himself, "I hope nothing else goes wrong." At 9:30 p.m. on June 9th, SongSeoHaeng was taking a shower. He reflected on his training that day, having practiced his boxing techniques 7 times and used 2 elixirs on his acupoints. He now had about 20 veins of qi and blood. By closing his eyes and focusing, he could feel the warm water flowing through his acupoints. If he could consolidate 30 veins of qi and blood, he would undergo another physical transformation, speeding up his training progress. After finishing his shower, SongSeoHaeng checked his phone and sighed. Buka Sr. was banned from chatting yesterday, but the ban has been lifted today. In the chat group, Buka Tane asked Achil, "Why haven't we seen you online for the past 2 days?" Achil replied that Asipyuk had left. The group then began discussing Asipyuk's departure. Buka Tane wondered why Sosi's large group couldn't manage to keep track of one Asipyuk. Meanwhile, Achil slammed the table in frustration, saying, "That's why, when I got back, I gave a bunch of useless clan members a good thrashing. But it's not good to air out family problems." Achil then messaged in the group, "I left a trace on one of Asipyuk's items. I can track his location in the Gangnam area. I'll be heading over there tonight to bring Asipyuk back. By the way, if any fellow cultivators in the group are near Gangnam, could you help me find Asipyuk? I would greatly appreciate it." Reading this, SongSeoHaeng was quite surprised. The Asipyuk family has already moved to Gangnam. He thought. In the group, Buka and others commented, "Why is everyone heading to Gangnam?" One person added, "Speaking of Gangnam, it reminds me of a young fellow, Season, who is currently studying at Gangnam University. There's a chance the two might meet." SongSeoHaeng was very pleased. With the group consisting of senior experts, he felt confident about the mission. The plan was officially approved. At this moment, SongSeoHaeng sent a message in the group, "Hello, seniors." Seeing this, Achil replied, "Oh, it turns out it's the junior in Gangnam. If there's a chance to meet this time, I'll definitely have a gift for you." "Alright, hello everyone. I'm heading to Gangnam now. Feel free to chat among yourselves," SongSeoHaeng said before checking his contacts and noticing Achil had sent a friend request. He was thrilled, thinking, "Wow, another senior has added me as a friend." Since receiving the task of picking up Baek Jinggun, more seniors had connected with him. However, Achil seemed apprehensive, feeling that these seniors were quite intense and mysterious. He was curious about how the meeting with Baek Jinggun would turn out, possibly even having to film or take photos. He then explored the profiles of the seniors, and upon seeing Samrang's photo of skateboarding, he admired, "The seniors' chest muscles are incredible. I need to learn from this." After browsing through the seniors' profiles, SongSeoHaeng climbed into bed, yawning and saying, "Tomorrow will be busy. I should go to sleep early." Before long, he drifted into sleep. Suddenly, a mysterious black hole appeared behind him. Switching scenes to 10 a.m. on June 10th, Aya's internship at the Gangnam Hospital had ended. SongSeoHaeng was on his way to meet Aya to fulfill her wish of taking her to the bus station. It seemed he had arrived early. When Aya saw SongSeoHaeng, she asked, "You're here so early?" Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng replied, "Yes, the bus ticket for you is at what time?" Aya responded, "It's at 3 p.m. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng quickly stood up and said, "All right then, I'll just wander around a bit. I have to go sign at the driving school in the afternoon. Can I take you to the bus station?" Aya then bid farewell to SongSeoHaeng, saying, "Go ahead, it's just the right time. Just say goodbye to a few acquaintances." Aya then turned to Dr. Lee and asked, "How is the patient in room 570, building 8B? Dr. Lee looked worried and responded, "I just gave her a dose of painkillers. She's been coming in more frequently lately, and the painkiller's effectiveness is decreasing. It's been a long time, and her family hasn't come to visit. Yet, she remains remarkably resilient and neglected. It's very sad." Aya sighed upon hearing this. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng was leaving the hospital, thinking, "Good thing I left quickly. If Aya had looked a bit longer, I might have been caught for a health check." Unexpectedly, SongSeoHaeng saw a familiar figure ahead. It was the bald old man. He felt utterly amazed, realizing how persistent the old man's antics were. Thinking back, he recalled that the last time, the old man had also come here searching for someone. Could it be that he had a relative here? With this thought, he came up with an idea. This could indeed be a good opportunity. If he could identify the old man's relative's room, he might have a chance to clear up the misunderstanding and explain to him that trust is essential between people. At this moment, the bald old man was thinking, "Today's atmosphere is really good." He muttered to himself, "The junior can no longer hide his presence." The bald man was standing in front of room 570, confidently stating, "It must be here. This time, there's no place left for you to hide." As he reached for the door, someone inside opened it. The old man was startled, thinking, "Have I been discovered?" It turned out to be a nurse. She opened the door with a grumpy expression and said, "If you bump into an emergency staff, what then?" Seeing this, the old man hurriedly apologized. When the nurse walked away, he sneaked inside. Inside, an argument began. The girl inside asked, "Do you have a grudge against Achille?" The bald man replied, "So see Achille, he has been too overbearing. 6 days ago, he stormed into our sect, severely injuring my disciple and stealing our sect's treasured artifact." Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was extremely shocked. "So say Achille, wasn't that the one in the top-ranked group?" The bald man continued, "Our Tianong sect is not some soft dough that anyone can oppress. Even if we have to pay the price, we will make Sosi pay dearly." The person inside responded, "Although I believe Achille wouldn't steal your sect's treasure, if it truly is him, I will ensure Achille returns the precious artifact." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was puzzled. Who was this girl in the room? She seemed very similar to Achille. He then looked at the room number 570. Yes, this was indeed the special patient mentioned earlier by the nurse. Recalling Dr. Lee's words, SongSeoHaeng realized the situation. The strange wound and the connection to Sosi Achille made it hard to believe. She could only be a relative of Sosi and City Edge, and then ran away. Realizing this, he was perplexed. What should he do now? The self-proclaimed member of the Tianong sect wanted to harm Asipyuk, and his strength was much greater than his own. Achille, being far away, couldn't help in time. What should he do? What can he do? The bald man intended to attack Asipyuk, saying there was no need for excuses. All grievances with the Tianong sect would be settled with him. Clearly, Asipyuk was extremely panicked. She thought, "Damn, I just had a painkiller injection. My whole body feels weak." At this moment, the bald man began casting a spell, his smile full of menace. He said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Suddenly, SongSeoHaeng burst through the door. The old man, startled, asked, "Who are you?" SongSeoHaeng said, "Finally, I've found you." The old man was extremely shocked. Why did he encounter this scammer again? A punch yesterday wasn't enough to teach him a lesson, and now he dared to come here. SongSeoHaeng smiled and said, "Don't act yet. First, listen to me. Didn't I already tell you? You absolutely lack trust in people." SongSeoHaeng then pulled out the money the old man had dropped. "Here, take the money, old man. If you're not at ease, you can check if it's real or fake." SongSeoHaeng went on about the principles of honesty and integrity. "Don't worry, I'm not scamming you again. Look at my proper appearance and righteous demeanor. Where exactly is this scammer you're talking about? I've explained many times already. It was your money that was dropped. Why don't you trust me? Have you ever thought about the situation back then? Before you made the call, were you not taking your phone out of your pocket? That's when you dropped the money. I just picked it up and returned it to you. Why do you think I'm a scammer?" Hearing SongSeoHaeng's words, the bald man felt dejected, with a headache, dizziness, and ringing in his ears. SongSeoHaeng continued to talk, "Moreover, you've misunderstood me so many times. How many scammers would be as good as I am, willing to return money after receiving it?" SongSeoHaeng thought to himself that he could only buy time for now, doing his best to delay things until the nurse or caregiver arrived to change the medication. At that point, the old man would have to step away for a while. The bald old man hesitated for a moment before taking the money, thinking it was real. He felt regretful for having misunderstood him so many times. Just yesterday, he had punched him, which he now realized was unnecessary. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng continued to speak incessantly. "And about yesterday, too. I tried to return the money to you, but you punched me really hard. Because of that punch, others thought I did something bad, and I couldn't explain myself. My reputation has been ruined, and for at least a month, I won't have the face to meet anyone. SongSeoHaeng felt a deep despair, inwardly crying out, "Someone, please come quickly. I can't keep making up stories anymore. At this rate, I'll be exposed soon." SongSeoHaeng then began lecturing the bald old man. "Uncle, I believe that trust between people should be more abundant. Even though the world is chaotic, society still needs a bit of love. Doing good deeds is a noble tradition of our Chinese culture, from ancient times to the present. Of course, nowadays, after doing the good deed, one must keep some evidence to avoid being deceived by bad people." Realizing he could no longer continue his fabrication, he thought, "I can only resort to the second plan." Then he pulled something out of his pocket, an evil-repelling pill. Suddenly, SongSeoHaeng threw it towards the bald old man, releasing a strange purple smoke. He thought to himself, "This only works on practitioners below the third rank who can't control their noses. I hope this man hasn't reached the third rank yet." The bald old man started sneezing uncontrollably, screaming, "What the hell is this? It's disgusting." Taking advantage of the situation, SongSeoHaeng carried a chuuni out of the room. Seeing this, the bald old man became furious, shouting while vomiting, "You scoundrel! Stop right there." He tried to use his magic to stop SongSeoHaeng, but luckily, SongSeoHaeng used a talisman to repel him. The bald old man, even angrier now, yelled, "Damn it!" SongSeoHaeng, carrying a chuuni, dashed down the stairs, thinking, "Where should I go? This place, Yaksa and Gangjayan's place, is the safest refuge. Unfortunately, both the senior and Gang Jae-yeon are not at home. I don't know if this uncle has accomplices. Hiding in the hospital room would be too risky. I have to get out of the hospital and find a place to hide." Afterward, he quickly contacted Senior SongSeoHaeng. At this moment, Sipyuk, lying in SongSeoHaeng's arms, said, "I didn't expect there to really be a good person in this world, foolish enough to meddle in other people's affairs." SongSeoHaeng, realizing the situation, said in a panic, "Why is it you? Did I interfere in someone else's business unnecessarily this time?" Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng blushed and said, "Hush," then thanked him. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was extremely surprised and said, "You can actually thank someone." Sipyuk asked, "Where are you planning to run off to?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "The place I can run to is too far from here. For now, I'll just run as far as I can." SongSeoHaeng glanced behind and said, "I can hear the footsteps of that old man chasing us. In at most 50 seconds, he'll catch up to us." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was extremely alarmed and said, "In other words, in 50 seconds, I might get beaten up." He then sped up, saying, "Absolutely cannot be caught." At this point, they had already run out of the hospital. Seeing a taxi, he hurriedly got in and said, "Driver, please drive quickly." The driver asked, "Where are you two heading?" SongSeoHaeng said, "Driver, can you go faster? Head to the Grand Luck District." Upon hearing this, the driver quickly thought up 7,749 scenarios. Are these two running away from home due to a family drama? Surely, they didn't get their mother's approval and were forced to break up. Such sincere and passionate love must be protected. I will take you too. Then the driver said loudly, "Hold on tight," and sped off. The bald man finally ran out, but the taxi had already left. Furious, he cursed, "Damn it, they're fast. But do you think you can escape from me?" He then jumped into a car in front to chase after them. 5 minutes later, the driver brought the two to their destination. SongSeoHaeng thanked him. "Thank you, driver. How much is the fare?" The driver replied, "I don't need money, kid. For the sake of your love, you must fight to the end." Hearing this, both were bewildered. Achil Sipyuk said, "The 19th floor of Building A is my place. We can temporarily hide there. Let's go quickly." SongSeoHaeng carried her up to the place. Once they arrived, Achil Sipyuk said, "Put me down quickly. You stand here and don't move." A few minutes later, Sipyuk came out of the house with something. Seeing it, SongSeoHaeng asked, "What is that?" The girl then sprayed it on him, saying, "It can conceal your aura, although the effect only lasts for a few minutes. Follow me quickly." At this moment, he thought to himself, "A girl's room? Not bad. Hee. Then, SongSeoHaeng followed Sipyuk into the room, feeling nervous and excited. Sipyuk drew the curtains and led him into a secret room. SongSeoHaeng exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be a secret room behind the wardrobe. Did you know the old man was coming after you?" Sipyuk closed the door and said, "The Saucy family's estate is vast, and we have many enemies. This secret room is just a precautionary measure." SongSeoHaeng continued, "So, do you think the old man will find this place?" In his heart, he was screaming, "It's too close. We're sitting so close together." Sipyuk said, "Halfway here, I already concealed my aura. However, that person." The scene shifted to the bald man arriving at Sipyuk's place. "This is it. This place still has the aura of that scammer. You can't escape. Damn scammer Sobe, prepare to die." He then kicked the door open, only to realize, "Damn it, I've been tricked. They aren't here. No one is here. Damn it, where did they go?" SongSeoHaeng, seeing this, whispered, "The old man is gone." Sipyuk said, "It's not that easy." Suddenly, the bald man returned, pounding on the door, laughing, "Didn't expect me to come back, did you? But there's still no one here." He was furious. Damn it, did they really escape? At this point, SongSeoHaeng was extremely worried. "What should we do? Has he left yet?" Sipyuk responded, "He's in the living room now, lying in wait for us." The two sat close together, and SongSeoHaeng, blushing, said, "What do we do now? Do we have to wait for him to leave?" Sipyuk answered, "Him leaving is the best. Until my supreme power recovers tonight, I just need one strike to send him flying." SongSeoHaeng suddenly remembered, "Junior, you are a genius." He thought, "I almost forgot, Sipyuk and Uioja are geniuses. They've already reached the 3rd grade post-Cheonjop. As long as she can suppress her injuries, subduing that old man will be a piece of cake." But then, SongSeoHaeng's stomach began to growl. He said, "Looks like my stomach can't hold up until tonight. Is there anything to eat here?" He thought, "Since it's a secret room, there should be some food and drinks prepared, right?" Sipyuk blushed and said, "I can subsist without food." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He thought, "Young lady, then what should I do? I haven't mastered that ability yet." Seeing her expression, it was clear that she had already prepared food and water. Depending on others wasn't always as reliable as relying on oneself. He opened his backpack and found a black pill. SongSeoHaeng wondered, could this be a subsistence pill? Yaksa had given it to him once before, and luckily, he hadn't used it up then. He popped the subsistence pill into his mouth, thinking it worked quite well since his hunger vanished instantly. Keeping such a pill could come in handy, potentially saving his life in the future. But then he heard a rumbling sound. SongSeoHaeng wondered, "My stomach is full, so why is it still making noises? Could the pill have expired?" However, the noise was actually coming from Sipyuk's stomach. Embarrassed, she turned away. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng awkwardly said, "If you don't mind, would you like to try a bit?" The girl stubbornly replied, "No need, I can subsist without food. We are on different levels. Even if I swallowed the entire pill, it would only slightly ease my hunger." SongSeoHaeng responded, "Then just take it." He thought to himself, "If her little stomach keeps growling, I won't feel comfortable." Reluctantly, the girl took the subsistence pill, saying, "Once we get through this danger, I'll return 100 of these to you." Then she swallowed it. At this moment, SongSeoHaeng checked his phone. He thought, "Right, according to the time, Senior SongSeoHaeng should be arriving soon. I can send a distress signal." But suddenly, his phone had no signal. He asked, "Why is there no signal?" Sipyuk explained, "Of course, there's no signal. Without shielding, all our information would be easily detected. How can this be called a secret room?" She looked at SongSeoHaeng's phone and saw it was in the number 1 Hyuju group. SongSeoHaeng responded, you didn't know. Haven't you been keeping up with the group lately? Sipyuk confessed, I ran away from home. Logging into the app would reveal my location, and a chill would find me, which would be very troublesome. SongSeoHaeng thought, no, if she isn't online, a chill will still find her. I can't let Sipyuk know that a chill has already gone to Gangnam to find her. She will be taken back home quickly and safely. At that moment, Sipyuk spoke up. You guessed my identity, right? A chill must have sent messages asking everyone to help find me, right? Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng started sweating profusely. Sipyuk continued, no need to deny it. You are definitely not good at lying. Your face has already given me the answer. SongSeoHaeng felt greatly shaken. Young lady, it's very impolite to easily read answers off someone's face. This leaves me with no privacy at all. Sipyuk curled up in the corner and asked, will you tell a chill that I'm here? Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng started sweating again and didn't know what to say. He thought, probably so. Ahaha, you know me too well, don't you? Truly worthy of being Sosi's genius. At this point, Sipyuk continued, you seem like a good person, and you'll definitely tell a chill. These words made SongSeoHaeng feel even more guilty. He thought, she's already said everything I wanted to say. What else can I say? To avoid the awkwardness, he asked, why did you run away from the main Sosi clan? Wouldn't your injuries be better treated there? Sipyuk replied, because I'm going to die soon. In about 20 days, I will die. Hearing these words, SongSeoHaeng was extremely surprised and tried to comfort her. How can that be? Don't lose hope just because there's no immediate treatment method. But Sipyuk, now very pessimistic, said, the treatments recorded in the main Sosi clan can't cure my injuries. Even that has no way. She then changed the subject. Let's not talk about medicine anymore. I hate talking about it. Sipyuk is my name and also my Dao title. And you? He replied, I am SongSeoHaeng. Sipyuk asked, what about your Dao title? SongSeoHaeng, looking embarrassed, said, Dao title? I don't have one yet. Maybe in a few days, I'll think of one. Remembering his nickname in the chat group, Siusen Pressure, he felt very discouraged. He thought, I should spend a day thinking it through. Otherwise, if a senior determines my Dao title as Siusen Pressure, it will be hard to change. At this moment, Sipyuk asked curiously, why think of it yourself? Didn't any senior in the chat group help you with cultivation? Didn't your master give you a Dao title? Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was very confused and said, there was no process like that. My joining the #1 Yuju group was a bit of a coincidence. Here's how it happened. SongSeoHaeng then narrated the whole story to Sipyuk. After a long talk, SongSeoHaeng roughly explained the situation. After hearing the story, Sipyuk, looking surprised, asked, did you choose to become a cultivator yourself? Don't you know the dangers involved in becoming a cultivator? Just like me, I encountered Cheonjob, and there are many dangers that can't be described. SongSeoHaeng responded, yes, I knew about the dangers before choosing to become a cultivator. In fact, I've even seen the Cheonjob's lightning holes with my own eyes. Hearing this, Sipyuk asked in confusion, then why did you still choose to become a cultivator? SongSeoHaeng, with an embarrassed smile and scratching his head, replied, why? Maybe it's because I didn't want to live a normal life. At this moment, he became a bit bashful and shared, I am someone who doesn't have great ambitions but really enjoys my life. It's like the tide rising and waves surging. No matter how terrifying the thunder calamities are or how many disasters and difficulties come from demonic cultivation, I will never regret my choice. Hearing this, Sipyuk let out a sigh of relief. I see you've switched to a heroic style. It's quite strange, but also interesting. Then Sipyuk stood up and said, get ready, we have to go outside now. The two of them then exited the secret room together. At this moment, the bald old man also noticed something. Seeing the two of them coming down, he shouted, you two are finally out. I knew it, you didn't leave this room at all. Sipyuk, with a cold expression, began to cast a spell and said firmly, you shouldn't be here. Seeing this, the old man raised his hand to attack and asked, why can't I be here? Sipyuk, irritated, retorted, If you're so good, come and fight me solo. The two then engaged in a fierce battle. Sipyuk was so powerful that one punch was enough to knock down the bald old man. However, it seemed that her injuries were not fully healed, and the attack had taken some of her strength. She said, "The strike I just made was merciful. In 3 days, I will have a chill come along with Jong to clarify the matter and put an end to it. For now, I won't take your life. You deal with it yourself." The bald old man, still stubborn, got up from the debris and said, "No way. As long as I'm not dead, I won't give up. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will make sure you are taken back. Moreover, after you made that strike, how much ki do you have left?" The old man, still fierce, charged at Sipyuk once again. Sipyuk, now breathing heavily, had probably exhausted too much of her teat with that one strike. Yet, she did not falter. She replied with difficulty, "If you're so determined to find death, then let me assist you." The two of them clashed again in a fierce battle, shaking the heavens and the earth. With her terrifying strength, Sipyuk sent the bald old man flying far away. Witnessing this scene, SongSeoHaeng was extremely surprised, thinking, "What the heck? The movements of both sides are too fast to see. The speed is completely beyond human limits. It's incredibly impressive." After receiving this blow from the young girl Sipyuk, the old man, now battered and covered in debris, struggled to get up and said, "You wait for me, SongSeoHaeng. I will definitely return." He then broke the glass door himself and jumped from the 19th floor. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng recalled a line from a cartoon wolf and moved to the spot where the bald old man had jumped to check the situation. Seeing the height, he was quite surprised and said, "Daring to jump from the 19th floor." At the same time, Sipyuk thought, "How strange. Why did my strike, which only lightly touched his legs, make him explode with his own ki, and then scream dramatically like a professional actor while fleeing and jumping off the balcony? He must be deliberately creating a diversion to escape or setting a trap." Thinking this, Sipyuk was a bit cautious. Switching scenes, SongSeoHaeng and Sipyuk were now at the location of the broken glass, observing the situation. Sipyuk asked, "Do you know how to use spiritual sensing techniques?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "Yes, I do. Let me give it a try." He then used the spiritual sensing technique to assess the situation. Seeing this, Sipyuk asked, "Is there anything unusual?" SongSeoHaeng answered, "I don't sense anything. The feeling of unease hasn't disappeared either." Suddenly, the warning lights came on. SongSeoHaeng thought, "I still can't sense anything. But why is the feeling of unease growing stronger?" Then SongSeoHaeng said, "That's right. Let's try using another spiritual technique." He then used the sensory imprint technique. After using this technique, he was able to sense something. SongSeoHaeng said, "Who is he? Could he be an accomplice of Jong? Or maybe a sparrow lying in wait behind the mantis?" Sipyuk, sitting on the sofa to recover her strength, asked if there was anything discovered. SongSeoHaeng, looking worried, replied, "Someone is approaching here. Can you still make a move?" Sipyuk answered, "Because of the injuries, my ki isn't recovering quickly." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng opened his phone, smiled, and said, "Then I need to get into the chat group and ask the seniors how to write a will." Meanwhile, below Sipyuk's building, a young man in red looked up at the two and said, "After waiting so long, Jong finally contacts Sipyuk." He then took out a talisman from his bag and said, "With the Jong talisman and the magical artifact stolen from my junior Muhyeon Jiam, assisting in the assassination of Sipyuk should be a piece of cake." Just then, someone carrying a cardboard box came into view. It turned out to be SongSeoHaeng. The man in red glanced at him and thought, "This person has no aura of a cultivator. He must be a commoner living here." The man in red then stealthily approached Sipyuk's door. As he peered inside and saw Sipyuk, he frowned, thinking, "She is completely unguarded now. This is a rare opportunity." He drew his weapon and was about to make a move when SongSeoHaeng, from behind, executed the most handsome Tongleon technique to attack the man in red. Seeing this, the man in red was quite surprised, thinking, "What's going on here?" The magic sword in his hand suddenly trembled and flew towards SongSeoHaeng. In a state of panic, he didn't understand what was happening. SongSeoHaeng struck, and the man in red was stunned, realizing it was the sword technique. The sword pierced his chest. It turned out that he was a 4th-grade cultivator. Blood spurted from his mouth as he felt deep resentment, thinking, "That foolish junior of mine has harmed me." He then knelt down, begging for mercy. "Please spare me, senior. I was wrong. Please let me go." SongSeoHaeng thought that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own, not falling short of Danju, and decided to act with caution. He then called out and retracted the sword. Seeing the formidable power of the sword technique, he marveled, "So this is the sword technique. It's truly impressive." There is, however, a secret command to temporarily activate the sword mastery technique. The most handsome abbot, Tonmayan, unexpectedly created it while meditating in seclusion. This was indeed very shameful. At this moment, the red-haired person, covered in injuries, was dragged to SongSeoHaeng's place. SongSeoHaeng spoke up and asked, "Tell me, who are you? Why do you want to kill him?" I did not respond to SongSeoHaeng, but only looked up at her and then sneered. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng continued, "If you came to kill me, you must know my identity. If you don't open your mouth, I have ways to make you spill all the information." At this moment, SongSeoHaeng stepped forward and said, "He probably wants to frame Uncle Seonong Jong." As soon as he approached her, he immediately tried to kill. If he had succeeded and hidden it, Senior Achil would definitely seek revenge on Seonong Jong. I think either he or the force behind him is a sworn enemy of Seonong Jong, or they want to take something from Seonong Jong. Hearing these words from SongSeoHaeng, the red-clad person began to tremble as if struck by the truth. SongSeoHaeng, still extremely exhausted, struggled to draw a sword and angrily threatened, "It seems you guessed right." Realizing that his plan had been exposed, the red-clad person became dangerously serious. He spat out a talisman from his mouth, which transformed into a blade that flew towards SongSeoHaeng. Anticipating this, SongSeoHaeng swung her sword and deflected the blade, saying, "I knew you still had hidden tricks." With just one strike from SongSeoHaeng, the red-haired person's blade shattered into pieces. Witnessing this scene, the red-clad person was utterly terrified, but then suddenly started laughing loudly. From his mouth, he spat out thousands of red threads that bound the blade, restoring it to its original form. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng began to feel frightened, thinking, "Is it the Blood God Blade secret technique of the Blood Blade sect? Impossible." The red-clad person then screamed, "Die, die, I will kill you." SongSeoHaeng immediately took a defensive stance to dodge his attack, but unfortunately, one of the red-clad person's moves caused her to lose her sword. She was extremely scared, thinking, "It's over, what do I do now?" Taking advantage of this opportunity, the red-clad person, feeling triumphant, moved in to kill SongSeoHaeng, shouting loudly, "I've won! SongSeoHaeng, die!" But unexpectedly, a blade flew in and beheaded him, sending him to reunite with his ancestors for his premature arrogance. It turned out to be SongSeoHaeng who saved SongSeoHaeng from death in the nick of time. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng immediately expressed her gratitude. SongSeoHaeng responded, "No need to thank me. But how should we handle this body? The decomposition technique cannot destroy the body of a cultivator of 2nd rank or higher," SongSeoHaeng told SongSeoHaeng. "Don't worry," SongSeoHaeng reassured SongSeoHaeng. "Take the body to the secret room for now. I'll contact the main clan of Sosi to send someone to deal with it. There won't be any traces or impacts left behind." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng quickly picked up the body and placed it in the secret room. He said, "We cannot delay. The noise earlier was very loud. If anyone comes here, it will be hard to explain." It was already 1:03 p.m. when the task was finished. SongSeoHaeng was still sitting on the sofa, cultivating to recover her energy. She said to SongSeoHaeng, "For now, leave it as it is. Let the specialists handle the rest." SongSeoHaeng nodded and brushed off his hands. Then he checked his phone, thinking, "I have to check in at the driving school at 2 p.m. and then see Leia off at the bus station. There's still plenty of time." Buka sent a message. SongSeoHaeng replied briefly before reading it. Bukatane's message read, SongSeoHaeng, how are things? Are you two all right? Achil is on his way to you now. SongSeoHaeng replied, thank you for your concern, senior. Thanks to Master Tong Ian's flying sword, we managed to survive this calamity safely. Bukatane then instructed, stay where you are and don't run around. Achil will be there in 10 minutes. Upon reading this message, Sipyuk said, I don't want to see Achil. Her sudden appearance startled SongSeoHaeng, making his heart almost jump out of his chest. He awkwardly said, listen, don't cause trouble. Your injuries are serious, and there are many problems around. Staying with Achil is the safest option. Who knows, Senior Achil might have found a way to treat you. But Sipyuk stubbornly replied, it's not that easy. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng's phone rang. It was Aya. He answered, what's the matter? On the other end, Aya was furious. Hey SongSeoHaeng, what's wrong with your phone? I've been calling you non-stop. SongSeoHaeng explained. I was in an area with no signal earlier, but I just got out. Then, Aya's angry voice came through. Where are you now? Where did you go this morning? I heard you carried a patient from room 570 out of the hospital. What were you doing with someone's injured daughter? Thinking about this, SongSeoHaeng became flustered. How should he explain? Then, unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door. SongSeoHaeng opened it to find a man wearing glasses. The man asked, excuse me, did something happen in this room earlier? Meanwhile, Aya's voice was still shouting on the phone. Hey SongSeoHaeng, talk to me. What were you doing carrying someone's daughter out? Seeing the man looking suspicious, Sipyuk quickly explained, I'm sorry, I just had an argument with my friend. We got angry and broke some things. Did we disturb you? The man, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, is that so? In a relationship, it's important to be happy together. Understanding each other is crucial when you've been together for a long time. On the phone, Aya, hearing Sipyuk's voice, said, SongSeoHaeng, I think I heard her voice. Are you with her now? Where exactly have you two been? What have you been doing all this time? You're still young. Don't do things you shouldn't be doing. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng quickly said, Sister, I can't explain everything right now. I'll tell you when we meet later. I have to hang up now. Sipyuk, hearing these words, seemed annoyed because the woman was really too talkative. Scene transitioned to somewhere in Gangnam sect, Waldo Jong. Someone was shouting, what? The assassination failed. You couldn't kill Sipyuk. How useless. Absolutely useless. The red-haired, pierced-nosed man, who looked like Emma Wang, was cursing loudly after hanging up the phone. He then asked the purple-haired young man, Master Haedang, the assassination failed. What should we do next? The purple-haired young man replied, Jongju, don't worry. Even if the assassination failed, it's okay. We have other plans in place. As long as we follow the plan, the wounds inflicted by Cheonjop on Jongju can be healed. However, after implementing the second plan, we at Woldojong need to go into hiding temporarily. Cheonhasasi is a force we cannot confront directly. We need to temporarily abandon our century-old legacy at Woldojong. Hearing this, the red-haired elder laughed and said, the century-old legacy is just dead stuff. It's fine to temporarily abandon it. Now, Woldojong is entirely under your management, elder. The purple-haired young man responded, Jongju, I'll make some arrangements then. On this side, a woman approached to report, Master Haedang, all Woldojong disciples are ready. Everything in Jongman has been organized. Seeing this, the purple-haired young man was very satisfied. Very good, Elder Mioin. Order the disciples to gather in an hour. We must complete the relocation before tonight and move to Ran Woldok. We will stay there temporarily. Seeing the handsome young man and hearing his warm voice, Yanjin felt very shy. She responded, yes, I will arrange it right away. Witnessing this, Achima Gun laughed and praised, ha ha, elder, you are very popular with the ladies. I see this young woman has secretly admired you for a long time. Even if you wanted to harm her, she would willingly fall into your arms, right? Hearing Achima Gun's words, the purple-haired elder replied, Achima Gun, do you think my ambitions lie in that? Next, I need your help with something. Your true form has reached the vicinity of Gangnam. Can you help me capture the descendants of Sosi? The Black Mist responded, leave it to me. This is as easy as turning my hand over. Seeing this, Elder Haedang thanked him, and Achimagun responded, no need to be so polite. It's mutually beneficial. Then, Elder Haedang picked up the phone and called someone, saying, Elder Haedang, I have found SongSeoHaeng. Upon hearing this, Elder Haedang was very pleased and said, very good. Use all means to keep him there as long as possible. The person on the other end replied, understood, Elder. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will complete the mission. Hearing this, Elder Haedang said, no, I want you to come back safely. It's just a mission. To me, your life is more precious and important. You must return alive. After hanging up, Elder Haedang looked into the distance with joy in his heart and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, everything is ready. Now, just wait for the right time to close the net. Scene transition to 1:30 p.m. At this moment, Sipyuk was tiredly lying on the sofa. SongSeoHaeng looked at his phone, checking the time, and said, Senior Buka said SongSeoHaeng would be here in 10 minutes. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Liar. Hearing this, Sipyuk sat up and asked SeoHaeng, earlier, you mentioned a method to find out the assassin's identity. What is it? SongSeoHaeng replied, I have a clue that might be useful. However, I have some business to attend to until sunset. Can we go then? Sipyuk, hearing this, asked suspiciously, what business do you have? Achil hasn't arrived yet. Why don't we go take care of your matter first? You can always contact Achil through the Gyuju Noon chat group. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng stood up abruptly, panicking. No, you have to stay here and wait for Senior Achil. I can handle my business on my own. He was sweating profusely, thinking, are you kidding? If I take her along to see Sister Aya, who knows what kind of disaster my life will turn into. Scene transitions to 2:23 p.m. SeoHaeng had arrived at Aya's place. Aya asked him, did you check in at the driving school? SeoHaeng, a bit flustered, replied, yes, I did. I was there at 2 p.m. He was surprised that Aya didn't ask about Sipyuk. Could it be that there's a storm today? He wondered. Suddenly, Sipyuk appeared from behind, making SongSeoHaeng very startled, but she turned away, sulking. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng wondered, she followed me the whole way. How am I supposed to deal with this? I hope my cousin doesn't notice. Unexpectedly, Aya turned to SeoHaeng and said, SeoHaeng, I have something to ask you. Startled, SeoHaeng replied, yes, what is it, sister? Aya then asked, the girl behind you, is she your girlfriend? Sipyuk, walking behind, heard the words girlfriend from Aya and blushed shyly. Did she just say I'm SongSeoHaeng's girlfriend? How embarrassing. SeoHaeng, extremely flustered, explained, no, she's not. She's the daughter of a friend of mine. I just met her today, don't misunderstand. Hearing this explanation, Aya was very skeptical. She then became serious, placed her hand on SongSeoHaeng's shoulder, and said, I won't ask why you took the girl out of the hospital, but this girl doesn't have much time left. Spend time with her, and make sure she has no regrets. Seeing Aya's serious demeanor, SeoHaeng was bewildered. Sister, what are you talking about? Aya continued to whisper to SeoHaeng. I see that she's sulking now. Just go along with her wishes. She's still young and doesn't understand much. These words made SongSeoHaeng break out in a cold sweat, feeling helpless and speechless. Finally, they said their goodbyes. SeoHaeng said, Sister, take care. Aya gave him a thumbs up and turned away. Scene transitions. Now, SongSeoHaeng was standing next to Sipyuk, scratching his head, remembering Aya's advice. Young people don't understand things well. You might think it's just an appearance of being quite childish, but her age is definitely older than mine. However, what Aya said is very true. Sipyuk's time in this world may not be long. I need to do something about it. At this moment, unexpectedly, you notice a nearby ice cream stall. Quickly using your charm, you go over and buy Sipyuk a gigantic ice cream cone. You approach Sipyuk and offer her the ice cream, asking, "Would you like to eat this? It won't affect your wounds, will it?" Seeing the earnest and considerate look on your face, Sipyuk can't help but feel shy and flustered. "Oh, you're so charming," she thinks. So, our girl bashfully takes the ice cream. She then asks, "Where are we going next? What exactly is your clue about?" You take out the magic sword from your bag and say, "The clue is this magic sword from Master Tong Ion." Hearing this, Sipyuk is very puzzled and asks, "Wasn't it brought by the assassin?" You, now embarrassed, explain, "This is Master Tong Ion's magic sword, which was left yesterday. I used express delivery to send it back to the master. Unexpectedly, during transportation, it was stolen." At this point, you are very angry and clench your fist, saying, "So finding the thief of the magic sword will help us understand the true mastermind behind the scenes." Fortunately, SongSeoHaeng has already caught the thief of the magic sword. Now we need to find SongSeoHaeng and clarify the identity of the thief. So, you make the call to SongSeoHaeng. On the other end, SongSeoHaeng says, "Don't worry, classmate SongSeoHaeng. We found the location and description of the accomplice. Tonight, I will definitely bring them back." Hearing this, you laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, the item is in my hands now. I need your help with one thing. I want to meet the thief and ask some questions." SongSeoHaeng replies, "No problem. Where are you? I will come and pick you up right away." Finally, the two of you agree to meet at the school. Afterward, you say to Sipyuk, "Sipyuk, when will Senior Achil arrive? He said he would be here in 10 minutes, but it's been several hours now." Sipyuk sighs in exasperation. Who knows? Seeing this, you open your phone and decide to check the chat group. You ask in the chat, "Senior Achil, haven't you arrived yet?" Bukatane replied, "We haven't received any response from Achil either. Stay in touch. I will inform you as soon as there is news from Achil." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng responded, "Later, we will head to the Gangnam Fengxiu Express headquarters. If Senior Achil replies, please tell him to come directly to the headquarters to find us." Bukatane replied, "Okay, be careful. You guys remember to stay safe." At this point, Sipyuk said, "Let me call SongSeoHaeng. Can I borrow your phone for a moment? I want to call and find out where Achil is." You were very pleased and handed the phone to Sipyuk. Sipyuk made several calls, but Achil did not answer. She was quite frustrated and said, "The phone connection is not working." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng sighed, "I guess we'll have to wait for Achil to contact us on his own." At this moment, a black cloud appeared in the sky. It was Achimagen being chased and attacked by a white dog-like beast. The two were heading towards where you and Sipyuk were. You asked in confusion, "What is that?" Seeing this, Sipyuk screamed, "It's a beast coming towards us." The two beasts were approaching with alarming speed. SongSeoHaeng warned Sipyuk, "Be careful." But you were already entangled by Achimagen, who was laughing loudly, "So Sisobe, I found you." Unable to move and terrified, SongSeoHaeng said, "What is going on?" "This black cloud." The black cloud spoke, "You can call me Achimagen. So Sisobe, come with me. Don't worry, I won't take your life." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was extremely angry. You are an accomplice of that thief. In your mind, you thought, Achimagen must be mistaking me for Sipyuk. Unexpectedly, the white beast charged in from behind, intending to attack Achimagen. Achimagen, furious, said, "I don't know the origins of this Beijing dog, but it suddenly attacked me upon meeting. Its strength is abnormal. Is this really a dog? Why can't I fight it? Can't I even escape?" SongSeoHaeng was being spun around, feeling dizzy, and thought, "My internal organs and heart feel like they're about to be turned inside out and fall out." Then, Achimagen flew away, pursued relentlessly by the white dog-like beast, leaving behind a cloud of dust and confusion. At this moment, the bald old man arrived and swore, "Dan it, release Evzoisihubia, you scoundrel. She is our target." The old man then chased after them, shouting about ambushing the black cloud and retrieving Sipyuk. Meanwhile, Sipyuk stood dazed on the ground, not understanding what was happening. She began to worry, thinking that they had mistaken her for someone else. She could only continue calling Achil on SongSeoHaeng's phone. She kept dialing until Achil finally answered. Sipiuk, panicked, said, "Hello." Achil, standing amid a formation and looking worried, asked, "Are you all right?" "I've just been trapped by a wicked spell, a massive demonic formation. Where are you now? Are you being attacked?" Sipiuk replied, "I'm at the east gate of Gangnam University. They thought SeoHaeng was me and took him away. You need to come here quickly." Hearing this, Achil was extremely alarmed and responded, "I'm coming immediately. Stay safe." In no time, Achil arrived at the scene and continuously called out to Sipiuk. He embraced Sipiuk tightly and cried out, "Sipiuk, what exactly happened? Tell me everything." Being squeezed and feeling suffocated, Sipiuk said uncomfortably, "Let me go, you scoundrel." Then she questioned Achil, "Did you really steal the Seonongjong treasure and injure their people?" Achil, bewildered, replied, "Why would I do that? A few days ago, I did visit Seonongjong. A friend of mine informed me that the Seonongjong's precious remedy could treat wounds caused by Cheonjop. So I went with him to ask for the medicine. But the precious remedy was indeed Jongmun's treasure, and they couldn't sell it. I gave up on that and sought other remedies instead." Upon hearing this from Achil, Sipiuk said, "It seems SeoHaeng was right. Someone is trying to frame you for stealing the Seonongjong treasure to cause a conflict between us and Seonongjong." Achil was very angry. Who is so bold as to mess with Cheon Hasosi? Sipiuk continued, "The ones who mistakenly took SeoHaeng are definitely their accomplices. If we can find their hideout, we'll know where they took SeoHaeng." At this moment, a call came in from SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng said, "Hello, SeoHaeng. I'm at the east gate of Gangnam University now. Where are you?" Seeing SongSeoHaeng, Sipiuk said, "Mr. SongSeoHaeng, we see you now. I'll be right over." Hearing this voice, SongSeoHaeng was very surprised, as it was a girl's voice. At that moment, Sipiuk approached SongSeoHaeng and explained, "I'm a friend of SeoHaeng. I'm the one who needs to meet the robber." At this time, the robber was tied up in a basement by SongSeoHaeng's men. He wondered whether SongSeoHaeng had already clashed with his senior, and if so, what the outcome might be. Was his senior suffering, or had SongSeoHaeng been thoroughly defeated? Moreover, he wondered if Waldo Jong had sent someone to rescue him. While thinking this, the door to the cell was suddenly kicked open. The robber was shocked and frightened, saying, "What do you want from me?" Achil, unable to contain his impatience, drew his sword and demanded, "Speak quickly. Who are you? Why are you here in Gangnam?" The robber, trembling and crying, pleaded, "Please spare me. My name is Jo Bulan. I'm an outer disciple of Waldo Jong. I was only following orders from my superiors in Jongmun to monitor SongSeoHaeng. I did what I was told and know nothing else. Please let me go." Upon hearing this, Achil realized, as expected, that even before he arrived at Seonongjong, members of Waldo Jong had been monitoring Sipiuk. If this was the case, the friend who led him to Seonongjong must have known about it. Achil, furious, approached Jo Bulan and demanded, "One last question. Where is Waldo Jong located?" Jo Bulan, terrified and shaking, quickly answered, "In Gangnam, in a dense forest on the mountain. The specific location is." Scene transition. At this moment, Seonongjong's people had blocked Achimagun, saying, "Stop. Hand over Sipiuk." Achimagun, laughing, replied, "Even the weakest bunch wants to stop me. How laughable." SeoHaeng, meanwhile, was spinning around so much that his head was dizzy and his senses were blurred. Seeing this, Seonongjong's people were furious. The bald man pointed at Achimagun and said, "This is the black cloud that stole Sipiuk. We can't let him escape." The white-furred demon dog thought to itself, "With the two sides in conflict, let the old uncle handle the main fight while I pick up the toys easily." So the bald boss began casting spells loudly, charging at Achimagun, while Seonongjong's people also launched their attack, continuously shouting, "Get him!" Seeing this, Achimagun disdainfully said, "Hemph, a bunch of weaklings," and then cast a defensive spell, The SongSeoHaeng members continuously attacked, but their blows were repelled by Achimagun's shield, causing them to spit out blood. They marveled at how strong his defense was. Just as they were getting excited, the white-furred demon dog charged in. Achimagun, furious, thought, "That damn stupid dog is back again. I need to deal with these weaklings quickly." Achimagun then conjured thousands of tentacles and thrust them straight at the SongSeoHaeng members. The bald elder was extremely frightened, thinking, "Dealing with a 4th-grade cultivator is indeed difficult. I must hold on as best as I can, at least until the senior arrives." At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Achimagun had revealed his true form, and the black cloud was gradually dissipating. He saw that the person captured was not SongSeoHaeng, but SongSeoHaeng. He shouted, "You fraud! Why are you here? Where is SongSeoHaeng?" Achimagun was very surprised and asked, "What? You're not Achimagun?" At this moment, SongSeoHaeng, sweating profusely, could only smile wryly. Seeing this, Achimagun was furious, saying, "If you're not Achimagun, then why did you come when I called SongSeoHaeng? What are you doing here?" SongSeoHaeng, at a loss for words, could only manage a wry smile. In his heart, he cursed, "Damn it, I only asked who was calling. How could you mistake me for Sipiuk and capture me?" Jong, meanwhile, scratched his head and said, "Interesting, very interesting," as his tail slowly relaxed. SongSeoHaeng thought, "I was held tightly by this guy before. Now, I finally have a chance to use my sword talisman." He then used the sword talisman to cut off Achimagun's tail. Taking this opportunity, the demon dog attacked Achimagun as well. Seeing this, Achimagun was furious, shouting, "What the hell is this stupid dog doing? Why won't it stop chasing me?" Taking advantage of the moment, SongSeoHaeng jumped to the ground, thinking, "Thank goodness, I finally have a chance to escape. Luckily, I've been practicing diligently these past few days, and my physical condition has improved. Otherwise, I would have been done for." Suddenly, SongSeoHaeng noticed the 2 demon creatures approaching him again and felt puzzled. Not again are they still coming. Unexpectedly, Achimagun then dragged the bald elder away, with the white-furred demon dog persistently chasing them. Achimagun cursed inwardly, "Stupid dog, wait until I make my move. I'll turn you into a 7-course meal." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was drenched in sweat, wondering if Achimagun was nearsighted and had captured the wrong person. He thought, "How could they have captured the wrong person? Isn't this a mess?" The SongSeoHaeng group was in a panic. The young mushroom-headed boy asked, "What should we do now that Jong is captured?" The bespectacled man responded, "Even if we chase after them now, we can't save Jong. We have to wait for Jong to arrive." At this point, SongSeoHaeng stepped forward and asked, "I need to ask something. If a powerful demon beast is coming towards us, how should we handle it?" The bespectacled senior looked puzzled and asked, "Is it a meat-eater?" SongSeoHaeng was even more anxious, thinking, "Yes, haven't you ever seen a dog like this before?" The bespectacled senior then said, "So we should run." SongSeoHaeng, hearing this, felt even more helpless. Who can escape from such a huge Beijing dog? Besides, it can fly. Are you even paying attention? The mushroom-headed boy then presented a book and said, "Right, Jiang Wang gave me a handbook for dealing with various dangers. Let me find it." After flipping through the book for a while, he excitedly exclaimed, "Found it! The method for dealing with large meat-eating demon beasts." The book detailed how to handle large meat-eating demon beasts, like those of the cat or dog type. It provided some personal experience from a demon beast caretaker, as well as oral traditions. Seeing this, the mushroom-headed boy was thrilled and said, "Jiang Wang is amazing. This is exactly what we need." The SongSeoHaeng members cheered, "Quick, let's see what it says next." The book advised that when dealing with large meat-eating demon beasts, one should not be afraid and must remain calm. The first thing to observe was the demon beast's eyes. If the beast was staring intently at you without blinking, it meant that you were 100% on its menu. The mushroom-headed boy looked up to check and saw that the demon dog was indeed staring at him and licking its lips. The SongSeoHaeng group was horrified and exclaimed, "It's definitely going to add us to its menu. Quickly, see what to do next." The mushroom-headed boy, in panic, continued reading. At this moment, remember well, do not bow or crouch to reveal any weakness. Also, do not turn and run, because even if you run, you won't be faster than the demon beast. Running would only provoke its hunting instincts. Instead, try to stand straight, keep a serious expression, and show anger. Spread your arms towards the demon beast and shout loudly. For example, say something like, "If you're so great, then come and bite me. If you don't bite me, you're just a dog." Show your fierce presence. Seeing this, the bespectacled senior stepped forward and said, "Let me try." The senior then lowered his breath, exhaled deeply, and with all his might, he shouted, "If you're so great, then come and bite me. If you don't bite me, you're just a dog." Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was terrified, feeling his limbs go numb. He thought, this is definitely not something to provoke further, especially not the demon dog. The demon beast, a white dog, glared angrily at the senior, but did not show any immediate reaction. SongSeoHaeng was in a panic, shouting, "Does it really work?" The bespectacled senior was quite pleased, saying, "It does work. It really does. Quickly, let's see how to drive it away." The mushroom-headed boy continued reading, but what he read next seemed like a bolt from the blue. He trembled as he read the next line, "You can die with honor." Shaken, he could hardly speak. The bespectacled senior remained smug, saying, "I've managed to hold off the demon dog. Now, let's quickly see what to do next, or we won't be able to hold it off for long." The mushroom-headed boy was deeply frightened, cursing Jong in his mind. "Damn you, Jong! Why did you trick us like this?" At this moment, the demon beast became extremely angry. It stared intently at the bespectacled senior, and then created a huge gust of wind, as if trying to blow away the SongSeoHaeng group. Its gaze then shifted to SongSeoHaeng. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was sweating profusely and thought, "It seems like it doesn't have too much malice, does it?" Then, the demon beast, with a smile, suddenly turned and flew away. SongSeoHaeng, still in fear, thought, "It seemed to glance at me with a deep look. Could I have misjudged?" The SongSeoHaeng members, seeing this, were overjoyed. They all cheered, feeling relieved that they no longer needed to fear encountering large demon beasts like the giant cat dog. The demon beast had really left, and the method had proven effective. At this point, SongSeoHaeng said, "I need to get back to school and inform Asapyuk that everything is fine." Hearing this, the mushroom-headed boy shouted, "Wait," and pointed at SongSeoHaeng, asking, "Are you SongSeoHaeng?" These words left SongSeoHaeng helpless, asking, "What's wrong with this guy? I'm not SongSeoHaeng. I was just accidentally captured. Are you guys seriously mistaken?" The boy seemed doubtful and replied, "How can anyone believe you without proof? Do you have any evidence?" Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng pulled out his ID card and said, "If you need proof, would my ID card work?" They all gathered around to examine SongSeoHaeng's ID card. The bespectacled senior said, "Yes, he's Surname Som, not SongSeoHaeng. We've got the wrong person." Then the senior pushed the mushroom-headed boy's head down, apologizing, "I'm truly sorry. There was a misunderstanding due to some issues with the mission. My brothers were a bit too hasty and caused this confusion. Please forgive us." SongSeoHaeng, seeing their sincere apology, said, "It's okay. It's okay, I understand. Please get up." The bespectacled senior then spoke seriously, "Young brother, the situation is actually like this. 6 days ago, SongSeoHaeng and a cultivator visited our SongSeoHaeng as guests. That day, SongSeoHaeng came to meet with Jongju. They talked for a long time and seemed to get along well at first. SongSeoHaeng asked if we could give up the precious SongSeoHaeng's precious 7 treasure elixir to treat a junior Saucy's injury caused by Cheonjop. Our sect refused as the 7 treasure elixir does not easily cure injuries caused by Cheonjop. Afterward, he and Jongju said their farewells and left with his companion. That night, SongSeoHaeng broke into our SongSeoHaeng, injured more than 18 disciples, and stole the 7 treasure elixir. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng thought deeply. It turned out that the grudge between Senior Achil and SongSeoHaeng was like this. However, after Asapyuk fought with the SongSeoHaeng people, someone from Waldo Jong had secretly come to assassinate him. It was clear that someone was trying to cause trouble. Waldo Jong is truly devious. At this moment, SongSeoHaeng asked everyone, "Are you sure that the person who broke into SongSeoHaeng that night was SongSeoHaeng?" The mushroom-headed boy interjected, "Absolutely." That night, SongSeoHaeng suddenly appeared and defeated Senior Jong, severely injuring 18 Jongmun disciples. Everyone saw his unique swordsmanship and the celestial sword technique. These words left SongSeoHaeng speechless. He thought it was quite suspicious. Who would rob something and reveal their true identity, using their unique techniques while trying to avoid being seen? The bespectacled senior said, "I believe you have some connection with SongSeoHaeng, so I'm informing you about this. I hope you won't involve yourself in the grudge between us and Senior Achil." The two of them looked away, and SongSeoHaeng said from behind, "I don't have the authority to speak on the grievances between you and Senior Achil. But I want you to know something. Not long ago, when someone from SongSeoHaeng attempted to capture SongSeoHaeng, they failed. An assassin suddenly intervened. If I hadn't happened to be there, Sipyuk might have been killed. That's all I wanted to say. Whether it's true or false, you can guess for yourselves." With that, SongSeoHaeng waved goodbye and left. Meanwhile, at Gangnam Ran Wolbok, Elder Haedang was admiring the plants when Achimagan spoke. "You all have moved to Ran Wolbok to protect the sect. The formation should be complete by now, right?" Elder Haedang replied, "Ran Wolbok is fully protected by the formation. We're just waiting for the right moment." At this, Achimagan started to fidget and touch his face nervously. "Has the assassination of Asapyuk failed then?" Elder Haedang responded calmly, "Yes, it has failed. Even the Northern Protector Hyan Sindo couldn't kill her. These top sects are indeed difficult to handle." Achimagan laughed loudly. "We anticipated this possibility. As long as SongSeoHaeng attacks Waldo Jong, we will surely achieve our goal. You all should be fine. I, however, had to expend a lot of effort outside. What about SongSeoHaeng? Had she been captured yet? If not, we'll have no way to bring SongSeoHaeng here." Elder Haedang answered, "Achimagan's main body has gone to capture her. I've sent people to temporarily detain SongSeoHaeng. Magam should have captured her by now." Achimagan responded, "Well, how should I put this? There was a major inconvenience. In a rush, I captured the wrong person. You know, in my demonic vision, people and monkeys look almost the same. Their appearances are quite similar. It's basically indistinguishable." Achimagan said. "In other words, the second plan has failed as well. With SongSeoHaeng's temperament, he will definitely come to Waldo Jong to seek revenge for the junior. If he doesn't appear at that time, I, Magan, will personally take action to bring him here." Elder Haedang replied, "All right then. We need to wait for SongSeoHaeng to arrive here, so we can test the power of the protective formation that I'd worked so hard to set up. We should find a way to lure all of SongSeoHaeng here. At that time, we must kill a few important figures and let Jongju of theirs live a few more days so we can arrange for their aftermath. Only then will we have a chance to uncover SongSeoHaeng's secrets." Achimagan agreed, "That's right. Although I haven't captured SongSeoHaeng, I've conveniently captured Jongdeok from SongSeoHaeng. He should be of some use." Elder Haedang then said, "Good. We'll split up and take action. I hope everything proceeds smoothly." At that moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky. The people of SongSeoHaeng were overjoyed to see that it was Senior Jong. "Senior Jong is here," they exclaimed. Senior Jong landed on the ground. Seeing him, the mushroom-headed boy rushed over, crying out loudly, "Wah, Senior Jong! Senior Jongdeok has been captured, and there's no news about SongSeoHaeng. What should we do now?" Senior Jong patted Jeonri on the head affectionately and said, "Don't cry. I'm here now. Jongju has discovered that SongSeoHaeng has entered a large canyon in Waldo Jong. It's likely that Junior Jongdeok was taken there. We should hurry there, meet up with Jongju and the elders, And perhaps we can save Jong Deok as well. Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng wondered, so SongSeoHaeng has gone to the large canyon. But why did they capture Jong Deok? Senior Jong Myung explained, SongSeoHaeng's goal is the 7 sovereign fruits. Capturing him was definitely to learn the method of using the 7 sovereign fruits. Senior Jong Myung then placed his hand on the bespectacled senior's shoulder and said, Jongpong is seriously injured. Stay here and wait for your injuries to heal to avoid leaving any hidden problems. Jeonri attended to Jongpong, and then Senior Jongmyeon called out loudly, anyone who is free to act should come with me to the canyon. Senior Jongmyeon shouted, no matter if it's Waldo Jong or SongSeoHaeng, we must not be afraid. Hearing this, the people of Seonongjong were fired up. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was taken aback. He thought, wow, this enthusiasm and spirit of the sect. Jongmyeon continued, let's move forward a bit. I've hired a bus for us. We'll take the bus close to Ranwoldok and then get off to conserve our strength. SongSeoHaeng couldn't believe his eyes. The way this was handled seemed so futile, as if it had turned into a vacation. 10 minutes later, only Jongpong and Jeonri remained behind. Seeing their wary expressions, SongSeoHaeng wondered if borrowing their phone to call Asipiuk and report safety would lead to trouble. Deciding against it, he thought it would be better to find a public phone. At that moment, unexpectedly, the Sosi siblings flew by on their magic swords. Sipiuk called out, SongSeoHaeng, did you escape from that black fog? SongSeoHaeng looked up, surprised, and replied, huh? Is that Achil Senior next to you? But didn't the senior of Seonongjong say that Achil was in the large canyon? Why is Achil here? Seeing this, Sipiuk asked with concern, are you all right? How did you escape? SeoHaeng scratched his head and said, fortunately, I met some Seonongjong people halfway who blocked the black fog of Ichimagun. I took the opportunity to escape using a teleportation talisman. The Seonongjong people became angry, pointing at Achil and cursing, you thief! You dare to impersonate me and steal the 7 sovereign fruits. Achil was taken aback and responded, what are you Seonongjong people talking about? Who is the real thief? Do you want me to knock each of you out? Seeing this, SeoHaeng quickly tried to calm them down. Everyone, please stay calm. You Seonongjong might have been deceived, it's just a misunderstanding. 10 minutes later, after understanding the situation, Achil was furious. Damn it! Someone dares to impersonate me and steal the 7 sovereign fruits of Seonongjong, using the heavenly saber. Jeongri, still extremely angry, continued to curse and shout about the impostor. Clearly, it was you who stole the 7 sovereign fruits from our ancient sect, and you dare not admit it, you coward. The glasses-wearing senior couldn't respond in time to this accusation. Achil then explained, the Heavenly Saber's Starry Sky technique is a sword art that even I master proficiently. Once executed, it's nearly impossible to control its principles. Under such a sword art, can your Seonongjong disciples even survive? Hearing this explanation, Jongpong and Jeonri were left speechless. It made sense after all. SongSeoHaeng thought about it and concluded that the leaders of Seonongjong are powerful cultivators, and they should have anticipated this. SongSeoHaeng then inquired, by the way, how did Sipiuk and you find me? Sipiuk replied, I remember you still had the Master's flying sword with you. In your chat log, there was a trace of the sensing spell. By using the spell, we were able to locate your position. But I read your chat log without your permission. Please don't blame me. She then handed the phone to SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng smiled and said, why would I? Thank you so much. Upon hearing this, Sasasobe's face flushed. It looked like he was quite pleased with the situation. SongSeoHaeng then said, by the way, Achil Sr., the senior of Seonongjong, mentioned that Jongju saw SongSeoHaeng in a large canyon and brought many disciples there. Hearing this, Achil was very angry. He clenched his fists and said repeatedly, impersonating me and causing a scene like this? How despicable! Don't let me catch you, or I'll make sure you regret it deeply. Achil then told him to hurry and find Waldo Jong's hideout. I need to see what game Waldo Jong is playing. Seeing the flying sword, SongSeoHaeng's eyes lit up. Flying swords, this is a dream come true for any man. He felt ecstatic, almost to the point of tears, seeing such a rare sight. SongSeoHaeng shouted with excitement, "I'm coming." While riding the flying sword, SongSeoHaeng was overwhelmed. He wanted to cry out of joy, but instead, he was too terrified to speak. Feeling insecure, he clung tightly to Sipyuk. Sipyuk, seeing this, did not push him away. She looked quite embarrassed and asked, "Are you all right? Is this your first time trying flying swords?" At this moment, SongSeoHaeng, still clinging tightly, replied with a trembling voice, "Yes, haha, I'm so scared. Please protect me." Sipyuk responded, "Take your time and get used to it. You won't be able to master flying swords easily. In the future, you won't be able to fly on a sword by yourself." SongSeoHaeng's mind was spinning, and he could only force a smile. He thought to himself, the dream of flying swords for a man is a tough journey mixed with tears. As they flew and finally landed, SongSeoHaeng immediately felt nauseous and vomited. It felt like being on a roller coaster, and his legs were weak. He thought to himself that only with a protective barrier could he feel safe. At this moment, a chill kicked open a door and discovered someone inside. It was Elder Haedang. Achil exclaimed, "Indeed, it's you, Haedang." Haedang responded, "You've arrived, Achil." Seeing this, Achil launched an attack toward Elder Haedang, saying, "Take the consequences of plotting against me." Achil then struck at Haedang with his sword. SongSeoHaeng, witnessing this, was astonished and said, "Wow, he looks really skilled. Is he already done for?" Below, the image of Elder Haedang was gradually fading away. Achil explained, "This spell is similar to a 3D projection. It's deliberately left as a clue for me to follow. Let's go quickly. I want to see what trick he's up to." Meanwhile, at Ranwaldok, an elderly monk with gray hair and beard was fighting. He found the situation unreasonable. The surrounding formation was driving him mad, and the desire to kill was uncontrollable. The people around were in a frenzy, shouting to kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all. The more people die and the more blood spills, the stronger the formation's power becomes. The disciples of Jong from Seonong were falling one by one, their fates unknown. Even Achil's figure was nowhere to be seen. Centuries of Seonong's heritage have been destroyed by my hands. It's truly over. At this moment, a loud call came, "Master." Looking over, he saw Jong, and his face lit up with joy. "Oh, it's Jong, my favorite disciple." As for Jong, upon seeing him, he knelt before his master and said, "Please save Jongju quickly." At that moment, a red-haired man took the opportunity to attack. The elderly monk was caught off guard and was stabbed by the red-haired man. The master, attacked by surprise, could only exclaim, "Jong." Seeing this, Jong was furious and shouted, "You scheming bastard, daring to ambush my master." He then struck at the red-haired man. Taking advantage of the situation, the red-haired disciple seized the opportunity and fled with the master while coughing. One of Waldo Jong's subordinates asked, "Jongju, should we pursue them?" The red-haired man responded, "No need. Follow the plan. Let them go. We just need to wait for my inside man to get the method for using the 7 heavenly fruits. Then I can heal my Cheonjop injury." On the other side, Achil, elated, said, "We found Jongmun Waldo Jong. Let's go down quickly." SongSeoHaeng jumped down and asked, "Senior Achil, didn't you find any help? After all, they are still a sect." Achil, hearing this, teased SongSeoHaeng, "Are you scared? If you can't fight them, then run. It's not too late to find help later." At this moment, Waldo Jong was very triumphant. The red-haired Jongju was stepping on the Seonong disciples and cheering, "We've won! We've won!" But before he could celebrate, a sword technique from the sky plunged into the ground. It was Achil. Achil threw a protective barrier towards Sipyuk and SongSeoHaeng and said, "Stay inside this barrier and don't step out of its range." SongSeoHaeng responded, "Senior Achil, you're going to face Waldo Jong alone." Sipyuk calmly replied, it's something a chill often does. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. During the battle, a chill quickly cleared out the Waldo Jong disciples with just a few moves, saying, "The young master Haedang still hasn't shown himself, has he?" The red-haired Jongju, full of anger, said, "Even though I am the respected Jongju, others look down on me. Why is it that you only mention young master Haedang and not acknowledge me? It's infuriating." He then summoned a spell and activated the formation to attack a chill. A chill remained calm and dealt with the attack. Meanwhile, inside the protective barrier, SongSeoHaeng's eyes were wide open in amazement. He continuously took photos with his phone, laughing and saying, "So grand. I need to take some pictures and send them to the elders in the chat group to show them." SongSeoHaeng then posted the photos in the chat group, which received enthusiastic responses from the seniors. They discussed the pictures with great excitement. Seeing their comments, SongSeoHaeng couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, Book-a-Tain always ranks first in commenting on the scenes. They are truly the saints of our online group. He noted, "Senior Samrang, aren't you supposed to be searching for the mysterious island? Do you still have time to be online?" The chat group was very lively. SongSeoHaeng remarked, "Senior Yax's commenting speed has increased." Seeing this, Sipyuk looked at SongSeoHaeng and asked, "What are you doing?" SongSeoHaeng, flustered, replied, "I just uploaded the photos to the group album, and the seniors are commenting vigorously. It seems everyone is quite free." Hearing this, Sipyuk sighed. Except when they are in seclusion, they are usually quite free. SongSeoHaeng couldn't help but explore every corner, taking more photos. He said, "Senior Yaxa asked for a few more pictures." At this moment, the Jongju of Woldoman noticed that SongSeoHaeng was taking photos. He said, "Damn it. Does that guy think he's watching a movie?" He then ordered his subordinates to hold SongSeoHaeng in place while he moved to attack. The photo captured a very clear and detailed image of Jongju Waldo Jong, showing every pore vividly. SongSeoHaeng, sweating, thought to himself, "The detail is so sharp. This guy looks really awful." He then sent the photo of Jongju to the chat group, asking, "Senior Yaxa, what do you think of this picture?" Yaxa replied, "Yaxa types slowly, doesn't he? I can't handle it, I'll help him type." SeoHaeng, the leader of Waldo Jong, is injured by the Cheonjop fire. It's just that he's suppressing the injury. Do you have the 3-star fire fan with you? Is it fully charged? If you use it on him, you might get a surprise. Reading this, SongSeoHaeng was puzzled, thinking, the 3-star fire fan? What kind of surprise? He decided to give it a try. At this moment, Jongju of Waldo Jong was extremely angry. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "Die, you little brats!" He launched an attack towards the two. However, thanks to a chill's protective barrier, the two were unharmed. Jongju thought to himself, "Is this high-level defensive magic? Heh, defensive magic can't last long. Watch me smash it." He used the spell Yuan Wheel Slash to attack the two. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng took out the fire fan and waved it towards the red-haired man. Jongju of Waldo Jong was extremely surprised, exclaiming, "What kind of attack is this? Why isn't it affecting me?" Suddenly, the wound caused by Cheonjop began to burn intensely, turning him to ashes. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was astonished. Is it over already? A top cultivator like that turned to dust with just a few waves. He added, "Indeed, there's no such thing as a useless magical artifact, only cultivators who don't know how to use them." Afterward, SongSeoHaeng sent a message in the chat group, "Senior Yaxa, I just waved the fan a few times and he turned to dust." Yaxa replied, "Ha ha ha. This guy had Cheonjop residue on him. It's been a long time and he's gone through many treatments, so the Cheonjop residue wasn't pure anymore. But even a small amount could still be controlled by the 3-star fire fan. Once triggered, it would burn him to ashes." Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was amazed, thinking, just one photo can reveal so much. The seniors are truly deep and inscrutable. At this moment, with Jongju Waldo Jong reduced to ashes, the remaining members of Waldo Jong were left in disarray, panicking about what to do next. "We just saw Jongju a moment ago," they exclaimed. Waldo Jong is officially destroyed. Achil then started throwing punches at the remaining Waldo Jong members, easily defeating them all. On the side of Haedang, Achima Gun said, "Hemph, Jongju really did fall before his time, and the manner of his death was beyond our expectations. Did the 7 wonders of the world burn along with him?" Haedang then revealed the 7 wonders of the world with a hearty laugh. "The 7 wonders of the world have always been in my possession." Achimagum continued, "My clone has always been in your sleeve, but I still didn't know when you took it." Haedang waved his sleeve and said, "Time is running short. If Achil continues, the remaining Waldo Jong disciples won't be able to hold up against the new formation." He then approached Achil and said loudly, "Disciples, calm yourselves and follow my orders to set up the formation." Seeing Haedang, the Waldo Jong members regained their spirits. "It's Haedang. Great. With Haedang here, we still have hope." Achil, with his sword resting on his shoulder, said, "So you finally crawled out, Haedang." Haedang laughed and replied, "I've been waiting for you, Achil. I'm ready for you now." He then activated the formation, initiating the new defensive array. Seeing the scene, SongSeoHaeng was greatly impressed, exclaiming, "It's terrifying." Yet, he continued taking photos to send to the seniors. In the chat group, when they saw the photo, the master of Chilsu commented, "Sisan, this is quite pressuring. After examining the photo closely, I have a feeling that the formation created by Waldo Jong's disciples has some issues." He then asked SeoHaeng, "Do you have a clearer photo of the entire formation? If you could capture the entire formation, that would be even better." SeoHaeng replied, "I will try to take some clearer shots. If there's anything unusual with the formation, is it okay if Achil deals with it?" Chilsu responded, "It shouldn't be a big deal. If Achil uses all this strength, he should be able to handle it. But we need a clear picture of the formation to understand any potential problems." So SongSeoHaeng took another, clearer photo of the formation and sent it to the group. Seeing the updated photo, Chilsu said, "Indeed, there's something. The formation created by these disciples seems capable of quickly enhancing their combat strength. But in reality, if I'm not mistaken, this formation has a significant drawback." Chilsu Joanjae added, "I have a sense that there's something not quite right with the formation, especially with the terrain of the valley. It feels off." Chilsang Bubuju confirmed, "With Jongja's observation, I'm even more confident now. SeoHaeng, do you want to gain an additional benefit?" SeoHaeng, surprised, asked, "Additional benefit? What do you mean?" Chilsu continued, "If you're lucky, you might obtain a very precious material that can enhance your physical strength. It could even help you open your spiritual aperture early and complete your foundation building in 100 days. Of course, there are still risks, but with SongSeoHaeng around, you're sure to be safe." SeoHaeng responded, "What should I do?" Chilsu marked a position on the photo and said, "First, find the location I've marked with a red circle. It's beneath a tree." Chilsu then asked, "Jongja, is this position accurate?" Chilsu Jongja confirmed, "Yes, this position is correct." Chilsu added, "SeoHaeng, have you found the coordinates? If so, call me. We'll stay in touch to give you instructions on your next steps." SongSeoHaeng then turned his attention to the area near the tree, ready to proceed with the plan. Saying that, SongSeoHaeng felt reassured. At this moment, he wasn't fighting alone. All the Gun Yualho and the seniors were supporting him from behind. He put on his headphones and called Chilsu. Meanwhile, Achil, with a dark expression, asked, "Haedang, what exactly are you planning?" Haedang laughed scornfully and replied, "Can't you figure it out? Look, Achil, the disciples of Waldo Jong are putting all their energy into this defensive formation, but they don't understand the formation or its improvements." As he spoke, the Waldo Jong disciples were screaming in despair. Haedang continued, "They put everything into it, even their very souls. This is more desperate than being killed. The madness of these Waldo Jong disciples will only contribute more life force to me. It's truly wonderful." He then shouted, "Go crazy, keep going. Dance to your heart's content." Achil, in response, unleashed his blood demon blade. He said, "So you're the plague of Waldo Jong." He began attacking fiercely, declaring, "Get lost, you scum of Jongmun." Achil was indeed going all out. SongSeoHaeng called Chilsu again. "Chilsu, will Achil Sr. be able to break the formation?" On the other end, Chilsu replied, "Achil won't be able to break that formation alone. Even if he kills the person controlling it, the formation will keep going. Just stay in position, SeoHaeng, and remember to stay there." Haedang continued to cast the formation. SongSeoHaeng said, "Chilsang Bu Buju, I'm in the right position. Is there nothing else I need to do?" Chilsang Bu Buju responded, "You don't need to do anything else. Just stay where you are, and the reward will come to you. But make sure you stay alive." Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng wondered if he really didn't need to do anything. He thought, will the reward really come? Just then, a large ball of spiritual energy flew towards SongSeoHaeng. He was surprised to feel the influx of energy, as if his spiritual aperture was being filled with vital energy. It felt like his cultivation was increasing, similar to his daily practice. The cultivation level was rising steadily, reaching 70% and then 80% of the 100-day foundation. He realized that if this warmth continued, he might complete the 100-day foundation soon. At this moment, Achil suddenly realized something. He used a powerful move, the Celestial Blade Shattering Star Sea, against the Waldo Jong group. With a single strike, the heavens and earth seemed to shift. The Waldo Jong disciples were struck violently, scattering and flying thousands of meters away. Achil thought that this blow would be enough to kill most of them, including Haedang, who wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. To his surprise, Achil noticed something unusual. Haedang was still alive. After taking the hit, Haedang's aura remained radiant as he smiled and said, "My blood demon has already taken shape. With this blade, I have confidence in reaching the 5th grade realm and condensing the essence of my life." As for Chimagun, he has achieved the 3rd grade demonic aura. A man in a yellow robe beside Haedang commented, "A 5th grade soul is indeed formidable." Seeing this, Achil interrogated, "Are you Muguk Mejom? You took a full hit from my celestial blade and are still alive. You must be quite powerful." The man replied with a laugh, "I just owe Haedang a favor and came to protect him this once." Hearing the name Muguk Mejom, Achil thought to himself, is Haedang really that strong? Haedang must already be a disciple of the Wujin Mujong. Achil raised his blade, ready to attack Muguk Mejom, saying, "Since you're protecting him, then fight me now." The Muguk Mejom, having suffered considerable damage from Achil's attack, realized that another fight might cost him his life. He quickly declined, "Today might not be the right time. We all have our own tasks. You want to protect those 2 kids, and I need to protect Haedang. We'll settle this another time." With that, the Muguk Mejong turned and gathered spiritual energy in his hands. Thinking that the blood demon blade was just his first harvest, there was a greater reward to be had. By using the Waldo Jong disciples as offerings, he created extremely valuable blood demon stones. Unexpectedly, these blood demon stones started flying towards SongSeoHaeng. Haedang was astonished, looking towards SongSeoHaeng. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng was also very surprised, but reached out to catch the blood demon stones. Haedang's expression turned stiff as he witnessed this. How did the blood demon stones end up in the hands of that young man? Could it be that there's a flaw in my formation? Haedang wondered. Based on the terrain where he had set up the blood demon blade formation, there was only one flaw: the spot where the young man was standing. Haedang then chuckled and said, "There are always higher peaks beyond the mountains. I must admire your skill. May I ask your name?" He thought that with SongSeoHaeng present, it would be difficult to take the blood demon stones away. SongSeoHaeng smiled awkwardly and replied, "Oh, you're too kind. Just call me Sisen, the Great Pressure." Upon hearing this title, Haedang thought, Sisen, the Great Pressure? No wonder this person has such remarkable strength. Haedang continued, "Since the blood demon stones are now in your possession, I will leave them with you for the time being. I will visit you later to reclaim them." With that, Haedang and his group left, disappearing from sight. Achil, seeing this, was furious and shouted, "You fear Muguk Mejom, but I do not. If you don't pay the price today, I will make Muguk Mahjong pay 10 times for it. Remember that. Haedang, hearing this, replied with a laugh, that's fine. Just 10 or so pieces. Let's calm down, chill. It's manageable. Meanwhile, at the ruins of the Dao sect, Asipyuk burst through the door and saw the bald elder of the Seononjong tribe, Jong. Jeong was surprised to see Asipyuk and realized she had come to rescue him. She angrily asked, "Do you understand now?" and slapped him several times to vent her frustration from the past few days. Achil said, "Let's get him out of here," and they all mounted their flying sword to return. SongSeoHaeng, still not used to riding the flying sword, was terrified and clung tightly to Asipyuk. He cried, "We need to report to Chilsang Buju. But I can't get through on my phone." SongSeoHaeng looked confused. "I thought I still had plenty of phone credit. Why is it out now?" He realized maybe Chilsang Buju is on an uncharted island, teaching the locals how to write Hanzi. Perhaps phone credit is just a fleeting concern. At Seononjong, Jiangpeng and Jiangri were heartbroken as they saw their master, with a blade wound through his heart, lying in a critical condition. They cried out, "Master, please wake up." When Jong, rescued by Sosi, returned and saw the scene, he was in disbelief. What happened here? Tears streamed down their faces as they sobbed uncontrollably. Jiangri said, "Jong, something has happened. Dudu, our master has been killed." Jiangpeng continued, "He betrayed Zhongmun and left with young master Haedang. Seononjong is finished." Upon hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was struck by shock. He thought, "I never expected this, but it seems like there's still a missing piece to this drama." At this moment, Achil handed Jong a token and said, "Take this token and place it within Seononjong. It represents my protection for Seononjong. At least it will safeguard you from being plundered by those who would take advantage of the chaos." Seeing Achil's sincerity, Jong bowed deeply and thanked him. Achil responded politely, "Once you're safe and have weathered this crisis, then you can thank me." Scene transition to a room. Wang Sanjingun was in his room, thinking about Baichingun's imminent release. He wondered if the difficult mission had been assigned yet. While pondering, he messaged the group chat. "All members of Baichingun just contacted me. They said Baichingun will be released in about 20 days. Has anyone been decided to pick him up?" Bukatane replied with a laugh. "So Baichingun is finally coming out. Sisen, have you prepared everything? Take this opportunity to also get your driver's license. If you have time, we can arrange for you to learn how to fly a plane as well." Waldo Samrang said, "Getting a pilot's license might be too rushed. It's better if SeoHaeng directly trains with Baichingun. In case of any issues, Baichingun can use his flying sword to escape with SeoHaeng." Besides, Waldo Samrang added, "If Baichingun learns to fly, there's bound to be a problem." Bukatane chimed in, "The plane is definitely going to crash." Wang Zanjingun, feeling helpless, said, "You all shouldn't say that. Maybe after years of seclusion, Baichingun will have less curiosity and won't have any issues. Plus, airplanes aren't that easy to break." Guo Jingun responded, "Wangsan, do you really believe what you're saying? Do you trust your own words?" Huang Sanjingun felt helpless and admitted, "Actually, I'm just speaking off the top of my head. Honestly, I think an airplane is much weaker compared to magical artifacts. I bet 10 seats that if Baichingun tries to fly a plane, it will crash." Everyone started placing bets enthusiastically. Yaksa bet on free alchemy chances for 4 times, while another named the cost for free divination opportunities as 10 times. As they read this, the senior members began to criticize. Bukatane said, "I feel like I don't need to see your divination. It's ruining my mood." Waldo Samrang and Yaksa also declined, which made Chil Weizansum furious. "Aren't you all enough already?" Just as Chil Weizansian finished speaking, a system notification appeared. Chil Weizansian had been banned from the chat by the group leader, Wang Sanjingun, for 30 days. Before he could cause any more trouble, he was silenced. Wang Sanjingun then realized, "Aren't you familiar with this phrase? It sounds familiar. Isn't this account of the so-called Dong Wei Sansa, The Little Apprentice. In the group chat, Wang San Jingdun continued, "By the way, stop maligning Bake Jingdun. Let's not discuss it further and scare SongSeoHaeng. If SongSeoHaeng refuses to continue, you all draw lots. The loser will be the one to go meet Bake Jingdun." Bukatane responded, "SongSeoHaeng hasn't replied yet. Isn't he online? He was just posting pictures earlier. How come he's not visible now?" Chilsang Bubuju then said, "He was just talking to me on the phone. Let me check with him." Chilsu, the amulet master, laughed and said, "Haha, SongSeoHaeng must have run out of phone credit. He was talking to me earlier, and it's likely he's out of money now. Is anyone free to give SongSeoHaeng some phone credit?" Bukatane said, "It costs 1,001 per transaction online. It's too troublesome. We don't even know how much credit SongSeoHaeng needs." Twiwoljiosa generously offered, "I'm currently at a tourist village, and there's a mole store nearby. I'll top up his phone credit so he won't have to worry about running out of money again." Seeing Twiwoljiosa's generosity, Bukatane sent SongSeoHaeng's phone number. Twiwol said, "Wait a moment. I'll go top up his phone credit right away." Bukatane then messaged the group chat, "We need to delete the messages quickly. If SongSeoHaeng sees the bad news about Bake Jingdun when he comes online, he might refuse to go, and we'll be in trouble." Gu Jingdun agreed. "Buka, your suggestion makes sense. Hurry up and delete everything. What should we talk about now?" Bukatane asked if there were any updates about Samrang on the mysterious island. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng and the Sosi brothers had arrived at the Gangnam University dormitory. Achil said, "I'm here now." SongSeoHaeng landed and was still trembling, his face pale. Achil continued, "I initially intended to present a gift, but I can't take it out right now. In a little while, Byelsil Sonji will open for the Grand Celestial Banquet. I plan to take you there to experience it. It will definitely give you a taste of the delicacies and celestial treasures. This is a meeting gift. What do you think?" SongSeoHaeng envisioned Byelsil Sonji with beautiful girls and delicious food. It sounded absolutely fantastic. Thinking about enjoying the Grand Celestial Feast, he couldn't help but drool. With a joyful face, SongSeoHaeng thanked Achil. "Thank you, Senior Achil." Afterward, Achil and Asipyuk bid farewell to SongSeoHaeng and left. SongSeoHaeng sighed with relief, thinking, "I'm lucky to be alive today. Otherwise, I might have already been dead somewhere." He sighed again, remembering he had recently exhausted his phone credit while contacting Chilsang Bubuju. How much phone credit did I end up needing? He then checked his phone to see how much credit he had left and was surprised to receive a notification. "Recharge successful. 10 million. Seeing this notification, he couldn't believe his eyes. He carefully counted the zeros and confirmed it was indeed 10 million. What is this? Is this real? He started to worry about such a large amount of money and wondered if he should call customer service to check. Just then, he received another message. SongSeoHaeng thought he should first report his safety to his seniors. When he opened the message, he saw it was from Twiwoljiosa. "SongSeoHaeng, little friend, I just recharged your phone. Make sure you don't run out of credit again in the future." SongSeoHaeng replied, "Senior, you said you gave me 10 million. Is that correct?" Twiwoljiosa responded casually, "Yes, that's the amount. Did you receive it?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "Senior, isn't that a bit excessive? It's really too much." Twiwoljiosa, being a big spender, replied nonchalantly, "It's not a big deal. We are members of the same group, often communicating across half the globe. The cost of phone credit is extremely high, and there are various types of phones and other expenses. 10 million is approximately enough for 200 to 300 years of phone credit, and it will be used up quickly." SongSeoHaeng was very surprised. 200 years, and it's used up so quickly. How can it be used up so fast? The seniors calculate time in centuries as units, and SongSeoHaeng couldn't keep up with their way of thinking. At this moment, Chilsang Bubuju sent a message. "It's just mundane currency. There's no need to be so surprised. By the way, little friend SongSeoHaeng, did you gain anything from the Blood Spirit Evil Array?" SongSeoHaeng felt like he had discovered a new world. He was in a state of total shock and couldn't stop crying. It's just a little money. Haha, it's just a little money. He resolved to keep up with the senior's way of thinking and replied, I did gain something. Inside the array, I've increased my blood energy significantly and am close to completing the foundation building stage. My body has also received unexpected enhancement. Finally, I got a blood spirit stone. But senior, can I exchange this blood spirit stone for something more suitable for me, such as pills, techniques, or magical artifacts? Chilsu, the sect leader, laughed loudly and replied, Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. After I finish teaching the local people how to write in Hanzi, I'll come to find you. At that time, I'll take you to choose an item of equal value in exchange for your blood spirit stone. Bukatane then sent a message. It seems that Chilsu is about to make some breakthroughs. Is that right? Chilsu responded, Recently, I've had some inspiration and want to try advanced talisman techniques to make a breakthrough and reach the 5th stage of the Spirit King realm. If this continues, I'll be overtaken by the juniors. SongSeoHaeng realized that Chilsu was in need of blood spirit stones to make talismans, and also to help with his promotion to the 5th stage. He decided to proceed with the exchange and replied in the group, I'll come over to make the exchange, senior. I'll go rest now. Bukatane then spoke up. Wait a minute, little friend SeoHaeng. There's something you need to know. Wang Sangjingun said. Baekjingun is about to finish his retreat. He plans to end his retreat in about 20 days. At that time, I'll inform you of the location where Baekjingun will emerge. Remember to go and greet him then. SeoHaeng replied, Okay, I'll remember. Just let me know the location when the time comes. SongSeoHaeng proudly held up his phone and said, Don't be surprised. This phone is worth just over 1,000, but it has 10,000 in phone credit inside. It's like the treasure of my heart. As night fell, SongSeoHaeng thought he should take a thorough bath and get some rest. It had been a tiring day. On June 11, Tuesday, in the Southha Hosiram village of Gangnam, a man with glasses approached and asked, Excuse me, do you know if there's a Mumayang Sanggun here? Could you direct me? The locals speculated that this person had heard rumors and had come to try his luck. It was said that there was a statue of an immortal that looked incredibly lifelike. A local with a shovel explained, I heard that the statue is indeed lifelike. It dates back several hundred years. There was a severe drought, a rare event that lasted for over half a year without a drop of rain. The river dried up, and the people dug more than 40 wells but found nothing. When they were digging another well, they discovered the statue of the immortal, which is the Seongun statue. They brought it back to worship, and miraculously, it rained heavily the very next day. The long drought was relieved, and the statue became famous. Even now, many people come to worship there. Eventually, some of them have had their wishes fulfilled. The man with glasses was astonished and asked, Is it really that effective? The local with the shovel then led the man with glasses to the site. As they arrived, people were discussing animatedly. A woman remarked, Have you noticed that Mumayang Sanggun is becoming more lifelike lately? The woman in blue replied, Do you feel the same way? I always have the feeling that Mumayang Sanggun might awaken at any moment and transform into an immortal. It also seems like Mumayang Sanggun is becoming more beautiful over time. The man with glasses turned to say, That's truly wonderful. When he saw the statue of Mumayang Sanggun, it was as if he was struck by a bolt of lightning, and everything around him seemed to bloom with love. His eyes lit up at the sight of what was truly a perfect and stunning beauty. Scene change. On June 11, Tuesday, SongSeoHaeng was in his room, practicing his true Tai. He thought about going to pay for his driving lessons today. His body had been enhanced beyond expectation within the blood spirit array, and he had practiced 14 or 15 times without needing to take any blood essence pills. His blood and ki were now overflowing, and his meridians had opened up completely. At this moment, he shouted, From now on, I consider myself officially part of the ranks of cultivators. He got out of bed, stretched and said, But I shouldn't rush things. I'll consolidate my foundation first. Today's progress is enough. SongSeoHaeng then pulled out his phone. Right, I need to go back to the dorm and call SongSeoHaeng. Also, I need to send the transmission talisman to Master Tongmayan. In the Gangnam University male dormitory, SongSeoHaeng said to SongSeoHaeng, "This time, I must make sure it gets sent successfully. Don't worry, SongSeoHaeng. I trust you." He thought about how his friends weren't around, having rented a room elsewhere and gone out to celebrate. When he opened the door, he was shocked to see the spirit beast Daejeon standing in his room. He was so frightened that his hands and feet went limp, and he slammed the door shut, thinking he must have opened it incorrectly. SongSeoHaeng opened the door again, but the huge beast was still there, sticking its tongue out and licking its lips while looking at him. SongSeoHaeng, now sweating and nervously laughing, said, "What are you doing here? What do you need?" Daejeon barked, "I'm here to ask you a few questions. Have you been in contact with Yaksa recently?" SongSeoHaeng became even more frightened. Daejeon continued, "Don't deny it. I can smell Yaksa's aura on you from a few days ago, and I even detected Sosi's scent yesterday." SongSeoHaeng was terrified. The beast knew about both Yaksa and Aesopyuk. Could it be? Daejeon's expression turned fierce. SongSeoHaeng replied, "So you're the little treasure that Hwang Sanjingun advised to leave home and play around with." The Daejeon barked once, as if to confirm. SongSeoHaeng continued, "So, you're looking for Yaksa, right?" The Daejeon answered, "Gao Gao. I'm looking for him to get some snack pills. That's why I followed you to the hospital the other day. I didn't know some bastard released that poisonous gas. I wasn't paying attention and got hit. I couldn't stop it the whole day. It's really driving me crazy." At this, SongSeoHaeng was sweating profusely. "No, it's not the stinky thing, it's not my fault. You made Dudu unable to eat anything. It was me, so let's ignore it. The urgent thing now is to get back on topic." He then turned to Dudu. "Yaksa is currently treating some of his friends and might not be back for a few days. If you're not in a hurry, you can come back to find him in a few days." Dudu, happy with SeoHaeng's response, wagged its head and asked, "By the way, you're the new member Gyun Yuelho, right? I don't remember seeing you in the group before." SeoHaeng confirmed, "Yes, I am indeed a new member." Dudu, shaking its huge fur happily, suggested, "Then where's your account? Let me borrow it for the chat group." SeoHaeng was slightly stunned, glancing at the computer on the desk. "The chat group on my device is only about 5 square inches. If you drop it lightly, my device will break and then be thrown away." Seeing SeoHaeng's worry, Dudu used its magical ability to reassure him. "I'll shrink it for you to see." Choo choo choo. Dudu transformed into the cute and friendly Dudu, quickly jumping onto SeoHaeng's chair and smiling brightly at him. "Hee hee hee. See how I transformed, smashing the bottle?" SeoHaeng frowned, watching Dudu's professional typing. He thought Dudu might not know how to type. Looking closer, he was even more amazed that it could type with 5 fingers. "Do I still need to use the integrated part?" The chat group was filled with messages as SeoHaeng watched. "Great monk, Hwang Sanjingen. Hwangsen, you big idiot. Come out if you have the guts. Ha, so Dudu looks just like its character." SeoHaeng looked at the text, his head full of ellipses. The chat group was immediately in uproar. Bookatane was the first to respond with a question mark. Hwang Sanjingun replied with ellipses. So Dudu took the opportunity to laugh heartily. "How did I escape this time, Hwangsen, you big fool? Now you've bitten me, great." Even Bookatane had to type ellipses in the chat, which led to Yunyu the Great and Yaksa being confused about what was happening. Only Hwang Sanjingun remained calm. Then Dudu, despite being discovered, continued to taunt loudly. "What can you do to me? You're just going to bite me, huh? Just come and bite me." Although Dudu didn't get to be bitten by Jingen, it received a notification from the system. SeoHaeng was under pressure and had been muted by the group leader, Hwang Sanjingun, for a day. The message read, "SeoHaeng, you're frozen. Dudu is furious. It wants to flip the table at Hwangsen the big fool for daring to mute me. Gao go gao." SeoHaeng sympathized with Dudu's reaction, thinking, "If I were Hwang Sanjingun, I would definitely mute you too. I'm still considering whether I should have hot pot tonight." Soon, he realized there was a problem. "Wait, this is my account." As if thousands of needles were stabbing his chest, SongSeoHaeng received a message from Jingun. Dear SongSeoHaeng, Dudu needs to be taken care of for a while. Once I finish my work here, I'll come to pick it up in about 2 months. Please make sure it doesn't run away. Jingun further instructed, please try not to let it escape. SongSeoHaeng read the message and thought, is this a joke? You want me to take care of it? So Dudu is mocking me, laughing and pointing at SongSeoHaeng, saying, Wangsen the big fool can't take care of me. This wasn't far from the truth. SongSeoHaeng had to admit with frustration, sorry, I'm just a big fool. So Dudu, with bright eyes, was excited, since Wangsen the big fool isn't here, let's have some fun. It started playing around energetically. SongSeoHaeng, looking at this childish behavior, really wanted to spit blood. The legend says friends are like elementary school students, and he didn't expect too much. But there was a catch. This friend seemed more like a dog. So Dudu, proud and confident, said, you're so cool. The problem was that SongSeoHaeng was in the dormitory. If his friends came back and saw a dog playing games, they would definitely go crazy. He signaled to Dudu, remember not to let anyone else see you. Dudu, still focused on typing, responded, don't worry, no one will see us if we don't want to be discovered. 7 days later, on June 18th, in a secret place in the city, the courtyard was nestled among mountains, with clouds appearing gently and clearly. Asapyuk asked Yaksa, is it really hard to restore their memory? You replied, it's very difficult to treat, and to be honest, I'm not sure they can fully recover their memories. She looked a bit gloomy and asked, do we really have to stay here until their memory loss is cured? I just want to be with Gang Jian and Yaksa. Yaksa, with dark circles under his eyes from exhaustion, replied, it's not necessary to stay here for too long. In a few more days, we should be able to determine the cause of their memory loss, and then research how to restore their memories. We don't need to stay here indefinitely. The main issue is that the girl wants to be with him. Asapyuk, feeling relieved, started planning. Once you confirm the cause of the illness, we'll head back to Gangnam University. SongSeoHaeng, understanding people well, thought he wouldn't disturb their world. But Yaksa dismissed her rosy expectations, saying, we can't go back there. In more than 10 days, Baekjingun will be out of seclusion. At that time, SongSeoHaeng will go to pick him up. If we go back now, it would be like walking into a trap. This was indeed true, as Yaksa didn't lie to her. To make it easier, she decided to go ahead alone. Back at the dormitory, SongSeoHaeng received a package and wondered who had sent it so quickly. The package was wrapped in a large pink rabbit-patterned bow. He was curious about what was inside and thought it might be something unpleasant. Worried, he called Dudu, who was playing a game, and grumpily responded, what now? SongSeoHaeng pointed at the package he had just received and explained, I want to open this box, but I have a feeling it might not be suitable. I remember offending someone a few days ago. Maybe they're trying to set a trap with this box and sent it to me. Dudu, still typing, said, just open it. With me here, you'll be safe. SongSeoHaeng confidently removed the bow, expecting no hidden weapons. When he saw what was inside the box, he broke into a sweat. Asapyuk was curled up on a bed of pink tissue paper, hugging a wooden box and sleeping soundly. SongSeoHaeng yelled Asapyuk, which woke her up. She rubbed her eyes and, still sleepy, greeted him. Hello, SongSeoHaeng. Surprised, SongSeoHaeng asked, aren't you supposed to be with a chill, treating Saucy's wounds? I've been worried that if her injuries weren't treated, she'd only have 1 more day to live. Why didn't you continue the treatment? Why did you come here? Asapyuk chuckled and explained, haha, it's quite impressive. I didn't expect the express delivery to send me here, but it allowed me to escape once again. However, don't worry. This time, I brought a protective charm with me, so I'm not afraid of any ambush. I also brought some healing pills to temporarily suppress the injury. She revealed that both boxes she brought were healing pills. A chill will find out my location soon and will probably come to pick me up tonight. I've only been out for half a day. It won't be too disruptive. I came to visit you to give you these 100 pieces of stored grain pills. If I say I'll do something, I'll do it. And here is some spiritual essence as a gift. After all, you're a cultivator and should have something to entertain guests. SongSeoHaeng, touched by her gesture, accepted the gifts. I won't be polite then. Sipyuk, with a touch of sadness, continued, before a chill arrives, there's still some time. Would you like to go out with me? Her suggestion was very reasonable, so SongSeoHaeng agreed. Sure, where do you want to go? The two of them went to many places together, shopping with a chill, visiting a delicious ice cream shop, watching a movie, and enjoying some time in a claw machine arcade. Finally, late at night, they went to the highest floor of the dormitory to enjoy the view of the splendid city. SongSeoHaeng asked if she was tired, and Sipyuk, satisfied, replied, not at all. She smiled at him, saying, haha, it's time to go. It's a pity. I'll just touch the air today. A chill will be arriving soon. SongSeoHaeng didn't expect her to leave so soon. She replied, yes, after all, with flying swords, others won't see it. I promise I'll repay you for this time. SongSeoHaeng, who didn't mind losing a bit of money, handed the items back to her. All right. At that moment, she noticed Achille arriving. I have to go now. Achille arrived, flying in, and called out worriedly, Sipyuk. She looked at him, brushing her hair behind her ear, and said, ah, Achille, you're a bit late. Achille playfully teased her, you dare say that? It's like a father coming to pick up his child who forgot the way home. SongSeoHaeng said, I've caused you more trouble. SongSeoHaeng waved his hand, smiling at Achille. It's nothing. The afternoon was quite idle. Achille asked for permission to take Sipyuk back. I'll take Sipyuk back now. See you next time. They quickly said their goodbyes, and Achille affectionately took his little girl away. Sipyuk, still hopeful and believing in the future, gently responded, well, the chances are slim, but I'll still try my best. The two of them left together into the night breeze. SongSeoHaeng bade her farewell with a hint of sadness, waving and saying goodbye. Thinking about the image of the little girl today, his heart was full of emotions. Sipyuk had come here as if fulfilling a final wish. Was her injury incurable? He muttered to himself, wishing for great fortune and benefits. I'm sure we'll meet again. Back at Gangnam University's male dormitory, everyone was excitedly discussing their summer vacation plans. How about we go to Donghae for a trip? Donghae isn't bad, and we can pick a nice place. SongSeoHaeng glanced at his roommates and then at Dudu, silently thinking, it's a good thing Dudu is invisible now. If my friends saw him, they'd be scared to death. This afternoon, while strolling with Sipyuk, he had received many chat messages. Ah, Uaoja only took half a month to complete the Ryungwi contract. Please wrap up Ryungjapto Uaoja. Uaoja quickly responded with a chuckle. Thanks, Senior SongSeoHaeng. Why are you only online now? SongSeoHaeng replied, I was out with friends to relieve stress. Just got back and saw Uaoja's complaints. Uaoja hurriedly asked, have you signed the contract with Ryungwi already? Uaoja sent an icon with a stabbed back, replying, the older you get, the more cunning you become. This made SongSeoHaeng feel a bit awkward. Is that so? Uaoja explained, I told you before. I thought that once I signed the contract with Ryungwi, we'd be on the same wavelength and share energy. But I didn't know that it would take another half month to synchronize fully. Uaoja's message was full of tears and frustration. I've never mentioned this to you before. If I don't work hard, I won't be able to go out and have fun. SongSeoHaeng sighed helplessly. So, Uaoja will need another half month before syncing with Ryungwi. He then responded cheerfully in the chat, hang in there. Uaoja, encouraged by the support, replied, I will definitely work hard to synchronize with Ryungwi and then go on a trip. It won't be difficult for you to agree with me. If there's an opportunity, let's decide on it. I need to sync with Ryungwi first. An icon of diligent learning was sent. Wang San Jingun unexpectedly intervened. Senior SongSeoHaeng, have you gotten your driver's license yet? SongSeoHaeng felt a bit embarrassed and replied, I haven't finished yet. I just completed the second part and haven't started the practice. It'll take another 10 days to get the license. Jingun responded with a sigh, that's fine. Baek Jingun will be out soon. If you get the license, do you want any car? SongSeoHaeng was surprised. Is this some kind of benefit? I hadn't thought about it. I'm just a student living on campus and don't need a car. Wangsan Jinggum insisted. Of course you need one. You should prepare as many cars as possible. One for each type and style. At least 20 cars would be ideal to properly torment Baekjingdun. SongSeoHaeng was curious. Why torment Baekjingdun? What's the purpose of this research? He fell into thought, wondering if the senior meant to disassemble the cars for research purposes. After 5 minutes of silence, Wangsan Jinggum replied, "Yes, that's it." SongSeoHaeng was stunned, looking at the bright screen. "What do you mean by that? Can you explain clearly?" Jinggum replied briefly, "It means just that." SongSeoHaeng was baffled, with ellipses in his thoughts. Waldo intervened. "Buka, have you arrived yet? I have a feeling that in the next few days we might be able to find the mystical island." Buka responded, "I'm on my way. I need to find a way to deal with the memory loss. I've prepared some magical tools and modern items. It took quite a bit of time." Yaksa quietly complained, "Honestly, you guys should wait a little longer. Let me recheck the cause of the memory loss for the cultivators. It will be better for you to go to the mystical island after that." Buka, somewhat confused, said, "The mystical island appears and disappears without any pattern. Please find the cause of the memory loss quickly." Yaksa responded lazily, "I'll try my best." After a day full of changes, Dudu and SongSeoHaeng were sound asleep in bed. A dark energy appeared, enveloping them. "I hate you," it whispered. So Dudu glanced around and opened its mouth, sucking in a dark energy that was forcefully absorbed into its stomach. "I'm full now," Dudu said, even though it was already midnight and it had to eat more. SongSeoHaeng continued to sleep soundly, unaware of the recent events. The next morning, June 29th, a beautiful Saturday, SongSeoHaeng contemplated, "In about 10 days, I'll get my driver's license." The memory of the seniors who entered the mystical island still hasn't recovered. Yaksa hasn't returned yet. So Dudu is rolling around, yawning and complaining. Isn't Yaksa supposed to be back soon? Why is he still not here? SongSeoHaeng replies, "Yaksa is still dealing with the memory loss issue over there. It's proving difficult, so it's taking longer than expected." So Dudu, with tears in its eyes, laments, "This is so boring. It's been such a tough time. I want to play some fun games." SongSeoHaeng looks at his pet, puzzled. "Aren't you planning to go back to Wangsan Jinggum's place?" So Dudu stretches its paws and says, "I'm waiting for him to come and find me. If I go back on my own, it'll be so embarrassing." It then jumps to SongSeoHaeng's computer and starts typing. The gag order from Wangsan is no longer in effect, so I'm using the Nick Seusin to contact Wangsan Jinggum. So Dudu types, "Wangsan, when will you come and take me back? I'm so bored." Jinggum immediately replies, "Not free. Go back on your own." So Dudu is clearly frustrated and types back, "Wangsan, if I go back on my own, it'll be so embarrassing. Come and get me quickly." Jinggum responds with a terse message, "Not free." The result is a system notification. Seusin has been banned by group leader Wangsan Jinggum for 1 day. So Dudu's eyes turn red with anger as it glares at the screen, typing furiously, "If you talk too much, you'll die." Then a private chat box appears with a message from Wangsan. So Dudu, call SongSeoHaeng. "I need to speak with him." Despite its anger, so Dudu follows the order and informs SongSeoHaeng. "Wangsan wants you to come over. He has something to discuss." SongSeoHaeng, wondering if Baekjingdun is about to finish his seclusion, realizes something new. So Dudu frowns and says, "I forgot about the private messaging function. We'll see how Wangsan will ban me." SongSeoHaeng confirms, "Got it. I'll go pick up Baekjingdun tomorrow night. The location is probably at Namha Hosiram village. I'll send you the communication talisman for when you get there." SongSeoHaeng acknowledges the task. "Understood. I'll pick him up tomorrow night. I'm curious about what Baekjingdun's seclusion area looks like. It must be mysterious, with defensive formations." Seeing SongSeoHaeng so excited, so Dudu can only shake its head at this fool. The next day, June 30th, on a Sunday at the male dormitory, SongSeoHaeng receives the Qian Regionium from Huang Sanjingun. That was quick. The Qian Regionium SongSeoHaeng received is a bamboo flute. Testing its flexibility, SongSeoHaeng finds it easy to use. Just by blowing into the flute, he can communicate with Baekjingdan. Meanwhile, Dudu's chat message comes through, but it's in the voice of a woman. Nogong, you're really amazing. This boss fight is something else. Our guild needs to form a team of 7 Zhongyang level to get through it. And we're already tackling the Zhongyang difficulty. Dudu is sitting seriously, receiving praise from the other side of the screen. It replies in the chat, it's just a small operation. This difficulty level isn't a match for your Nogong. On the screen, a beautiful woman appears, overflowing with admiration. You're definitely a top-tier player. I really like Nogong. You're the best. She adds a virtual kiss with a choo-choo sound. Dudu continues typing enthusiastically. Your praise is too sweet. Let's open the boss's treasure chest and see what's inside. When Nogong reaches level 80, we can collect the Divine Warrior set and take down those old ladies together. The girl on the other end can't help but praise Dudu further. Nogong, you're so awesome. When will you have a camera? I want to see what you look like and hear your voice. SongSeoHaeng understands this part. Playing games is fine, but flirting is something else. So Dudu isn't surprised and calmly replies, don't rush. I'll buy a camera tomorrow. As I said, Nogong, you look very cool. SongSeoHaeng chuckles behind Dudu, who adds, I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. No worries, SongSeoHaeng just saw the avatar Dudu sent in the game chat. The avatar is a picture of Dudu with a lot of added text beforehand. Here's what Nogong looks like. But this photo is from a while ago. I look much more handsome now. The effect is exactly what Dudu hoped for. Nogong, you're amazing. I love you the most. So Dudu is getting more and more enthusiastic in the chat. I really love your sweet little mouth. Let's continue with the nightmare level and conquer it. SongSeoHaeng finds it hard to describe his feelings. Wow, Dudu is really into gaming. But this flirting is over the top. How to teach them properly? Being single is tough. Now, so Dudu just realized SongSeoHaeng's return. It tilted its head and greeted, Ha, SongSeoHaeng. You're back. SongSeoHaeng questioned it. You sent my picture everywhere, to a young girl no less. Is that really okay? So Dudu replied nonchalantly, of course it's fine. I was planning to have you video chat with her around noon tomorrow. With your current look, I'm sure she'll be completely captivated. SongSeoHaeng waved his hand to stop it. Flirting with others is not good. Dudu pulled SongSeoHaeng into a negotiation. Show your face to her a bit, and then I'll go with you to see Baekjingdan. SongSeoHaeng, considering the urgency, was sweating. Do I have to do this? But in the end, I have to accept my fate. Namha Hasarim is an ancient village, and Baekjingdan is in seclusion nearby. If it's a mysterious place, there must be hundreds of defensive formations and atomic bombs. It should be quite a shock. Unfortunately, Baekjingdan's message via the Qian Regionium would take another 5 hours and 6 seconds to arrive. It seems the location was only found by then. SongSeoHaeng held Dudu on his shoulder and said to the shopkeeper, I'd like to rent a private room for 10 hours, please. The cashier responded, yes, please go inside. Inside the shop, 2 people were discussing enthusiastically about the topic. Do you know about the Mumyeong Songgan statue inside the nameless shrine? They say it's becoming more and more lifelike, like it's about to come to life. Is that true for you as well? I also heard about a girl who, after seeing Mumyeong Songgan, didn't want to go home. She was even obsessed with a statue. The man added with a smirk, I have more news. The person who left the company a few days ago had visited that place once. After returning home, he was dazed for several days. Haha, it's a sickness, and it's a chronic one. And the Mumyeong Songgan statue is male. Don't tell me he wants to become a cultivator. SongSeoHaeng, hearing this, was intrigued. He stroked his chin. Since there was nothing else to do, and he was urged by Dudu, he decided to act. SongSeoHaeng said, I'll go check out the mysterious shrine. You can play your game. Dudu waved its hand. indicating no need for a send-off. You go explore, and I'll stay here. Don't bother me, it's best if you just wait for Baek Jin-gun to come and find me. Half an hour later, at the Namha Hosiram village shrine, the scene before SongSeoHaeng, with men and women of all ages, left him stunned. There were so many people coming to worship. Everyone was immersed in chanting, "We love you very much, we love you, we love you." This made SongSeoHaeng feel bewildered. It seemed that everyone was a member of the cult. Was this illness severe, or had it reached an incurable level of superstition? Even SongSeoHaeng, upon seeing the statue, was shocked. It felt like a part of him was being drawn by the statue's spiritual power. His face flushed red. The more he looked at the statue, the more he felt drawn to it. It was as if it was love, making him struggle with his own emotions. "No, I can't be attracted to the statue," he thought. "Is this statue truly the pinnacle of beauty and craftsmanship? I can't help but be amazed by its perfection. Is there really something so wonderful in this world?" SongSeoHaeng tried to deny it. It can't be. Could it really be the legendary enchantment? I need to go back to Dudu and have it check everything. Leaving the shrine behind, the noisy and chaotic sounds from outside continued. Especially a certain wealthy person couldn't resist the perfect beauty of the statue. "This is perfect, so perfect," he said, touching the statue with a mesmerized look. "I want to take it too. It's mine, just mine." The steward beside him anxiously called out, "Yusoga, Yusoga, snap out of it." This made Yusoga realize he was wrong about the object of his affection. The steward explained that ever since seeing the Mumayong Songdan statue, Yusoga had been mumbling to himself. "Can we go back now?" Yusoga, reflecting on his actions, agreed. "Yes, let's go back." Returning to the shrine, SongSeoHaeng rushed back to the internet cafe. He urgently called Dudu. "Help me check. I need you to scan me quickly." Seeing SongSeoHaeng's urgency, Dudu asked, "What's going on?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "Help me check everything." Dudu scratched its nose. "You're not a girl, so why should I check you?" Then it suddenly realized, "Did you encounter something strange?" SongSeoHaeng's cheeks were still flushed as he explained, "No, I just went to see the statue at the shrine. When I looked at the Mumayong Songdan statue, something strange happened. I feel like my hand is on my heart and I'm falling in love. So, I want to see if I'm under the influence of the statue Mumayong Songdan, or if there's any magic from it." Dudu observed SongSeoHaeng's genuine expression. Its eyes were like headlights. "All right, fine, let's scan you." However, the results showed nothing wrong. "You're as healthy as a bull. There's no magic left on you." SongSeoHaeng found it strange. He remembered the feeling he had when he first saw the shrine. It was truly odd. Perhaps the Mumayong Songdan statue was so perfect in beauty that it could mesmerize those who looked at it, which is why people were so enchanted. At that moment, SongSeoHaeng sat down at the nearby table, holding the transmission flute that was signaling. "Hello, is this SongSeoHaeng?" He quickly responded, "Hello, Baek Jin-gun. Have you finished your seclusion?" Baek Jin-gun replied, "Yes, you can come and pick me up now." In the virtual space, surrounded by bamboo forests, SongSeoHaeng gently stepped on the stones. "Where exactly are you secluding yourself in the forest village?" Baek Jin-gun described, "I'm in a room, more precisely, inside a worship statue." "That's me." The phrase "that's me" echoed countless times, causing SongSeoHaeng to ponder. Could it be that Baek Jin-gun is inside the Mumayong Songdan statue? After thinking and hoping for so long, he felt extremely disappointed. There was no mysterious training place with hundreds of layers of defensive arrays. It was just an old shrine. SongSeoHaeng questioned, "Baek Jin-gun, weren't you in seclusion? How did you end up as a mysterious statue being worshipped in the shrine?" Baek Jin-gun laughed heartily and replied, "Haha, it's a long story. I'll explain it to you when I come out. If I break my seclusion, it will cause a commotion. Can you find a way to get these people to leave? It would be troublesome." SongSeoHaeng couldn't think of a way alone. Outside the shrine, the crowd was even larger than before. SongSeoHaeng, holding the transmission flute, was at a loss. "How do I get rid of these people?" The devotees were fervently chanting about Xianggun, and the pilgrimage still had many visitors. "Jingun, I'll invite someone to help. Find a temporary way to disperse the crowd, he thought, while also considering bringing Dudu along for the task. Baekjin-gun agreed. That's good. I'll wait. If I had known, I should have brought Dudu along. The incident finally arrived. A group of tall and strong people burst into the main hall from outside. Each one of them was working hard to clear the way for their master Yusova, who was following behind. Get out of the way or die. Some young people were resisting. Where are you taking the stone statue? Get out of the way, Yusoga. With eyes blazing with fury, Yusova gave orders to his mercenaries to steal the Mumyeong-sangun statue and take it home. Be careful not to look at the statue. The group loudly cheered, using a white silk cloth to cover the statue and then carrying it away with the help of 3 or 4 people. The citizens, who were kneeling and praying, pleaded, "Please don't take the Seongun statue. It's illegal, get out of here. Stop them. Don't let them steal the Seongun statue. Deal with them, brothers." Though the crowd was large, very few were able to confront Yusova's soldiers. The scene eventually turned chaotic as people tried to drag the soldiers' legs to the carts. "Stop! Stop! You're taking the Seongun." The crowd could only cry out as they watched the cart carrying the statue drive away. "Return the Seongun to us." At this moment, the transmission flute played the voice of Baekjin-gun. "SongSeoHaeng, my friend, you need to get people here quickly. They're about to take me out of the shrine." Baekjin-gun felt somewhat unreal, but also insisted that no innocent people should be harmed. "SongSeoHaeng, you should be gentle with the others. Don't be too harsh." SongSeoHaeng and Dudu were puzzled. They haven't done anything yet, they thought. "Baekjin-gun, people are taking you out of the shrine." Jin-gun responded, "Yes, I'm currently being placed on a vehicle that resembles a carriage." SongSeoHaeng realized the key point. "Wait, are these people not the ones you asked for help?" Hearing about the situation, SongSeoHaeng broke into a sweat. "I just found reinforcements and they're on their way to the shrine." Baekjin-gun laughed, "Haha, I thought this might happen. If it's not someone violent, then I'm relieved." At this point, SongSeoHaeng needed to handle the emergency. "Don't worry, I'll always be ready to support you," he reassured. With that, Baekjin-gun agreed. "All right then, stay in touch." By the time SongSeoHaeng and Dudu arrived at Yusova's residence, it was already late at night. Outside, the guards were still the same mercenaries from earlier in the day. The situation was tight, with nearly 30 men keeping a strict watch. SongSeoHaeng, disguised with 2 branches, along with Dudu, observed the situation. "The security is too tight here. If you want to die, just charge straight through the main door," Dudu remarked. SongSeoHaeng sympathized with Dudu's concern. "I've been thinking about this for a while. The statue of Baekjin-gun has an allure that ordinary people can't resist, so it might attract some reckless youths. This might actually turn into a blessing in disguise." Dudu, pleased with the situation, agreed that it would make things easier for them to retrieve Baekjin-gun's statue from the reckless youths. SongSeoHaeng suddenly realized, "That's true. Let's try contacting Baekjin-gun." He took out the transmission flute and blew into it, sending a message. "Hello, senior. Is it possible for you to break free from the statue?" The response came as a green signal. "This is Baekjin-gun. I'm currently in the meditation state. There are still 2 hours and 2 minutes left before I can break free. Please be patient." SongSeoHaeng was stunned by the automatic reply. "What? He's in meditation. Not a second wasted." Feeling exhausted, SongSeoHaeng slumped down. "We have to wait a bit longer." Meanwhile, Yusoge marveled at the statue he had stolen. "It's perfect. I'd be willing to look at it my whole life. No matter how beautiful a woman is, I don't care. I dream of being with this statue every day. Even if I have to be a vegetarian and serve it day and night, I'm content." To stop this perverted behavior, SongSeoHaeng and Dudu decided to intervene. "Hello." Yusoka, irritated, looked up with a silver glow and saw an Ultraman-like figure. "Who are you and what do you want?" SongSeoHaeng responded, "I'm here to take my friend, the statue, away. Please let me do so." Yusoka retorted, "No way. This Seongun statue belongs to me. It will forever belong to me." Before he could finish, a powerful blow struck the back of Yusuf's head. He hadn't even finished his sentence before he collapsed. The blow was dealt by none other than Dudu, who still felt unsatisfied. SongSeoHaeng stopped Dudu from delivering another blow. SongSeoHaeng then carried the statue and made a hasty escape, not forgetting to turn back and say to the unconscious statue, "Sorry, this statue doesn't belong to anyone. Take a nap for now. When you wake up, everything will be back to normal." Arriving at a desolate mountain in Manhwa, SongSeoHaeng placed the statue under a large tree. With Baekjingun's meditation about to end, he needed to break the statue from the outside to avoid confusion when returning to the dormitory. It was better to keep the senior in a different place for now. While waiting, SongSeoHaeng thought of something significant. So Dudu eagerly took a photo and posed happily. In the group chat, an image of the three people appeared. Sisen, under great pressure, finally managed to get Baekjingun out. Almost immediately, the chat exploded with notifications. Bukatain, Guangdo Samrang, and Jonja, as well as New Woljingun and others, liked the photo. There were a series of comments inquiring about Baekjingun. Chilsang Bubuju was the first to comment, "SongSeoHaeng, you've worked hard. I only see you and Dudu. Where's Baekjingun?" Yaksa asked similarly, "Where is Baekjingun?" SongSeoHaeng agreed, "Yes, where is Jingun?" Yunyu Jangtong Ion, more reserved, left only a question mark. SongSeoHaeng wondered, could the statue be Baekjingun? Chilsang Bubuju agreed, "It really is Baekjingun." Seolandongju was puzzled. How did Baekjingun turn into a statue? Seolandongju added, "Senior Baekjingun always finds new ways to surprise us." SongSeoHaeng, exhausted, read the comments and could clearly see the black lines of stress on his face. He couldn't hide anything from Dudu, which immediately questioned, "Is someone talking bad about me in the group?" SongSeoHaeng tried to deny it. No one's talking bad about you." Dudu, looking a bit proud, finished the pose and turned to the statue. SongSeoHaeng answered quietly, "They only placed you and Senior Baekjingun side by side for a bit." This sentence made Dudu sigh in exasperation. Finally, the necessary signal from the transmission flute came through. It was Baekjingun's voice. "SongSeoHaeng, are you there? I've been bored waiting here. I did some meditation. I don't know where I've been taken now. Can you still find me?" SongSeoHaeng looked at the statue and replied, "Senior Baekjingun, how are you? I'm right next to you." Baekjingun didn't know what to say. SongSeoHaeng alleviated the awkward atmosphere by asking, "Senior, can you go ahead? Should I avoid something?" The question was indeed necessary. Baekjingun reminded, "Yes, about 10 meters away is fine. I can control the blast radius around me." As soon as he finished speaking, SongSeoHaeng quickly leaped 10 meters away, ensuring his safety. He then realized he had forgotten Dudu. Turning back, he saw Dudu still 10 meters away, sitting and watching him. Dudu ran over and couldn't help but sneer. "I guess you have some brains," Dudu said. SongSeoHaeng asked, "The statue of Senior Baekjingun isn't very tall. In theory, it shouldn't explode that far. Why did you run all the way over here to avoid it?" Dudu laughed loudly. "I said he couldn't control the blast radius well. I'm standing here to avoid other debris. I don't want to be caught by Baekjingun's explosion." Watching the statue still silently move and gradually crack open, a green light shot straight into the sky. Boom! Finally, SongSeoHaeng saw the form of Jingun. However, it made him a bit mesmerized. A figure in a flowing white robe, even the cloth shoes exuded an aura. His long hair reached his waist, gently fluttering with the robe in the wind, creating a delicate and captivating melody. Baekjingun, with skin like white jade, smiled gently. His entire being seemed to float with a celestial aura. His dreamy blue eyes looked at the unfamiliar surroundings. This person indeed was Jingun. His ethereal beauty was beyond description. SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, if this is indeed Baekjingun, then compared to the statue at the nameless shrine, this celestial demeanor was much grander. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. Senior Baekjingun's explosion was supposed to be about 10 meters. Why did Dudu run all the way over here? Baekjingun, seeing the two from afar, gently greeted, "SongSeoHaeng, my friend. Where are we going next?" It seemed like the voice, though far away, was right in front of him. "It's been over 100 years since I was in seclusion. The outside world seems to have changed so much," he continued. SongSeoHaeng felt compelled to express his admiration. The smile was truly mesmerizing, captivating enough to keep one's eyes fixed on him. Baekjingun, not receiving a reply, continued, "So, where are we going next?" SongSeoHaeng, having planned ahead, responded, "Let's head to Gangnam University. If you don't mind, you can stay temporarily at Yax's place for a while. There, I'll let you familiarize yourself with some modern things." Baekjingun closed his eyes and agreed. "All right, I'll follow the arrangements of SongSeoHaeng, my friend." Now, SongSeoHaeng had become a fan of Baekjingun. His eyes sparkled with admiration. That smile is more dazzling than any movie star's, SongSeoHaeng thought. Baekjingun then looked at the small figure beside him and smiled, greeting, "So Dudu, it's been a while. How is Hwangsan Jingun?" So Dudu waved vigorously, replying, "It's been a while, Senior Baek. Hwangsan is doing very well, and is preparing to challenge the 7th grade cultivation realm." Hearing that his friend was doing well made Baekjingun feel pleased. Hwangsan Jingun is a talented and diligent cultivator. He will definitely advance smoothly, Baekjingun said. So Dudu, rarely flustered, suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck?" Baekjingun, in a moment of confusion, simply fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? There weren't any obstacles on the ground. How did he fall? SongSeoHaeng wondered. SongSeoHaeng couldn't stop thinking. Could it be that this is a divine technique for falling flat on the ground? Another explosion sounded, creating a crater that was exactly 10 times larger than the previous ones. The two characters witnessing this scene were left with their heads full of black and white lines. Yet Baekjingun, unscathed, stood up from the smoke with his demeanor still composed. So Dudu, feeling pleased, commented, "Fortunately, I ran out 100 meters away, or I'd have fallen into that pit myself." SongSeoHaeng, standing beside, was left speechless, his mouth agape. So Dudu continued analyzing. Looking at the width of this pit, it seems Baekjingun isn't really Baekjingun, but Bak Jonjet in disguise. "So Dudu, honestly tell me," SongSeoHaeng asked, "does Baekjingun often trip and fall?" So Dudu cheerfully explained, "Don't worry. Baekjingun only tends to stumble when he's deep in thought. He's prone to slipping when he's lost in contemplation." It couldn't finish its explanation, but it added, "I won't tell you that Baekjingun can be absent-minded at any time, and can be lost in thought for half a day or so." SongSeoHaeng, hearing this and looking at the pit in front of him, was horrified. If being absent-minded can cause a pit like this, just imagine walking with Baekjingun and introducing modern knowledge. What if he suddenly falls into a pit? It's a terrible scenario. Baekjingun's presence is truly like a walking bomb, with damage potential high enough to break through the ceiling. SongSeoHaeng thought, pulling out a notebook and pen to make a note. Absolutely must pay attention to Baekjingun's state. Be sure to guard against him accidentally falling down. Write it down to be safe. It's too dangerous otherwise, SongSeoHaeng wrote diligently. Baekjingun glanced over and began explaining, "I was just pondering a problem earlier." During his seclusion, Baekjingun had accidentally become absent-minded. He touched the divine seal on his forehead, which had the effect of repairing the damage he had caused earlier. Seeing this, SongSeoHaeng felt somewhat reassured. At least, it could be repaired and rebuilt. Watching Baekjingun use the spell so skillfully, it was clear he had used it many times before. Baekjingun lightly approached them and announced, "It's all taken care of. Let's go." SongSeoHaeng agreed, "All right, Senior. Dudu and I will lead the way ahead. You can follow us." So Dudu had now transformed into Dadudu. Baekjingun gently reminded them, "Wait a moment, I need Dudu's help. My personal flying sword was stolen during my seclusion, so I can't use it to fly." He gently stroked its soft fur and consoled it. "After getting used to the modern things with SongSeoHaeng, I will go find my flying sword." He then went to sit down with SongSeoHaeng. So Dudu teased Baek Jin-gun, saying, "So your personal flying sword was also stolen, senior? You were in seclusion for so long, didn't you have anything to say about it?" Baek Jin-gun interrupted, "You've worked hard, so do you. I'll bring back some nice treats for you when I return." So Dudu eagerly proposed, "I'd love some 1,000-year-old fruits." Baek Jin-gun agreed, "No problem. I also want to see how many fruits the 1,000-year-old tree has produced over the past century." SongSeoHaeng had a question and asked, "By the way, senior, why were you in that statue? What happened to your seclusion place?" Mentioning this, Baek Jin-gun sounded nostalgic. "My seclusion place was destroyed due to an unforeseen accident." The little bean was also curious. "Your seclusion place must have had more than 300 defense formations. What could have caused it to be destroyed?" Baek Jin-gun seemed somewhat helpless and replied, "It's a long story." Dudu wondered about something unexpected. "With such dense defense, how could you be beaten so badly?" Baek Jin-gun recalled the incident and explained, "After being in seclusion for over 55 years, I suddenly advanced in level. Cheonjeop unleashed a tremendous amount of power, destroying over 300 layers of defense and completely shattering my seclusion." Dudu grasped the key point and asked, "So now that you're a Jonja, Bak Senior, is that correct?" Baek Jin-gun confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Dudu was somewhat pleased. When the seclusion suddenly advanced and was destroyed, it's remarkable that someone like Baek Jin-gun could break through and continue seclusion calmly. There's truly no one like you. SongSeoHaeng, overhearing the conversation, had another question for Baek Jin-gun. "Why did you turn into that statue in the nameless temple? Was your spirit's sword stolen?" Baek Jin-gun hesitated slightly before answering. "After I successfully advanced through the Tribulation, the method I used to surpass Cheonjeop was still in effect. It formed the statue you saw, which protected me inside. Later, a thief appeared during the Thunder Tribulation. The scale of that tribulation must have attracted a Taoist cultivator who found and unsealed my seclusion. He found my spirit sword, but since the Taoist thought the sword was ownerless, he happily took it away. I found him quite interesting and let him take it." Baek Jin-gun smiled at the memory. "So now that I'd broken through, the spirit sword is likely still with him. He's had it for over 100 years, so he must have gotten bored with it by now. Though it seems recent, it has actually been over 100 years." Dudu asked, "Then, how did you end up being dug out by the villagers?" Baek Jin-gun replied, "It wasn't the villagers, but that Taoist cultivator who removed me from the mountain while I was still in the statue. He guarded me day and night, staring in a daze for several days. Afterward, he suddenly became terrified and dug a deep hole to bury me. He was truly a strange fellow." SongSeoHaeng and Dudu, upon hearing this, concluded that Baek Jin-gun's allure must have been spreading. "Continue with your story. A few days later, that Taoist suddenly and fearfully buried you." Baek Jin-gun continued, "Yes. I'm not sure how the villagers managed to find me afterward. To summarize, even if the sky were to fall, I would still continue my seclusion. Even if my spirit's sword were stolen, I would still remain in seclusion. Even if I turned into a divine statue and was venerated, I would still be in seclusion." SongSeoHaeng marveled. It's no surprise that Baek Jin-gun is a master of seclusion. This is truly an enjoyable process of learning about modern advancements. Dudu responded, "I've arrived at the dorm of Baek Jin-gun. It looks quite unfamiliar." Baek Jin-gun, feeling a bit nostalgic, reflected on how, more than 150 years ago, this area was a vast forest with a beautiful lake. Every time he emerged from seclusion, it felt as if the world had left him behind. He turned to SongSeoHaeng and asked, "Where should we start getting familiar with this modern world?" SongSeoHaeng confidently replied, "I've already prepared everything. Please follow me." Fortunately, Yax's house is well equipped with the necessary devices. SongSeoHaeng invited Baek Jin-gun to sit down at a laptop and presented several documents. On the screen, there were 4 Word files with the following titles: Functions and Illustrations of Modern Devices, What Cultivators Need to Know in Modern Society, Basic Traffic Safety Rules, and finally, Images of Different Types of Cars. SongSeoHaeng instructed, please review these documents to get a basic understanding of modern equipment and its functions. Baekjin-gun, skillfully sitting down to read, was clearly fascinated by the new knowledge. Wow, these things are quite interesting, he said. This is a computer, isn't it? It's so convenient and has so many functions. And the refrigerator. I used to have to use ice magic arrays to keep things cold. And the mobile phone, it seems to function like Chionrijo-neum. Seeing Baekjin-gun so excited, SongSeoHaeng said comfortably, there are many more modern items here with various uses for you to explore. Feel free to continue looking through them. I'll contact everyone in Gunyuelovin. The chat box appeared with messages from Seusana Prayokdae and Seolan Dongju. Seusana Prayokdae wrote, is Baekjin-gun here? Seolan Dongju cheerfully replied, yes, we need to prepare a legal identification card and personal information for Baekjin-gun. Don't worry, Wang Sanjin-gun has already entrusted me with the task, and it will be delivered to you tomorrow. SongSeoHaeng commented, Wang Sanjin-gun is truly thoughtful. Seolan Dongju, curious, asked, SongSeoHaeng, has Baekjin-gun really emerged from the statue now? How does he feel? SongSeoHaeng sincerely replied, how does it feel? Nothing much, just a feeling. Compared to the statue, Baekjin-gun is a bit more handsome. Seolan Dongju could only sympathize with him and said, hang in there, SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng looked at the young immortal engrossed in the computer screen and felt a bit perplexed. Baekjin-gun, is there any reason for the senior members of the group to be so uneasy? If you look closely, you're quite handsome. It should be good news. Buka and Samrang were not online, and many others were offline as well. SongSeoHaeng found it odd and called out to Wang Sanjin-gun, asking if he was busy. Wang Sanjin-gun replied with a smile, haha, I'm waiting for an interesting person to break out of the seal. He then sent a screenshot with the ID ********* and the title, oh haha Wang San, you're a great fool. The content read, Wang San has suppressed me for 200 years, but I've finally cracked the seal's principles. I'm now beginning to calculate the methods to break the seal again. Soon, I will shatter the seal once more and roam the mortal world. When that time comes, watch how I get my revenge. Oh haha, this time, I won't hold back. The post attracted a lot of attention, with 239 views and 118 comments. Comment 1. Unmudo Jang is finally breaking out of the seal after 200 years. Impressive. I'm looking forward to hearing more about your past exploits when you break free. Comment 2. Is Unmudo Jang having a delusional episode again? Comment 3. The lecture by Unmudo Jang sounds fascinating. I'm thinking of adapting this story into a novel. Comment 4. Agree with comment 2. Unmudo Jang, the medicine can't be stopped. Comment 5. The medicine can't be taken recklessly. But Unmudo Jang is really confirming that even after taking the medicine, he's become even more lively. Comment 6 and 7. Unmudo Jang's breaking the seal and publicly declaring such personal matters. Is this really okay? There seems to be applause for this. SongSeoHaeng pondered over the information and thought it was intriguing. It seemed someone who had been sealed for 200 years was preparing to break free and was proudly posting updates online. Season, feeling the pressure, replied, being sealed for 200 years and still being online while in that state. Is that really possible? Wang Sanjin-gun's guidance followed. Haha, let me explain a bit, Wang Sanjin-gun said. Unmudo Jang is an elder of the no-name Dao sect. 200 years ago, he broke into my secret chamber and stole all the treasures inside. Unexpectedly, after stealing everything, he started bragging everywhere, claiming that my sealing techniques and formations were nothing, and that he could break through my secret chamber as if it were child's play. He even boasted that, even with all my strength, I could only keep him sealed for a few minutes. So I followed through with my promise to him. I worked hard to capture him again, using a massive cosmic meteorite as the seal and employing the five-finger mountain sealing technique to imprison him. This seal has lasted over 200 years, and he still can't get out. SongSeoHaeng, after understanding the situation, was left speechless. It turned out that lying and bragging had serious consequences. Wang Zanjinggun continued, "After that, I hired a mortal to pretend to be lost and enter the sealed area. He's been stuck there for 200 years. Unmudo Jang, who's been enduring, was excited to see someone, so he used magic to enchant the mortal to visit him daily. I noticed his interest in the outside world, so I had the mortal bring Unmudo Jang a tablet that could make calls and go online. I installed a chat application I created on it. Then I set up over 300 Sohos, adding him as a friend on each one, and created a chat group including him. Every day, my avatars chatted with him. The mortal would come to the sealed area daily to talk with Unmudo Jang, while also bringing a charging device for the treasure. Unmudo Jang started learning how to chat online. As a result, he bragged in the group about his glorious past. I had my avatars interact with him, some encouraging him, some complimenting him, making sure he wasn't too bored. This way, Unmudo Jang thought all the people he was chatting with were just ordinary mortals. Today, Unmudo Jang posted an update in the chat app's diary function. I used over 100 Sohos to chat and pour water into the group. Sealan Dongju, after reading the story, sent an icon of a dog bowing in respect and commented, "Senior Wangsan, you are truly skilled. I am in awe." Cisen, feeling the pressure, replied similarly, "This is impressive. Haha, SongSeoHaeng is still alive," Sealan Dongju said. SongSeoHaeng, sweating as he looked at his own ID on the screen, thought, "Isn't this my ID? Did I say something?" He had only been reading up until now and then glanced at the celestial figure by the computer. So that message just now was from Baekjingun. SongSeoHaeng was speechless. Since starting to use the computer, Baekjingun had quickly become proficient with it. It hadn't been long, and he was already using simplified Chinese characters with ease. Sealan Dongju recognized that the writing style wasn't SongSeoHaeng's. "Hello, Senior Baekjingun," Sealan Dongju greeted. Baekjingun quickly replied, "I'll come take a look at your car when I have some free time. Your wife must be about to give birth to wolf pups soon, right?" Sealan Dongju added, "Welcome, Senior. It's a pleasure to have you here. Sonukdae has already given birth to a litter." Baekjingun asked, "Why don't I see Yukai Jeomgun?" Wang Senjingun sent a sad face icon and explained, "Yukai Jeomgun was overwhelmed by demonic thoughts 30 years ago, while attempting to break through to the 7th grade Jongja realm. He turned to ashes in the fiery tribulation." Baekjingun then exclaimed, "Yukai Jeomgun couldn't survive this tribulation either?" Seeing Baekjingun's reaction, SongSeoHaeng was alarmed. "It's not good," he thought. "Baekjingun is too focused. I need to stay on guard. If there's anything unusual, the whole building might collapse." Noticing SongSeoHaeng's unease, Baekjingun asked, "What's wrong, SongSeoHaeng?" SongSeoHaeng waved it off, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, in the dim prison in Gangnam, the warden shoved a prisoner's head inside and said, "Hurry up." The prisoner saw a foreign monk sitting in meditation, who radiated golden light of virtue. The monk seemed to be a high-ranking saint, but it was puzzling to see such a saint imprisoned. Soon, the great master noticed the new arrival and smiled, probing, "Why are you here? And what crime have you committed?" The monk replied, "I'm a Buddhist practitioner, Dudu, who has committed a crime. If you, great master, have experience with this, you would understand." I'll take out a small knife and smile benevolently. "Don't be afraid. As long as I can enlighten you, I'll gather enough virtue to break through the dragon gate and transform into a dragon. You're the last prisoner I need to enlighten in this prison. Let's not wait for an auspicious day. Today is good enough." The monk said, "I will help you shave your head." The prisoner, terrified, turned pale and shook his head vigorously. "No, no, please, master. But life isn't always as one wishes." The monk continued his work, and to pass the time, chatted a bit. "By the way, do you know about the under 3? He continued, "You and I are fated to meet. I'll draw the 6 marks of under 3 for you. I've wanted to do this since I was young, but never succeeded. I even begged my teacher for a long time, but only when I blessed my own body did I get a response." The prisoner's reaction was a series of screams. "No, no, I don't want AIA. The scene shifted to the welcoming warmth of the week's second Monday. At SongSeoHaeng's front door, a little baekrang was pressing the doorbell with all his might. SongSeoHaeng opened the door and looked at the strange object. "Who is this?" Baekrang introduced itself. "Hello, I'm here on behalf of Seol and Dongju to deliver some items to Senior Baekchingdun." SongSeoHaeng responded, "Hello," and then remembered that Seol and Dongju's subordinate was here to deliver items. "We talked in the group chat yesterday. You've brought it today. That's really efficient." Baekrang pointed to a document bag. "These are all the items, SongSeoHaeng. This bag contains everything for Senior Baekchingdun: identification documents, ID cards, household registration, passports, driver's licenses, and so on." SongSeoHaeng took the documents and frowned. "Thank you. Wait, a driver's license? Senior Baekchingdun has already completed this." SongSeoHaeng was puzzled. He hasn't even touched the car yet. Seeing SongSeoHaeng still in a daze, Baekrang hurriedly said, "I have to go now. If you're free, Mr. SongSeoHaeng, remember to visit Seol and Dongju. The host says so." With that, Baekrang quickly left, leaving behind only a small gleaming point. The speed of this farewell was so abrupt that SongSeoHaeng didn't have time to process it. What's wrong? Is something not right? It's like he's running away. Is he avoiding Dudu, or is it Baekchingdun or Baekchonja? Meanwhile, Taobao was sitting with his sleeves rolled up, analyzing the refrigerator's principles and structure. "So this is how it works. Interesting. When these components are combined, they can create cooling effects that achieve the results of a human wisdom formation. Truly remarkable." SongSeoHaeng saw this and became increasingly worried. Has the refrigerator been destroyed? Farewell to the refrigerator like this. What about the stuff inside the fridge? Baekchingdun gently replied, "Don't worry. I left those items on the table. I'll reinstall the refrigerator and put them back in soon." On the table was a grand mess of melting ice cream. SongSeoHaeng decided to keep quiet. "Isn't it just a freezer? At most, it can turn into ice water. I'll drink it when it turns to ice." Half an hour passed slowly. Baekchingdun, delighted with his achievement, had finished reassembling the refrigerator. He was about to plug it back in. SongSeoHaeng sat dazed beside him, but noticed that some components were still not installed. He quickly stopped Baekchingdun. "Wait, Senior Baek. There are still some components that haven't been installed." Baekchingdun reassured him, "It's okay. Those components aren't very important. Actually, I couldn't even find where they originally went. Just continue with the plugging in." But then, as expected, the refrigerator exploded as it was plugged in. Smoke from the short circuit billowed throughout the room. Baekchingdun wondered aloud, "Why did it break? There shouldn't be any issues with the principle." "SongSeoHaeng, what's the reason?" SongSeoHaeng, still coughing, couldn't answer the difficult question. He saw Baekchingdun opening the formation again. Despite its sophistication, the device was truly fragile. It seemed more study was needed. Amidst the chaos, SongSeoHaeng waved his hand. "Never mind, Senior, we'll just buy a new one." Baekchingdun refused. "No need, no need. I'll fix it. It's just a refrigerator. I can make a new one quickly." 3 minutes later, the refrigerator was fixed. Baekchingdun opened the door, and SongSeoHaeng couldn't believe his eyes. It was working. Inside the freezer was indeed functional. Baekchingdun explained, "I've inscribed 2 types of formations. One is the Gathering Spirit Formation, which slowly absorbs and stores the spirit energy from the heavens and earth. The other is the Freezing Formation, which can convert the spirit energy in the Gathering Spirit Formation into cooling air, achieving a freezing effect." SongSeoHaeng's mouth dropped open in amazement. "It can do this." Baekchingdun turned to him and asked, "How do you like it?" SongSeoHaeng responded happily, "It's fantastic, Senior Baek. From today, this refrigerator is no longer an ordinary appliance but a magical freezing artifact. It should be called the Frozen Key Immortal Device, and it doesn't even need to be plugged in, saving on costs." The refrigerator was fixed. Baekchingdun looked at the air conditioner and remarked, "This thing looks interesting too." Seeing potential trouble ahead, Baekchingdun suggested, "We should go out and buy a new computer and phone." "Let's go." In this case, you can contact the Gun-Ul Logan group anytime. If you don't divert Baekjeon's attention, everything here will be destroyed, SongSeoHaeng advised. Baekjeon looked at his attire and agreed. Yes, you're right. My current outfit is indeed quite flashy. He sat back down at the computer and quickly searched online for a suitable outfit. He came across a white shirt and considered it. This outfit looks good. Priced at 98 yuan, it's not bad. He chose it immediately. With the new outfit, Baekjeon now looked like an ordinary person, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, which suited him perfectly. SongSeoHaeng must be very pleased with this transformation. It's a magical transformation that doesn't make one feel awkward. In the legend, a world where women's dreams and aspirations are cherished, long hair neatly tied back, Baekjeon added a white baseball cap. He gently asked SongSeoHaeng, "Shall we go now? Where should we go first?" SongSeoHaeng directed him to a bus stop. Bus number 3 will take you to an electronics store where you can buy what you need. He then turned to the small dog who was engrossed in the computer. "Dudu, do you want to come along?" Dudu, feeling unimpressed, refused. "I'm playing a game. If you want to take the dog out, wait until I'm in the mood for it." Baekjeon, by the door, responded, "The computer will be mine for now. I'm waiting for my wife online." With the arrangements made, SongSeoHaeng invited. "Then let's go, Senior Baek." Meanwhile, at Jong Mahupong, Mahu's voice echoed from the cave to the young man outside. "You seem quite idle." Hey Gomzi replied, "The demonic sword has been refined, and condensing the golden core is no longer an issue, so I have a bit of free time now." Mahu added, "I'm also free. I've just exited from Xianongjong. It will take some time to condense the golden core." Ha Gongzi continued, "I figured out how to use the 7-color fruit to refine the potion. In just over a month, I'll successfully produce it." Mahu replied, "I've also completed the Hyul. It will be ready for you in a month." The demon world hasn't forgotten to contribute. The extraction of the 3 demonic energies has also been completed. It will be fully finished in at most half a month. "I'll let you all enjoy it together," Hupeng said. "The 3 entities are in agreement. So let's all work together to level up. Increasing our strength will give weight to our words. Only then can we achieve benefits and eradicate evil." Hupeng, with eyes looking as if he hadn't slept, noticed from afar someone he didn't want to meet approaching. "Wait, that guy is coming again," he said irritably. "He comes every few days without getting tired. I'm not in the mood to entertain him. This research requires a lot of effort. I don't want to waste my time." Hupeng quickly added, leaving Ha to handle it alone at the demonic sect. The clueless fellow didn't understand logic. Seeing the troublesome person approaching, he cheerfully greeted, "Brother Haedang." He sighed heavily. Yeonmaek, still not knowing better, mocked, "I heard you had a blood god item stolen by a nobody. This news is really interesting." Ha, feeling aggrieved, thought, "With such a violent temper, who dares to talk to him and risk getting beaten for no reason?" So he decided to go with the flow. This news was already known by everyone in the Mahupong sect. "Senior brother Yeonmaek, are you just now finding out?" he retorted. Fuming, Yeonmaek said, "I heard the nobody who stole your item is a first-class cultivator." Ha sympathetically responded, "Yes, he's a young ordinary cultivator who knows SongSeoHaeng. Judging by the time, he probably hasn't even finished foundation establishment." Yeonmaek clenched his fists in triumph and teased, "So just because he knows SongSeoHaeng a little, you let him scare you and didn't take back your Hyul. Ha calmly explained, "Senior brother, you're joking. I always calculate carefully before acting. I just don't do things I'm not sure of." Yeonmaek looked down on him openly. "I think you were just scared to death by SongSeoHaeng. If you don't dare to get it back, I'll do it for you. You wouldn't mind, right? It's probably not even necessary for you, right?" Haedang saw through his thoughts and just smiled, bidding him farewell. "Of course, Senior brother Yeonmaek, go ahead." The two overheard the conversation through the transmission and questioned him. "Young Master Ha, will you really let Yeonmaek take the item from Susan? The pressure is great. What if he actually gets the Hyul back?" But Haedang was not worried at all. The one who managed to steal a Hyulsinwan is named Seosana Prayokde, Hupung said. Could he really be just an ordinary cultivator? Perhaps he's a wolf in sheep's clothing, or has received guidance from a higher master. Gyeong Make Danju volunteered himself, so I have no reason to refuse him, Haegang added. What do you think? We can't refuse, they replied. We'll keep an eye on Gyeong Make's actions then. This directly aligned with Haedang's plan. Back at Gyeong Make Danju's lair, he sat on his golden throne and signaled his subordinate. I order you to investigate Seosana Prayokde. Any news? The subordinate reported back, Danju, Soseochil was last seen in the Gangnam district before losing the trail. As for Seosana Prayokde, not only is he a student, but he also seems to have connections with Yaksa, which might explain his sudden acquaintance with Soseochil. This is truly frustrating. Haha, this Seosana Prayokde not only knows Yaksa, but has also become a cultivator. Given Soseochil's favorable relationship with Yaksa, it's easier for him to align with Soseochil, Gyeong Make said, his irritation clear. Neither Yaksa nor Soseochil can stay with him forever. Capture him alive and bring him here. Understood, Danju, the subordinate responded. Gyeong Make, pleased with his plan, chuckled. Once I capture Seosana Prayokde, the Hyulsinwan will soon be mine. The subordinate quickly set out on his mission. On the way, he thought, if the information about Seosana Prayokde is accurate and he's skilled at hiding his aura, it will be tough to catch him. I better get some help. He called another cultivator. Hello, Kuiwa cultivator, I have a task for you. On the other end, an irritable voice replied, call me So Wigwe. What's the mission? Ignoring So Wigwe's mood, he continued, I need you to handle the next task. Capture the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Seosana Prayokde. I'll send his information to Jong later. So Wigwe, not unfamiliar with the name, replied, Ah, I've noticed him already. No need to send the information. Holding the phone, he laughed, ha ha ha, this Seosana Prayokde has already caught the attention of Jongmun's higher-ups. If I capture him and retrieve the Hyulsinwan, my promotion will come quickly. Elated, he began planning his next steps, but everything must be prepared carefully. Before I catch Seosana Prayokde, I need help from the Wuyu Dao sect to steal the Hyulsinwan. Wingwei contacted Dang So. Hello, Dang Soju? Haha, it's me, So Wigwei. I have something I need your help with. The plan on the demonic side is almost complete. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng was squeezed on a bus with Baekjingun. He couldn't help but find it strange. Why is public transport so crowded today? He thought, looking at the people surrounding him. They were packed so tightly that his face was almost distorted. SongSeoHaeng couldn't help but worry. It seems these people are all trying to get closer to me and Senior Baek, he thought. Their eyes were all emitting burning heart-shaped flames. Has Senior Baek's charm accidentally spread again? I really can't let Senior Baek take the bus anymore. Just then, the bus announcement rang out, saving them both. Electronic City is here, please alight. SongSeoHaeng quickly pushed through the crowd. Senior Baek, we've arrived at the stop. Baekjingun, a bit surprised, said, oh, that was quick. SongSeoHaeng, feeling relieved, thought, if we don't get off now, we'll definitely be squashed into pancakes by this crowd. From the bus stop, it was only a few hundred meters to their destination, a large electronics center. The store staff greeted them cheerfully, handing them 2 cards after their purchase. These are the items you bought, and here are 2 membership cards. Thank you, SongSeoHaeng said, taking the 2 cards, feeling it was unbelievable to get such a discount. It's like the shop owner was desperate to sell to us. Senior Bak didn't need to say or do anything. He just stood there and smiled, and the shop owner was ready to offer huge discounts, almost wanting to give away the items for free. This is truly a face-value society, SongSeoHaeng thought, grinning. He couldn't believe that bringing Baekjingun along not only got them cheap prices, but also membership cards. This is a god-tier perk, he thought. As they stepped out of the center, SongSeoHaeng couldn't contain his joy and shared it with Baeknova. This is amazing. Everything we bought was at the most reasonable price. Imagining Baekjingun in his ethereal lotus seat, He thought, this is the kind of personal charisma skill that adds a +10 to NPC transactions, giving divine-level discounts in the game. Realizing an important issue, he said, I bought too much. Both my hands are full. If Senior Beck slips, I won't be able to catch him in time. Baek-Jin-gun was still happily strolling around, enjoying the atmosphere, unaware of the various issues SongSeoHaeng was contemplating. Senior Beck seems to be in a good mood. He probably won't suddenly fall into deep thought and stumble, SongSeoHaeng thought, looking towards the lucky draw area. We have plenty of time after buying our items. It looks like there's a raffle over there. Another victim of Baek-Jin-gun's charm appeared. The young man at the counter blushed upon seeing him. Would you like to participate in the raffle? Please draw here. SongSeoHaeng, confident, raised his hand and said, watch me. My name has a character for hand in it, and I've been praised since I was young for my skill in drawing prizes. Baek-Jin-gun was also curious about SongSeoHaeng's luck. Give it a try. There are plenty of golden tickets in the raffle box. If luck is on your side, you might draw one. When SongSeoHaeng drew a ticket and opened it, it turned out to be an encouragement prize. Congratulations, you've won an encouragement prize, the staff announced as they set off a small firework. Feeling a bit embarrassed, SongSeoHaeng turned to Baek-Jin-gun and said, haha, seems like my luck isn't great today, Senior Baek. How about you give it a try? The invitation surprised Baek-Jin-gun a bit, but he decided to give it a shot. He took a ticket from the raffle box. To everyone's surprise, Baek-Jin-gun drew the grand prize. The store erupted with cheers and confetti. Congratulations! You've won the grand prize, the latest model laptop worth 10,000 yuan. Wow, this brother is truly lucky, the staff said. In the festive atmosphere, Baek-Jin-gun smiled and thanked everyone. SongSeoHaeng, holding the gift, couldn't help but marvel, Senior Beck, your luck is incredible. Baek-Jin-gun, acknowledging his luck, reassured SongSeoHaeng, don't worry, I'll remember to keep my aura under control on the bus ride back. SongSeoHaeng, however, had no intention of taking the bus. I suddenly feel like taking a walk. Let's take another route. Baek-Jin-gun had no problem with this. All right, let's go. Just then, SongSeoHaeng's phone beeped. It was a message from Hwang Sanjin-gun. SongSeoHaeng, are you there? Seolandongju hasn't seen your reply. Come join us. It seemed like they were inviting Baek-Jin-gun out for a fun time. Hwang Sanjin-gun added, Senior Baek has been out for a long time now. It's about time to start showing off that weird luck of his, don't you think? Hwang Sanjin-gun sent another message with 2 strawberries, expressing a sense of spiritual connection. Have any of you mentioned this to SongSeoHaeng? Seolandongju asked. We need to be cautious. Senior Baek's luck is too unpredictable. Jingyan said, I haven't mentioned it to SongSeoHaeng yet. He then turned to the others. Aren't you the ones who should be informing SongSeoHaeng about this? Why is it up to me to remind him? Seolandongju felt aggrieved. But shouldn't the team leader be the one to give the notice? Hwang Sanjin-gun was at a loss for words. I'll call him then. Does anyone have his phone number? I didn't save it from the last time, Tribulation said, raising his hand. I gave him some money before, so I might have his number. Meanwhile, the 2 main characters mentioned were looking at each other. Haha, SongSeoHaeng, why are you staring at me so intently? I can control my aura, Baek-Jin-gun said. SongSeoHaeng replied, I'm just worried that you might suddenly zone out. Seeing SongSeoHaeng's concern, Baek-Jin-gun reassured him, don't worry, I'm just focusing on my phone. I won't zone out. With that, SongSeoHaeng relaxed. All right then. I'll register an account for you when we get back. We can chat then. Wigwi, hiding behind a wall, saw the 2 people, especially SongSeoHaeng. He was certain he had found his target. Wigwi observed them cautiously, noting, I need to reassess the situation first. The aura around SongSeoHaeng indicates that he's just a novice cultivator who has recently opened his spiritual channels. His internal energy is still weak. Wigwi then glanced at the long-haired man and the ordinary-looking Junmi beside him. These people are not extraordinary and have been idle all day. This is truly a golden opportunity. Without hesitation, Wigwi shouted, Stop right there, kid. Baek-Jin-gun, confused, asked, Are you talking to us? SongSeoHaeng, unsure of how to respond, thought, I don't know. Maybe we should just go. However, just as he said go, Baek Jin-gun showed signs of zoning out. SongSeoHaeng, alarmed, shouted, no. Despite all precautions, Baek Jin-gun still slipped and fell. A large pit appeared as a result. SongSeoHaeng stood right beside him this time, relieved not to be injured. Am I still alive, he wondered. Did Senior Baek cover for me during the fall? Baek Jin-gun had fallen and lost his hat, revealing his long, glossy black hair. He was now regaining his composure and thought, why did I fall just now? SongSeoHaeng, are you all right? Baek Jin-gun asked. SongSeoHaeng signaled that he was fine. Yes, I'm all right. The items we bought are also fine. As the two stood up and regained their balance, they noticed something. Wait, where did that person who called us go? Unfortunately for Guigui, although he was standing at a distance, he was the most affected by the incident. He now had a severe headache and was frothing at the mouth. Given the situation, SongSeoHaeng had no choice but to act clueless. This is really strange. How did the ground suddenly collapse like that? Luckily, we're safe. You called me earlier, right? SongSeoHaeng asked. Guigui, unable to speak, pointed tremblingly at the two harmless figures. The ground collapsed. You scoundrel, lied to me. I saw clearly just now. It was that Jummy guy beside you who fell and caused the collapse. Enough. I need to run. Guigui thought as he fled. I'm really sorry. I mistook you for someone else. I just saw your back and thought you were my friend. When I turned around, I realized I was wrong. I'm leaving now. The ground collapse here is too terrifying. Seeing the stranger run away in panic, SongSeoHaeng pondered. There's something off about that guy. Baek Jin-gun also felt the same. SongSeoHaeng, let's head up first. I'll use the Earth Protection Talisman here. SongSeoHaeng continued to push. No need, senior. Let's just leave. The collapse can be considered as a natural phenomenon. Even though the area is sparsely populated, the noise was too loud and will attract many curious onlookers. Even if there's a hole in the middle of the road, it can be easily explained as a collapse. Running away is the best strategy, he concluded. Back at their residence, the two were discussing. SongSeoHaeng spoke first. Senior Baek, I'll set up a chat account for you. Do you want to choose a nickname? Baek Jin-gun quickly provided a name, Bak. That's my Daoist name. Just then, SongSeoHaeng's phone rang. Hello, who is this? It's me, SongSeoHaeng. This is Hwangsan Jin-gun. Are you available to talk? SongSeoHaeng was visibly delighted. Oh, Hwangsan, I was just trying to reach you. I've just registered an account for Senior Baek and added him to the Gun Ulhoben. Could you handle it when you're online? On the other end of the line, Hwangsan Jin-gun agreed, sure, I'll take care of it right away. Senior Baek, who was nearby, hesitated and asked, are you by his side? SongSeoHaeng signaled that he was live. Yes, I'm helping him install some software. Hwangsan Jin-gun forgot what he intended to say and only encouraged the enthusiastic youth. Keep it up. I'll add Baek Jin-gun's account first. After finishing, Hwangsan Jin-gun surprised SongSeoHaeng by abruptly hanging up. The call ended. Senior, you didn't even mention why you called. Jin-gun, what kind of play acting is this? SongSeoHaeng wondered. The system notified that Baek had been added. SongSeoHaeng then informed Baek Jin-gun. Senior, you've joined the group. Do you want to set up your military rank and business card? Baek Jin-gun happily agreed. Sure, let me see. Hwangsan Jin-gun and Seolan Dongju kept their names and signatures as they were, while Baek changed his to Baek Jonja. The system announced that Baek had joined the group. Hwangsan Jin-gun quickly messaged, Baek, welcome. The Cheonjop level has been reached, and the great Mu Woljingun has also joined the fun. Oh, Senior Baek, congratulations on reaching the 7th grade Celestial Lord Tuowol, said the layman. Baek Jin-gun responded, yes, I was promoted 100 years ago. That's hot news. You were promoted 100 years ago, so you've been in seclusion for another 100 years. Everyone was slightly disheartened. I'm bowing down, Senior. That's the standard 10-year kneeling period for me. Please accept it. Chil Su-jong-jae appeared to congratulate. Congratulations, back. You've achieved the status of Celestial Lord. Wang Sin added, you should keep up, Bake. Since you were promoted 100 years ago, you shouldn't fall behind. Bake Chingun pondered as he looked at the screen. After 100 years of seclusion, the scene is still strange. It's good that fellow Daoists are still around so I can become familiar with this unfamiliar world again. Thinking about Dudu, who was busy with its owner, SongSeoHaeng brought some snacks for the dog. This is a little gift for you. Dudu took the treats and chewed on them, wondering why this person was being so kind all of a sudden. It signaled with a bark, asking what was going on. SongSeoHaeng seized the moment to explain, I recently encountered a strange person on the road. Could you go to where Senior Bake fell and help me find out who that person is? Dudu agreed, but with a condition. I'll only be responsible for investigating his identity, not for taking action. SongSeoHaeng had no problem with that and thanked him profusely. Dudu didn't forget to remind him of something in return. You also need to help me out. It's time for you to keep your promise. Prepare to open a video call with my partner. I need to know how to handle it. Dudu displayed a mischievous grin. I'll operate the character. When I need you to smile, you must show off a charming smile. Got it. With that, Dudu began to set up the video call. Let's start the video. Let's see how handsome Nogum is. SongSeoHaeng clutched his heart. The enthusiastic demeanor of Dudu made him feel like rebelling. On the other hand, the beautiful partner seemed just as excited. Nogum, you can use the video now. Dudu asked eagerly. Yes, here it is. But I'm not sure how well it works, SongSeoHaeng replied, showing his willingness. Dudu signaled him to stop being clueless and to smile warmly. Come on, show that gentle smile. SongSeoHaeng understood and adjusted the atmosphere to a more romantic tone. He wore a well-fitting t-shirt and his face lit up with a radiant smile, making Dudu's partner on the other side almost want to jump out of the screen. You're so handsome, Nogum. Achille, you're too much. Dudu's partner gushed. Dudu didn't stop there. He continued to perform, suggesting they skip the dungeon runs for today and go on a loot hunt instead. Yesterday, Nogum, you got the war god's staff. Let's make them pay in blood. He placed the computer in front of SongSeoHaeng and said, show that confident, handsome look. Let's coordinate. SongSeoHaeng performed again, receiving praise from Dudu's partner. Nogum, you're so beautiful. I'm falling for you. The admiration didn't stop. SongSeoHaeng and Dudu teamed up, showcasing various poses and moves, leaving Dudu's partner in awe. Nogum, you're so handsome. I really like you. You're too charming, I'm in love. Time flew by, and it was now July 1st. At 2 p.m. in the university lecture hall, SongSeoHaeng was daydreaming, reflecting on the many events of the month. I have finals at the end of this month. I need to review a bit in the next 2 days. One of his friends, Gumumu, spoke up. Any plans for this summer? Are we going to do what we did last year, just hanging around at my dad's workshop? Yang Deok seemed disinterested. I have to attend a fashion show. It's already a successful collaboration. Gumumu couldn't help but shout in despair, seriously? Do you guys not enjoy life at all? Apart from machines and programs, is there nothing else to do during the vacation? The young man with curly hair teased him, do you want to invite me to hang out? Numu shook his head. Not me, but Gagakwol, the rich guy, he's not bothered by such things. SongSeoHaeng turned to Gumumu and asked, do you know of any interesting places to go? He then winked, indicating Donghae's recommendation. There's a new island over here that seems pretty good. How about we check it out? Everyone was excited about the idea. After summer, if we go, make sure to invite me. Don't forget to save a spot for me, someone said. Haha. Back at Yax's apartment, SongSeoHaeng saw Baek Chingdan, who looked like a parent, working at his computer. SongSeoHaeng called out, Senior, what are you looking at? Baek Chingdan replied succinctly, movies, novels, masterpieces, and various historical and cultural materials. I've been in seclusion for over 150 years and need to quickly familiarize myself with the world. He added, it's much easier to watch anything with the internet and computers now. SongSeoHaeng, curious, asked, "Do you find the current world different from 100 years ago?" "Of course, but I decided to start with the basics. Novels, which were considered literature, have become much more meaningful compared to before. People of this era have innovative thinking and creativity, and new things are indeed booming." SongSeoHaeng agreed with this viewpoint. Yes, web novels are widely popular now, and authors' creativity has expanded. Baekjin wanted to add more but continued, "There are also many things that catch my attention." SongSeoHaeng, curious, asked, "Like what?" Baekjin became thoughtful and mentioned terms like unich and degenerated, slang terms that made SongSeoHaeng fall silent, not knowing how to explain. Suddenly, Baekjin pulled SongSeoHaeng's sleeve and said, "Stop talking about these things. SongSeoHaeng, come here for a moment." The romantic atmosphere made SongSeoHaeng nervous. He wasn't sure what Baekjin wanted to discuss. "Senior, what is it?" Baekjin took out a necklace from SongSeoHaeng's neck. Ignoring SongSeoHaeng's blushing cheeks, he held a spirit stone and said, "You have a mid-grade Ryungwei with decent quality. Haven't you contracted it yet?" SongSeoHaeng, stepping back 2 paces, scratched his head and explained, "I just gathered enough materials for the 5 elements spirit contract pill. The Ryungwei contract isn't long. Besides, I haven't opened my spiritual acupoints yet." Yaksa, senior, left and hasn't returned. SongSeoHaeng was quite confused. "I haven't been shown how to contract Ryungwei yet." Baekjin raised his hand to open a formation and said, "That's fine. I'll teach you. I'll explain a bit about the principles and how to handle Ryungwei." Baekjin said, "Wait until midnight tonight when the spiritual energy is at its peak. I'll help you set up the 5 elements spirit contract pill." SongSeoHaeng, serious and respectful, replied, "Thank you, senior. Finally, it's time to contract Ryungwei." He had a bit of a question though, "Senior, I only have 2 parts of the materials for the Ryungwei contract formation. Will this be enough?" Baekjin answered, "2 parts will be sufficient. Even if it fails, I'll take you around and you can collect more materials." SongSeoHaeng was eager and nodded quickly, "Got it." As the day came to an end, and it was past 11 p.m., Baekjin stood in the center of the formation and asked SongSeoHaeng, "Are you ready?" The energetic young man replied, "I'm all set. We can start." Baekjin poured a thick purple liquid onto the spirit stone around SongSeoHaeng's neck and began explaining the basic steps. "We need to complete this before the energy from the ghost dragon and 5 elements stone runs out. We'll subdue the Ryungwei in about an hour." SongSeoHaeng listened carefully and responded, "Understood." The ritual began with SongSeoHaeng performing a series of intricate movements. He chanted, invoking the metal element. Metal energy flowed into the spirit stone, forming a protective shield. Next was the wood element, with thorny vines wrapping around the Ryungwei. The Ryungwei started to awaken and tremble. SongSeoHaeng continued with the water and fire elements, enveloping the Ryungwei in these energies. It was truly awakening now. The metal element's shield was failing, and only the final earth element remained. Rocks and soil gathered and flew towards the Ryungwei. SongSeoHaeng kept up his efforts, focusing all his energy. This was the 9th attempt with the 5 elements spirit contract pill. The goal was to exhaust the spirit and subdue it. If the Ryungwei became too tired or lost consciousness without signing the contract, the attempt would fail. It can't fail, SongSeoHaeng thought. He released one final effort, combining metal, wood, water, fire, and earth elements. Baekjin, observing, approached SongSeoHaeng. The young man was startled and noticed the senior was preparing to open the formation with a serious expression. "Senior, are you having doubts? Could it be that there's something wrong with my formation?" SongSeoHaeng wondered. Baekjin used a powerful move to remind SongSeoHaeng not to be distracted. "Focus on the 5 elements spirit contract pill. The formation you've made is very good. Leave the rest to me." SongSeoHaeng nodded, agreeing to concentrate. Baekjin, however, sensed something was amiss. He opened the window, and immediately, a strong gust of wind rushed in. Soon after, someone who had been hit by Baekjin's previous attack was summoned. With a thud, the person collapsed to the ground. SongSeoHaeng observed and judged that this was a 5th grade spirit sovereign level expert, someone of high caliber. He must have encountered a great disaster to have used such an extreme movement technique. Even though he used a life-saving technique, it wasn't enough to save him. Baekjin-gun approached and asked, "What's your name? Do you have any last words?" The man replied with difficulty, "Scattered Cultivator Li Chanso," and then turned to dust. All that remained were some items on his body. Baekjin-gun picked up a red spirit stone inside. In this ring, there are 3 magic formations. One is a good spirit gathering formation. This short sword can still be used for flying with the sword. SongSeoHaeng continued to focus on controlling his own formation. At this moment, he called out for help. "It's not good, senior. Ryungwei has absorbed all the remaining energy and has broken free." Indeed, Ryungwei was no longer a single entity. It had divided into several smaller Ryungwei to break the formation and was directly attacking SongSeoHaeng. "Those who use formations to torment me. I remember you used that formation." SongSeoHaeng, now calm, used his basic martial arts and techniques to punch the Ryungwei that was attacking him, causing the 2 entities to separate. The Ryungwei was even angrier. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Baekjin-gun intervened. He used a sword technique to quickly pierce through the layers of Ryungwei, causing them to disintegrate and leaving only the main entity. SongSeoHaeng, looking at his own Ryungwei, lamented, "It's so smart to release its spirit and recover its body to heal itself." But Baekjin-gun seemed puzzled. "Why is this happening?" SongSeoHaeng, curious, asked, "Is there something wrong, senior?" Baekjin-gun approached the Ryungwei to observe closely. He concluded, "The quality of a Ryungwei is determined from the moment it is born and should not change if there are no issues. But this Ryungwei of yours has turned into a lower-grade Ryungwei." The extremely harsh words left SongSeoHaeng stunned. A lower-grade Ryungwei? He was left sitting, contemplating in despair. He had not expected his luck to be this poor. After a failure, the grade of the Ryungwei had been downgraded. "Miss Yueoja has had many failures, but I've never heard of this issue," someone said. Fortunately, Baekjin-gun had misjudged the situation. This was not a case of Ryungwei becoming lower grade. Instead, Baekjin-gun praised SongSeoHaeng, saying, "You're lucky. You've obtained the core of the Ryungwei. Only high-grade Ryungwei have cores." The reason was that the Ryungwei's own energy depletion had caused it to temporarily devolve into a lower-grade Ryungwei. Once it accumulated enough energy, it would evolve back into a high-grade Ryungwei. SongSeoHaeng emerged from his gloom, happily accepting the spoils. "So it evolves into a high-grade Ryungwei like this?" he asked. Baekjin-gun asked if SongSeoHaeng still had the spirit to try again. If so, he should set up the formation once more and make the contract. SongSeoHaeng, feeling full of energy, eagerly agreed. Of course, he was still spirited and proud. A mid-grade Ryungwei was like a common cultivator, while a high-grade Ryungwei was akin to a genius-level cultivator. Such an entity would help him cultivate day and night. At this moment, a new topic appeared in the chat box. Yaksa announced that the 4 who entered the mysterious island had lost their memories. The cause was not due to memory cell damage, erasure, or illusion. Yaksa speculated that the 2 involved, along with their companions, had actively entered into some kind of contract with a powerful being. They had sealed their memories themselves. Gyosa hypothesized that the 2 5th-grade Junban Ryongwang cultivators had willingly sealed their memories before leaving the mysterious island. So, what secrets did that island hold, or what powerful beings were there? Yaksat had his own thoughts, but at least the existence of the mysterious island was not meant to be utterly destroyed. That was a small blessing in the midst of misfortune. Samrang and the others had been gone for so long. What was their current status? Huang Sanjin-gun read the messages and sealed his lips. Yaksa inquired, "It's difficult to know and say everything. By the way, has Baekjin-gun adapted to the modern age?" SongSeoHaeng had not yet reported back on his tasks. Huang Sanjin-gun, thinking in his study, realized, "Right, I forgot to mention last time that you need to be careful. There's also the matter of extraordinary luck, which often comes with disasters, just like when I hosted him back then." Baekjin-gun had recently come out of seclusion and was adapting to the changes of the era. Then, suddenly, a massive meteorite fell. If not for his good fortune, he might have been dead by now. Baekjin-gun remained calm and analyzed the situation. The meteorite contained various materials needed by cultivators, like celestial crystal and iron. He had brought some back with him. Initially, he thought it was just random luck. But later, as he traveled with Baekjin-gun for a few days, he encountered strange phenomena. The ground would suddenly reveal rare materials, or lightning would strike, turning a giant tree into valuable resources. Sometimes, an earthquake would uncover various medicinal herbs. Despite the constant danger, the harvest was quite good. In summary, SongSeoHaeng should be mindful of his safety. While their concern was well-intentioned, they didn't know that SongSeoHaeng had already experienced such things. Calls to him now only received the automated response. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please call again later." Wang Sanjinggun sighed. "What is SongSeoHaeng doing? Well, I'll try calling back later. By the way, a convoy will be arriving tomorrow, heading to the parking lot in Gangnam. It will be convenient to inform SongSeoHaeng about Baekjin-gun's past then." At Yax's residence, SongSeoHaeng was diligently setting up the formation. He and the Ryungwei had successfully established the contract. Since gathering the Ryungwei's core, it had become much more intelligent and understood a lot more. The Ryungwei now knew that in order to survive and quickly recover, it needed to finalize the contract. The contract was completed with a golden light filling the room. SongSeoHaeng was delighted to have accomplished it. Observing the entire process, Baekjin-gun encouraged him, saying, "Well done. You should also clear the path while taking advantage of the time before the 5 elements contracting formation loses its effect. Utilize it to transport and test the effectiveness of the divine power Ryungwei brings." SongSeoHaeng followed this advice and integrated the divine power to test its effectiveness. He then entered seclusion. During this seclusion, SongSeoHaeng and Ryungwei would harmonize together. He could feel his senses merging with Ryungwei. At the heart, where the Ryungwei's core finally settled, SongSeoHaeng wondered if it was his own heart's aperture that was being activated. It turned out that the Ryungwei's essence needed to accumulate vital energy, which was what SongSeoHaeng's newly opened heart aperture could provide. He realized he just needed to enhance his cultivation. Ryungwei's presence unexpectedly felt restrictive, making SongSeoHaeng uneasy. What was happening? Besides preserving the Ryungwei core and maintaining the body's energy at a minimal level, the rest of its body transformed into pure energy. After a series of analyses, SongSeoHaeng guessed that this was meant to help him break through to the eye aperture. Observing SongSeoHaeng's breakthrough, Baekjin-gun remarked, "As expected, this young cultivator has good fortune." Baekjin-gun handed over a ring that contained a gathering spirit formation, which was quite valuable for SongSeoHaeng. He directly placed it on SongSeoHaeng's finger, noting that it would easily offset the cost of the devices SongSeoHaeng had bought, like computers and phones. With the added power from the gathering spirit formation, Ryungwei transformed its essence from vital energy to a deeper red, causing SongSeoHaeng to experience a rapid increase in vital energy. Eventually, this enabled him to successfully open the second eye aperture. SongSeoHaeng's mind could now perceive through layers of reality, sensing even the smallest movements, such as the flutter of a beetle's wings. This was a significant breakthrough, allowing him to acquire different talents with each opened aperture. SongSeoHaeng was astonished by this newfound vision and wondered what kind of talent he had gained. It seemed like he had developed advanced visual capabilities. After looking at the horizon and capturing the entire vast view within his sight, Ryungwei returned to the heart, making SongSeoHaeng feel a bit suffocated. He eventually calmed down, drenched in sweat. Baekjin-gun, who was observing from the side, immediately asked. When opening the eye aperture, SongSeoHaeng awakened his talent. He answered honestly that it did indeed consume a significant amount of mental energy, and that he was quite fatigued now. Baekjin-gun didn't rush to console him. "That's enough for today. You should rest and continue your training later." SongSeoHaeng agreed, "Understood, senior." As SongSeoHaeng walked out the door, he heard Baekjin-gun talking to the sword and knife in his hand. "The rogue cultivator Lee Chenso, whom I asked about before, has taken on your karma. If you encounter his descendants in the future, they might offer some assistance. SongSeoHaeng noted that the name Lee Qianso was mentioned when he established the contract formation. After SongSeoHaeng left, Baek Jin-gun stretched his shoulders, which had been sore all day. He noticed the air conditioning and thought, if SongSeoHaeng is asleep, I could turn on the air conditioning to see if it works. Nearby, Wigwi, with legs spread out, was analyzing the information on a computer screen. He was reviewing the intel on Seosana Prayoktae, who appeared to be an ordinary student with a bit of luck, nothing special. He worried that the intelligence provided might be misleading and found no useful clues about the major senior accompanying Seosana Prayoktae. Wigwi, lost in thought, suddenly remembered something and frantically dialed a number. Come on, pick up. I hope you haven't done anything foolish. Pick up the phone. Unfortunately, the call went unanswered, and he only received the automated response. The number you have dialed is currently out of service. Wigwi slumped in defeat. Could he be on a mission right now? Should I go find him and bring him back? He recalled the earlier incident where a major senior had almost killed him with just a single strike. He was confused about what to do now and wondered if he should just leave it be. His profile was captured by a surveillance camera. It turned out to be Dudu, who had been tasked with quietly monitoring this suspicious person. Satisfied with completing the mission, Dudu quickly made his escape and planned to celebrate with a feast. He floated gracefully in the wind, thinking about how he should chastise the clueless Wang San later. The person who was suppressed, Bunmudo Jang, was even more important than the fact that I left home. Returning to Yax's private residence, the house lights were still bright. Only SongSeoHaeng's room was dark, indicating that he had gone to sleep. Baek Jin-gun appeared distracted, with a few beads of sweat on his forehead. He sighed with relief, a result of a frenzied assembly process. Humanity's thoughts are increasingly filled with valuable things that I might destroy. There are truly so many. He looked at the air conditioner, pondering, and decided to reassemble it before SongSeoHaeng woke up. After 10 minutes of rapid assembly, Baek Jin-gun finally installed the air conditioner on the wall. This time, no parts were left over. Sure enough, if I just do it seriously, there shouldn't be any issues. The final and most crucial step was to plug it in. The air conditioner, like a refrigerator, shuddered for a moment and then spewed a thick cloud of black smoke. Baek Jin-gun seemed to say to himself, "Don't try anymore," but this stubborn person couldn't bear the setback. Why did it explode? I followed every step correctly and there shouldn't have been any problems. He glanced at the door to SongSeoHaeng's room and guessed that SongSeoHaeng was still asleep. There was no alternative. He had to use a formation to replace the air conditioner's function. As he prepared to write out the formation, Baek Jin-gun suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. I seem to have studied automatic temperature regulation formations before. Cultivators who open their spiritual apertures can regulate their body temperature. This formation of mine is completely useless now. Feeling helpless, Baek Jin-gun thought, "I'm really sorry, SongSeoHaeng." While lamenting the destruction of SongSeoHaeng's belongings, he had an idea. He fetched a wooden crate from the corner of the yard and used a secret technique on a branch of a tree. It's been a long time since I did this, and my hands feel a bit unsteady. With a single use of the technique, the wooden branch turned into a finely crafted wooden flying sword. He attached the flying sword to the wooden crate. Fortunately, the air conditioner was well packaged, so he just needed to tie it to the flying sword. The final step was to adjust the direction. A beam of light appeared as the flying sword lifted the broken air conditioner into the sky, transporting it into the void. There were already many boxes with flying swords installed up here, proving that all you true men are just destructive. Baek Jin-gun dusted off his hands and resolved the matter successfully. As for the compensation, just use the formation to hide it. In a few days, I'll go to the fellows over there and exchange some money to buy a new air conditioner. Once everything was done, he laughed heartily in satisfaction. I should go back to my room and rest a bit. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a television. Baek Jin-gun stared at the object on the shelf. The power of this thing made him think differently. Oh well, breaking one is breaking one. Breaking two is still breaking. The compensation money can shine brightly. At worst, I'll just buy them all back then. A night full of dreams for young SongSeoHaeng began. When he slept, so Dudu hadn't returned yet. A magical circle appeared beside him, and a ghost half emerged, eyes red with fury, mouth full of hateful curses. It groaned as it moved closer, wanting to grab SongSeoHaeng's soul, refusing to enter the cycle of reincarnation, forever destined to be a ghostly entity. Even at night, it wouldn't let SongSeoHaeng's Ryungwei rest. Ryungwei immediately broke free from the circle, turned giant, and swallowed the ghost whole, then quietly returned inside SongSeoHaeng's heart to rest. This caused him to fall into a strange dream. In the dream, there was a SongSeoHaeng bleeding profusely, recounting his life with a few sorrowful sentences. Tako, at 1 year old, was innocent and pure, but at 6, he contracted a strange disease. After I fell ill, my father sought physicians everywhere but to no avail. In the end, I was placed in a shattered coffin. At this point, SongSeoHaeng also realized what he was witnessing. Am I dreaming again? Who is this person? The story in the dream continued. I was then taken in by an immortal. Every day, I drank bitter medicinal solutions and began practicing strange martial arts. 2 years later, my body recovered, and I gained powers beyond mortal men, like splitting mountains with a punch. One day, the immortal stood before me and shared, "My name is Jikyoda. There is certainly a destiny between us. I will teach you a skill, watch carefully." He then performed a series of techniques, each one wielding a blade, culminating in a final move. Finally, he asked, "How much do you remember?" 9/10. It turned out the protagonist of the dream was 9/10 proficient. I awkwardly smiled, vaguely feeling that Dojang wanted to bid me farewell. Then he felt that 9/10 proficiency was not bad. This proficiency was enough for you to condense a golden elixir of great creation. The future will depend on your efforts. After saying that, he himself noticed something unusual. SongSeoHaeng in the dream witnessed everything and revealed an indescribable emotion. What was this, Jikyoja? Dojang seemed to penetrate the dream and saw himself exactly as SongSeoHaeng thought. Dojang smiled, stroking his long beard. So that's it. Interesting, very interesting. Then remember this time. He etched it into the minds of the two, especially SongSeoHaeng. This is Huayongdo, which cultivators everywhere recognize. Now I will teach it to you. I hope you don't mind my narrow-mindedness. Time is limited, so I will demonstrate it once. When he slashed with his sword, it felt as light as a feather, but the destructive power was unimaginable. A straight line formed, creating an immense force until he retracted the sword, revealing it was just a branch. Truly formidable. No sword technique mnemonics, no sword technique stances, just one slash that created the essence of the sword. The essence of the sword, once manifested, had the power to incinerate heaven and earth. Then the Daoist had to leave. He laughed heartily at the two young men. Ha 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 ha! How much you comprehend depends on your talent. SongSeoHaeng, in the dream, found the feeling too strange. It was as if Jikyoda was not in the dream teaching him magic, but was looking through him and talking to me. Finally, he woke up, touching his body. Was this really a dream? He looked at the shining object on his finger, speculating. Could it be because of this ring that retained the owner's spiritual thought, making me have that dream? Recalling when Jikyoda Dojang taught Huayongdo, the blazing fire that could incinerate everything, even the sky seemed to want to be burned. It felt like the ultimate sword technique. After practicing for a while, he was still unsure if it was just a dream or reality. Should I try it? Another day passed. Early the next morning, at 6 a.m. on July 2nd, SongSeoHaeng stood firmly on the roof, convinced that no one would see him here. He recalled Dojang's movements from the day before and picked up the sword to try. When he slashed, nothing seemed to change. SongSeoHaeng stood there puzzled for a moment, scratching his head. As expected, it's only the first time. I should practice more in the future. Descending from the house, he greeted two people sitting on the sofa. Good morning, Senior Baek. Dudu is back. Baek Chingun, still radiant, was engrossed in reading. He greeted SongSeoHaeng back. Good morning, young SongSeoHaeng. Immediately, SongSeoHaeng was captivated by the charm, the focused reading posture, which only increased Senior Baek's charm. Suddenly, an object flew towards him like a camera. he quickly slashed it in half. He then boasted, "This lowly commoner dares to harm me, but I have mastered the sword technique, even if it's just the basics." This made Dudu scornfully say, "Woof, you're too self-absorbed, don't blame me." SongSeoHaeng immediately realized the problem. Looking down in shock, he saw, "Oh no, my new camera." He cried bitterly, "Why did I subconsciously slash it with my sword?" To add to his woes, Dudu poured more salt on the wound. "Remind you of someone? The memory card in this camera is still usable, right?" Despite lamenting the fate of his camera, SongSeoHaeng didn't forget the main issue. "That guy definitely has a problem. Who is he?" So Dudu promptly replied, "Woof, he's from the Vo Luck Matan, aiming to seize your Hyul. He appears to be a first-rank, 5-aperture cultivator, close to reaching the Dragon Gate." SongSeoHaeng, confused, asked, "Can I defeat him?" Frankly, Dudu sighed. "If it's a face-to-face battle, you indeed have a chance to handle him. But if he ambushes you, you won't have any chance to resist." A black crow with numerous ellipses flew over SongSeoHaeng's head. He blankly said, "So, I'm in a very dangerous situation now, but I have a loyal and strong Dudu by my side." Taking advantage of the moment, he asked, "Dudu, do you want to go for a walk?" Dudu quickly responded, "Why, you want to take me for a walk? Fine, I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you take me." He then went back to his room, saying, "Wait here while I change my gear to take you for a proper walk." After handling his personal matters, SongSeoHaeng turned to Baekjingden, who was engrossed in reading. "Senior Baek, I have to go to class soon. Do you have any plans?" Without looking up from his book, Baekjingden replied, "I have to wait for a staff member to come and take photos and register my residence permit." Finally, one person and one dog went outside. SongSeoHaeng needed to get a leash. Looking at the puppy walking ahead, he thought Dudu was just accompanying him, but then realized it even had a collar on. Dudu suddenly spotted something ahead and sped up, making SongSeoHaeng rush after him. "Dudu, where are you running to?" Dudu barked, "Woof, I found a fun toy. Let me take you to play." After running for a while, they encountered a person and Dudu finally stopped. SongSeoHaeng recognized the person in front of him. This is Professor Smith, isn't it? Got a new dog, huh?" But this time, because Miss Uioja used magic to trick him, he smiled confidently. "Good morning, Smith." The professor replied, "Good morning." Only the two main characters at this moment were Dudu and Jeomyeonbae, who were fighting. Mainly, Jeomyeonbae didn't understand why the white dog in front of him kept barking. Dudu even turned his rear to face him, saying, "Bite me if you dare, you mongrel." SongSeoHaeng hurriedly stopped Dudu. "Don't play around anymore. Let's go." Did Dudu listen to him? Of course not. Then, he slapped Jeomyeonbae's face with a paw. The scene now described was Professor Smith widening his eyes in shock, SongSeoHaeng scratching his head in worry, while Jeomyeonbae and Dudu faced each other. The professor turned and said with a smile to SongSeoHaeng, "Your dog is quite bold, isn't it?" All SongSeoHaeng could do was force a smile, unsure how to respond properly. A minute later, Dudu wasn't Daehyubae. The professor couldn't help but exclaim, "Am I so old that my eyes are failing me? My Daehyubae is on the ground, and the winner is that little pup." Only SongSeoHaeng knew the real situation. He kept cursing, "You chased Achima Gun all over the place, and now you think defeating an ordinary black-backed dog is something to be proud of." Dudu, still looking very silly, showed displeasure and said, "If you won't praise me, fine," then barked, dragging SongSeoHaeng in another direction. "Dudu, wait for me," SongSeoHaeng called out, as he walked the dog back to the Yaksa mansion. A young lady was ringing the doorbell. When she saw the man with long hair open the door, she was immediately infatuated. "Hello, I am the staff here to take photos and register your temporary residence permit." Baekjingden softly invited her inside. The young lady was undoubtedly captivated by Bak's aura. Her face blushing, she agreed, "Okay." She thought, "This Song-Baek guy is really handsome. I should take my time with the photos to prolong this as much as possible." SongSeoHaeng and Dudu were walking in a small alley when a group of masked soldiers in black ambushed them. Wigwi signaled to them, "The members have successfully detained the buck cultivator. We need to complete the operation as soon as possible." Dudu, now using the stealth technique, responded to SongSeoHaeng's question, "How many opponents are there?" A ghost dog praised him, "You noticed, huh? Not bad. There are 7 in total, 6 of whom are at your level. The one at the back is the guy with a refined face, a tiger-like back, and bear-like shoulders, but that guy hiding at the back, thinking I can't see him, haha." Seeing him jump down, SongSeoHaeng quickly asked Dudu, "You'll help me, right?" Dudu gracefully replied, "Don't worry, when you're severely injured and about to die, I'll pull you out. This is called telepathy, haha, just what I wanted." SongSeoHaeng turned back, cracked his knuckles, and said, "Come out, I've seen all 6 of you, no need to hide." The ambushers didn't waste any time and immediately charged at him. SongSeoHaeng quickly activated his armor talisman, creating a solid shield. For his second move, he used his fists. "See how powerful I am. Basic fist technique level 2. One move left the group heavily injured, and when they recovered, they found themselves lying on the ground. SongSeoHaeng shouted, "You think it's easy to defeat me, huh?" He glanced behind and started planning his next move. He needed to act arrogant to make the last guy lower his guard. To make him strike, SongSeoHaeng needed to show a flaw. Soon, Wigwi leaped from behind, challenging SongSeoHaeng. "So arrogant, die." SongSeoHaeng immediately activated his armor talisman to block the attack and countered with a knee strike. Wigwi dodged and heard SongSeoHaeng question, "Were you sent by young Master Haedang?" Wigwi evaded, laughed loudly, and said, "Think whatever you like. I've already sent someone to detain that grand senior of yours." SongSeoHaeng clenched his fists, ready to fight. "No wonder he's at the first rank of the 5 apertures. One strike almost broke my shield talisman." He heard Wigwi taunt, "So surrender and give up. Facing Siusana Prayokte, you have no chance of winning." Wigwi confidently assured him, "You won't escape." Grabbing the halberd, Wigwi used the wind acceleration technique. SongSeoHaeng, using all his senses, felt the halberd tip ready to pierce him. His mind calmed as he began an internal monologue. "At that moment, he flashed towards me, about 15 meters away, and I panicked. I just needed to stay calm and shout, 'Dudu, save me!'" Dudu, in the multidimensional world, sneered at him, "Ha ha ha! I knew you wanted me to help when you suddenly wanted to keep me this morning. Don't worry, I even brought your sword. No need to thank me. Here, take it." To SongSeoHaeng's surprise, Dudu's help was to hand him a sword. "What am I supposed to do with this?" he thought. "Ah, right. At that moment, I had to quickly lift the sword to block. I should just take it. I don't want to be slashed either." With a single moment of parrying, SongSeoHaeng became a master of the sword. Wigwi was startled and thrown back, but he didn't get a scratch. Admiring the sword, he exclaimed, "What an excellent sword! If I had it, my combat power would greatly increase." Suddenly, a thought struck him. Where did that sword come from? It seemed to appear out of nowhere in Siusana Prayokte's hand. He glanced around and guessed, perhaps Back the monk is nearby. Realizing that delaying wouldn't work, he decided to capture Siusana Prayokte instead. Wigwi advanced toward SongSeoHaeng again, who was anxiously holding his sword. "What now?" he worried. Wigwi observed SongSeoHaeng's erratic sword movements and wondered, what kind of sword technique is this? He became wary of the unpredictable slashes. So Dudu quietly reminded SongSeoHaeng, "Stop slashing wildly, use a sword technique." SongSeoHaeng stammered, "But I haven't learned any sword techniques." Seeing Wigwi approach again with wind acceleration, SongSeoHaeng decided he couldn't keep this up. This time, Wigwi lunged directly at SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng, reaching a new level of visual mastery, quickly absorbed every movement as if in slow motion. However, his body couldn't keep up. Suddenly, the sword's hilt began to glow. "Wait!" SongSeoHaeng realized, the sword technique from my dream. He channeled his inner fire with the sword and slashed, creating a blazing fire blade that incinerated Wigwi's attack. What kind of sword technique is this? Guigui's body and fiery aura disintegrated into smoke. Exhausted, SongSeoHaeng collapsed, panting heavily. Finally, it's over, he said. So Dudu, beside him, praised his effort. Not bad, not bad. It collected valuable items from Guigui's remains and handed them to SongSeoHaeng. Here, take these spoils. This blood vitality pill isn't bad. Looking at the sword, SongSeoHaeng asked, Dudu, how did you know I could use the Waldo technique? Dudu happily explained, on the ring, there is an added second-grade Waldo spell. As long as you strike the right stance, it will activate automatically. Thinking you're so strong. This proves you've mastered a technique. So that's how it is. The mental exhaustion is too much. Let me catch my breath. Unfortunately, the guy you just struck suddenly got up. He laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, what a spectacular fight. I pretended to be dead all along. He tightly gripped two sharp daggers. As long as you fight until you're exhausted, just seizing the opportunity to take you down, I can join Jong. He continued his sinister laughter and slowly approached. SongSeoHaeng was still sitting on the ground, unable to recover his spiritual power, only able to mock himself. I really don't have enough experience. Next time, I'll definitely pay close attention to every enemy. The madman lunged at him. Too bad, you're out of chances now. A burst of light appeared, blinding him. So Dudu had now transformed into Dudu. His eyes glared at him furiously like a mere ant, causing him to fear the beast. Why is a demonic beast appearing here? Without saying a word, it directly incinerated him with its blue flames, burning the remaining few who were on the battlefield. Then, it turned to support the frail SongSeoHaeng. Let's go home. He looked at the dust on the ground and then at Dudu, who always argued with him, feeling an insurmountable gap. Being burned to death like this, it truly lives up to being a demonic beast. I'm really fortunate to have brought Dudu along. Otherwise, I'd definitely be dead. On the way back to the mansion, he received a phone call. Hello. It was Huang-san. Senior, what do you need from me? Huang-san Jinggan on the other end laughed loudly. Ha ha, the underground parking lot near Gangnam University City is receiving a large group of cars. Shortly, someone will contact you. SongSeoHaeng replied, no problem, I can head over there anytime. Then Huang-san asked, by the way, SongSeoHaeng, is Baekjeonja with you? He happily responded, no, he's not. Good, that's good. Let's get to the main matter then. Let me ask you, has Baekjeonja's luck been particularly good lately? Is that what this is about, luck? SongSeoHaeng recalled. It seems that Senior Baek's luck has indeed been quite good recently. Upon hearing this news, Huang-san's face turned grim as he warned sternly, it has begun. Be careful, SongSeoHaeng. The better Senior Baek's luck, the more you need to be vigilant. SongSeoHaeng didn't understand why he needed to be careful. Huang-san Jinin explained, for instance, if a meteorite suddenly fell next to Baekjeonja and he broke it apart, obtaining many precious materials. If you were standing next to him, you'd be dead. Do you understand now? SongSeoHaeng understood. Jinggan, you mean that Senior Baek's good luck always comes with bad luck? Huang-san Jinggan softened his tone. More accurately, it's about seeking fortune amidst danger. As long as you're careful, you'll have substantial gains. Understanding, SongSeoHaeng appreciated the advice. Got it, I understand now. So that's why everyone in the group always avoids Senior Baek. Huang-san Jinin continued. One last thing, as a bit of advice from a senior. Recently, you should talk to as many beautiful ladies as possible. The more, the better. Then he hung up, leaving a series of beeps, making SongSeoHaeng perplexed and unable to ask for specifics. He looked up at the blue sky with frustration. Why do seniors always speak half the truth and keep the rest hidden? Why not be clearer? Dudu comforted him. It's okay. Don't listen to that big fool, Huang-san. He's too dirty. Hearing Dudu, SongSeoHaeng felt even more curious, but decided not to ask further. At home, Baekjeonja faced the constant clicking sound of a series of photo poses, creating one style after another. The sparks were flying everywhere. He spoke to the photographer, is this okay? She enthusiastically responded, "Yes, yes, exactly this pose." The passionate photographer wanted to capture every angle. Finally, after taking one last pose, she said, "I'll use one of these photos to make a temporary residence permit for you." Bake, without any objection, agreed, "All right." He looked at the camera, a bit puzzled. "But does a temporary residence permit require this many photos?" The cheerful lady replied, "It truly does. I must make the most perfect temporary residence permit." In her heart, she was dancing with excitement, thinking he looked so handsome. With these photos, she could show off for a long time. As the sun was at its peak, she bid farewell. "Goodbye, Mr. Songbake. I'll have your temporary residence permit ready in 2 days." Bake waved his hand to thank her. "Thank you." He glanced at the pile of belongings and, unable to reassemble what he had taken apart, thought to himself, "I should deal with these things before SongSeoHaeng returns." A girl from the empty sect sneaked into your residence. She evaluated the defensive formation, finding it quite complex. "I didn't expect someone could break through it," she thought. Her name was Dang Soju, ranked 5th in the sect, and she was concealed by an invisibility charm. Even though an expert had repaired the formation, it could still be broken again. Someone's coming, she realized. The person Dang Soju saw was none other than Elder Bake. She watched him break off a tree branch and enchanted, curious about what he was doing. "What is that? And who is he? He doesn't look like SongSeoHaeng as I imagined. And what's that branch for?" Unexpectedly, the elder transformed the branch into a flying sword. Dang Soju was startled. A flying sword? And he crafted it from an ordinary branch. Even Ju Danryongwang, a senior in the empty sect, couldn't do that. Bake Jinggun moved with such familiarity that in one swift action, Dang Soju could hardly follow. How terrifying! She thought, immediately deciding she couldn't accept this mission. She owed a favor to a demonic cultivator and planned to repay it next time. Barely crawling 2 more steps, she heard a male voice call out, "Hey, fellow disciple from the empty sect, is that you, Dang Soju?" Shocked for the second time, Dang Soju broke into a sweat. How could he have noticed me? This artifact is a relic, a 5th-grade treasure. Not even Jundan Ryong Wang could detect it. I can't be that unlucky, she thought. Dragging herself along, she tried to reassure herself. He must be trying to scare me, that's all. It has to be. But Bak didn't relent. "Stop crawling. That treasure of yours can't hide you from me," he said. With tears streaming down her face, Dang Soju had to stop. "I haven't even graduated yet, and I'm already caught," she lamented. Bake Jinggun saw her finally removing her invisibility cloak. "Why don't you enter through the front door? The formation is open now. Where can you run to, Dangju?" he said with a smile. Resigned, she responded, "All right, senior." Bake Jinggun observed her humble demeanor with amusement, thinking, "I was just about to find someone from the empty sect. How convenient." As Dang Soju entered through the front door, she greeted him nervously. "Hello, senior. Actually, I was just passing by." Elder Bake chuckled lightly and asked, "What are you here to steal?" Seeing the aura of immortality around him, Dang Soju's eyes sparkled. She involuntarily replied, "It's called the Hyul Sinwan, a treasure." Bake Jinggun remembered the appearance of Hyun and SongSeoHaeng and reminded her, "Hyul Sinwan, huh? I advise you not to covet it. A fellow cultivator has already planned to obtain it. If you steal it, your empty sect could face annihilation." Dang Soju didn't dare to think the situation could be that dire. Annihilation? The empty sect, though despised by many, has weathered numerous storms. How could it be destroyed so easily? Understanding her thoughts, Bake continued, "That's all I'll say. Believe it or not, it's up to you. But you won't be able to steal the Hyul Sinwan that easily." Dang Soju understood. Right, with such a grand elder here, there's no chance. Bake Jinggun walked over and sat down on the sofa, starting to inquire about more significant matters. "I have a question. Does your empty sect have any disciples from over 100 years ago who discovered a treasure? The clues are limited, but it involves a flying sword." Unsure, Dang Soju asked for more details. "Could you be more specific, senior?" Bake Jinggun described the flying sword casually, It has celestial inscriptions on it. The young woman immediately recognized it. Could it be Nanjiam Gyomyuchianjam, the senior's sword? She grasped the key point. Beck continued, "Do you know someone who fits this description? Tell me." Standing before his imposing aura, Dang Soju fell into a girlish state. Thinking how handsome he was and wanting to reveal everything, she began to recount a story. Senior Nanjiam Gyomyuchianjam, formerly known by his Taoist title Myosakyansam, was capable of entering seals that even elders couldn't break to search for treasures. About 100 years ago, he spent a long time excavating an ancient celestial tomb and retrieved a flying sword. For some reason, he only brought back the sword. Upon returning to the Jongman, he immediately entered closed-door cultivation. 10 years ago, he suddenly emerged and, within a few years, gained great renown as Nanjiam Jiam. After telling the story, Dang Soju pondered a bit. However, Senior Yuchianjam, upon his return, seemed a bit dazed. He then went on a frenzy, searching for women for a whole year. Something must have happened. Baekjingen, finding the timeline consistent, thought, it must be him who took Yusong Jiam. He asked further, "Do you know where Nanjiam Jiam is now?" Dang Soju, confronted with the question, denied knowledge. "I don't know anything. I have to consider Yuchin Jong, Senior, who seems to be rescuing someone from Nudo Jang of the Empty Sect, related to the safety of 2 seniors. I can't say more." Baekjingun reassured her, "Don't worry, I don't intend to harm you. I just want to retrieve Yusong Jiam." No matter how sweet his words were, she couldn't reveal the whereabouts of her senior. She averted her gaze to avoid his eyes. Seeing her silence, Baekjingun stood up. "Such a cautious little girl. Fine, you stay here for a few days. After some time, I'll take you to find Yusong Jiam." Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng and Dudu were on their way back to the mansion. SongSeoHaeng had just finished a phone call and was filled with concerns. What did Senior Huangsen mean, he wondered. Maybe I should check the chat history for clues. Opening the chat group Gunyuelhoben, he saw a notification. The group was buzzing with activity. It must be some senior making an announcement, he thought. Indeed, it was a series of congratulatory messages from Huang Zanjingun. Yeoji had returned, and Yeojisanja replied, "Thank you, Senior Huangsan. I have finally returned. This time, I spent some time outside. That native god hid in independent subspace, quite good for hiding. However, I still managed to find it and gave it a taste of 1,000 explosive thunderbolts before dealing with it." Huijiang Jiosa chimed in, "Welcome back." Dong Weisensa also joined in the fun, asking Yeojizunja, "How was your harvest this time? Next time we scour overseas, don't forget to call us." Yeojizunja responded, "The harvest was decent, but lately, the native gods are getting poorer. I suggest that next time, we look for ones that haven't been visited in a long time." After chatting, she didn't forget to send a picture of herself diligently harvesting, prompting Yaksa the comment, "Yeojizunja is still as beautiful as ever." SongSeoHaeng read the messages and couldn't help but laugh in front of Jaeyeon. A girl complimenting another girl on her beauty. Yaksa must be quite sincere. A notification dinged. It was a message from Huang Zanjingdun, asking Yeoji, "In the future, if you have time, share a few more pictures in the group, okay?" This made Yeojisanja respond with a big question mark, prompting Huang Zanjingdun to explain, "Hey, Baekjanja has come out of seclusion, and there's a new fellow cultivator entertaining him. Please understand." He added a beautiful, sparkling white bird icon. Understanding the situation, Yeojisanja scolded, "Understanding my foot. Could it be that the new disciple is hosting Baekjanja and wants me to post pictures as if throwing money away?" Dong Weisensa continues to entertain, haha. Speaking of Yeojisunja's photos, there's still a photo of Yeoji here, pure white and dazzling. Yeojisanja doesn't even know about it. Everyone quickly gathered in the chat to see the photo. Chilsang Bu Buju urged, "Post it already, let's have a look." Yaksa was also eager to see. "Don't make the brothers wait too long, let's enjoy it together." Dong Weisensa sent a picture of a peeled lychee, ensuring it met the criteria of being the juiciest and most authentic. Naturally, it received a barrage of comments from the brothers. Huijian Jiosa remarked, "This is really Dong Waisensa. Could it be Guangdo Rang posting on this guy's account?" Wang Sanjinggun responded with a laugh, "Haha, nothing more to say." The system notification then appeared. Dong Waisensa was muted by group admin Wang Sanjinggun for 1 day. SongSeoHaeng, a bystander, couldn't help but chuckle. Haha, if not for practicing the detoxification technique, one might never know about these true cultivators just from reading the chat history. SongSeoHaeng eventually realized the issue. Wait, Wang Sanjinggun is letting Yeoji Sunja post pictures. Could it be that he's afraid I'll be influenced by Bak's charm? He had a clever thought and realized they still didn't know that Bake could control his own charm. Ciel and Donju sent a message. By the way, SongSeoHaeng, are you online? Seo-sana Day, it's you, right? Reply to me here. I just got online with Ciel and Donju. Haha, SongSeoHaeng, when will you be able to take Bak to get a bank card? Bake contacted me a few days ago, saying he wanted to exchange some gold and silver for cash. Wait until you get the bank card for him. I'll transfer a few million to him in advance. Please respond so we can arrange this soon. SongSeoHaeng wondered why Bake needed money suddenly. Is there something he needs to buy? Let's look at the small script of the cultivation stage. Gunyulo, a figure at the meeting, looked at the two people sunbathing and reminded, "Some readers say I look like Danju, unbelievable. They analyze that my hair is soft and smooth, the style resembling a gifted child, with full hair, sharp eyebrows, godlike eyes, a straight, handsome nose, a sturdy and simple jawline, and a distinctive mountain-like beard." Danju was described as having a messy, arrogant hairstyle with sharp, treacherous points that lacked aesthetic appeal. His hair looked like a wild mess, his eyes were cunning and petty, and his nose was sharp with a prominent Adam's apple. His beard, when he smiled, looked rather grotesque. If one wanted to compare appearances to determine who was superior, they'd need to look at themselves in a mirror. Danju was just a toad compared to me. He pondered with a headache, thinking, "Do you people have poor eyesight or something?" His brothers quickly stopped him. "You're imagining things too much." Meanwhile, Jingen and others laughed silently, thinking, "Samrang, hasn't being muted been enough for you? Danju can only sit in a corner and whine, 'Why me? Why me?'" After being emotionally attacked again and asking for release, a person and a dog finally arrived home. As Daduyu shrunk into So Dudu, SongSeoHaeng went to open the door. Normally, he would use his fingerprint to unlock it, but today, something seemed off. The door wouldn't open. Was the lock malfunctioning? Unable to open the door, he decided to press the doorbell, assuming Bake was still at home. The doorbell rang, ding ding dong, and SongSeoHaeng noticed something was wrong. The doorbell's chime was supposed to be ding ding ding, but quickly, he saw Bake Chingun appear behind the door. "Welcome back, SongSeoHaeng," Bake Chingun greeted, and SongSeoHaeng, along with Dudu, entered the house slowly. SongSeoHaeng pointed out the issue to Bake Chingun. Senior, it seems the main door's lock is broken, and the key won't work. I plan to call someone to fix it." Bake Chingun only smiled in response, pretending to be innocent about the damage. "Haha, that's fine. You didn't say a word about the stuff that was thrown into space." After walking for a while, SongSeoHaeng remembered, "Oh right, Senior Huangson called. He said the car has been taken to an underground parking lot. Someone will contact us soon to inspect and retrieve the vehicle." Bake Chingun was very pleased with this news. A car is a great means of transportation. I'm looking forward to it. SongSeoHaeng noticed an unfamiliar person in the house, a petite and cute young girl. Whenever a young girl appeared, it usually meant trouble. He looked at her and then asked Bake Chingun, "Is this your guest?" Bake Chingun explained, "She's not from the Daoist sect. She tried to steal Hyul Sinwan, but I caught her. In a few days, I'll take her to retrieve Yusong Jiam." SongSeoHaeng couldn't help but be surprised. What exactly is Hyul Sinwan? How could such a frail girl be involved with it? He asked her again, "But isn't she from the Daoist sect? Doesn't she know how to escape?" After some careful consideration, SongSeoHaeng suggested that they should tie her up. He wanted to secure her immediately upon arrival. "Are you shocked, Master Daoist?" he said inwardly, thinking, "Isn't it expected for a charming young girl like me to show some kindness?" The girl, feeling wronged, thought, "Why isn't anyone sympathizing with me?" She glanced at the Daoist elder, seeking help. Hearing SongSeoHaeng's proposal, Baiklao agreed, acknowledging the reasoning behind it. SongSeoHaeng's suggestion is quite reasonable. This person should be tied up. The male members, always smiling, had an indifferent attitude. The Daoist master was bound and sat quietly on the sofa, casting glances at SongSeoHaeng with a look of resignation. He muttered, "Why me? Why me?" which made SongSeoHaeng feel a bit guilty. "Don't look at me like that. We need to be cautious," he said, grabbing the remote control. SongSeoHaeng continued, "If not, you can watch TV. It might make the time pass less boring." His greatest concern was for Baiklao, who had already thrown the TV into space. Watching TV. SongSeoHaeng's usual action was to press the power button, but all he got was static and interference on the screen. "No signal. Is the TV broken?" Baiklao, holding a phone, selected a news channel and used broadcasting techniques to get the TV working. Although the screen still showed some interference with 8 and 3 in white and black, there was now some content. The news program, with a banner reading "Gapanda," indicated that they were actively preparing for battle and expected to win from the start. This made SongSeoHaeng happy. "There's a signal now. You can watch TV." He wasn't sure if the Daoist master enjoyed this show, so he went to the fridge to get some food and asked Baichingun if he wanted anything. "I bought some snacks at Latin Square a few days ago. You can use the microwave to heat them up." Baiklao looked frustrated, seeing SongSeoHaeng take the food to the kitchen without knowing how to handle it. SongSeoHaeng felt an unusual sensation, as if the spiritual energy in the room had suddenly increased. He noticed Dudu looking at him with disdain. Is there something wrong with Dudu's gaze? He wondered. He decided to ask Dudu directly. "Can we talk directly?" SongSeoHaeng asked. With arms crossed, the girl replied, "Sure, I'm especially curious to see how you use the microwave." SongSeoHaeng stared at the microwave in front of him and reached out to touch it. Naturally, he discovered that the microwave was indeed real. He continued to confirm this, and Baichingun, seeing SongSeoHaeng's dazed expression, chuckled silently. Looking around the kitchen, SongSeoHaeng noticed that aside from the microwave, there might be other issues. It seemed that most of the items on the third floor had been replaced. SongSeoHaeng's spirits sank. No wonder Baichingun needed money. He put the food back in the fridge, deciding to ignore the situation to spare Baichingun's embarrassment. His eyes then landed on the girl sitting on the sofa. SongSeoHaeng speculated that the girl might be a disciple of Muguk Mejom, based on her mannerisms. It didn't seem like she was a subordinate of Master Haedang. "I'll go ask this girl," SongSeoHaeng thought. He moved towards the girl, grabbing her and starting the interrogation. "What's your relationship with Muguk Mejom?" Although frightened, the girl tried to avoid his gaze. "Muguk Mejom? I don't know anything," she replied. SongSeoHaeng, having prepared beforehand, spun the item he had obtained from Guigui, making the girl immediately recognize it. SongSeoHaeng continued interrogating her. "If it's just a simple entrustment, you wouldn't need to hide it," he said, causing her to tremble with fear. Even the magical artifacts of Muguk Mejom had been taken away, making her situation seem dire. "I only know that she is a disciple of Muguk Mejom, but I don't know anything else," she admitted. Seeing her still hesitant, SongSeoHaeng decided to use intimidation through body language, demanding to know the identity and orders of the person she served. She was so frightened she couldn't say anything. "I really don't know," she said. SongSeoHaeng sighed in frustration. People who are tight-lipped are really troublesome, he thought. Seeing the lack of progress, Dudu suggested that SongSeoHaeng use more forceful interrogation techniques. "I'm very skilled at this," Dudu said eagerly. SongSeoHaeng, pleased with Dudu's enthusiasm, agreed. "Don't joke around, we still need her. After Baichingun is done with her. If she still doesn't speak, then you can eat her," SongSeoHaeng said. Dudu unleashed various ancient torture methods, hanging them around the girl. With a grin, he said, Watch my techniques, and the scene turned into a private interrogation session with one person and one dog. No one was aware. As SongSeoHaeng stepped outside, his phone rang twice. He answered it, and the voice on the other end greeted him. "Hello, Mr. SongSeoHaeng. We have been entrusted by Mr. Hwang Munjung to hand over the car lot. May I proceed with this?" Having been informed about this beforehand, SongSeoHaeng responded, "Yes, we are waiting here with friends." The person on the other end cheerfully replied, "Great. We'll come to pick you up to the underground parking lot shortly. It won't be long." 30 minutes later, SongSeoHaeng and Baek Jin-gun were brought to the underground parking lot. To SongSeoHaeng's surprise, the car handover representative said, "Mr. SongSeoHaeng, this is the first batch. 13 cars have been filled with gas." He handed SongSeoHaeng a pen and continued, "Here is the list of various models that Mr. Hwang Munjung has reserved. Please sign to confirm." SongSeoHaeng took the pen and signed while still in awe. Once the signature was complete, the representative left some space for the two of them, saying, "If you notice any issues, please contact me, and it will be resolved. Here are the keys to the 13 cars. If there are no other questions, I will be in touch when the next batch arrives. See you next time." Baek Jin-gun also bid farewell. SongSeoHaeng, engrossed in looking at the cars, marveled, as expected from the renowned Daoist masters. The two chose a blue car and got in. SongSeoHaeng turned to Baek Jin-gun and said, "Mr. Baek, I'll take you for a drive first. Please observe the driving techniques." Baek Jin-gun agreed, "All right. I've reviewed traffic rules and driving techniques online. Besides, I do have a driver's license. It should be fine." SongSeoHaeng reminded Baek Jin-gun, "That driver's license is from Seoul and Dongju. I'm not sure what methods they use to obtain it. Just don't drive recklessly. Having a license doesn't mean you can skip practice." As he spoke, he started the car. "Let's head out and take a drive around the suburbs." The test drive area was a peaceful landscape. SongSeoHaeng asked, "How do you find it, Mr. Baek?" Baek Jin-gun was not surprised. "It's indeed a simple vehicle. I think I'll learn quickly. On the other hand, your driving speed is a bit slow. Only 30 or 40 miles per hour. This can't be criticized too much. Since SongSeoHaeng is a new friend, I'll suggest I take over driving." The two switched seats, with Baek Jin-gun confident in his driving skills. No difficulties at all. Driving is so simple. SongSeoHaeng observed that there were no issues on the road and praised, That's right. Mr. Baek, you're learning quickly." But whether Baek Jin-gun would stay still was another matter. Suddenly, he called out, "Mr. SongSeoHaeng," and abruptly increased the speed by 20 km/h. "Hold on tight." SongSeoHaeng, startled, shouted, "Watch the speed, Mr. Baek." Baek Jin-gun replied, "Don't worry. Even if all points are deducted, it's fine. We can just have SongSeoHaeng redo it. This road." Quickly, a blue car zoomed past them. Seeing Baek Jin-gun not focusing on driving, but instead drawing a formation, SongSeoHaeng was even more alarmed. "Mr. Baek, what are you doing?" With one hand on the steering wheel, Baek Jin-gun explained, "I'm drawing an invisibility formation, a soundproof formation, and a counter-surveillance energy formation. Once done, our car will be invisible and not detectable by others." SongSeoHaeng, confused, wondered, "What's the point of being invisible at this speed?" With the divine speed next to him, SongSeoHaeng had to shout, "Mr. Baek, are we racing?" Baek Jin-gun, laughing loudly, sped crazily on the highway and said, "Ha ha ha, the speed is too slow, I'm not used to it." SongSeoHaeng had never felt so scared. His hair was blown straight back. He kept shouting, "Ah, ah." The person next to him was still laughing, saying, "Not fast enough, still too slow." SongSeoHaeng was on the verge of losing it. "Mr. Baek, do you want to fly?" Baek Jin-gun then used an acceleration technique, lifting the car off the ground, soaring through the air, and then diving down onto the highway, racing at the speed of light. All that could be heard was SongSeoHaeng's terrified screams. "This is way too fast." SongSeoHaeng thought, extremely impressed by Baek Jin-gun's high-speed driving skills. Baek Jin-gun maneuvered the car, weaving through numerous vehicles in front. Suddenly, an obstacle appeared in the line of sight. Baek Jin-gun turned to ask SongSeoHaeng, "What's that checkpoint ahead?" SongSeoHaeng responded, "It's a highway toll booth. We need to stop and pay." At this, Baek Jin-gun prepared to cast another formation and explained, "We don't need to pay since we're invisible." SongSeoHaeng had no idea what Baek Jin-gun was planning. Using a guiding spell, Baek Jin-gun made the car fly over the toll booth and finally crashed down on the other side of the road. After an extreme freefall, SongSeoHaeng was dizzy and disoriented. Baek Jin-gun cheerfully shared, "It's more relaxed here." SongSeoHaeng could no longer form coherent sentences, laughing uncontrollably. The car seemed to be on the verge of falling apart. He could only pray and wish for some relief as the screeching sound of the car echoed, and he heard the cracking noise from the steering wheel. He stared in shock as the immortal next to him explained, "Oops, I may have overdone it. I just broke the steering wheel." "Break, break, find a solution," SongSeoHaeng desperately shouted. Baek Jin-gun, still holding the broken steering wheel, continued to laugh nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, the brakes in front seem to be broken too." SongSeoHaeng was at a loss for words. Broken? Broken completely? There's a warning sign ahead. Now only able to stutter in fear, he could only mutter, "It's a cliff." The immortal next to him easily used a guiding spell, and SongSeoHaeng warned the senior, "The car is accelerating again." This time, his scream echoed across the mountain. "We're doomed." Ah! The guiding spell carried them past the warning sign, while a song played in the background, "I want to fly higher, fly higher." SongSeoHaeng, in tears and snot, felt extreme horror as the song continued. Baek Jin-gun, enjoying the flight, relished the moment, his song reflecting his high spirits. Finally, the car plummeted down the cliff, shattering into pieces and rolling into the valley. SongSeoHaeng felt the extreme shaking, continuing to scream in terror until everything went silent. He realized after the dust settled that he was unharmed. It seemed Baek Jin-gun had protected him in time. That was quite thrilling. With tears streaming down his face, SongSeoHaeng thought, "Today, I'll continue to survive bravely." Looking around, he wondered, "Where's Mr. Baek?" As if summoned, Baek Jin-gun appeared nearby, holding 2 purple spirit stones and smiling. "Not bad, not bad. I got 2 sujuk bamboo shoots. Here, take one." SongSeoHaeng took the bamboo shoot, realizing that Mr. Baek's luck was still remarkable. It seemed that the experience shared by Hwang Sang-jin-gun was quite valuable. The car was completely wrecked, but SongSeoHaeng was impressed by the experience. Baek Jin-gun is now responsible for taking the children back to the mansion. "SongSeoHaeng, we'll use the flying sword to go back. Don't worry, it's fine." SongSeoHaeng agreed, "All right, senior." On the way back, SongSeoHaeng received a text message. He wondered who it was from and found out it was Hwang Sang-jin-gun asking, "SongSeoHaeng, I heard you want to learn to fly an airplane, but Buka isn't here. Let me make some arrangements for you." SongSeoHaeng, perplexed, thought, "What kind of prank is this?" Looking at the immortal in front of him on a flying sword, he couldn't help but feel alarmed. If Senior Baek Jin-gun learns to fly a plane and ends up crashing into space, what then? Determined not to let Baek Jin-gun handle airplanes, SongSeoHaeng decided to reject Hwang Sang-jin-gun's offer. It's too dangerous to learn to fly now. But Baek Jin-gun was ahead of him and replied to Hwang Sang-jin-gun, "You can directly arrange for someone to teach flying. SongSeoHaeng and I will go together. I just learned to drive today, and it was quite interesting. Learning to fly should be even more interesting." Ha ha! SongSeoHaeng felt like he was going to explode with anxiety. "Senior Baek, driving doesn't allow for using a phone, and you're both flying and using your phone. Is this really okay?" Baek Jin-gun laughed at his concern. "Haha, it's fine. I've already set the coordinates to the Yaksa building. The flying sword will take us there automatically." SongSeoHaeng felt reassured. "That's good. Just make sure to pay attention. As long as we don't collide with anything in the air, everything should be fine." He thought to himself, "SongSeoHaeng, you need to analyze this carefully. If there's no collision, that's good. If there is, that's not good. For now, just avoid collisions." Baek Jin-gun continued, "By the way, SongSeoHaeng, Wang Xin mentioned learning to fly in the group chat. When you're free, let's go learn to fly together. Seeing this was settled, SongSeoHaeng could only smile and take a detour. Haha, but I have final exams tomorrow, and then I have to go to the market square. I don't have time the short term. I'll try to postpone and prepare myself, and then I'll accompany Senior Beck to learn to fly. Upon hearing SongSeoHaeng mention being busy, Baek Jin-gun asked, "What's going on at the market square?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "I want to find the subordinates of Danju from before. I want to rob them. They have cooperated with the Demon Flower Cultivators. I plan to track down the Demon Flower Cultivators through them." Seeing SongSeoHaeng's justification, Baek Jin-gun agreed. "All right, we'll postpone the flying lessons for a few days. No rush. There are still many cars in the parking lot. We can take our time." SongSeoHaeng added, "Haha, it's good that Senior is happy." Inside, he felt like he wanted to bow down to Baek Jin-gun. "Senior, do you plan to torture the entire parking lot?" After the schedule was postponed, SongSeoHaeng received another message. It was from Hwang San-jin-gun. "SongSeoHaeng, let's take Baek Jin-gun to learn driving today." SongSeoHaeng turned away to avoid being seen by Baek Jin-gun and quickly replied to Hwang San-jin-gun. "Yes, that's correct." He then saw Hwang San-jin-gun asking if he was alright. SongSeoHaeng could only respond with a sigh. "I just want to say that I'm still alive. Do you know?" Senior Baek Jin-gun drew 3 magic arrays on the car, one for invisibility, one for soundproofing, and one for anti-scrying with concealed energy, and he also added a speed enhancement array. He ended the message with a joyful icon to express Baek Jin-gun's style. Hwang San-jin-gun read the message and sighed with relief. "You've really been through a lot. SongSeoHaeng, it seems you haven't had a break from the difficulties. The steering wheel was broken, and the brakes failed. We fell off a cliff. But fortunately, I found a purple bamboo shoot, which helps with scent and enhances the sense of smell. It's a great help for me." Hwang San-jin-gun then encouraged him. "Hang in there. After this mission, Baek Jonja will give you a reward and a big red envelope to ensure you're satisfied." SongSeoHaeng was waiting for this promise from Hwang San-jin-gun. He saw another message with a list of tasks and a note. "If you're free, you should go learn to fly with Baek Jonja. Besides, if you learn to fly with Baek Jonja, the safety will be higher. Think about it. If you learn to fly alone and something happens, it could be disastrous. But if you fly with Baek Jonja, he will use the flying sword to ensure your safety." SongSeoHaeng looked at Baek Jin-gun and thought, "I'm truly hypnotized." Hwang San-jin-gun's advice was very reasonable and hard to refute. The flying sword was indeed good, but unfortunately, it required a gradual improvement in mastery. If I ever have a flying sword in the future, I must make it larger and surround it with a protective barrier, like a flying boat. It would be extremely safe. On the other side, the antagonist Mugukme Jong and the demon Hupeng were interrogating their subordinates. Elder Chuan was investigating. "How far has Siusana Prayukta gone?" Upon hearing the reply, "We suddenly lost contact with the Demon Flower Cultivator. It's likely there's little hope. The investigation team is trying to determine the cause of the Demon Flower Cultivator's death, and will make further judgments." Jayong Make was not pleased with the news. He inferred that the Demon Flower Cultivator had acted carefully and was stronger than Siusana Prayukta. If he had been killed, it suggested that there was a powerful expert by Siusana Prayukta's side. The latest intelligence confirmed that there was a major cultivator besides Siusana Prayukta who had accidentally fallen, creating a 30-meter wide crater on the ground. This news shocked Jayong Make. A 30-meter crater meant a level 5 Jumdan Ryongwang like SongSeoHaeng, seeing the situation was not favorable, would immediately order to maintain a tight blockade of the location and wait for him to return and properly deal with it. His subordinates complied with the order. Jayong Make, feeling triumphant, took out an ancient talisman he had obtained from his master, which sealed the Great Blood Curse technique. Even if he encountered a 6th grade Jingen, he could escape. After all, the senior besides Siusana Prayukta could not possibly be a 7th grade Jonja. He was eager to see how the senior would handle Baek Jin-gun. The news was relayed to Mugukme Jong's young master, Haegang Dongju. Ryungwei had informed him about Guyong Make's actions. Young Master Haedang commented, "It's not surprising that Seosana Pryokde is not easy to deal with. If it were, I would have done it a long time ago. It's not hard to guess there is a powerful expert besides Seosana Pryokde. It seems that getting Hyul Sinwan in the short term will be difficult." He sighed in response, "Indeed, it seems so." A fellow practitioner approached and reminded him, "Young Master Ha, you should worry about something else. Can Seosana Pryokde give Hyul Sinwan to that expert? If that's the case, it would be even more intriguing. You'll be at a disadvantage, Young Master Ha." Young Master Ha did not refute but agreed. "That's indeed the thing I worry about the most. Fortunately, the 3 Hyul Sinwan are enough. Adding another piece of Tro Dan, Pham Long Van would be a bit more, so it's better to bring it back." Ryungwei suggested, "If that's not possible, perhaps another blood sacrifice." "That's not going to work," he replied. "In such a short time, it's difficult to obtain a second Waldo Jong for the blood sacrifice. So, we need your clone to pay close attention to Seosana Pryokde. Take the opportunity to retrieve the Hyul Sinwan." Ryungwei turned to the person standing from afar. "Understood. We don't have much time left. Everyone, let's support each other and do our best." SongSeoHaeng was preparing for his exam today at Dyer's. As he left the house, he waved goodbye to Baek. "My classmates are calling me to review for the exam. I'm heading out now." Baek smiled and waved back from inside. "Be careful out there. The greatest joy for me is seeing you, young friend." As SongSeoHaeng left, Baek continued with his research. Now that he had the bank card, he cleaned and renovated the whole house. SongSeoHaeng arrived at a friend's house in the institute. Entering, he asked his friend, who was wearing a red coat, "Mao didn't come." His friend replied, "He's still with his girlfriend and won't be coming tonight." SongSeoHaeng put his bag down and noticed his friend's eyes were dark circles. He laughed, "Haha, Yang Deok, do you have a teacup?" His friend, tired, answered, "In the kitchen. Are you bringing drinks?" SongSeoHaeng took the teapot he had been given and entered the kitchen, explaining as he walked, "I brought some tea leaves for you to try. It's from the Ling Mak Bike. This tea can be used by ordinary people, but in limited quantities. It can help with mental clarity and physical improvement. It's the best time for you to savor it before the exam." He happily brewed tea for his friends. Toba looked at the 3 cups of hot tea on the table and took one. He said, "SongSeoHaeng, you're so stingy. Only 2 leaves in a cup of tea. Even if it's a grand gift, don't be like those tea shops." SongSeoHaeng took a sip and replied, "Haha, if you dislike it, don't drink it. I don't want you to waste it." Toba took a sip of the tea, and his eyes suddenly brightened. It felt like he had bathed in the sea, with the tea's refreshing taste flowing down his throat and cleansing his whole body. The tea's aroma lingered pleasantly, and it was truly delightful. Yang Deok observed Toba's refreshing state and couldn't help but marvel. Is it really that exaggerated? Curiosity got the better of him, and he took a sip. The effect was indeed surprising. "What kind of tea is this? The effect is quite astonishing." SongSeoHaeng explained, "The tea's name is quite special. It's a rare and precious item. I'll leave some tea leaves for you, but remember to use only 2 leaves per cup. Too much is not good." Toba, hearing about the tea being brewed like a drug, was surprised. "Is there a limit to how much we can use?" SongSeoHaeng responded, "Yes, indeed. After the exam, if you have time, my grandfather wants to invite you over." SongSeoHaeng wondered about his grandfather. The old man lives next to the Tila Square. That's quite a coincidence. I was planning to go there myself. Why does he want to invite me? Toba explained, 2 days ago, something strange happened in the village. For some reason, he thought of you and asked me to invite you. Also, the persimmon trees at my grandfather's place are in harvest season. He wants to take you to pick some. SongSeoHaeng gave a thumbs up. "No problem. Just let me know when you're going." Toba added, "Do you have any theories about the strange occurrences? Probably something the Danju's minions have done." After an energetic study session, SongSeoHaeng returned home, put away his bag, and saw a large pot being cooked by the family. Bug and Dudu were setting the table. "What's going on here?" "Dudu, who was secretly nibbling, said, "I'm not eating secretly. I'm just tasting the food." Baek, who was also involved in the cooking, mentioned, "She claims to be good at cooking, so we let her try. The taste isn't bad." SongSeoHaeng, puzzled, wondered what kind of training or testing had led to this. It seemed that even the ability to cook was being put to the test. The master of the house, hearing their conversation, smiled with narrowed eyes, making SongSeoHaeng feel even more uneasy. Is this girl really clueless? Baek Jin-gun touched a plate of purple-colored food and said to SongSeoHaeng, "This sujik bamboo shoot has been handled properly. It's beneficial for your body. Don't waste it." SongSeoHaeng picked up a piece and asked, "Can we eat it directly without turning it into elixir?" Baek explained, "While turning it into elixir is slightly better, consuming it directly is fine. Overconsumption can lead to resistance, so it's best to eat it directly as it is a precious ingredient." When SongSeoHaeng tasted the dish, he found the flavor quite good. He glanced over at the cook next to him and thought, if her identity as a Daoist practitioner were disregarded, anyone who married her in the future would surely benefit from her cooking skills. However, her silly, smiling face left him baffled and exasperated. After finishing dinner, everyone was exhausted and fell asleep. The door to SongSeoHaeng's room opened, and Baek Jin-gun entered. He had discovered that Ryung-wei was occupying the cunning entity and had cast a grand spell to summon it. Indeed, it was a restless life form, constantly muttering curses and reciting spells. The resentment of not being reincarnated and being forever trapped as a vengeful spirit drove it. Since Ryung-wei was only occupying the entity and hadn't yet figured out how to consume it, Baek Jin-gun had a solution. He called out to Ryung-wei, "Come out and consume it. This will help you recover your form." Ryung-wei obeyed and swiftly devoured the wailing entity, which led to an increase in its fighting level. Baek Jin-gun praised, "It has already recovered to the intermediate stage, which is good. Unfortunately, this life form's resentment is too weak. It can last only about 4 more years at most. If not, we might not be able to elevate Ryung-wei to a higher stage." Ryung-wei didn't know too much and returned to SongSeoHaeng's body. Baek Jin-gun left the room, feeling contemplative. Recently, a lot of things in the house had been ruined. Tomorrow, he would need to guide SongSeoHaeng on how to cultivate as a form of compensation. SongSeoHaeng fell into a deep sleep and entered a dream. This dream was of Lee Cheonjo, who had to dream twice due to the length of his life. The luck seemed not bad. However, SongSeoHaeng wondered why things had turned out so badly for him later. Besides a flying sword and a ring, the scene SongSeoHaeng saw was that of a beloved couple with a happy family, which seemed like a satisfying life for Lee Cheonjo. Yet, just like a fleeting spring, the joy didn't last long. SongSeoHaeng felt sorrow for the scene. As Lee Cheonjo's Daoist cultivation reached the 5th grade Golden Core stage, his family faced disaster, leaving him alone to care for his daughter. Unfortunately, the daughter fell ill with a strange disease, depleting the family fortune without any cure. It wasn't until Lee Cheonjo was exhausted that he met a true master who came to help. At this point, SongSeoHaeng could no longer continue dreaming. The next morning, SongSeoHaeng woke up with dark circles under his eyes. It felt as if he had lived through Lee Cheonjo's entire life in just one night. His mind was in disarray. Could it be that I have to take on a segment of Lee Cheonjo's karma? He was a Jundanary Yongwang grade, and I'm just a small cultivator who barely has his 2nd meridian. How could I manage? Before breakfast, SongSeoHaeng was busy addressing urgent matters. He opened his laptop to consult with seniors, thinking that perhaps Lee Cheonjo's daughter might possess extraordinary talent. If any seniors were looking for such a constitution, it might be worth considering her for inheritance. The chat box displayed SongSeoHaeng's message. Seosana Prayakte. Elders, I have a disciple who possesses extraordinary resources. This young lady is born with a cold constitution, creating frost around her body. She could even be frozen into an ice figure, forming an ice barrier. I suspect she might be a prodigy in ice element cultivation. If any seniors are interested in her, please let me know. Thank you. Wolf Icon. SongSeoHaeng was the first to reply. SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng. Based on your description, This young lady is not particularly extraordinary in cultivation. Michael emphasized. This is a medical condition that needs treatment. Serious icon. Sealan Dongju agreed. Sealan Dongju. This is indeed a medical condition. It's a result of injuries from the cold energy during the mother's pregnancy. The condition is so severe that, as SongSeoHaeng described, it's basically incurable. SongSeoHaeng still tried to ask. SongSeoHaeng, is there no way to help her at all? Sealan Dongju explained. Sealan Dongju, if the young lady had just started to produce cold energy, I could still intervene. But now, unless I reach the 9th grade saint level, there is no way to cure her. Crying wolf icon. The conversation conveyed a sense of helplessness. SongSeoHaeng inquired about the principles of this cold energy. SongSeoHaeng, what exactly is the principle of this cold energy? Is there a problem with the internal meridian? Sealan Dongju provided a more detailed analysis. Sealan Dongju, SongSeoHaeng, you're suggesting a surgical procedure to replace the meridian, but it's useless. The cold energy has already crystallized externally and might even affect her soul. Essentially, don't insist on curing the condition. You might end up making things worse. Understanding Sealan Dongju's words, SongSeoHaeng realized that for now, all he could do was sincerely apologize to the elder, hoping not to be resented. Being a good person has its limits. On the day of the exam, before leaving the house, SongSeoHaeng glanced back to bid farewell to a certain immortal and a dog who were leisurely enjoying snacks together. I'm off to the exam, SongSeoHaeng said. Dudu, don't cause any trouble, okay? Dudu cheerfully teased the nearby immortal, saying, Bak, SongSeoHaeng is openly telling me not to cause trouble, but he's actually talking about you. Baekjin-gun responded with a quiet, amused smile. SongSeoHaeng felt like giving Dudu a head pat. Dudu, are you just talking nonsense? Be serious, SongSeoHaeng said. The exam began, and students settled into their seats. SongSeoHaeng fidgeted with his pen, reflecting on his past study habits. He used to cram frantically for exams, but last night he had just gone to bed as usual. He wondered if he would be okay with this test. When he got the exam paper, he was surprised at how easy the questions seemed. He quickly started writing away, scribbling and scribbling until he finally finished. After the intense phase of focused writing, SongSeoHaeng looked around, noting that everyone seemed to be struggling while he found the test surprisingly easy. Glancing at the clock, he was even more surprised to see that there were still 3 minutes left. Realizing this, he broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, my handwriting speed is too impressive. I finished the entire test in just 3 minutes. According to the rules, we should at least take another half hour before submitting. What should I do now? With free time, he decided to practice his cultivation. Life is short and time shouldn't be wasted. I might as well use this opportunity to train. He entered a state of meditation and practiced his technique for half an hour to kill time. During his meditation, he found himself in the presence of his true self, which appeared rather emaciated and lackluster. He noticed this and waited for his response. He saw himself as a nimble cultivator wielding a flying sword, but his true self seemed increasingly unsuitable for the image of a refined scholar. Perhaps he had been reading too few books lately, missing that scholarly aura. He decided that after the exam, he would visit a bookstore to restore his scholarly image. As he walked out of the exam room, SongSeoHaeng headed straight to the bookstore, thinking, the exam is finally over. I need to read more books to regain that scholarly vibe. Also, I need to prepare for the upcoming trip with Buck. SongSeoHaeng was indeed a methodical cultivator who, even while reading books, remained focused on significant matters. Soon, he would be flying with Baekjin-gun. Although Baekjin-gun was skilled in flying with a sword, knowing a little more about practical knowledge would be much better. SongSeoHaeng had been engrossed in reading from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., and then from 5 p.m. until a little past 6 p.m. As the afternoon sun began to set behind the glass, SongSeoHaeng finally looked up, realizing that his intense focus on reading had caused twilight to fall almost unnoticed. He returned the books to the library and decided it was time to head home. Upon arriving at Yax's place, as usual, the lock had been changed. SongSeoHaeng used his access card to open the door, only to be stunned by the scene before him. What is going on here, he wondered. Stepping through the door, he found himself in a vast desert. Am I seeing things, or is this an illusion? He pondered. But when he felt the sand being blown away by the wind on his hand, the sensation was too real to be an illusion. It was indeed a real desert. SongSeoHaeng speculated that Baekjingun must have done something. He called out, "Baekjingun, Dudu, are you guys here?" All he received in response was silence, accompanied only by the gentle wind and the expansive desert. At this point, SongSeoHaeng was genuinely worried. Did Baekjingun and Dudu play a prank on me? He thought. Or have I been teleported or transported to another dimension? Realizing that it was too late to turn back, SongSeoHaeng noted that the large door had disappeared. Is this a joke? What should I do now? He fretted. As a person of the modern technological era who also practiced cultivation, SongSeoHaeng took out his phone, trying to calm himself. Stay calm, he told himself. I need to determine whether I've been teleported or transported to another dimension. If it was just a teleportation, he might still be on Earth. He checked his phone signal. The battery was at 35%, but there was no signal. The message, "No signal," displayed on the screen made him anxious once again. Looking up at the sky, SongSeoHaeng hoped to see 2 or 3 moons if he had been transported to another dimension, according to common tropes in novels. To his surprise, he saw double moons, and his fear increased proportionally. Even though there were no 2 or 3 moons, the sky was strange. SongSeoHaeng's anxiety grew as he realized that he had indeed been transported to another world. Stay calm, he reminded himself. I need to find a way to survive in this desert first. But it was hard to stay calm given the situation. This was truly another world. I've been transported to a desert, and even the birds have stopped pooping. SongSeoHaeng thought despairingly. He imagined a sage living on a deserted island, and felt like bowing down in reverence. He had never learned how to survive in a desert. He had gone out without even bringing a water bottle. Does the heavens want me to die here? I, SongSeoHaeng, am destined to perish here. But I refuse to give up easily. He was opening his house when he was transported here. If Baekjingun and Dudu had been at home, they would have surely noticed something was amiss. SongSeoHaeng found a glimmer of hope and resolved to stay determined. If he could endure until Baekjingun noticed something was wrong, he might have a chance to leave this desert. If not, he would need to find a water source. He wandered endlessly until he finally collapsed, looking up at the sky. The sun still shone down with nothing in sight. Even a fly would have been a welcome sight. His wish was unexpectedly answered by the sound of a horse's hoof. SongSeoHaeng immediately felt joy at the thought of encountering another living being. The person, resembling an NPC leading a character named Bakma, called out to him, "Sobak, finally found you." SongSeoHaeng was first stunned and then broke into a sweat as he asked, "Are you calling me Sobak?" The man in blue continued speaking in a confusing manner. "Sobak, where did you run off to?" "I thought you got lost," he said, and SongSeoHaeng performed a polite bow. "Hello, little brother, you've mistaken me for someone else." But the man persisted, calling him Sobak and challenging him to a duel. "Let's practice martial arts together," he suggested. SongSeoHaeng was now genuinely alarmed. "Little brother, who are you? You've definitely mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Sobak." The man, undeterred, continued to call him Sobak and prepared to strike. SongSeoHaeng barely managed to dodge the punch. It seemed like there was no chance for a pleasant conversation. The man kept throwing punches at him. SongSeoHaeng struggled to dodge while shouting, "Can we talk this out? You must have mistaken me for someone else." No matter what SongSeoHaeng said, the man continued his attacks, alternating between punches and pressure point strikes. It seemed there was no room for conversation. SongSeoHaeng was forced to counterattack. His moves were fast, but not as fast as the NPC man's. Every time SongSeoHaeng dodged and countered, the man just smirked, making SongSeoHaeng wary. He notices even the slightest mistake in my moves, SongSeoHaeng thought. He's incredibly skilled. SongSeoHaeng decided to rely on basic martial arts techniques, but the NPC managed to block them successfully. Damn it, he neutralized my moves so easily, SongSeoHaeng muttered under his breath. Then the NPC spoke, come on, Sobek. SongSeoHaeng attacked again with basic martial arts techniques, realizing he couldn't match the man's strength. He decided to rely on speed and quantity instead. This NPC was a well-designed character with experience. He dodged attacks with a smirk, taunting the player, and countered quickly, hitting the weak points in SongSeoHaeng's moves, leaving him no time to react. SongSeoHaeng was sent flying with a single kick. Realizing the man was pinpointing his mistakes, SongSeoHaeng thought, he's a master. As the fight continued, SongSeoHaeng was forced to defend himself, and his strong defense sent the NPC flying back. But the man didn't stop, inviting SongSeoHaeng, come on, Sobek. SongSeoHaeng couldn't understand why the man was so relentless. He needed to think of a different strategy. Damn it, I can't keep changing my moves or he'll counter them. I should stick to just one move, he thought. The training continued with SongSeoHaeng, repeatedly using the basic martial arts technique and getting beaten by the NPC. After countless attempts, SongSeoHaeng found himself lying on the ground, exhausted and dizzy. Finally, the NPC stopped, saying, all right, Sobek, that's enough training for today. I'll come find you again tomorrow. SongSeoHaeng, exhausted and trembling, reached out desperately. You're leaving? At least take me with you. He watched as the man rode off, looking so cool on his horse, getting further and further away. SongSeoHaeng felt a mix of melancholy and confusion. Who leaves someone beaten up and then abandons them in the desert? The anger within him was boiling over. Don't let me see you again, or else I'll just curse you to yourself because I can't beat you, SongSeoHaeng muttered to himself. Feeling desperate after being left behind, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of a horse approaching. Seeing the NPC leading Baekma, SongSeoHaeng's eyes sparkled with hope. At least he has a conscience and came back for me, he thought. The familiar footsteps and the familiar voice of the NPC rang out, Sobek, where did you run off to? I thought you got lost. Just as SongSeoHaeng was starting to feel hopeful, he was stunned. That line sounds so familiar, he thought. SongSeoHaeng quickly stood up and waved his arms, trying to explain. We just met a moment ago, didn't we? But it seemed to be no use as the man continued with a slightly different line. Sobek, shall we practice swordsmanship now? But it wasn't much different, just another way to torture him. I just finished training fists with you. I'm about to die, and besides, I haven't learned swordsmanship. How am I supposed to practice swords with you? SongSeoHaeng shouted, but the NPC paid no attention. The man drew two swords and handed one to SongSeoHaeng, saying, take it, Sobek. SongSeoHaeng took the sword reluctantly, feeling furious. I told you, and you still won't listen. Why do I have to suffer with you again? The young man in green smiled and attacked again. Let's see, SongSeoHaeng muttered as he dodged a slash, cursing, damn you. Do we have some kind of grudge? Why you attack me the moment we meet? Determined, SongSeoHaeng decided, you asked for this. He jumped up and swung Wayum's sword at the young man in green. Taste the power of this sword. The young man in green smirked and leaped back, easily avoiding SongSeoHaeng's flaming slash. Nice move, he said, then jumped and with a single finger strike, disarmed SongSeoHaeng. Shocked, SongSeoHaeng sat down on the sand, exhausted. The young man in green approached, laughing, can't do it. Ha, Sobek, you're not even holding the sword correctly. He picked up the sword and demonstrated, press your thumb against your index and middle fingers, gripping firmly near the guard. Hold the back of the blade steady. He then performed a few basic moves, explaining, when swinging the sword, start with your legs and back for power. As you thrust, let your shoulders and waist follow through. SongSeoHaeng obediently sat and listened, nodding along. He silently marveled at the detailed and thorough explanations of basic sword techniques. Just what he needed to learn. 10 minutes later, the young man in green handed the sword back to SongSeoHaeng, eager. Come on, Sobek, give it a try. SongSeoHaeng took the sword with renewed enthusiasm, determined to succeed this time. They sparred for a while until SongSeoHaeng collapsed from exhaustion, unable to move. The young man in green, unscathed, smiled and said, all right, Sobek, let's stop here for today. I'll come find you again tomorrow. Frustrated, SongSeoHaeng fumed, damn it. Don't let me see you again, or else I won't let you off. Shortly after, the young man in green returned with his horse. Sobak, I finally found you. SongSeoHaeng, merely spitting blood, thought, too soon. At least let me recover first. He cried out in despair, Dudu, where are you? Save me. Elsewhere, Dudu sneezed, muttering, must be one of my wives thinking about me. The young man in green approached Dudu with his horse. Sobak, where did you go? I thought you got lost. Dudu, still looking at his computer screen, created a shield to block the young man's attacks. No training for me, I'm a loyal dog. I won't play with you. Half an hour later, Dudu cried out in frustration. When did it turn into a beheading game? The young man in green smiled as he rode off with his horse, saying, all right, Sobak, that's enough for today. I'll come back tomorrow to play with you. Dudu stared at his computer in despair, lamenting, when can I go online again? This time, my character in the game must be dead. And don't lose the Overlord set I just got. I played all night to get it. Elsewhere, Dang Soju was shaking with anger, muttering, this is too much. The young man in green smiled and said, all right, Sobak, that's enough for today. I'll come back tomorrow to play. He then rode off with his horse. Dang Soju cried out to the heavens, is this sword training ever going to end? Damn you, Sobak. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng felt completely drained and Dudu couldn't flirt anymore, causing Dang Soju to cry out in frustration. Everyone, look forward to the next chapter. Dang Soju shouted in despair, let me out. I'll admit my mistakes, okay? If you can't let me go, then just punish me as a female chef or something. Give me 50 lashes, anything. I don't want to see that blue-clad boy and his horse, Bekma, anymore. As soon as Dang Soju finished speaking, the young man in green appeared again. Dang Soju collapsed, gasping. Here we go again. Why does he keep coming back so quickly? Is he bullying me? Playing with me? The young man smiled brightly. Sobak, where did you go? I thought you got lost. Dang Soju rushed forward. Come on, I'll beat you to death, you bastard, she shouted. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng was exhausted, wiping sweat from his brow. First it was fist techniques, then sword techniques. Now, we've covered spear techniques, staff techniques, kick techniques, and whip techniques. We've done all 7 styles, he thought. Just then, the young man in green appeared again, making SongSeoHaeng tremble. What's next this time, he wondered. The young man pulled out 2 metal rulers and smiled. Sobak, where did you go? I thought you got lost. Shall we practice with rulers? SongSeoHaeng was exasperated. Swords, spears, staffs, and now rulers. This isn't even a real weapon category. This style is all wrong. He raised his hands in surrender. I can't anymore. I'm too tired. Let's take a break. To his surprise, the young man agreed. Resting, huh? So you do want to rest, Sobek? All right, let's take a break. SongSeoHaeng was relieved. Thank heavens, finally some relaxation. As they sat on the sand, SongSeoHaeng sighed in relief, grateful for the chance to rest. But the young man in green kept staring at him with a smile, making SongSeoHaeng nervous. Don't tell me he wants to start training again, SongSeoHaeng thought. The young man moved closer, his eyes sparkling. Sobak, you look really beautiful, he said shyly. Sobak, when your hair grows long enough to reach your waist, will you marry me? SongSeoHaeng was stunned, his hair standing on end. He immediately refused. No way. The young man continued, really? Why not, Sobak? Could you grow your hair long? I think you'd look really beautiful with long hair. SongSeoHaeng imagined himself with long hair and was horrified. Long hair? That would be... No. Absolutely not, he shouted. The young man, still smiling brightly, said, oh great. I can't wait to see how beautiful you look with long hair, Sobek. SongSeoHaeng sighed in relief. Oh my gosh, he wasn't even talking to me this whole time. He was just talking to someone named Sobek. He couldn't shake the vague feeling that this blue-clad young man bore a resemblance to Baekjeonja. In another part of the desert, Baekjeonja was meditating in deep thought, oblivious to the events outside. Around him, various images were projected, depicting all sorts of scenes. Some may wonder what this desert truly is. In fact, when a 7th grade Jonja cultivator contemplates deeply, a single thought can influence the spiritual energy within their body, significantly impacting the real world and creating a vivid illusionary reality. This illusionary reality is similar to a mirage, yet exists on a higher level. While it is not real, it feels tangible because it is formed by a cultivator's immense spiritual power, allowing one to interact with it as if it were real. This desert was created when Baekjeonja, during his cultivation, inadvertently recalled old memories, which his powerful spiritual energy then materialized into layers upon layers of illusionary reality. As long as Baekjeonja continues his seclusion or does not withdraw his thoughts, the desert and the surrounding illusions will not disappear. Elsewhere, two figures stood atop a tall building, facing the location where SongSeoHaeng was. One was Gyeong Maektajju, with silver hair standing straight up, and the other was Jin Jibsa from the Muguk Mahjong branch. Taju pointed to the house where SongSeoHaeng was staying and asked, "Is this the place?" Jin Jibsa replied, "Yes, Taju. That's where Seusana Prayavte and the senior reside." Jin Jibsa handed Taju a key. "This is the house key our people managed to obtain." Taju smiled, "You've done well. But now we must go." The two then left. Before leaving, Gyeong Maektajju tossed a wooden puppet along with the key. The two flew away on their swords, and Gyeong Maektajju said, "This puppet can connect to the senses and be controlled remotely through mental power, although its movements are stiff. We'll use it for reconnaissance first." He watched through the puppet as it opened the door, revealing only a vast desert. He was puzzled. Did I open the door wrong? How did it turn into a desert? The door has disappeared. Luckily, I only used a phantom puppet to scout. The main body is fine. The puppet, in the form of Gyeong Maektajju, stepped into the desert, but the connection was suddenly cut off. Gyeong Maek cursed. "Damn it, this desert cut off the connection to the phantom puppet. Quite the tricks they have here." He then smiled. "It doesn't matter. As long as the mind link remains, the information collected will still be transmitted to me." Gyeong Maektajju's wooden puppet wandered in the desert when suddenly the blue-clad youth appeared. "Sobak, where have you been? I thought you got lost," he smiled. "Come, let's practice with the mace," he said, then struck the puppet with a mace. Half an hour later, the youth smiled and said, "That's enough for today, Sobak. I'll come find you tomorrow to play." He then rode away, leaving the wooden puppet flattened on the sand. At 11:23 p.m., the images around Baekjeonja slowly disappeared and did not reappear. The vast desert also began to slowly recede. Dudu, who had been lying still, stirred and opened his eyes. Finally, it's over. Thankfully, the defensive barrier blocked Baekjeonja's illusionary reality from spreading out while he was in seclusion. Otherwise, the entire Gangnam University city would have perished. Baekjeonja finally opened his eyes, stretched, and said, "That was refreshing." While Dang Soju was exhausted, and Dudu was weeping over his precious Baekwan armor, Baekjeonja remarked, "Seclusion feels good." SongSeoHaeng opened his eyes and found himself back in reality. Finally back, huh? What just happened? He wondered. He suddenly noticed the flattened wooden puppet and asked, "What is that?" He then cracked his knuckles, saying, "Perfect timing to blow off some steam." Meanwhile, Gyeong Maektajju was in a hotel. Chuckling, the puppet's feedback has returned. But why do the sensations come all at once? He suddenly bulged his eyes like a goldfish, groaning, "Stop! Stop hitting!" He rolled on the floor in pain as SongSeoHaeng furiously punched the wooden puppet. Gyeong Maektajju groaned, "That beast! Just one punch and the puppet is shattered. Yet it's not over. I can't disconnect." He screamed, "Seusana Prayokte, I'll remember this grudge." A while later, Dudu explained to SongSeoHaeng, "That space that almost killed me was inadvertently created by Baekjeonja." Dudu laughed smugly, glancing at Dang Soju, who looked utterly worn out, barely able to stand. Dang Soju felt dizzy, her head spinning like a top. SongSeoHaeng worriedly thought, "It's over. She's truly messed up." At that moment, Baekjeonja walked out and seeing SongSeoHaeng asked, "You're back. How did it go, SeoHaeng? Was it smooth?" SongSeoHaeng cautiously stepped back. "With your blessing, it went smoothly." He often thought, Bak Sr. seems simple, but the aura around him is filled with immense killing intent. It's really terrifying. Baekjeonja asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression?" SeoHaeng immediately waved his hands. "No, nothing, Bak Sr. I just feel like you're glowing with vitality today after your seclusion." He thought to himself, absolutely do not provoke Bak Sr., or there might be another round of trouble. Baekjeonja smiled, "Haha, do you feel that too? Today, during my seclusion, I seem to recall many interesting things. My mental state feels quite good." SongSeoHaeng was at a loss for words, looking at him silently. Baekjeonja, after speaking, glanced over at Dang Soju, who was nearby. "Dang Soju, is dinner ready?" Dang Soju, who was crying, quickly replied, "I'll make it right away." Baekjeonja asked, "Are you crying?" Dang Soju quickly denied it. No, just some dust got into my eyes. It's really uncomfortable." Like SeoHaeng, she thought, absolutely do not provoke Bak Sr. The pain from the desert is unbearable. The next day, SongSeoHaeng was walking around the campus, determined, "I'll definitely ace today's test." He opened his phone and saw a message from Hwang Sanjingun asking, "SeoHaeng, how is Baekjeonja doing recently?" He replied, "He's fine, everything is fine. However, since Bak Sr. ascended to the 7th grade and became a respected figure, he gained a new ability called True Illusion. This skill is incredibly powerful and practically breaks the heavens." Elsewhere, Yaksa was about to send a message, "SeoHaeng, have you been safe lately? I'm preparing to," but quickly deleted it. He sat on a chair, with a teddy bear with a camera attached on the bookshelf behind him. With eyes like a panda, he asked, "Tian, are you there?" Through the surveillance screen, Jaeyeon, who was elsewhere, responded, "I'm here." Yaksa said, "I have a guest coming over, an old friend of mine. Go buy some food and make sure to bring out the best fairy wine." Jaeyeon felt something was off and asked, "Fairy wine? Is this old friend a woman?" Yaksa replied, "It's a man." She then smiled and said, "Got it. I'll take care of it quickly." A little later, Yaksa's old friend arrived. He was an old Taoist priest with white hair like snow, a long white beard, holding a horsetail whisk, and wearing Taoist robes. As soon as the old Taoist entered, he said, "Yaksa, the old Taoist has arrived." Yaksa happily greeted him. "Nyuumja, welcome, welcome." The two sat at a table and talked, while Jaeyeon poured them wine. Yaksa smiled and said, "This is fairy wine, Nyuumja, your favorite." The old Taoist happily replied, "Ha." The old Taoist commented, "Only at your place can I enjoy this fairy wine." Nyuumja sipped his drink and continued, "You still maintain your youth, but I've truly grown old." Suddenly, Nyuumja's face darkened as he slammed his cup on the table and said, "That disciple of mine makes me often regret it. I wish I could slap him with one blow." Yaksa asked, "When did you take on a disciple?" Nyuumja replied, 10 years ago. He was from the West." Yaksa said, "It's rare to find a disciple from the West. Why are you so angry?" Nyuumja, still furious, recounted, "You don't know. When I wanted to teach him my techniques, that fool wanted to learn metal elemental transformation and the 72 Shaolin secret techniques. I was so enraged I gave him a good thrashing. I'm a Taoist. How would I know about Buddhist techniques? But you know what? After I beat him, he went to a barber that night and shaved his head bald, then demanded that I give him the title of Master." Nyuumja remembered the sight of the bald head and continued angrily, "I was so frustrated I had to give him 4 blows. But that fool added 2 more on his own. I couldn't stand it anymore. When he reached the 3 vessels realm in his training, he left my sect. When I saw him again, he had somehow learned Buddhist scriptures and radiated auras of merit. I now feel completely embarrassed to have him return to the sect." After finishing his story, Nyuumja was dejected, holding his head in despair. Yaksa comforted him. "Where is your foolish disciple now?" Muumje replied with irritation. Not long ago. He went to a prison to play around. I originally wanted to bail him out, but he refused, saying he wanted to advance to the second rank before coming out. I'm so mad, I'll definitely give him a good thrashing when he gets out. Yaxim murmured to Jaehyun. It seems this old friend's disciple might indeed be the monk we talked about. Jaehyun nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng had returned home safely, and everything was fine. Suddenly, Baekjeonja appeared and said, "SeoHaeng, have you returned?" SeoHaeng saw him, and stiffening, smiled and asked, "Senior, are we not training today?" Baekjeonja smiled and said, "SeoHaeng, what techniques have you learned so far? I've been troubling you these days. Today, let me guide you in your training." SongSeoHaeng was surprised. So Baekjeonja is here to think about how to teach me. He quickly responded, "I've learned the basics of Diamond Sutra, boxing techniques, and true self-illumination techniques. I may have also learned some fire elemental path techniques." Baekjeonja replied, all basic techniques. Even if I teach you an additional light body technique, the basics will still be fine." Afterwards, Baekjeonja grabbed SeoHaeng's hand and led him. The two of them arrived at an open area in the forest a short while later. Baekjeonja said, "This place is spacious. I will teach you some commonly used light body techniques. Observe carefully and choose one to learn." SeoHaeng, excited, asked, "Are light body techniques like the snow treading or dragonfly skimming techniques?" Baekjeonja replied, "Yes, you're right. That's the effect of such techniques. However, there are many types of light body techniques, each with its own characteristics. Just observe carefully." Then Baekjeonja took a step, and suddenly, strange phantoms appeared around him. He said, "This is a phantom body technique, a type that is mysterious and hard to predict." SeoHaeng looked on in admiration. Wow, Baekjeonja's technique is so impressive. Next, Baekjeonja instantly appeared behind SeoHaeng and said, "This is a phantom technique focused on speed." Then, Baekjeonja performed a technique that created phantom tigers around him. He explained, "This is a Buddhist technique known as the tiger suppression technique. It is firm on the outside but flexible on the inside, belonging to a category of techniques suited for small movements, evasions, and can be both defensive and offensive. It's quite good for beginners like you." SeoHaeng felt disheartened upon hearing this. The tiger suppression technique looks very imposing and powerful. But why is it from Buddhist techniques? If I learn this, will my true self in Haedang's consciousness become bald? He imagined his true self as a bald figure and almost wanted to spit blood. Next, Baekjeonja became invisible within the shadows and said, "This is a shadow concealment technique I learned a long time ago called Shadow Veil. However, it requires a shadow to function, which is a major limitation." Then Baekjeonja demonstrated the final technique, a form of travel technique, stating, "The further you travel, the more effective the technique becomes. It is known as the 1,000-mile walk. The meaning is that reading thousands of books is not as good as walking thousands of miles." SeoHaeng realized that this technique, though not very fast, was still faster than his full speed running. Baekjeonja asked, "So, which light body technique do you choose to learn?" SeoHaeng, excited, replied, "Can I learn multiple techniques, senior?" Baekjeonja answered, "It's not good to learn too many. Learning multiple light body techniques can affect your advancement speed. It's better to focus on one for now and learn others later." SeoHaeng thought deeply. The tiger suppression technique was not an option for now. The shadow veil had too many limitations, and the phantom body technique wasn't sufficient. In the end, he could only choose between the flash technique and the 1,000-mile walk. He suddenly asked Baekjeonja. SeoHaeng asked, "Then Baekjeonja, which light body technique would you recommend I learn?" Baekjeonja smiled and said, "Well, if I were to recommend, the tiger suppression technique would be a good fit. Since you've already learned the basic diamond fist technique and the true self-insight sutra, combining it with the tiger suppression technique would be quite effective." SeoHaeng, however, said, "I understand, senior. I choose the 1,000-mile walk." Baekjeonja looked puzzled, "But I recommended the tiger suppression technique." SongSeoHaeng smiled and replied, "It's okay, senior. The 1,000-mile walk is also quite good. I trust your judgment." Baekjeonja chuckled. "All right then. I will teach you the 1,000-mile walk, including the technique and the mantra." 10 minutes later, SongSeoHaeng was already able to perform the initial steps of the technique. Baekjeonja said, "You should practice the 1,000-mile walk frequently. It's a light body technique that integrates well into daily life. You can practice it while moving around normally and work on improving your proficiency." After a short while, SongSeoHaeng performed the technique again. Baekjeonja clapped his hands and said, "Very good. Now it's up to you to refine it further." Finally, Baekjeonja added, "I have one more Daoist technique to teach you." SongSeoHaeng, exhausted and sweating, asked in surprise, "Daoist technique?" Baekjeonja demonstrated a small lightning ball in his hand and said, "This is the primary thunderbolt. It's a basic Daoist technique with minimal offensive power, but is quite effective against various types of Gwimel, evil spirits. When your power increases, you can further develop it into the intermediate thunderbolt, which is much more powerful." Baekjeonja instructed SongSeoHaeng to channel his blood ki into his index finger, draw a lightning symbol on his other palm, and then use his spiritual energy to activate the ki within the symbol to form the thunderbolt. SongSeoHaeng tried the technique as instructed, channeling his ki and drawing the symbol on his palm. After concentrating, he created a small lightning ball in his hand. He asked Baekjeonja, "Senior, how powerful is this technique?" Baekjeonja smiled and said, "You'll find out when you try it." SongSeoHaeng went to a nearby rock, struck it with a palm, and the rock shattered into pieces. He marveled at the power and said, "This is really strong." Baekjeonja explained, "Lightning techniques are highly effective against Gwimel. Even a second-tier Gwijang, evil spirit, would be reduced to ashes with just one strike." SongSeoHaeng thanked Baekjeonja and thought to himself that he might get a chance to use this technique when he encounters the Gwimel subordinates of Danju. SongSeoHaeng continued to practice the primary thunderbolt, marveling at the ability to release lightning from his palm. It was something he had only dreamed of before. Recalling the embarrassing memories from his past, he thought, "Look at me, I was so brave as a child, thinking I could handle anything with my lightning power." He chuckled at the thought, but then felt a surge of embarrassment, thinking, "Forget it, forget it." He continued to strike the nearby rocks with the thunderbolt, trying to erase those memories. After a while, he stopped and Baekjeonja asked curiously, "Is something wrong? Are you having a mental struggle?" SongSeoHaeng cautiously replied, "No, it's just some old, difficult memories." Baekjeonja laughed. "Everyone has such memories. What you think are difficult experiences often become fond memories with time." SongSeoHaeng smiled, thinking of a past crush, like Sobak. "If you grow your hair long enough to your waist, will you marry me?" Baekjeonja turned and smiled silently. SongSeoHaeng suddenly panicked. "Wait, what did I just say?" Baekjeonja beamed a radiant smile and said, "Haha, it's nothing. Let's head back." SongSeoHaeng blushed and agreed, following Baekjeonja back to their flying sword. On the way back, SongSeoHaeng felt uneasy and thought, "Something's wrong. It feels like I'm walking towards death." Baekjeonja, who seemed to be soaring higher and higher, said, "SongSeoHaeng, I noticed that recently people enjoy diving off bridges. I think it's quite thrilling." SongSeoHaeng immediately objected, "No, Baekjeonja, that's not good at all. Diving off bridges is just for those seeking the thrill of danger. It's reckless and pointless." Baekjeonja, pretending not to hear, insisted, "I want to try it. Let's give it a go." SongSeoHaeng, terrified, said, "No, it's really not good." Baekjeonja grabbed SongSeoHaeng's collar and said, "Come on, let's try it." With a smile, he pulled SongSeoHaeng off the flying sword and jumped down. SongSeoHaeng screamed in terror. Baekjeonja, smiling and chanting a spell, accelerated their fall with the spell Heaven's Balance. He asked cheerfully, "Want to go faster?" SongSeoHaeng frantically shook his head, gasping for air, unable to speak properly due to the pressure. Tears streamed down his face as he continued to panic. Baekjeonja, seemingly unfazed, continued chanting, Alright then, let's go even faster. SongSeoHaeng screamed silently as Baekjeonja calmly took out his phone and cheerfully said, "Oh right, let's take some souvenir photos." Baekjeonja held up his phone and said, "SongSeoHaeng, smile for the camera." SongSeoHaeng's face in the screen was twisted in distress, tears streaming down in an indescribable mess. Baekjeonja snapped several photos, while SongSeoHaeng's face was contorted, tears and snot flying everywhere. Baekjeonja remarked, "SongSeoHaeng, you're not cooperating at all. Come on, let's try again. We need to get a good shot." SongSeoHaeng cried even louder, shouting, "Just kill me already." Baekjeonja raised his phone again, saying, "Smile one more time. We'll jump again until we get a picture I'm satisfied with." SongSeoHaeng, amidst tears, tried to smile with gritted teeth, his face a mess. Baekjeonja reviewed the photos and decided, "Well, this one will do for now, even if it's not perfect." SongSeoHaeng screamed once more, and Baekjeonja said, "Stop screaming, we're almost home. Just a little more distance to cover." He smiled, chanting a spell to accelerate their descent. SongSeoHaeng screamed silently, with the ground rapidly approaching. He panicked. "We're about to hit the ground. With only 50 meters left," he thought, "I'm going to die. I'm going to end up on a memorial tablet." With 20 meters to go, he feared the worst. "With your high level of power, you should be fine." Baekjeonja maintained his smile. As they neared the ground, just 5 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter away, there was a sudden screeching sound. SongSeoHaeng found himself gently lowered to the ground. Baekjeonja, with a benevolent smile, laughed, "Ha ha ha, how was that for excitement?" SongSeoHaeng, heart racing, distanced himself from Baekjeonja. Baekjeonja said, "Looks like you had fun too. I'll post the photos we just took in the group." SongSeoHaeng panicked, trying to stop him, but Baekjeonja had already posted the album. It included 46 photos of Baekjeonja looking handsome and charismatic, alongside SongSeoHaeng with various comical expressions, crying, laughing, and more. The caption read, "Just had an exhilarating skydiving experience with SongSeoHaeng. Jumping off bridges is so much fun. SongSeoHaeng had a blast too. Can't wait to do it again in a few days." The comments flooded in. The first comment was from Yeoji Seonja. "Yeoji Seonja, Bak Senpai is still as beautiful as ever. Really makes me jealous. Yaksa. Bak Senpai is really enjoying himself, isn't he? Gang Jae-yun Seolandongju. Bak Senpai is truly playful, playing so well. Sa Wabi Upwang. Wow, Bak Senpai is really having fun. Wangzhen Jingdun. Bak Senpai is awesome. SongSeoHaeng, keep it up. Chill saying boo boo ju. Bak Senpai is amazing. SongSeoHaeng, you're so cute. Ryum Japdo. Is this SongSeoHaeng trying to fly? Yoeoja. Skydiving, SongSeoHaeng? Songsinba. Chill playing around. Let's have fun together next time. Seosana Prayokte. SongSeoHaeng, let's play together next time too." SongSeoHaeng read the comments and flopped onto the ground in despair. On July 4, 2019, SongSeoHaeng's mood was in turmoil. The next morning, SongSeoHaeng awoke with a start, plagued by nightmares of floating weightlessly and falling, likely a result of the skydiving experience with Bak Senpai. He got out of bed feeling disheartened and made his way downstairs. He saw Dudu frantically typing on the computer and asked where Bak Senpai was. Dudu replied, "Baekjeonja went off with Dang Soju to find his flying sword." SongSeoHaeng was relieved to hear that Bak Senpai was no longer angry and that he wouldn't have to worry about being dragged into another skydiving adventure. He resolved not to bring up the topic of long hair to the waist again. It was just too frightening. Dudu was intensely focused on the computer screen and SongSeoHaeng, curious, asked what he was looking at. Dudu, looking frustrated, showed him the screen. It was a news alert. "Warning. Recent surge in dog thefts. Please ensure the safety of your pets. There have been several cases of missing dogs in various areas. In the southern region of Gangja, the police suspect that thieves and gangs have moved into the Gangnam area to commit these crimes. The methods used are highly sophisticated. They avoid surveillance cameras and leave few traces. Residents are advised to keep their dogs safe and report any clues to the police as soon as possible. SongSeoHaeng was at a loss for words, thinking, why do they always target Gangnam? It's not like they can't steal anything else. They always go for dogs. Dudu tossed a bag to him and said, by the way, Baekjeonja left some things for you before he left. He said you might need them in a few days when dealing with the Danju subordinates. SongSeoHaeng opened the bag and asked curiously, what's inside? SongSeoHaeng continued to examine the items left by Baekjeonja, starting with a wooden sword intricately engraved with complex runes. The sword had 2 buttons on the hilt. Dudu explained, this is the one-time use Fizz Sword version 04. It can only be used once and has the ability to cut through 4th grade cultivators. Baekjeonja wasn't kidding. This comes with the Fei Sword emission device version 01. Just pour Haedang into it, and the Fei Sword will activate, capable of locking onto the enemy. SongSeoHaeng waved the sword, impressed. Baekjeonja is truly amazing. Even a Fei Sword emission device is created. Dudu continued, and there's this talisman. It seals Baekjeonja's personal teleportation coordinates. If you encounter a powerful enemy, just use your spiritual power to activate it, and you can instantly teleport to Baekjeonja's side. SongSeoHaeng held a talisman and asked, so this is what the talisman does? Dudu answered, exactly. Baekjeonja improved this talisman for convenience. Just stick it on your wrist, and it will become a tattoo that won't fall off. SongSeoHaeng was surprised. I didn't know talismans could be used like this. He followed Dudu's instructions and applied the talisman to his wrist, which transformed into a tattoo featuring one of the 7 Hobo brothers. Dudu cheerfully added, yes, this design was chosen to conceal its true nature. I found the Hobo design online. How cool is that? SongSeoHaeng regretted acting so quickly and thought, why did I apply it so hastily? I should have chosen a more discreet place. Dudu smiled. Don't worry too much. If you're in danger and can't use your spiritual power in time, remember this incantation. Wol Nung Yeom. It's a transformation spell with considerable power. SongSeoHaeng asked, what exactly is this incantation? Don't tell me you found it online too. Dudu proudly replied, yes, I found it online. It's perfect. SongSeoHaeng felt frustrated and wanted to knock Dudu out. Dudu continued, finally, this is a list of medicinal ingredients Baekjeonja prepared for you. You need to gather enough ingredients to make Jeoldan. Baekjeonja will teach you how to make it once you have all the ingredients. SongSeoHaeng asked with curiosity, are these ingredients easy to collect? Dudu shrugged and said, who knows? In Baekjeonja's eyes, the 2 medicinal ingredients for the Jeoldan might be easily found with a bit of a search, like 70 to 80% chance. SongSeoHaeng felt disheartened and lamented. Unfortunately, I don't have the kind of luck Baekjeonja does. Looking at the end of the list, he saw a note. Dear SongSeoHaeng, I wish you a smooth journey to the demonic city and hope you successfully find all the ingredients for Jeoldan. SongSeoHaeng was surprised. Is this a blessing from Baekjeonja? I didn't expect this. Why do I feel so honored, or am I just instinctively worried about something? He asked Dudu. I plan to visit the demonic city tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Thinking that bringing Dudu might make the trip safer, he hoped Dudu would agree. Dudu quickly backed away. No way, I'm not going with you. I have something else to do in the next few days. If you run into danger, just grab this strand of fur and shout Dudu save me. It might help you a bit. Don't worry, I'm with you. SongSeoHaeng was doubtful if it would really be useful. Seeing Dudu's reaction, he thought, well, even if it's useless, at least it's a magic-enhancing fur. It might come in handy. At 10:30 am the next day, SongSeoHaeng drove with Toba towards his grandfather's house. While driving, he suddenly saw a figure of a demon by the roadside. SongSeoHaeng immediately stopped the car. Toba, who had been dozing in the back seat, woke up startled and asked, what's going on? Are we there? SongSeoHaeng forced a smile and said, just keep sleeping. I'm a bit tired from driving so long and needed to stretch my legs. Toba responded, all right then. After driving for so long, a break is fine. SongSeoHaeng got out of the car to get a closer look at the demon. It had long white hair, its hands bound with chains, and had a mirror hanging from them. Below it were countless wings trying to catch it. The surrounding area was filled with thick black gwigi. SongSeoHaeng approached and said in surprise, "Is this a gwimel? Even in the daytime without sunlight, gwimel still appears? Maybe it's a recent accident." The demon didn't react as the car got closer. SongSeoHaeng observed it up close, noting, "It seems to lack self-awareness. It might be a low-level demonic soldier, so it should be easy to handle." After saying that, SongSeoHaeng used the Diamond Foundation fist technique to repeatedly punch the gwimel. "Hi-ya, he grunted. Toba woke up to see SeoHaeng seemingly punching at thin air. Startled, Toba remarked, "Wasn't it just a 5-hour drive? Is it really that stressful?" With one final punch, the gwimel was split in two, its body turning into black smoke. The demon spirit within SongSeoHaeng emerged and went to consume the gwimel. After swallowing it, the demon spirit looked satisfied. SongSeoHaeng was astonished. Ryungwee can actually eat gwimel to restore energy. He then returned to the car, and Ryungwee went back to its place. SeoHaeng thought, since the gwimel is dead, they'll discover it soon. At that time, I might be able to catch them if I'm prepared. He got into the driver's seat and said, "All right, let's head out." Toba chuckled. "SeoHaeng, you've worked hard. I've sent a message to Grandpa saying we're almost there." SeoHaeng then called his grandfather. "Hello, Grandpa, Toba and I are on our way. We'll be there in about 10 minutes. His grandfather responded, "You two drive carefully, especially on the mountain road. That area often has accidents." Toba, surprised, glanced back at the road they had just traveled. "It's all right. We've already passed that section." SeoHaeng thought to himself, what a coincidence. Upon arriving at the mountain road, they had stopped briefly to stretch. After driving for a while, the two of them reached Grandpa's house. Toba greeted, "Grandpa, we're here." His grandfather welcomed them warmly. "Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you." SeoHaeng smiled and said, "Grandpa, we're here to visit." Suddenly, SeoHaeng noticed dark gwigi surrounding his grandfather. Alarmed, he wondered what was happening. A trace of gwigi lingered on his grandfather, and though SeoHaeng couldn't see it clearly, the gwigi was ominously present in all directions, even in the air above the square. It seemed there were signs of gwimel activity. SeoHaeng observed the sky and realized that to restore peace to the neighborhood, he needed to cut off the source of the gwigi and eliminate the mastermind behind these gwimel. For now, he had to wait for the enemy to show up. During the meal, as they dined together with his grandparents, Grandma said, "Please make yourselves at home." While eating, Toba curiously asked Grandpa, "You mentioned last time that something strange had happened in the village. What's going on?" Grandpa's expression grew serious as he replied, "Recently, there have been several unusual incidents in the village. Just 5 days ago, there were 3 consecutive traffic accidents on that mountain road you passed through. The accidents on the mountain road were not due to fatigue or speeding, but suddenly veered off into the adjacent lane. Besides that, elderly villagers in the town have been suffering from a mysterious illness, wanting to sleep all the time. When taken to the hospital, the diagnosis was merely excessive fatigue, and rest was the prescribed cure." SongSeoHaeng was surprised and thought, perhaps it's the Danju subordinates who sent the gwimel to absorb the life force. Young people aren't affected, but the elderly become weak, powerless, and drowsy. Grandpa continued, "And there's also the graveyard behind the mountain in our village. The old gatekeeper has even seen ghosts at night." Toa asked mysteriously, "Grandpa, do we need to prepare some black dog blood?" Grandpa angrily tapped his head and said, "Stop talking nonsense. I just feel a bit uneasy and wanted someone to come by." SeoHaeng, pale, thought, the graveyard behind the mountain. That must be where the Danju's subordinates are active. SeoHaeng stood up and said, "Grandpa, I'm going outside for a walk. After driving for 5 hours, I'm all stiff." Toba asked, "Want me to come with you?" SeoHaeng waved his hand and smiled, "No need. I just need a short walk." In the evening, SeoHaeng went to the car to get what he needed and then went behind the mountain to check things out. Looking up, he suddenly saw a ghostly figure on the roof, moving around the house as if trying to lure him in. SongSeoHaeng thought, is it trying to lead me somewhere? He chased after the ghostly figure, and it eventually stopped at a house. SongSeoHaeng said, I didn't expect to end up here. He pushed open the door and saw a wooden strategy table inside. On the table was a landline phone which was connected. From the phone, a voice said, Haha, you're here. SongSeoHaeng approached the table and asked, Are you the one controlling the ghost soldiers? The voice on the other end responded, Haha, indeed, we control the ghost soldiers. We didn't expect a righteous cultivator to arrive so early, but it's all right. Your strength is not as formidable as we thought. The ghost soldier you dealt with was just a minor setback. There's more to us here than just one. What can you do alone? We advise you not to force us to drain human life force completely. SongSeoHaeng frowned and asked, Are you threatening me? The voice on the other end replied, Haha, if you want to see it that way, fine. We only need to absorb life force for 2 more days before we leave, so you can wait for them if you like. After saying that, SongSeoHaeng scowled and smashed the phone with a punch. Just like with the wooden table, the next time you use a phone in a role play, at least plug it in properly. Got it? The Gwimel emerged from the phone, annoyed, and said, Damn it, you figured it out. SongSeoHaeng immediately punched it, saying, You're the foolish one. Don't think everyone else is dumb. The Gwimel created a shield to block the punch. The impact caused an explosion, sending the ghost flying out of the house. SongSeoHaeng was also thrown out, realizing that this Guijang was quite tough. Compared to a second-grade cultivator's body, its strength was not any weaker. Guijang asked, Kid, are you planning to confront us? Aren't you worried about us slaughtering the village? SongSeoHaeng smirked and replied, Does it concern me? If you want to kill, go ahead. I won't admit to worrying about the residents. That would only expose their vulnerabilities to you. My target is you. With that, SongSeoHaeng activated the Gentleman's 10,000 miles journey and quickly approached Guijang to attack. Guijang swung a cloak and said, Just a first-grade cultivator. Do you think you're strong? Seeking death yourself. The cloak flew toward SongSeoHaeng, wrapping him tightly with no gaps. Guijang laughed and said, I really didn't want to create enmity with cultivators like you, but I didn't expect you to be so relentless. Don't blame me. This cloak can absorb your life force and restore my strength by 40%. SongSeoHaeng used Thunder Palm to tear the cloak apart. Guijang was shocked and said, You actually master thunder magic. A bolt of lightning struck, causing Guijang to lose half of his body. SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, It's strange. Thunder Palm is not an ordinary spell that a first-grade cultivator should master. Why do I find it so peculiar? Guijang, being the Gwimel, was not prepared for Thunder Palm. He shouted, Do you think Thunder Palm is that easy? How can a ghost cultivator survive with that? SongSeoHaeng recalled Baekjeonja and realized, could it be that Baek-senpai has improved the unique Thunder Palm? SongSeoHaeng took out the talisman and thought, no matter what, I need to thank Baek-senpai when I return. For now, I need to deal with this Guijang first. SongSeoHaeng pressed Guijang under his foot and asked, Tell me, where is the person controlling you hiding? Or where are the Danju subordinates now? Guijang, crushed underfoot, thought, this talisman has a terrifying aura. If used, I would have no chance of surviving. He then turned pale and said, If your target is the Danju subordinates, then we don't need to fight anymore, because they're all dead, Guijang replied. SongSeoHaeng asked, What? They're all dead? Guijang answered, Yes, we are Gwimel sealed by Danju. He unintentionally broke the seal, and we devoured them all. SongSeoHaeng thought, it seems fate has other plans. He then asked, Then the final question. Recently, the Danju subordinates collaborated with a ghost flower cultivator. Do you know this ghost flower cultivator? Guijang, crying, said, No, I don't know. SongSeoHaeng realized he might not get any useful information from them. These Gwimel wanted to absorb life force for 2 more days before leaving. He considered asking the seniors how to deal with the Gwimel. He took out his phone and messaged the chat group. I've captured a Guijang. I want to ask if there's a way to seal or bind it. Chilsang Bubuju replied, use certain magic tools like ghost binding flags or ghost sealing talismans. SongSeoHaeng asked, can I use a soul binding pearl? Chilsang Bubuju responded, that's for sealing Ryungwe. Ryungwe is somewhat different from a regular Guijang. SongSeoHaeng then asked, are there other methods? Chilsang Bubuju replied, there are sealing spells, but you can't use them right now. SongSeoHaeng looked at his phone, frustrated, thinking, so I can't capture it. He frowned and thought, if I can't capture this Guijang, I might as well kill it. But first, I need to find a way to prevent the Gwimmel from going berserk and attacking the village. Suddenly, Ryungwei emerged from SongSeoHaeng and swallowed the Guijang whole. Guijang screamed, if I die, I will definitely seek revenge on you and turn the whole village into hell. After swallowing Guijang, Ryungwei burped in satisfaction. SongSeoHaeng was stunned and thought, what is going on here? Ryungwei sensed the intent to kill from SongSeoHaeng and devoured Guijang instantly. Ryungwei then returned to SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng, pale, thought, what should I do now? If hundreds or thousands of vengeful spirits attack the village, how will I manage? I can defend one area, but a whole village is too much. Feeling overwhelmed, SongSeoHaeng thought, I'm really in trouble this time. How should I handle this? Suddenly, he received a message from Samilso, the monk. SongSeoHaeng, are you there? SongSeoHaeng thought, it's Samuel Senior Brother. Is something wrong with me? He replied, I'm here. Samuel Senior Brother, is there something you need? Are you there? Samilso, the monk, asked. SongSeoHaeng replied, yes, I am here. I heard you were in Gonyuelo then, asking about how to seal Guijang, right? SongSeoHaeng responded, yes, but it's too late. The Guijang was already devoured by Ryungwei. Samilso sent a regretful emoji. That's a pity, SongSeoHaeng. Where did you find this Guijang? That place must still have a lot of resentment and restless spirits. SongSeoHaeng answered, although I'm not entirely sure, the place where he appeared had a large number of vengeful spirits. There were many ghost soldiers and even more vengeful souls. Samilso, excited, asked, where are you now? SongSeoHaeng replied, I'm at Dui Thi La Tim Plaza. Samilso laughed, I'm not far from there. I'll be there in about an hour. SongSeoHaeng thought of the message from Master Bake and felt a bit lucky, thinking, it's fortunate that we found a solution so quickly. An hour later, Samilso arrived and greeted SongSeoHaeng with a smile. SongSeoHaeng waved back happily. Hello, SongSeoHaeng, Samilso greeted him. SongSeoHaeng thought, the one most knowledgeable in Buddhist methods for dealing with Gwimmel is Samilso. With him here, even if a horde of vengeful spirits attacks, there's nothing to fear. Samilso sensed the Guiji around and said, great, the place is filled with Guigi. It's so dense that it even gathers in the central area. If I can subdue all of it, I can restore the Buddha's pagoda powers and save a lot of time. He gave SongSeoHaeng a thumbs up, praising him. I don't know how to thank you enough. You've done me a great favor. SongSeoHaeng, feeling embarrassed, laughed, you've helped me a lot too. Samilso put his arm around SongSeoHaeng and said, don't worry about it. I'll definitely give you some good things. When you return home in a few days, we'll discuss the coordinates. I'll send you a transmission by flying sword. I'll give you the immovable diamond body technique. SongSeoHaeng was moved, thinking, the immovable diamond body technique from the Buddhist school is not easy to learn. Samilso then demonstrated a few basic moves. This is the basic technique, which can enhance your body's defense, and along with the basic technique, will help you easily advance to the first grade of the Dragon Gate. SongSeoHaeng watched and clapped in admiration. This technique is essential. Even if my foundation is lacking, it doesn't matter. This is really needed. Samilso continued, it's true that the strength of one's realm is more important than appearances. You've done well, SongSeoHaeng. We resolved the issue of the vengeful spirits and acquired a body refining technique from the Buddhist school. My luck is not bad today. SongSeoHaeng, feeling fortunate, thought, It's great that we resolved the problem with the vengeful spirits easily and obtained a body refining technique from Semilso. Today has been quite lucky. Semilso looked at the Gwigi enveloping the central area and said cheerfully, "Wow, this is prosperous. This entire group of vengeful spirits is enough for me to cultivate. There seem to be even more spirits further away. My divine skill will soon be perfected." Suddenly, a demon appeared and shouted, "Kill, kill, kill! Wipe out all living beings here." Semilso laughed, "Perfect, here it comes." He pulled out a long flag with some spells inscribed on it. Waving the flag, a large black hole appeared, sucking in all the Gwigi and demons. The demon screamed, "Run! We've encountered a high-level expert." It fled, dragging all the ghost soldiers with it. Semilso, delighted, laughed heartily, "Haha! We've captured all the ghost soldiers, and they retreated. Let's go after that demon." The two of them chased the demon to a canyon and landed. This must be their lair. How convenient, we don't have to search anymore. The demon burrowed underground. SongSeoHaeng asked, "How do we get in, Samil Suhuin?" Semilso smiled and replied, "Why go in? Let me use my heavenly eyes." He activated his divine ability, the celestial eyes, and found the entrance. He struck the ground with a punch, causing the entrance to collapse. Inside, there was a vast space filled with Gwigi and Gwimel. The demon, who had just returned, reported, "The Gwijang is stronger. The big boss is that human cultivator." The Gwijang responded, "No need to fear. Let's all attack together." A group of Gwijang charged towards Semilso. He grinned and said, "What luck! Another ghost commander. Haha, they even delivered it to my doorstep." Semilso waved his flag again, creating a vortex that sucked all the Gwijang into the flag. He was thrilled with the massive haul. SongSeoHaeng observed, "It seems this is the headquarters of the organization that has been destroying villages and using living people as sacrifices for vengeful spirits. Now, they've been eradicated. Truly, justice has been served." Semilso nodded, "Indeed, all debts are settled. It's just that the time for retribution has not yet come." SongSeoHaeng thought, if this was once a base of a group of cultivators, there might be valuable finds here. I didn't expect it. Semilso, using his celestial eyes, searched the area and soon found a wooden crate. There seems to be something over here. The two approached and opened the crate to find many black orbs inside. SongSeoHaeng, curious, asked, "What are these?" Semilso replied, "They are likely soul orbs from vengeful spirits. After death, except for exorcists, no one cares about these. They're useless." SongSeoHaeng picked up an orb and examined it. It seems they really are useless. Suddenly, Ryung Wei, who was inside SongSeoHaeng, emerged excitedly, calling for food. SongSeoHaeng was surprised. Ryung Wei wants to eat these. Could it be that these soul orbs can be used as food for Ryung Wei? He decided to test it and ate one. After consuming it, he was astonished to find that it tasted like chocolate. The two continued to search the crate. Another crate contained what appeared to be medicinal materials for refining Gyolden. SongSeoHaeng took a tool and inspected it, then said, "These are materials for refining Gyolden, right?" Semilso confirmed, "Yes, Yaksa Sr. taught you quite a bit. These are indeed the materials for Gyolden." SongSeoHaeng smiled and said, "Su Huin, I really need these materials. Can I take most of them?" Semilso, delighted, patted SongSeoHaeng's shoulder and laughed, "No need to be polite. You can take all these. I'm already very satisfied with the number of vengeful spirits I've captured." SongSeoHaeng responded, "Thank you, Su Huin. I won't be polite then." The two of them clasped hands to say goodbye. SongSeoHaeng said, "I'll lead first. With this haul, I'm eager to go and make some progress." SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, "Today has been extremely lucky. Not only did I manage to resolve the threat of Danju's subordinates smoothly, but I also obtained Gyolden materials. But why do I always feel like something's not right? Did I overlook something?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jian Meiktaju was riding a flying sword toward the Rashinsakusai area. Accompanying him was a person riding a large gourd. named Banho. Gyeong Maekdaju turned to Banho and said, Banho, I've fought with you many times, yet you're still willing to help me. I appreciate it. Banho immediately responded politely, Taju, if you have a need, I will certainly support you without hesitation. Gyeong Maekdaju laughed heartily. Great, with you as a 4th grade Yuwang helping me, I can secure Siusana Prayokde and obtain Hyul Sinwan. Banho, who was accompanying him, could only silently think, if it weren't for needing you to enter Muguk Majom, I wouldn't have been willing to assist. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng had returned home and was standing by the window, feeling uneasy. He thought, why am I so restless tonight? I recall today's luck was unusually good. Is it because of the blessings from Bak Sr.? He glanced at the message from Baekjeonja, thinking, this trip was so smooth it's infuriating. It seemed like everything I needed came right when I needed it. If it's really because of Bak Sr.'s blessing, then logically, where's the danger that comes with fortune? SongSeoHaeng imagined various scenarios. If it was a natural disaster, like a meteor shower falling from the sky while he was asleep and almost crushing him, or if it was a human calamity, like a powerful cultivator suddenly smashing him nearly to death. The more he thought about it, the more he felt uneasy. I feel like danger is approaching. If there's real danger, I should avoid involving my maternal grandfather's family. He quickly grabbed his sword and talismans, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and climbed out the window. Danju's tomb is a good place. No one would go there in the middle of the night. As he moved through the forest, the feeling of impending danger grew stronger. Is it a natural disaster or a human calamity? When he landed in an open area, SongSeoHaeng saw something falling from the sky towards him. It didn't look like a meteor, but a gigantic red gourd. He shouted, damn it, it's a human calamity. Dudu's fur seemed to sense the danger. It flew out from SongSeoHaeng and transformed into a large, powerful dog. The dog leaped to intercept the giant gourd, barking loudly to protect SongSeoHaeng. The giant gourd then flew back towards Banho, who was with Gyeong Maekdaju. Banho remarked, I didn't expect there to be a guardian beast. Gyeong Maekdaju replied, it's fine. This beast isn't its true form and won't be able to sustain itself for long. Gyeong Maekdaju instructed Banho, I'll hold it off, you capture that demon. He then performed a spell, creating a multitude of swords in the air. SongSeoHaeng looked at the giant gourd and thought, damn it, if this gourd doesn't call my name, I'm definitely not going to respond. Banho opened the gourd, using it to create a strong suction force to pull SongSeoHaeng inside. The gourd generated an extremely strong pulling force. SongSeoHaeng struggled to hold onto the nearby grass, but couldn't close his mouth under the gourd suction. Tears and drool were everywhere. He thought bitterly, what kind of gourd is this? It seems like not answering won't help. The pressure is overwhelming. I'm about to be sucked in. Dudu, who was further away, barked loudly, Gao, and ran towards SongSeoHaeng to assist. However, Dudu was blocked by the numerous swords created by Gyeong Maekdaju. Gyeong Maekdaju said, don't even think about getting through. Deal with me first. SongSeoHaeng, with all his might, pulled out the sword that Baekjeonja had given him, thinking, it's time to use this treasure. As he drew the sword, a targeting scope appeared in his view, aiming at the gourd. This targeting scope, did Bak Sin Ba get involved with this kind of tech after getting a computer? Banho, feeling a sense of fear, thought he needed to end things quickly. SongSeoHaeng, using the gourd suction, waited until he was at a suitable distance, then released the sword and shouted, emit. The sword pierced through Banho, severing his life force. Banho's eyes showed disbelief as his head drooped and he died instantly. However, the sword didn't stop, pulling Banho and the gourd up into the sky, through the ozone layer and into space, where they encountered astronauts. Gyeong Maekdaju, enraged, shouted, damn it! How dare you kill Banho, my only friend? SongSeoHaeng replied, your only friend? You really are a failure. Gyeong Maekdaju swung his sword in attack. You brat! Forget about Hyul Sinwan. I'm going to kill you. SongSeoHaeng immediately instructed Dudu. Stop him. Dudu leaped forward, swinging its claws, aiming to strike Gyeong Maekdaju. However, Jayam Mekteju quickly jumped away to avoid it. SongSeoHaeng felt proud. Dudu is still reliable in critical moments. He took out 2 talismans and prepared to attack. Dudu, at this crucial moment, I'll give him a strike. But suddenly, Dudu turned to SongSeoHaeng saying, I'm running out of energy. SongSeoHaeng panicked. What? He watched as Dudu gradually faded and collapsed. I was wrong. At crucial moments, Dudu is still unreliable. Gayam Mektaju saw this and sneered, ha ha ha, let's see who can save you this time. Gayam Mektaju then cast a spell and launched a sword straight at SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng used his high-level vision technique, feeling his arm move as slow as a turtle. He swung his fire-breaking sword to strike at the flying sword, thinking, it's too fast. Activating the sword talisman would be too late. I can only use the fire-breaking sword. An explosion sounded as SongSeoHaeng was blasted away. Jayam Mektaju's sword continued to chase him. Just as it was about to stab him, Ryungwi suddenly emerged from SongSeoHaeng, creating a shield. However, it couldn't block the sword's attack, shattering into pieces. SongSeoHaeng fell to the ground once again. Gayam Mektaju called his sword back, furiously saying to SongSeoHaeng, Sogwei, if you hand over Hyul Sinwan, I'll spare your life. He thought to himself, killing you would be too easy. I'll get Hyul Sinwan later. First, I'll make you experience thousands of kinds of suffering. You'll wish you were dead. SongSeoHaeng forced himself to stand up and sneered, haha, while internally admiring, a 4th-grade cultivator is indeed formidable. Even with all my strength, I can only take 1 hit from him. He sadly thought, I didn't expect I'd have to use this move after all. Although it's quite embarrassing, I have to use it when my life is on the line. With that thought, he raised his hand and shouted, Transform, Wol Nung Yam. Seeing this, Gayam Mektaju became tense. Transform. Could he have an ancient bloodline that allows him to transform into a powerful beast? On SongSeoHaeng's wrist, a 3D projection of a gourd character appeared, which then enveloped him in a chain of light. He shot up into the sky and quickly began to flee. Gayam Mektaju was momentarily stunned, then furiously shouted, Damn it, a transformation? He's running away. I won't let him escape. He immediately mounted his sword and chased after him. Think you can run away from me? Dream on. Meanwhile, Dudu was in a 7-seater car, moving along the road. It looked out the window and sighed. I didn't expect my dog fur would get activated. Looks like SongSeoHaeng is up against a powerful enemy. But it's alright. With 1,000 miles of flight technique, he won't die. I don't care about him. I need to worry about myself. The car arrived at a scrapyard, and when it stopped, a group of men with sticks came to greet them. One of the men said to another holding a stick, Chilja, that frog came to help a bit. Get the dog out of the car. Today, we'll deal with the dog. Tomorrow, we'll leave this area. The men responded, got it, and then moved to the back of the truck, unloading several crates containing captured dogs. Suddenly, a voice echoed from inside the truck, Ah, so you finally arrived at your place. They were startled and asked, Who's there? The back door of the truck was flung open, and Dudu strolled out from inside, walking on 2 legs. With eyes shining like car headlights, it said with a smile, Really, I've been sitting in that truck for so long it's been a pain. There were 4 people outside, and 7 more inside. Dudu continued, So this is the whole team. One of the bald men in the group was horrified, Am I going crazy? A Beijing dog is speaking human language. As they were stunned, Dudu pulled out a phone, dialed 113, and calmly said, Hello, is this the Gangnam University precinct? I've discovered the whereabouts of the dog thief gang at the Old Phoenix Road factory on the outskirts. Many poor puppies have been captured. Please come quickly to rescue them. The men stared in disbelief, as if their eyes might pop out. Damn, this dog can use the phone. A long-haired man nearby chuckled and complimented Dudu. You're so cute. The bald man yelled, Damn it, this dog is calling the police. Stop it right now. He stammered, Get it, get it. Dudu, hearing this, frowned and clarified. Although I am indeed a very beautiful Beijing dog, I was raised by the big idiot Huang Se. Dudu bared its teeth in a dangerous grin, then charged forward to scratch the faces of the dog thieves. They all cried out in pain and fell to the ground. 10 minutes later, the police arrived, looking at the group of dog thieves lying on the ground. Curious, they asked, who reported this? How did they manage to take down 10 people? It must be someone at the king level. One officer examined the injuries and remarked, "These injuries look like they were caused by a dog's claws." Dudu stood triumphantly on the rooftop of a nearby building, looking down with a smug smile. After finishing the task, it dusted off its clothes and disappeared. Somewhere in the southeast, among a series of rugged mountains, there were several strange magical circles scattered around. Wang Sanjingun appeared, grumbling, "It's been so long. Why is Unmu taking so long to break the seal? But this is my favorite solo act." He looked over at Baekjeonja and Dang Soju beside him and sighed. "Why did you two come here?" With that thought, he collapsed in despair. Wang Sanjingun approached Baekjeonja and asked, "Why did you suddenly come here today?" Baekjeonja replied, "Actually, I came here to find Yusongjeom. I didn't expect to run into you, Fellow Daoist. The thief who took Yusongjeom is preparing to rescue Unmudo Jang, who is currently suppressed here, so I came to wait for him." Wang Sanjingun felt regret and thought, "If I had known Baekjeonja would come, I would have released Unmudo Jang earlier." He looked at Baekjeonja's perfect beauty and thought, but then again, Baekjeonja's mysterious charm seems to have been retracted. Baekjeonja, glowing with a faint aura, said gently, "You guessed it correctly. I finally managed to control my aura a bit." Wang Sanjingun was stunned, thinking, "I only thought this in my mind, not saying it out loud." Baekjeonja smiled and said, "Wang Daoist, you always seem to show what you're thinking on your face." Wang Sanjingun was in a state of panic, thinking, "Is this mind reading?" Outwardly, he maintained a serious expression. Baekjeonja let out a soft laugh, then flicked his long hair and smiled, releasing his previously restrained charm. Wang Sanjingun and Dang Soju were captivated by Baekjeonja's beauty, unable to focus on anything else, their hearts racing uncontrollably. After a moment, Baekjeonja withdrew his charm and said with a smile, "How was that? Quite powerful, isn't it? I can now control it at will. In fact, I'm aware that many people in the group are secretly avoiding me, I just don't expose them." Wang Sanjingun stood there dazed, then forced a wry smile, thinking, compared to before, when Baekjeonja couldn't control his charm, he seems even more dangerous now. Meanwhile, in the sky, SongSeoHaeng was still flying, feeling exhausted. "How long has it been? Why am I not there yet?" he thought. More importantly, Jayam Maektajju was still chasing him, looking furious. Suddenly, SeoHaeng saw someone floating in front of him, a person with long red hair wielding a sword. SeoHaeng was surprised, thinking, "Why is there someone here? I hope I don't crash into them." Just then, SeoHaeng collided with the person, sending them flying forward. The person looked at him with wide eyes and asked, "Senior, what are you doing?" Gyeong Maektajju, enraged, shouted, "Where did Sogwi go? Take this sword strike from me." The flying sword of Gyeong Maektajju was aimed straight at SeoHaeng. Seeing this, the red-haired man performed a spell and waved his hand downwards, sending a lightning-like burst that shattered the flying sword, causing it to return to Gyeong Maektajju. The red-haired man smiled and said, "Junior, when you strike with your sword, you should aim carefully. Didn't your senior teach you this? Next time, aim properly. If you pull me into this again, don't blame me for being impolite." SongSeoHaeng continued to push Gyeong Maektajju forward, spinning around on his back. Gyeong Maektajju cursed inwardly, "It seems this person is not allied with Seosana Prayokdae. I just need to wait. Once Seosana Prayokdae's spell ends, I'll kill him with one strike." The teleportation spell surrounding SongSeoHaeng was weakening, and his speed was decreasing. SeoHaeng, with tears streaming and feeling disoriented, thought, "We're almost there. Are we close to Baek Senior?" Gyeong Maektajju, with a sneer, thought, "Finally, the spell is ending." SongSeoHaeng had flown into view of Baekjeonja's group, but his sight was blocked by the red-haired man, so he couldn't see Baekjeonja. Wang Sanjingun, noticing them, said, there's a figure approaching. Baekjeon just smiled. It's our junior SongSeoHaeng. Wang Sanjingun was surprised, noting, his current state seems off. SongSeoHaeng's head was spinning, his vision blurring as he neared the ground. After a while, both of them crashed to the ground. The cold-faced man was shocked and could hardly believe his eyes when he saw Baekjeon approaching. Baekjeon said, "So this is you SongJeom, huh? Not bad luck." The cold-faced man, seeing Baekjeon approaching, turned pale. Dudu looked at him, thinking, he's Wang Sanjingun. Wang Sanjingun was alarmed, thinking, Baekjeon has good luck. This is when the bad luck is about to happen. Suddenly, Jayong Maekdaju approached, roaring, "Sowe, do you think you can escape from me by hiding in the mist?" Haneljeom pointed to the sky and chanted a spell for summoning lightning. A Noyong, struck by the flying sword, descended rapidly. Wang Sanjingun snorted, "This is Mugukmejong's lightning spell." He then blew a spell towards the Noyong, causing it to dissipate into smoke. Jayong Maekdaju was terrified as his spell was easily shattered. Only a 6th grade Jingun could achieve such a feat. Quietly, he clenched the charm in his hand and cautiously asked, "Junior Mugukmejong, may I ask what your relationship with Seosana Prayokde is?" He thought to himself, with this protective charm, even a 6th grade Jingun can't stop me. Wang Sanjingun mumbled, "What is my relationship with him?" Then he recalled when he had his fortune read. At that time, it was said, in the sky, wishing to be a bird with wings, on the ground, wishing to be a tree with branches. Mutual affection. If it lasts long, why must it be together day and night? He replied calmly, "We are friends." Jayong Maekdaju cursed and without hesitation used the blood escape talisman. He needed to flee quickly. After activating the talisman, his body turned into a red mist and he swiftly flew away. Wang Sanjingun snorted. The blood escape magic is quite interesting. He was about to act, but Baekjeon moved first. Baekjeon raised his hand to the sky and waved, changing the surroundings into an expansive desert. Wang Sanjingun was startled. Baekjeon is playing it big now. The desert rapidly expanded, engulfing Jayong Maekdaju's blood mist. After flying for a while, Jayong Maekdaju landed and reverted to his original form. At this point, he had not yet seen his surroundings and was still laughing heartily, thinking, the blood mist wasn't even slightly damaged. Aside from some minor energy loss, everything else, including the flying sword and other treasures, is intact. He pointed to the sky, boasting, "It seems that even a 6th grade Jingun isn't that special." Only then did he look around and notice the surrounding yellow sand. He wondered, this place is surprisingly familiar. Why does it seem like I've seen it before? Recalling a few days prior, when the wooden puppet had entered SongSeoHaeng's house and landed in a desert. Encountering a young man in blue who shattered the puppet with a large hammer, he panicked, clutching his head. What is going on? The teleportation spell was supposed to ensure my escape. Suddenly, Baekjeon appeared behind Jayong Maekdaju and smiled. "I can't let you escape." Baekjeon stepped forward, ready to confront him. As Baekjeon, SongSeoHaeng, Dang Soju, and Wang Sanjingun moved away from the desert, the surroundings transformed back to a familiar landscape. Jayong Maekdaju suddenly realized and spoke to Baekjeon, "You're a 7th grade spirit lord." Baekjeon smiled and said, "You have a good eye." SongSeoHaeng confronted Jayong Maekdaju, asking, "Did young Master Haedang send you?" Jayong Maekdaju retorted angrily, "Haedang, that guy has no right to command me." SeoHaeng responded, "It's not in line with young Master Ha's style. It seems you came here on your own to steal Hyulsanwan." Then, turning to Baekjeon, he requested, "Senior, could you help imprison him?" Baekjeon smiled and agreed, "No problem." With a wave of his hand, Jayong Maekdaju collapsed, unable to move. Baekjeon then retracted the desert and asked SongSeoHaeng, "How do you plan to handle him?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "I think someone from Gun Yulho might be very interested in him." He pulled out his phone and called. On the other end, a voice answered, "Hello, SeoHaeng, what's up?" SongSeoHaeng responded, "Senior Chill, I've captured a Muguk Mahjong disciple. Are you interested in coming over? The voice on the other end laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, a Muguk Mahjong disciple? I'm very interested. I'll come right over. SongSeoHaeng then asked, can I inquire about Asipyuk's current condition? Before he could finish, the line went dead. SongSeoHaeng remarked, Senior Echil is really hot-tempered. Wang Sanjinggun patted SeoHaeng on the shoulder and said, SeoHaeng, are you interested in Sosi Asipyuk? She's quite a remarkable young lady. If you improve your strength, you might be able to become her partner. SeoHaeng, flustered, waved his hands and said, No, it's nothing like that. I've only met Asipyuk a few times. I just wanted to know how she's doing since she's been severely injured. Wang Sanjinggun reassured him, Don't worry, Chivan has Osi. She's much stronger than you think. Asipyuk's injuries are not a problem. He then asked, By the way, how has Dudu been these days? Has he caused you a lot of trouble? SeoHaeng waved his hand again. Not at all. Dudu has actually helped me quite a bit. Wang Sanjinggun, placing an arm around SeoHaeng in a friendly manner, said, Don't be so modest. I know what Dudu is like. Rest assured, after this is all over, I'll give you double the red envelopes. SeoHaeng, feeling a bit awkward, replied, Thank you very much, Senior. Wang Sanjinggun then pulled SeoHaeng aside and whispered something to him. Recently, I told you to look at the photos of the Seonja in the group. Are you still looking? SongSeoHaeng responded, Yes, I looked at Yeo Jisonja's selfie once. Wang Sanjinggun continued, What do you think about Baekjeonja? SeoHaeng smiled and said, Very good. Ah, they talk happily with everyone in the group, and are a senior who takes good care of juniors. Wang Sanjinggun angrily shouted, I'm not asking about that. I'm asking if you think Baekjeonja is good-looking. SongSeoHaeng honestly replied, Yes, they are attractive. I imagine Jonda shining. Once, I felt that Baekjeonja was the most beautiful person in the world. Wang Sanjinggun felt worried and thought to himself, SongSeoHaeng's thoughts are a bit dangerous. Should I keep my distance from him? After thinking, he moved 10 meters away from SeoHaeng. SeoHaeng asked, puzzled, Senior Hwang-san, why did you suddenly move so far away from me? Are you thinking about something inappropriate? Wang Sanjinggun quickly denied, No, nothing like that. I just passed gas, so it's better to keep a little distance. SeoHaeng thought incredulously, Senior, are you kidding me? At your level of skill, you still pass gas. If you're going to lie, at least make it believable. At this moment, Senior Baek approached. The cold man with red hair was still sitting on the ground, trembling. Baekjeonja said, Hello, trembling man. The man replied, Hello, Senior. Baekjeonja smiled and said, Ah, you don't have to be so serious. I have no intention of hurting you. It's just that the Usong you're holding is mine. You took it when I was in seclusion. Now that I'm out, it's time to take back the Usong. The man was stunned. During seclusion? Then, as if recalling something, Baekjeonja continued, Yes, back then, I had a secret technique that turned me into a statue-like state. I still remember you moved me out of the cave and then buried me back. The man suddenly understood and respectfully knelt down, raising the Usong toward Baekjeonja, saying, returning the item to its original owner. Baekjeonja took back the sword and left handsomely. SeoHaeng asked, The sword has been retrieved. Do you need anything else? If not, let's go back. Baekjeonja replied, If you're not in a hurry, could you wait for Senior SongSeoHaeng to arrive? The cold man suddenly spoke up, Senior, may I ask you a question? Baekjeonja smiled and said, Sure, go ahead. Blushing, the man hesitantly asked, Senior, are you a woman disguised as a man? Baekjeonja gently smiled and replied, If that makes you feel better, then sure, I will answer like that. Do you believe it? He paused for a moment, then laughed loudly and flew away. Wang Sanjinggun put his arm around SongSeoHaeng's shoulder and whispered, You saw it, right? Don't become like him. Think more about the girls or look at the Seonya's photos more often. SongSeoHaeng smiled wryly and said, Senior. In the distance, the mountains echoed with a rumbling sound. Wang San Jinggun spoke. It seems that Unmu is about to break free from his seal. Big Jonja asked SongSeoHaeng, "How was your trip to the relics?" SongSeoHaeng scratched his head and smiled. "If you want to talk about smooth, it was indeed very smooth. I also collected enough guild and herbs." Wang San Jinggun was surprised and thought, could it be that SongSeoHaeng really has good fortune? Such continuous luck is very much like Bake Jonja. Bak Senior smiled and said, "Although Gi Yolden helped speed up cultivation, it still takes a year. Actually, if your luck is even better." SongSeoHaeng frantically waved his hands. No. Although this time was quite lucky, I was also chased by 2 4th-rank cultivators and almost ended up on an altar. Bak Senior's golden mouth opened. Who knows what might happen next? Bak Senior continued, "I remember that the cultivation world has a special stone that can rapidly speed up the cultivation of 1st-rank cultivators." Wang San Jinggun suddenly remembered, "I also recall that. The stone is considered an enlightenment stone by the cultivation world. Just sitting beside it can help you comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao and easily break through bottlenecks." SongSeoHaeng was distraught. "It's over. Bak Senior has spoken." Bake Jonja continued, "If you could get that special stone, you might be able to quickly break through the 3 apertures of nose, ears, and mouth and directly advance to the 2nd rank." SongSeoHaeng, panicked, waved his hands. "No way. I don't have such good fortune." He felt horrified, as if meteors from the sky were about to crush him. He held his head and thought, "I hope Bak Senior's blessing doesn't work. Otherwise, I might be crushed by falling meteors at any time." While the 3 were talking, Unmu's seal finally appeared. The sealed stone shattered with a rumbling sound. Wang San Jinggun laughed. "Unmo, you really made me wait too long." A figure broke through the seal, shattering the stone and rushing out. "Haha, I have finally escaped." He raised his hand to the sky, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha." He even sang a song. "Once the seal is broken, I'll rob Wang Zan's house clean." Wang San Jinggun's face darkened, and an eerie silence fell over the atmosphere. He smiled coldly and said, "It seems it's time for him to experience the latest upgraded version of the 5-finger mountain sealing technique. This time, I'll seal him to death, ha." Unmu, who was flying in the sky, suddenly shivered. "Why does my heart beat faster as soon as I leave seclusion? Could it be Wang San has set up more traps?" He then drew his flying sword and flew away quickly, not forgetting to sing, "I want to follow the wind," wielding my sword across 5,000 miles, chopping off heads like cutting chicken necks. Seeing him fly away, SongSeoHaeng turned to Jinggun and asked, "Aren't you going to catch him and seal him again?" Wang San Jinggun laughed sinisterly. He, no rush. If I catch and seal him now, it would be too easy for him. Let him enjoy the world's splendor and beauty first, then suppress him. He will wish for death." SongSeoHaeng shivered in fear. Wang San Jinggun laughed like a devil and continued, "Besides, this time, I've secretly done something to him. He won't escape my observation." SongSeoHaeng was terrified and thought it best not to offend Wang San. Otherwise, it would be terrible. He hoped Unmu would be happy, but then, SongSeoHaeng's loud laughter echoed, Ha, SongSeoHaeng my friend." Seeing Bak Senior and Wang San Jinggun, he stiffened and respectfully landed, greeting them. "Greetings, Senior Wangsan and Senior Bake." Jinggun replied, "A chill, long time no see." A chill felt annoyed, thinking, "I forgot SongSeoHaeng was with Senior Bake." SongSeoHaeng pointed to Gyeong Mektaju, who was immobilized, and said, "Senior Achil, the rain has come quickly. This is Muguk Mejong's disciple, caught by Senior Bake." Achil approached Gyeong Mektaju and said to SongSeoHaeng, "Thank you again, my friend SongSeoHaeng." He then searched Taju, pulling out a few bottles and miscellaneous items, temporarily sealing them before handing them to SongSeoHaeng. "These items on him, you can keep. Once I've dealt with this guy and his subordinates, they'll be ownerless, and you can use them freely." SongSeoHaeng accepted them, replying, "Thank you, Senior Achil." Achil then flew away, leaving a message, "SongSeoHaeng, my friend, take care. When Byul Sil Sanji 6 Anian takes place, I'll come find you again." See you all later. SongSeoHaeng watched Achil fly away and sighed, Senior Achil sure is fast. I didn't even get to ask how Asipyuk is doing. Baekjeonja drew his flying sword and laughed. Ha ha, Achil is still very impatient. SongSeoHaeng, it's time for us to head back as well. SongSeoHaeng replied, all right, let's go then. Senior Hwangsan, we're taking our leave. Hwangsan Jinggun waved goodbye. Take care of Dudu for a few more days. Once I catch and seal Unudo Jang, I'll come and take Dudu back. SongSeoHaeng responded, okay, Senior, I'll let Dudu know. The two of them then flew off on their flying swords, and Hwangsan Jinggun also departed. Dang Soju was left standing there, feeling abandoned. Has everyone left? Am I free now? She cried silently, feeling an unexpected sense of dissatisfaction. I will definitely come back. As SongSeoHaeng sat on the flying sword with Baekjeonja, he trembled and thought, why do my legs feel weak out of habit? Is it a side effect from the last time I jumped off a cliff? Suddenly, his phone rang. SongSeoHaeng answered, hello. On the other end, Toba's voice said, SongSeoHaeng, where are you? I just went into your room, and you're not there. SongSeoHaeng made up a story. Oh, I just went out to buy some cigarettes. I'll be back soon, don't worry. Toba sounded surprised. Since when did you start smoking? Wait, have you been kidnapped? Do you need me to call for help? SongSeoHaeng was speechless. Your imagination is wild, you could break the sky. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Toba replied, okay, hurry back. I'm waiting for you. SongSeoHaeng nervously spoke to Baekjeonja. Senior Baek, could you take me to the market first? Baekjeonja smiled and replied, no problem. Give me the address, and I'll take you there on a different flying sword. Recalling the previous cliff-jumping incident, SongSeoHaeng hesitantly asked, Senior Baek, can't you accompany me to the market for a bit? He was worried, thinking about riding the flying sword alone and unsure of what might happen. If Senior Baek was with him, he could at least ensure his safety. Baekjeonja suddenly pouted and said, I'm in a bad mood all of a sudden. Even though I've suppressed my aura, SongSeoHaeng acted like he was trying to avoid me, fleeing as if for his life. SongSeoHaeng was shocked. Why am I getting blamed for Senior Achil's actions? Baekjeonja then handed SongSeoHaeng a different golden flying sword. Climb on, he instructed. The address is Duithi Market, Lactin Square, house number 54. But Senior Baek, will I be all right? Baekjeonja reassured him, rest assured, you'll be fine. All right, coordinates set. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword took off with SongSeoHaeng on it, leaving behind his terrified screams. SongSeoHaeng clung tightly to the sword, tears streaming as he thought, Senior Baek, even if this is just a messenger sword, you should at least give me some protective barrier. I'm a person, not an object. Trying this out myself, I've not only developed a fear of heights, but also a fear of speed. Meanwhile, Toba stood in the garden, staring at his phone. Where on earth did SongSeoHaeng go? Should I call the police? A while later, a trembling SongSeoHaeng stepped through the front gate. Toba, I'm back. Toba rushed over, pinching SongSeoHaeng's cheek. You jerk, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep? Where did you go? SongSeoHaeng laughed awkwardly. Ha, I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. He inwardly sighed, can you not be so rough? I'm exhausted. Toba then jumped onto SongSeoHaeng's back, chattering, I was worried about you. But now go to bed early. We're heading back to Gangnam tomorrow. He then sang a few songs. SongSeoHaeng, legs shaking, thought miserably, what's with all the singing? I'll just pretend nothing happened. The next morning, the ghost soldiers had all been subdued, and the elderly villagers were slowly recovering their spirits. Toba's grandfather saw them off, saying, if you're good, remember to let us know so we can send you some. Remember to come back and visit. As they drove away, SongSeoHaeng remarked, what a beautiful sunny day. The past few days were dangerous, but we got through it. When they arrived back, SongSeoHaeng carried a box of yangmai into the house. Upon entering, he called out, Senior Baek, Dudu, I'm back. He stepped inside and was stunned. everything had been redecorated. Did I enter the wrong house, he wondered. Baekjeonjae emerged from a room, laughing. Ha ha ha, SongSeoHaeng. How do you like the new decorations? SongSeoHaeng smiled and replied, they're beautiful, but thought, Senior Baek must have felt guilty for mastering the principles of household electronics, and decided to redecorate everything. Actually, this house belongs to Yaksa, so it's not really useful to me. But I shouldn't tell Senior Baek that. Placing the box of yangmi on the table, SongSeoHaeng turned to Baekjeonja and said, right, Senior. This is a gift from my hometown. Please try it. Baekjeonja took a fruit and tasted it. After finishing, he nodded approvingly. SongSeoHaeng smiled and said, we picked these ourselves. Next time, if you have time, I'll take you there. Once the summer vacation comes, I can show you around the country. Baekjeonja agreed, sure, and there are also flights. In a few days, we'll go to school. SongSeoHaeng laughed and responded, ha ha ha, no problem. He thought to himself, before school starts, should I ask Hwang-san for an astronaut suit? I'm worried that Baek might get the urge to fly into space with the plane. While the two were talking, Dudu suddenly jumped in from somewhere. SongSeoHaeng heard. I heard you met Hwang-san the other day. SongSeoHaeng replied, yes, I met Hwang-san Jingun. Dudu jumped up and grabbed him, with eyes sparkling, and asked, did Hwang-san the fool say when he would come to pick me up? SongSeoHaeng took Dudu and replied, Jingun said he'll come to pick you up in a few days after he captures and seals Unmudo Jang. Dudu made a sulky face and said, he's going after that Unmu fool again. Hwang-san really doesn't need me, does he? SongSeoHaeng could only respond with a sigh. Dudu then jumped down and said, all right, enough about Hwang-san the fool. You didn't go online yesterday. What happened in the group? SongSeoHaeng replied, yesterday, my phone ran out of battery, and I forgot to bring the charger when I went out. Dudu chided, when Yaksa comes back in a few days, you should learn the charging technique from him. SongSeoHaeng laughed bitterly and said, haha, okay. He then looked at the computer to see what had happened in the senior group. The first message was from Ryungjapto Uioja. Senior SongSeoHaeng, are you there? I finally synchronized with Ryungwei. It seems you're having a break. Let's find a chance to visit the Mystic Island. Bukatane replied, oh, Uioja, good job. You synchronized with Ryungwei in just a few days. Uioja wants to go to the Mystic Island too. Samrang and I just made plans to explore the island. Do you want to join us? SongSeoHaeng read the messages and felt confused. Wait, something's not right. The three of Buka's group went to the Mystic Island 20 days ago. How come it's now becoming a plan to visit? Did they lose their memory? Uioja sent a long string of question marks. Waldo Samrang replied, Uioja, do you want to join us? You're very welcome. On the other hand, you can tell Ryungjaptonja that the three of us will definitely protect you well to make him 100% at ease. Goho Wanjingun continued, if Uioja wants to go, let's meet somewhere. We'll prepare a set of equipment for you so you won't have to worry about memory loss. Wangzan Jingun then asked Samrang, don't look at the date. Tell me what today's date is. Fanatic Samrang replied, it's June 17th. Wangsan Jingun responded, today is actually July 8, 2019, and added a sticker that said there was nothing more to say. Goho Wanjingun was shocked. Why is it July 8, 2019? Jap Weibiok Wang said, there's a problem. Xiao and Dongju and Dong Weisensa also agreed. Chilsang Bu Buju added, and it's a big problem. You three have more memory loss than the two associates with Yaksa. They only lost their memories before setting out. Yaksa continued, moreover, the three of you, after coming out from the island, never appeared on any beach, but went straight back to your residence. I want to know if you three, after losing your memory, were in a state of sleepwalking back to your residence. Linking to the island, Uioja placed a hand on their chest in shock and thought, the three senior experts lost their memories. If I went to the Mystic Island, would I lose my memory directly, as if I were just born? Huiwoljiosa then commented in the group, aren't you all taking various measures to cope with memory loss? Check all kinds of magical techniques, and modern devices you've used to see what you did on the Mystic Island. Bukatane said he was looking into it, but that all kinds of magic had lost effectiveness. Waldo Sumrang added, even the scout dummies have become ineffective. The images inside are all blacked out. Samrang fell into deep thought. Goho Wanjingun spoke up. The camera, on the other hand, has some pictures. He then sent several photos to the group. The first photo was of Buka and Samrang's faces when they discovered the Mystic Island and were preparing to enter. The next was a rather blurry image of the island, showing a lake and forest with no useful information. The final photo showed Bukatane looking dazed and Samrang appearing groggy, as if sleepy. Baekjeonja, while eating the juju fruit, looked at the messages and exclaimed, interesting. SongSeoHaeng, surprised, asked, Senior Baek, are you also interested in the Mystic Island? Baekjeonja stuffed a few juju fruits into his mouth, chewing with his cheeks puffed up, looking very adorable, which made SongSeoHaeng feel flustered. Senior Baek, you look so cute like this, SongSeoHaeng exclaimed. Baekjeonja spat out a bunch of seeds and said, I'm indeed interested in the Mystic Island, but I've looked for it 3 or 4 times already and always ended up lost. I couldn't find the island no matter how hard I tried. Eventually, I gave up searching. SongSeoHaeng thought to himself, if Senior Baek couldn't find the island, maybe it's due to some luck attribute of his causing trouble. The group chat continued with new messages. Wang Zanjinggun asked, are there no other clues? Bukatane replied, I only have a few images and short camera clips. Basically, it's the same as before, just with a different angle. Samrang expressed his horror, I'm the same as Buka. It's like encountering a ghost. I don't have any memories left, and I didn't even notice anything. Cao Ho then asked Yaksa, have you figured out the cause of the memory loss for the 2 seniors and their companions? Yaksa responded, I found out that the 2 seniors and their companions actively signed something similar to a contract with a certain powerful individual. Then they sealed their own memories. If nothing unexpected happens, your situation will be the same. If you have time, come over and I'll check you out. Cao Ho asked again, is there any way to unlock the seal now? Yaksa said, there's no way. Toji Chu the contract, certain conditions need to be met. What these conditions are, no one knows except for you. Forcing the seal might damage your memories. Wang Zanjinggun continued, Yaksa, look into any possible methods to handle memory loss. For now, do you have any gains from the Mystic Island trip? Bukatane, with a pained expression, said, I checked earlier. I only have 2 pieces of Soryancho in my pocket. It's a total loss. Goho Guanjingen also expressed his disappointment. I got an additional piece of good quality hanthep, better than the usual kind. Samrang, what about you? Windo Samrang fell into thought. Dong Weisunsa messaged Samrang, don't tell me you didn't get anything. Before you went to the Mystic Island, the Celestial Master calculated a fortune for you, and your luck was decent. You should have gained something. Samrang chuckled and asked, where is the Celestial Master now? He was told, I'm currently in Huabi, doing fortune-telling. Samrang replied, got it. I'll go find the Celestial Master right away. SongSeoHaeng nodded in agreement as he read the messages. I decided, SongSeoHaeng declared, I absolutely won't go to the Mystic Island. I must persuade Ueoja to forget about the idea of going to the Mystic Island. Suddenly, Baekjeonja smiled and said, actually, I really hope you go and search for the Mystic Island. Perhaps you might bring back some memories. Baekjeonja's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving SongSeoHaeng stunned. He tried to comfort himself, thinking that Baekjeonja must have just said it casually, and it didn't count as a blessing from him. SongSeoHaeng then messaged in the chat group, Ueoja couldn't be online yesterday. If you want to find a place to venture, we can choose another location. Any place other than the Mystic Island is fine. I have 2 months of summer vacation. He also messaged SongSeoHaeng. Senior Chill, is your injury feeling any better now? You left so quickly last time that I didn't get a chance to ask you. Chill replied with a laugh, ha. Thank you for your concern. SongSeoHaeng Asapyuk is much better now. Bukatane asked if there was anything he could help with. Achille honestly replied, yes. If anyone has any dragon bone dry, please contact me. With this medicinal material, Esipiuk's injury could recover more smoothly. Bukatane expressed his regret. Dragon bone dry isn't common nowadays. Achille laughed, it's not too troublesome. As long as it's dragon bone material and has grown dragon bone dry, it will do. Buka replied, if it's just dragon material, there is a chance to obtain dragon bone dry. I'll ask some friends, perhaps they might have it. SongSeoHaeng read the message and sighed, I'm just a beginner cultivator. I don't even know what dragon bone dry is, let alone where to find it. Baekjeonja patted his shoulder to comfort him. Don't think too much about your cultivation level. Everyone must practice step by step. Don't get stuck in a dead end that could become a mental barrier. SeoHaeng nodded in agreement. In the group chat, everyone was still discussing. Bukatane said, by the way, the Cultivator Daily Report is coming out today. Byeolsil Seonji and Siksan are preparing. Are there any extra slots available? I drool every time I think about it. Keoho replied about the slots. Achille over at Cheon Hasosi probably has some. Wangsan Jinggun will also have some. I'm not sure about the others. I only have one slot this year, no extra. Buka then called out to Achille, Achille, do you have any extra slots? Achille sincerely responded, not many, I've given them away. Buka then asked Jingen, Jingen, do you have many slots? Wangsan Jinggun replied, not many. This year I only have one slot, Bukatane said. Aside from me, the most I can bring is Dudu. Many others in the group don't have any slots either. Byeolsil Seonji has reduced the number of available slots this year. Most people only have one slot this year. Bukatane felt completely defeated. I still wanted to meet Byeolsil Seonji. And is there something missing from the menu this year? If not, I can donate ingredients for the cooking. Wangsan Jinggun replied, it's still a bit early for the menu. The major clans and sects have just started supplying ingredients. Wait until they provide enough. If something is missing, just prepare a bit more. Samrang added, prepare more, Buka. If Byeolsil Seonji doesn't need it, you can sell it to me at a discounted price. Bukatane, happy, chased him away. SongSeoHaeng, seeing the messages, curiously asked Baekjeonja, it seems that Sikshamion is really special. Baekjeonja replied, yes. Sikshamion is great. After eating it, not only does it increase cultivation and lifespan, it can also enhance physical strength and potential. It has many benefits and tastes very good. SeoHaeng asked, will you also participate later, Buck Sr.? Baekjeonja responded, I participated 400 years ago, but since I refused Byeolsil Sami's request for dual cultivation, she no longer sends me an invitation. SongSeoHaeng was stunned, imagining the rival of Byeolsil Seonji, and thought sadly that getting Sikshanion in the future might not be easy. At Cheonaeyunya, there was a large basketball court surrounded by walls with prominent signs reading, using ki and spiritual power to play basketball is disgraceful. We only use our bodies to play basketball. Excerpt from Master Tong Myanji. The basketball court of Cheonaeyunya had high monks playing basketball joyfully, surrounded by cheers and encouragement. Another one, no. Big brother, your ball was taken away. Brother, keep it up. So cool. A high monk leaped up and grabbed the ball, with loud cheers echoing around. Wow, amazing. Quick, bow to Samuel, the senior monk. Samuel, go for it. Samuel, the monk, seized the ball and quickly advanced. Suddenly, he heard a call from outside. Senior Samuel, the Seosana Prayokde you asked me to keep an eye on is online now. Samuel smiled. Ah, that kid finally came online. He then jumped high, spun in mid-air, and slammed the ball into the basket. The crowd cheered. Wow, so cool. Samuel Sr. is amazing. Samuel smiled, stretching his shoulders, and thought to himself, I was nearly injured just now. Can't use spiritual power for this kind of show-off. It's too exhausting. I need to get the master to build a court where we can use spiritual energy. That way, I can play more vigorously. He took out his phone and messaged SongSeoHaeng, SeoHaeng, You're online now. I called you yesterday, but you didn't answer. Are you with Bake Jonja now? SongSeoHaeng replied, Sorry, Samuel Sr. My phone was dead yesterday. I just got home, and Bak Sr. is here with me. Samuel laughed, Ha ha, have Bake Jonja help me with positioning. I'll use a flying sword to send you a message. It's a diamond body technique that helps with cultivation. SongSeoHaeng responded, Got it. I'll tell Bake Sr. By the way, Samuel Sr., do you have a method for using the charging technique? Samuel replied, Charging technique? I remember it's in the 9 continents' top cultivation methods. SongSeoHaeng thanked him and then turned to Bake Jonja. Samuel Sr. wants to send a message using a flying sword. Can you help him with the positioning? SongSeoHaeng glanced at Bake Jonja, who was munching on some fruit, and thought, Bak Sr. really seems to enjoy eating this fruit. Bake Jonja stuffed a few fruits into his mouth, chewed, and spat out the seeds. He then said with a smile, Samuel? He's a disciple of Tong Ion. Time really flies. A few hundred years ago, he was just a novice. SongSeoHaeng was astonished. A novice? At 1.9 meters tall? The two went outside. Bake Jonja pointed to the sky and stood still, transmitting the message to determine the location. Samuel did the same. A young disciple arrived, holding a black sword with both hands, and said, Senior, the flying sword for the message has been borrowed from the master. The two went into Bake Jonja's house. Bake Jonja said, It'll take about 4 years for the message to reach us. SongSeoHaeng thanked him, and then searched for the charging technique on his computer. He wondered why Dudu didn't mention it. He opened the group chat space and rummaged through the data. Eventually, he found it under the title. Still worried about running out of battery while going out? Tired of your phone dying just when you're on an adventure? Here's a one-time charging technique to ease your worries. SongSeoHaeng sighed, Samrang, why did you use such a title? No wonder I overlooked this minor spell before. As I scrolled down and read the details, my face paled more and more. After a while, I gave up and sighed, feeling overwhelmed and dizzy. The specialized terminology for cultivation techniques was completely incomprehensible. This spell clearly wasn't meant for beginners. I remembered Bake Jonja and felt relieved. No problem, I have Bak Sr. to help me. I turned to Bake Jonja and asked, Bak Sr., I have a minor spell for charging here, but I don't understand it. Could you help me? Bake Jonja came over to look, leaning in close to the computer, making SongSeoHaeng's face turn red. After reading for a while, Bake Jonja stood up and said, Let me try it out. I'll learn it and then teach you later. By the way, someone called yesterday saying that Huang Senjingdan has arranged all the vehicles. We can pick them up and complete the contract whenever we're free. SongSeoHaeng's heart was still racing as if it wanted to jump out of his chest. He replied, All right, no problem. After we pick up the vehicles, we should head home. Otherwise, my mom will worry even more. Also, I really want my family to taste the spiritual tea to improve their health. 2 hours later, Yueoja messaged in the group chat, Siosena Prayukte Senior. The mysterious island is too mysterious. It's not suitable for us. Today, I found a treasure map from my father's journal. It looks very interesting. Senior SongSeoHaeng, let's go treasure hunting. Bukatane responded, A treasure map, huh? That's great. Young people should go out and explore. It's good to support Yueoja's enthusiasm. As a father, it's really not easy. I'm afraid the treasure's location will also be quite difficult to find. Over at Yueoja's place, Ryongyup Chonja was whispering on the phone with someone, saying, Make sure to follow my instructions. Set up the treasure location as soon as possible. Don't make it too easy for Yueoja to find, but don't make it too complicated either. Let Yueoja find the treasure. On the other end of the line was a young man with blue hair and blue clothes, lounging on a cherry blossom tree, responding lazily, All right, master. It's so annoying to have to be so meticulous. I just want to be lazy, but it's so difficult. SongSeoHaeng sighed with relief after reading the messages, thanking the heavens. Yueoja had given up on the mysterious island. I wondered if I had just escaped a disaster. I messaged in the group, I have 2 months of summer vacation and free time. Just let me know when Yueoja is ready to go. Yuioja replied, got it. I'll finish up some tasks, organize my gear, and then we'll head out. Right, Senior SongSeoHaeng, Yuioja said. I've personally picked some spiritual tea leaves. Once I've processed them, give me your address, and I'll send some to you. SongSeoHaeng responded, thank you so much, Yuioja. He'd often thought that Yuioja had taken care of him for a long time, and it was only right to reciprocate when given the chance. Suddenly, Dudu sent a message in the group chat, Wang-san, when are you going to pick me up? Wang-san Jinggun replied, I'm on my way. Dudu then threatened, if you don't pick me up within half a month, I'll turn that divine bow into a sieve. Wang-san Jinggun immediately broke into a cold sweat. Dudu continued, also, I want a driver's license. Wang-san Jinggun told him to stop causing trouble and asked, what kind of license are you talking about? Dudu defiantly replied, I don't care. Right now, I'm with Baekjeonja, and SongSeoHaeng has a driver's license too. If I don't have one, isn't that a bit outdated? Anyway, you have to get me a license. Wang-san Jinggun was speechless, and then there was a system notification. Dudu the Great has been muted by group leader Wang-san Jinggun for 1 day. Dudu angrily huffed and said, you think muting me will solve anything? If I can't chat in the group, I'll just message privately. Wang-san the fool. Dudu then found Wang-san Jinggun's name and sent him a private message. I want to drive. Will you agree to it or not? Wang-san Jinggun replied, stop messing around. You're just a Pekingese dog. How can you learn to drive? Dudu was furious and retorted, damn Wang-san the fool. Even if I'm a Pekingese dog, I have claws. I can grasp the steering wheel and press the pedals. I've been studying driving theory for days and I remember all the traffic rules. I can do it. SongSeoHaeng, watching Dudu furiously type, thought to himself that a Pekingese driving would definitely scare everyone. Wang-san Jinggun resolutely responded, in any case, the answer is no. When you can condense your demon core and transform, then we can talk about driving lessons. Until then, forget it. Dudu, dissatisfied, angrily cursed, you idiot Wang-san. If you keep this up, I'll kick you out of the group and never let you in again. Dudu stopped, then looked up at the sky, his face filled with frustration. He thought, Wang-san the fool, you're forcing me to unleash my big move. He then laughed maniacally, hey, he. Dudu furiously typed on the computer, tapping away. He sent a message to Yeoji. Sister Yeoji, why are you messaging me privately? Dudu then replied, yes, I'm here to report Wang-san's bullying. I feel wronged. He also sent a crying emoji. Dudu took a screenshot of the chat with Wang-san Jinggun, though he deleted several lines where he cursed Wang-san Jinggun. Yeoji Sonya was furious. Wang-san Jinggun is really something, treating you like this. Dudu, just wait and see, I'll get justice for you. Dudu expressed his frustration externally, thinking, when will this endless cycle of grievances end? It's so unnecessary. Internally, however, he was gleeful. SongSeoHaeng, reading this, couldn't believe it and thought, I feel like I will definitely never keep any magical pets in the future. Elsewhere, on top of Mahupong at Mugukmejom, young Master Haedang was meditating quietly. Jiao Nian, beside him, was practicing swordsmanship, sweating profusely from repeated practice. Suddenly, Achima Gun's true form appeared as a small cloud of black smoke, with 2 eyes. It said, Gaiam Make is done for. Young Master Haedang was surprised. I remember the master had given him a blood-skinning talisman. With such a high-level talisman, how could he not escape? He must have encountered a truly formidable opponent. Jiao Niang stopped his sword practice and asked, was Gaiam Make careless, not having a chance to use the talisman, or was he captured forcefully? Achima Gun replied, Gaiam Make wasn't careless this time. He went to deal with Siusana Prayakte, and even brought Banho the Daoist along. At that moment, Siusana Prayakte was alone, which was a good opportunity to handle him. Zhao Niang asked, Banho the Daoist? Isn't he the famous Sansu? What's with the gourd he has? Achima Gun continued, but that Banho the Daoist, who we found troublesome, was killed by Seosana Prayoktae in one strike. His corpse was shot away somewhere. However, after using the talisman, Seosana Prayoktae had no more resistance left. But Gyeong Make was using all his strength to chase him, and my clone couldn't keep up. Jong Myung assessed, Seosana Prayoktae has many powerful friends and several kinds of talismans on him. Gyeong Make, after all, isn't very bright and was unprepared. Achima Gun added, what happened next, I'm not sure. Not long after, I received an SOS. Gyeong Make was captured by SongSeoHaeng and brought back to Cheona Sosi headquarters. Young Master Haedang smiled and said, it's fine. Gyeong Make knew little about the situation. He warned the branch members to run quickly. Achille's combat power is at the top of the 5th rank. No branch can handle his wrath. Achima Gun remarked that it was predictable. You shouldn't have chosen SongSeoHaeng. Young Master Haedang smiled and replied, actually, I'm quite lucky to have chosen Achille as a target. With him putting pressure on me, I can develop faster. Having said that, he left casually. Achima Gun looked after him and cursed, what a lunatic. 2 hours later, at SongSeoHaeng's location, he watched as Baekjeonja ate more and more of the candied jujube fruit, spitting out the seeds. Baekjeonja really likes these candied jujube fruits, SeoHaeng thought. Originally, there were 2 big barrels, and after finishing them, he bought several more. After finishing, Baekjeonja licked his fingers and said, the message sword is almost here. Let's go receive it. SeoHaeng blushed and replied, okay. The two went outside. Baekjeonja raised a finger to the sky, and a beam of light flashed from it. Soon, a sword appeared in the sky, flying towards them. It seemed to SongSeoHaeng that he heard a familiar mournful wail from the sword. The frequency of the sound was quite familiar. As the sword approached, he saw a figure on it. Trembling, SongSeoHaeng said, Baekjeonja, is there something wrong with my eyes? I see a monk on the sword. Baekjeonja responded calmly, yes, there is a monk on the sword. SongSeoHaeng panicked and asked, Baekjeonja, is that monk the sword's spirit? He answered, no, you're overthinking it. That's just a first-rank monk who has just completed his foundational training. The sword flew closer and closer, with the monk wailing mournfully until it stopped in front of the two. The monk, looking weak and trembling, said, hello, masters. Could you help me? I'm so weak I can't get down. Baekjeonja said, SeoHaeng, it's likely Samel made a mistake. We should return the sword and the monk. SeoHaeng agreed, yes, that seems right. The monk cried out, please don't. If Sohwa monk dies, I'm finished. The monk looked at SongSeoHaeng and said, you must be SongSeoHaeng, right? This is something Samel sent to you. Sohwa monk doesn't lie. Open it up and see for yourself. The monk then handed them a USB drive. Baekjeonja took the USB drive and checked it thoroughly. There's no problem with the USB, it's indeed the right one. The little monk, Sohwa, pitifully called out, Senior SongSeoHaeng, can you let me down now? SongSeoHaeng asked, what do you mean? Sohwa introduced himself, my name is Little Guagua. I'm 6 years old and the 78th direct disciple of the Tongnian abbot. I just completed my foundational training recently. Once I advance to the 2nd rank, I'll have my own Dharma name. I'm quite impressive. SongSeoHaeng came closer and examined Little Guagua, stroking his chin. Did you sneak here? The little monk, sweating, responded, no, I didn't. I came here with Samel's help. I'm constantly reciting Buddhist mantras. He chanted, Amitabha Buddha, Amitabha Buddha. SongSeoHaeng said, ah, I should call Samel to confirm this. He took out his phone and dialed Samel's number. The little monk panicked and cried out, I'm sorry, Senior SongSeoHaeng. I'm really a thief who sneaked here. Please don't call Samel. Baekjeonja, with a stern expression, said, as a monk, you shouldn't lie. You've broken your vows. We should return you. The little monk, terrified, begged, please don't. I'll die if you do. My legs are already weak. If you take me back again, I'll fall off. I don't want to go to the Western Paradise so soon. Baekjeonja confidently said, don't worry. The teleportation light on the sword will secure you so you won't fall. This method works quite well, SongSeoHaeng added. I've tried it before. Right, SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng gave a frightening smile and replied, yes, it's very safe and fast. Upon hearing that it would be very fast, little Guagua's face turned ashen, and he started crying. SongSeoHaeng laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Let's get you down. He then picked up the little monk and set him down from the sword. Suddenly, Samuel called, SongSeoHaeng answered, and on the other end, Samuel said, Senior SongSeoHaeng, has the message sword arrived? Is there a chubby little monk on it, a mischievous boy? SongSeoHaeng replied, yes, his name is Guagua. Samuel said, ah, as long as he's safe. This little rascal dared to use an invisibility spell and sneak out with my message sword. Since he's been out for a while, please take care of him for a few days. We'll send someone to retrieve him soon. SongSeoHaeng responded, no problem. But I'll be going home for a few days soon. If no one comes to pick him up in the next 2 or 3 days, I'll have to trouble the senior monk to come to my hometown and collect little Soa. Samuel agreed. All right, that's no problem. I'll make arrangements. Little Guagua clasped his hands and bowed his head. I'm sorry for the trouble, Senior SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng pinched the little monk's cheek and asked, haha, tell me, little rascal, is this just for fun? Little Guagua cried pitifully. Little Soa is not someone who seeks fun. SongSeoHaeng asked, then, why did you go through the trouble to come here? The little monk gingerly touched his sore cheek and said, if you promise not to tell anyone else, I'll tell you the reason. SongSeoHaeng swore with his hand, no problem. My mouth is very tight. Little Guagua bashfully revealed, actually, I've been practicing for 2 years, and didn't realize when I developed external hemorrhoids. I heard that surgery could treat it, so I wanted to secretly come here for the operation. SongSeoHaeng was at a loss for words and thought to himself, so sitting in seclusion for too long can lead to hemorrhoids. I want to scream. Aren't you cultivators supposed to have discovered a great method to treat hemorrhoids by now? Why is surgery the only option? He then asked little Guagua, haven't you tried using the detoxifying elixir? I used it for the first time, little Guagua said, and all the internal wounds were expelled. But after using it too much, it stopped being effective. SongSeoHaeng was speechless, thinking, Sansu's group went bankrupt from their detoxifying elixir and shed tears like rivers, and the Jongyang disciples from the sects vomited after drinking it. Little Guagua suddenly cheered up. Once I get better, I won't need to. According to my master's arrangements, I'll be going to the 9 layers of hell training grounds in the fire heaven to train. I found a new method that won't cause pain or relapse. SongSeoHaeng was stunned and thought, you actually believe in that advertisement? He then asked the little monk, didn't you tell your master about this problem? Maybe he has a way to treat it. Little Guagua looked frustrated. My master is currently in closed-door meditation. Everything is managed by the Discipline Temple's expert. If I ask him, he'll make me rely on my own willpower to overcome it. Little Guagua thought of the stern image of his master teaching him. Our suffering is our happiness. The more we suffer, the more we can understand the sweetness in the pain. He was at the point of wanting to collapse, thinking, just let the hemorrhoids be worse. I can't stand it anymore. SongSeoHaeng asked, have you tried asking Senior Samuel for help? They are experienced people and should have some methods. Little Guagua turned red and looked away, saying no, it's too embarrassing. Such matters can't be known by them. It's better to have surgery. Once it's done, I won't be afraid of relapse. SongSeoHaeng said, follow me, I'll assign you a room. You must not run around these days, got it? Otherwise, I'll have to report to Senior Samuel. Little Guagua happily replied, little Soa understands. I won't cause any more trouble. SongSeoHaeng sighed, hoping the little rascal would truly be a bit more obedient. The next morning, July 9th, SongSeoHaeng woke up, stretched, and left his room. He saw Baek Jonja holding a computer and greeted him, good morning, Senior Baek. Baek Jonja greeted him back and called him over to look at something. SongSeoHaeng came closer and saw a message from Wang Sanjingdun on Baek Jonja's computer. Baek Jonja, I've arranged for you and SongSeoHaeng to participate in the flight training. On July 9th, A specialist will come to pick you up to get a Type 2 health check and a pilot's license. At that time, someone will take you to the specialized airport for a test flight. Have a great flight. SongSeoHaeng read the message and felt dizzy. A pilot's license? And a health check? I haven't even touched an airplane yet. Is it really all right to just give me a license? Baekjeon just smiled and nodded. Don't worry about these details. Just get ready. Someone will come to pick us up soon to go to the airport for a test flight. Don't delay. SongSeoHaeng felt a pang of despair inside, thinking, so soon. I haven't even mentally prepared yet. What do I do now? Suddenly, Dudu walked out and called, "Hey, SongSeoHaeng." Then, he handed SongSeoHaeng a strand of hair, saying, "Take this and keep it hidden on you just in case." SongSeoHaeng took the strand of hair, touched by Dudu's kindness, and said, "Dudu, you're so good to me." Dudu encouraged him, "Do your best, SongSeoHaeng." SongSeoHaeng wiped his tears, and holding the strand of hair, went outside. Dudu then turned away, smiling sinisterly. SongSeoHaeng heard a notification sound indicating a new message. When he opened his phone, he saw a message from Wang Sanjingun. "SongSeoHaeng, my little friend, I've arranged for you and Baekjeon to participate in flight training. On July 9th, someone will bring you the health check and pilot's license. After that, you'll go learn to fly. Have a great time." SongSeoHaeng was stunned and said, "Senior Hwang-san, couldn't you have told me earlier so I could prepare mentally?" Wang Sanjingun replied with a laugh, "Wasn't it mentioned before? Just take it as it comes. No need to make a fuss." SongSeoHaeng texted back, "All right, but I have one request. Please prepare a spacesuit and oxygen supply for me." Wang Sanjingun was confused, asking, "Why do you need those? It's just a flight in the sky." SongSeoHaeng, in despair, explained, "Senior Hwang-san, you and Senior Beck are going. My goal is not just the blue sky. My journey is to space." Wang Sanjingun thought for a moment about Baekjeon's personality. It didn't seem impossible for him to venture into space. He added, "As for flying lessons, if Dudu can't participate, he'll surely be unhappy. Has SongSeoHaeng, my little friend, really influenced him over time to stop causing trouble?" As he was contemplating, the mirror, a surveillance tool, rang, indicating someone's arrival. Wang Sanjingun was surprised. Who could be visiting me at this time? He picked up the mirror, and Yeoji Seungja's smiling face appeared. "Senior Hwang-san, I'm here to visit you." He smiled and went downstairs. "Yeoji, what brings you here today? I'll open the grand gate for you right away." As the door opened, Yeoji Seungja's beautiful, enigmatic smile greeted him. Back at SongSeoHaeng's place, he went out for breakfast and asked Baekjeon, "Has Guagua come out for breakfast yet?" Baekjeon, while checking his computer, replied, "He's still in the bathroom." SongSeoHaeng called out to the bathroom, "Guagua, remember to clean yourself properly. Otherwise, your hemorrhoids might get worse." Guagua, frightened, asked, "Is that really going to make it worse?" SongSeoHaeng nodded, "Yes, so good hygiene is very important." Suddenly, the bathroom door burst open, and little Guagua ran out. SongSeoHaeng wondered, what is this little rascal up to now? Guagua presented his bottom to SongSeoHaeng, grinning and asking, "SongSeoHaeng, can you check if I cleaned properly?" SongSeoHaeng, with a donut in his mouth, turned and saw Guagua's adorable bottom, complete with a large hemorrhoid. He was so shocked that he nearly vomited on the spot, wondering why he had eaten oily food. Little Guagua, puzzled, asked SongSeoHaeng, "Did I clean well?" SongSeoHaeng, looking dejected, said, "Yes, it's very clean. Now, go wash your hands and have breakfast." Guagua happily agreed and went off. SongSeoHaeng, still stunned, stared at the donuts in his hand, feeling numb. A short while later, SongSeoHaeng told Guagua, "I'll be going out with Baekjeon soon. You stay here and watch the house. When we come back, I'll take you to the hospital, okay?" Guagua, munching on a donut, obediently replied, "Sure, I'll keep an eye on the house." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. SongSeoHaeng was surprised to see that the representative Hwang-san had arrived. He went to open the door and found a beautiful girl with short hair. "Hello, are you SongSeoHaeng?" she asked. "Yes, I am," SeoHaeng replied. The girl continued, "Hello, I'm Daesari, an aviation trainer from the center. I've been sent by Hwang Munjeon to take you two to the center for theoretical and practical flight training." SeoHaeng called out, "Baekjeonja, the aviation staff has arrived to pick us up." Baekjeonja, pleased, said, "Great, let's head out now." The two of them got into the car. Daesari said, "By the way, I prepared a space suit in the car as you requested." SeoHaeng was thrilled, thinking, Senior Hwangsen is really considerate. Baekjeonja looked at the suit, surprised. "SeoHaeng, are you really interested in space exploration?" SeoHaeng excitedly replied, "Of course. I'm fascinated by the mysteries of the universe, black holes, meteors, the moon, and comets." Baekjeonja, smiling, asked, "If given the chance, would you like to go there and have some fun?" SeoHaeng was startled, realizing that the topic felt oddly suspicious. It seemed like they were actually planning to take him to space for real. He needed to subtly express to Baekjeonja that he wasn't currently interested in space travel. SongSeoHaeng said, "Let's put that aside for now. If there's an opportunity in the future, it wouldn't be bad to go take a look. But right now, I can't go. Even with a spacesuit, I wouldn't last long in space." Baekjeonja nodded, understanding the reasoning. SeoHaeng sighed with relief, feeling that Baekjeonja had set aside the idea of space travel, at least temporarily. Daesari then explained, "I'll first take you to study theoretical knowledge. After that, you can use the simulator for flight training. Once you're familiar with it, you can choose the HIL model for a test flight." Daesari drove the two to the Civil Aviation Training Center. On the rooftop, there was a helicopter ready. She led them inside and said, "I'll guide you through the theoretical knowledge first. Then you can use the simulator to practice. Once you're comfortable, you can start with the HIL model for a test flight." SongSeoHaeng and Baekjeonja listened to the instructor's lecture on the basic knowledge of flying a plane, including calculations for load, balance, takeoff, landing, weather information, and flight regulations. The instructor summarized the knowledge and physics concepts on the blackboard with the fastest pace possible. After a while, the instructor concluded, "That's the basic theoretical knowledge you need. It's quite straightforward, though the regulations can be a bit restrictive." Baekjeonja nodded, "Yes, it's simple enough. Just need to remember the regulations." SeoHaeng added, "The restrictions are necessary. With so many planes in the sky, we need to manage it to avoid accidents. The theoretical knowledge itself is pretty simple." The instructor was surprised, thinking, "They seem to understand everything I've taught. Maybe they weren't just pretending to be good." Next, both of them boarded the helicopter. SeoHaeng took the first turn at the controls. The instructor, observing, praised him, "You're doing really well for a beginner." The instructor thought, it seems they're not just putting on an act. Maybe they've had some prior training with other aircraft. They must think this is a joke. 20 minutes later, the helicopter landed. Everyone got out to take a break. The instructor, standing aside and smoking, reflected, "The first student operated the controls very skillfully. Let's hope the second student can handle it well too." Later, he was surprised to see SongSeoHaeng dressed in a space suit. He stared in disbelief, saying, "I'm teaching about airplanes. A helicopter is not a space shuttle. What's with the space suit?" SongSeoHaeng awkwardly replied, "Teacher, you don't need to mind me. I just wanted to experience being an astronaut. I couldn't hold back my excitement, so please don't judge me, ha ha ha." The three of them boarded the helicopter again. This time, Baekjeonja would be the one piloting. The instructor sitting beside him said, "Take off according to the procedure, just like the student SongSeoHaeng did. Be careful not to exceed 1,000 meters." Baekjeonja responded, "Understood." Baekjeonja took off safely without any issues. The instructor felt secretly delighted. The school had paid a huge sum for them to oversee the new students. Originally, he thought they would have to struggle to complete the task, but it turned out to be much easier than teaching regular students. Oh ha ha, this time it was really a windfall. Elsewhere, someone was flying swiftly in the sky on a flying sword. This was Yang Yu-jang, a young man with long blue hair braided to one side who had consecutively won the championship in flying sword competitions 3 times. He enjoyed racing various types of aircraft at high speeds. He was happily saying, "I'll practice my flying sword techniques and aim for the 4th grade flying sword championship next," achieving a 4-time consecutive victory. Suddenly, he noticed the helicopter of SongSeoHaeng's group. He thought to himself, "I thought there was an Air Force base down there. It turns out to be just a small training center. Whatever, even mosquito meat is still meat. It's too easy to disregard." SongSeoHaeng, inside the helicopter, noticed someone flying on a sword approaching. He exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect to encounter a flying sword practitioner." Yang Mujang got closer to the helicopter, stuck out his tongue and made a grimace at them, then quickly flew alongside the helicopter, maintaining the same speed to fly parallel to it. SongSeoHaeng, sitting in the back seat, was astonished. "What's going on here?" Baekjeon just smiled and said, "Ha ha, this is a challenge." SeoHaeng panicked. "A challenge? Wait a minute, senior, could it be that you've misunderstood? Maybe he's just passing by casually." Baekjeon lowered his gaze and said seriously, "It doesn't matter whether it's a challenge or not," Baekjeon said. "The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties, like going against the current. If you don't advance, you fall behind. So, on the path of cultivation, we absolutely cannot fall behind others. No matter what, we cannot be left behind." SongSeoHaeng hurriedly tried to stop his senior. "What you said is very insightful and reasonable, but how does the opponent's storm of flying swords affect us? Just stay calm and keep flying. Besides, Teacher Wansori is still here. Is it really okay to discuss a cultivator's problem so openly?" Instructor Sori, who was beside them, was extremely confused. "Why can't I hear anything suddenly? Am I deaf? Why? I could hear just fine a minute ago." SongSeoHaeng nervously thought, "It seems Teacher Sori has been muted. I can't persuade back senior anymore. I guess I have to resign myself to fate," he said to Baekjeon. "Please be gentle with the storm of flying swords, and don't forget that there is an ordinary person beside you." Instructor Sori yelled loudly, "What are you two talking about?" Baekjeon smiled, "Don't worry. Even if the helicopter falls apart, this instructor will be fine. I'll just erase his memory afterward, so his mind won't be affected. There will be absolutely no problem." He excitedly continued, "Haha, I want to try a new formation I've been researching recently. A full invisibility and soundproofing formation, along with a super acceleration formation that can accelerate the helicopter by 10 times. Baekjeon continuously deployed various formations around the helicopter. At this point, SongSeoHaeng was horrified. 10 times acceleration? "Senior Baek, what dangerous thing are you researching? The helicopter has a speed of about 160 km/h, and the speed of sound is about 1,224 km/h. If the helicopter accelerates by 10 times, in other words, if you push the formation to its limit, the helicopter will exceed the speed of sound and enter a supersonic state." SongSeoHaeng was on the verge of tears. Can the helicopter withstand such a speed? Baekjeon announced, "We are about to accelerate," and the helicopter began to speed up rapidly. Instructor Sori was panic-stricken. "Stop! Students Song and Baek, you can't accelerate like this during a test flight. If you fly recklessly and enter a no-fly zone, we'll be done for." Baekjeon smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, there won't be any problems." Instructor Sori looked at the control panel and saw the indicators on the display had already broken the limit. Why did it still feel like the plane was accelerating? He was bewildered and looked at SongSeoHaeng. This trainee was wearing a spacesuit. Is it because of the current situation that he's wearing it? Indeed, something must have happened. Instructor Sori was sweating profusely and shouted at trainee Songbaek, "Can we go back? Regardless of what's happening now, let's turn back to the base first. Anyway, let's head back to the training area and then talk." Baekjeon lowered his eyes and then turned to cast a spell ordering the instructor to be silent. Instructor Sori was gagged, sitting back in his seat, confused, thinking, what is going on? What's happening? It's like being acupunctured. From the neck down, all parts couldn't move. Yang Mujang had now overtaken the helicopter. Baekjeon just smiled, still too slow. Can't lose to that guy Sogaway. The letter is well prepared, increase speed tenfold. The helicopter immediately shot forward at a speed surpassing the sound barrier with a bang. Instructor Sori, at that moment, felt frozen, mouth agape, silently lamenting. When I was young, I naturally had dreams just to fly a supersonic jet once. Even if I had to die, I wouldn't regret it. But today, the heavens seemed to be in a good mood, instantly granting both my wishes. First, to sit on a supersonic jet once. Second, to die without regret. The helicopter now made a cracking sound. The first thing to detach was the rotor, followed by the tail of the helicopter, all falling apart with smoke billowing. The helicopter now was only half left, the windshield shattered. Instructor Sori screamed in his heart, "Since when did I say I wanted to die early? Oh my god, I don't want to die. Boo-hoo, I'm still so young, I don't want to die early." SongSeoHaeng put a space helmet on him, thinking, even if I put this helmet on him, what's the use? The plane is already shattered like this. The instructor at this point was scared to faint, soul flying to the heavens. SeoHaeng sighed, forget it, fainting might be good. Waking up would be like a nightmare. He too wanted to cry now, turned to plead with Baekjeonja, "Senior, the rotor is gone. The continuous thrust of the plane is also lost. Let's retreat." "Baek," the senior calmly said, "this plane is more fragile than I thought." SongSeoHaeng forced a smile. "This time it's the quality of the plane. Let's just say we can't catch up with that cultivator who just flew past. If we change to a better quality plane, we could definitely overtake him in a few minutes." Baekjeonja nodded, "The quality of this plane is too poor. Knowing that, we should have flown a new jet fighter." SongSeoHaeng turned pale. "Yes, yes. Next time we can learn to fly a jet fighter. But this time let's just consider it done. Let's abandon the plane," he thought to himself. Seems like Bak the senior is about to be persuaded. SongSeoHaeng, you did well in advising. Baekjeon just smiled, but until the very last moment, we should not give up. SongSeoHaeng cried without tears, "Senior, sometimes giving up is also a kind of courage." Baekjeon just said, "It's okay, we haven't reached the point where we must give up." Then cast a spell, creating talismans wrapping around the remaining part of the plane. SongSeoHaeng panicked, looking at the senior Bak drawing. Isn't that the one-time flying sword number 04 formation talisman? Is Senior Baek about to turn the wrecked helicopter into a one-time flying sword number 04? This is too exaggerated. When SeoHaeng looked again, he saw the image of a flying sword beneath the helicopter. Oh my god, it really changed. Baekjeon just smiled, just as I imagined, very easy. SeoHaeng, hold on tight, we're about to take off. SongSeoHaeng's eyes widened and shouted, "It seems I couldn't predict Baekjeon this time. He is determined to take this wrecked plane to the end." The helicopter zoomed off, leaving behind SongSeoHaeng's terrified screams and Baekjeon's laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, extremely good, 10 times faster." SongSeoHaeng cried bitterly, "My life is doomed. I can only give up this little life of mine. I hope Senior Baek, you have fun. It was too easy, really boring." Yang Mujang at this point thought he had overtaken the helicopter, leisurely sitting on the flying sword. It was too easy, really boring. Later, let's find an Air Force base to race with supersonic jets, exhilarating. Suddenly, the buzzing sounds behind caught his attention. He turned back and saw half of Baekjeon's plane flying towards him. His eyes widened. "Oh crap, did I see it wrong? This toy can fly in the air." His plane and flying sword were flying side by side. He turned to look at the pilot, only to see Jungmi smiling at him. He made a hand gesture signaling chicken, challenging him to a speed race. Yang Mujang gaped then sneered, "Want to race me in speed? Just what I wanted. Let me show you the strength of a 3-time flying sword champion, so you can understand the speed gap between us." He then activated a speed-enhancing formation, flying alongside the plane. Both flew parallel in the sky. Yang Mujang laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, how interesting. The previous speed was just to stretch my muscles. Now, this speed is where the real fun begins." He then executed a stormy wind technique, causing tornadoes around his flying sword. Yang Mujang surfed on his sword with incredible speed, catching up to Baekjeonja, his hair flying and a proud smile making him look even more handsome. SongSeoHaeng admired him greatly, thinking, so cool. This is the correct way to fly with a sword. He recalled his own awkward attempts when Senior Baek used the flying sword, feeling crushed inside. Why, when I get the chance to experience sword flight, does it always start wrong? Baekjeonja laughed happily. This junior has some skills, but still too naive. Then he performed the Heaven Rock speed technique, causing large golden wings to appear on the plane, surpassing Yang Mujang. Once again, Yang Mujang gaped, damn, is that the Heaven Rock speed technique? The Heaven Rock technique means the helicopter's outer shell is a flying sword, but regardless, if it's a flying sword or not, using the Heaven Rock technique means it's time to go all out. He then executed the Moonlight speed technique. A beautiful moon image appeared behind him, and he immediately accelerated to catch up. SongSeoHaeng saw this and warned Senior, that guy behind us is catching up. Baekjeonja laughed, that Sogawa guy is strong. To make this race more interesting, I set the Heaven Rock speed technique at 4th level. Yang Mujang flew alongside Baekjeonja, provocatively saying, fellow Cultivator, can you go any faster? Baekjeonja smiled, I'm waiting for you. Yang Mujang was surprised, ha ha ha, interesting. Are you saying you can go even faster? Then bring it on. Let's see who's faster. Baekjeonja smiled, you're the fastest junior I've met recently, so I'll reward you by showing you what real sword flying speed is. He then accelerated, leaving Yang Mujang behind, feeling the despairing speed. Yang Mujang realized it was an indescribable speed, making him feel like a snail compared to his opponent. Yang Mujang shouted, Senior, one day, I'll reach your speed. I'll work hard. At this moment, Instructor Sori woke up, seeing the speed and wanting to cry. Why did I wake up? Why can't I just stay unconscious? Baekjeonja frowned, it's okay, and used the Great Illusion technique to make him dizzy and faint again. SongSeoHaeng asked, Senior, that cultivator has been left behind and can't catch up anymore. Should we prepare to return? Baekjeonja grunted in acknowledgement. SeoHaeng, almost crying, said, then let's find a place to land. Baekjeonja smiled, SeoHaeng, I suddenly want to teach you a small technique. Want to learn? SeoHaeng was puzzled. What technique? Baekjeonja happily replied, it's the breath-holding technique. SongSeoHaeng felt uneasy, wondering why Baekjeonja suddenly wanted to teach him this now. Nervously, he said, Senior, please be straightforward. Has something gone wrong? Baekjeonja smiled. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll continue flying in the air for a while, then break through the atmosphere into space. SongSeoHaeng, shocked like being struck by lightning. Breaking through the atmosphere into space. Just what I feared. Pale-faced, he asked, Senior Baek, can't you stop the flying sword? With your strength, stopping the sword shouldn't be a problem, right? Baekjeonja calmly explained, with my strength, stopping isn't an issue. But the plane's shell can't withstand the pressure and will explode. I'll be fine, but you and Instructor Sori might not be. SongSeoHaeng, striking a heroic pose, said, I understand, Senior. Let Instructor Sori wear this spacesuit. Please teach me the breath-holding technique. Baekjeonja nodded in agreement, looking at SeoHaeng taking off the spacesuit and thinking. SeoHaeng seems to really want to be an astronaut, but is letting someone else wear it instead. Indeed, he's recognized as a good person by everyone. Although I could stop the plane, it's better to let him fulfill his wish a bit since I'm the senior after all. SeoHaeng put the spacesuit on Instructor Sori, and then, following Baekjeonja's instructions, clasped his hands to learn the breath-holding technique. As he practiced, he felt strange, his breathing gradually stopped, yet he didn't feel anything unusual or uncomfortable, as if he naturally didn't need to breathe. He felt like he was lying in a coffin, a bizarre feeling, as if this wasn't the breath-holding technique, but the return to heaven technique. Baekjeonja explained, with your current strength, using the breath-holding technique can last for about 1 hour. When the technique's effect is about to expire, I will remind you to replenish it, so you won't have to worry about breathing in space. The vacuum environment of space will pose hazards to the body. Then he drew a talisman in front of SongSeoHaeng. Curious, SongSeoHaeng asked, "Senior Bake, what are you doing?" He replied, "Drawing a protective talisman for you, so you won't get hurt while floating around. Let you experience astronaut life." SongSeoHaeng forced a smile. "Honestly, I really don't want to experience astronaut life." Baekjeonja smiled. "All right, it's done. Soon, when we leave the atmosphere, it will protect you like a spacesuit." SeoHaeng responded, pale-faced, "Okay." He closed his eyes as they passed through the atmosphere. When he opened them, he saw the surrounding planets and asteroids, marveling, "Oh my god, we're really in space." SeoHaeng admired the majestic scenery, exclaiming, "So beautiful, really beautiful." Baekjeonja, seeing him so happy, also smiled charmingly. "I used to love flying out here to look around." SeoHaeng was startled. "Wait a minute, something's not right. Sound shouldn't travel in space, but we can still talk." Baekjeonja, still looking cute, replied, "I use my divine sense to perceive what you say, and then use sound transmission to your mind." SeoHaeng thought, "Oh, so that's it. Being the cultivator is really convenient, communicating without any obstacles." Baekjeonja reminisced about the past, his eyes deep. "There was a time I wanted to find a planet in space to cultivate in seclusion, but many issues couldn't be resolved, so I had to give up." He closed his eyes dreamily. SeoHaeng looked ahead, seeing the space station, and reminded, "Senior Bake, there seems to be something ahead." Panic-stricken, SeoHaeng urged, "Senior Bake, turn around quickly, we're about to crash." But Baekjeonja, still drowsy as if sleep-deprived, wasn't responding. "Damn it, Bak Senior is spacing out." Fear gripped SeoHaeng, raising his hair on end as he shouted, "We're going to crash. Wake up. Turn around. Ah! We're going to die, we're really going to die." Eyes wide in terror, he awaited the inevitable crash, thinking, "We're dead, definitely dead." The spaceship collided with the space station ahead, causing a massive explosion in space. Boom! SeoHaeng opened his eyes in surprise. "Ha! I'm still alive." He looked at his floating body in space, and then at the hole in the space station. Is this space station all right? If it gets damaged because of this hole, it would be the worst disaster in history. Now, in a state of despair, SeoHaeng mumbled, "What now? What should I do next?" Blaming himself continuously. 5 minutes earlier, the space station was operating normally. Inside, people were joking, "Anthony, how long have we been on this boring station?" "Hey, Akira, we've been in this boring place for 5 months." Anthony laughed, "Really want to go back. Tired of seeing your bald head every day." Akira laughed too. "Same here, tired of seeing your gray hair for 5 months." Suddenly, there was a big jolt, and their expressions turned serious. Anthony worriedly said to Akira, "Goddamn it, what happened? Did we hit something? Quickly check the surveillance." Baekjeonja finally woke up, his eyes regaining focus. "Ah, what happened?" SeoHaeng pointed ahead, and Bak Senior, as if emerging from the ground, said to him, "That's right, we've entered space already. We should find a place to stop, shouldn't we?" SeoHaeng, feeling frustrated, replied, "It's useless, Senior. We've collided with the space station, and the aircraft has stopped." Bak Senior asked, "Oh, the object we hit, is it damaged?" SeoHaeng reported back, "It's not broken, the target is too large, it's just punctured a bit." Bak Senior sighed, "Ah, good, it's not broken then." SeoHaeng, terrified, thought he had caused a major disaster and asked Bak Senior, "What should we do next?" Bak Senior, shining like the distant stars, cheerfully suggested, "Maybe we should find a way to patch up the hole in the space station a bit." SeoHaeng was shocked, making the big cross with his hands. No, repairing the space station is definitely not a good idea. He remembered how all the household appliances had been disassembled and none were intact. Recalling the times Bak Senior repaired things, SeoHaeng had to spend a lot of effort fixing them afterward. Bak Senior was skilled at taking things apart, but putting them back together was not his forte at all. Hearing Bak Senior's words, SeoHaeng was on the verge of tears. SeoHaeng tried to prevent a catastrophe from happening, saying, "Bak Senior, we should let the space station members handle the repairs themselves." I feel we should quietly retreat. Back Senior confidently gave a thumbs up. No, we made the hole, so we should fix it. I know what you're afraid of, but don't worry. I'm not the same person I was a week ago. After disassembling a lot of electrical appliances and machines, I have a much deeper understanding now. It's just a hole in the space station. I can handle it. Thinking about it, Baek Senior nodded to himself. Even if I can't repair it, I still have magic. The most common spell to patch up a hole that we've made. SongSeoHaeng was convinced. That's right, if it can't be repaired, Baek Senior can use magic to plug the hole first, and then let the space station staff repair it slowly. Baek Senior walked ahead. Next, let's repair the big hole in the space station together. SongSeoHaeng, feeling something was off with the words, said together, I have to repair it too. At this point, he was crying silently. Baek Senior, seeing him shout like that, said, Of course, we'll repair it together. Such a big hole, you can assist me a bit. SongSeoHaeng had no choice but to agree. All right. He had his own plans. At least, he could watch Baek Senior a bit and prevent him from causing chaos. Baek Senior said to him, I've cast a protection spell around us, so no one will notice us. He asked again, How are we supposed to repair this now? SongSeoHaeng, feeling helpless, said, Even though I studied design and manufacturing, I have no understanding of this at all. Baek Senior smiled, his smile as radiant as an angel's salvation. Based on my experience disassembling electrical appliances, electronic devices, and cars, if it's a wire, just reconnect it. If it's a pipe, weld it properly. Then he took out a wrench. Hearing Baek Senior's words, SongSeoHaeng covered his mouth in fear, unable to speak. The two astronauts in the space station were checking everything and asking each other questions. Anthony asked Akira, Did this damned monitoring detect anything? Akira looked at the results, utterly puzzled. The space station has a large hole. We don't know what it hit. There were no warnings at all. How did this hole appear? The hole wouldn't affect the station's operation. Anthony asked again, It won't affect it. The other replied, It's just a part of the arm platform. Wait, is that an astronaut? They were shocked. Could the collision just now be related to him? Quickly, bring him in. Akira issued the order, and Anthony complied. Let's bring him in. Hope he's not dead. Meanwhile, the two outside were still trying to repair the hole in the space station. Baek Senior wiped the sweat and laughed. When I get serious, there really aren't any problems. It's done. Baek Senior told SongSeoHaeng. Now, take a picture for me. When we get back to Earth, remember to upload it to the group with the title, Repairing the Space Station's Hole in Space. SongSeoHaeng complied, all right, and took several photos. Then Baek Senior said to him, All right, let's go back. Next, let's find a meteorite or something to play with for a while before returning to Earth. SongSeoHaeng readily agreed, Okay. Feeling less worried, it seemed Baek Senior was still enthusiastic, so it wouldn't be right to dampen his spirits. All right, we've come this far. Let's just enjoy a bit of space with Baek Senior. Returning to his helicopter, SongSeoHaeng was alarmed. Baek Senior, where's Teacher Sori? The person in the back seat had disappeared. Where did they go? SongSeoHaeng was scared. This is bad, Baek Senior. Teacher Sori might have drifted into space. Baek Senior comforted him. Don't worry. We fixed the hole. It didn't take too long. He hasn't drifted far. Baek Senior closed his eyes, turned around, and radiated a halo. I will use my mental power to find him. We'll locate him soon. The two astronauts at the space station had already retrieved the person from outside. Anthony was surprised. A Dongbang person and still alive? This guy is lucky. Akira did a preliminary assessment. He's unconscious and won't wake up soon. I don't know what he has been through to end up like this. Akira removed his astronaut suit and the space suit of the unconscious person. Space suits have a helmet that can record and play videos. I'll check if anything happened before this guy lost consciousness. 1 minute later, after reviewing everything, Akira put the helmet back on while Anthony supported the person and switched to internal viewing mode. Akira was puzzled. The screen only showed a black screen. Does this guy's suit lack recording functionality? Why is everything black? SongSeoHaeng and Bak Sr. arrived, opened the spacecraft door, and were met with the astonished looks of the two astronauts. The mark on Bak Sr.'s forehead glowed, causing the two astronauts to be stunned, and then collapse to the ground. SongSeoHaeng sighed in relief. I didn't expect Teacher Sori to be brought to the space station. Let me carry him back first. Bak Sr. glanced back and then closed his eyes as if preparing to do something. Let's give SongSeoHaeng a surprise and fulfill his astronaut dream. Bak Sr. went to the astronaut suit fitting room. SongSeoHaeng placed Teacher Sori on a chair and secured him tightly. It's finally over, he said, sweating heavily. I hope nothing unexpected happens now. Teacher Sori was in the astronaut suit, bubbling and sputtering. Bak Sr. returned, smiling with an aura of praise me, SongSeoHaeng. I have deleted the space station's surveillance video and the memories of the two astronauts. This is the spacesuit from the space station. Wear it. Your dream of becoming an astronaut will come true. SongSeoHaeng gratefully accepted. Thank you, Senior. He felt a mix of emotions, both touched and guilty, about his dream of becoming an astronaut. He told himself, honestly, saying that becoming an astronaut was my dream was a lie, but I really did want to be an astronaut. So I should take this opportunity to play a little. Seeing SongSeoHaeng smile like that, Bak Sr. was also pleased. No need to thank me, he said. Hearing this, SongSeoHaeng was left speechless. He then said to Bak Sr., let's find a place to take some commemorative photos. Click, click, click. The helicopter continued to fly under Bak Sr.'s control and then landed on the moon. Bak Sr. said, this spot is perfect. He took countless photos of SongSeoHaeng. Very good, very beautiful. Hold that pose. SongSeoHaeng kept posing. Click, click, click. After taking the photos, Bak Sr. asked, did you have fun? SongSeoHaeng raised his hands to the sky. Of course I did. Bak Sr., hearing this, was happy. Great, then we should head back now. SongSeoHaeng agreed immediately. Yes, yes, let's go. Bak Sr. looked at SongSeoHaeng, deep in thought. Over time, I've learned quite a bit about modern knowledge. There's no feast that lasts forever. Next, Bak Sr. closed his eyes, and after giving SongSeoHaeng some more guidance on cultivation, he thought, it's time to prepare for our farewell. The helicopter flew back to Earth. This space trip was Bak Sr.'s way of rewarding SongSeoHaeng for taking care of him these past few days. Yeojizonja greeted him. We've finished our business. Don't catch Dudu again, okay? So Senior, see you next time. Yeoji flew away immediately. He still waved goodbye along the way. Be careful, Yeoji Seonja. Ha ha ha. Wang Munjung clenched his fist in anger. Dudu, you're dead meat. I can't believe you called for reinforcements. When I catch you, no one will be able to save you. Just then, his phone rang. Rang, rang. Wang Munjung answered. Hello, Miss Kesari, what's the matter? Hello, Mr. Wang Munjung. I need to report something about Mr. SongSeoHaeng and Mr. Songbake. He held his head in his hands. Did they destroy another aircraft frame? No worries as long as there's money. No matter how many frames they break, I'll replace them with new ones for you. Gezari's voice was still frantic. No, it's not about the issue 3 hours ago. Teacher Sori took Mr. Songbake and the others onto the aircraft, but we lost signal halfway. I'm a bit worried. Could something have gone wrong? Hearing this, Wang Munjung was disheartened and speechless. Could it really be that Mr. SongSeoHaeng's words were true? Did Baekjeonja actually fly the aircraft into space? Just thinking about it was terrifying. It shouldn't be the case. After all, it's just a helicopter. Flying into space is still impossible. He feigned calmness and said to Gezari, don't worry. I'll contact them shortly. If something has gone wrong, I won't let you be held responsible. Leave it to me. Gezari continued, on another note, Mr. Wang Munjung, there might be another matter I need to report to you. Wang Munjung was at his wit's end. He thought nothing could be more shocking than the two leopards. What is it? Besides Mr. SongSeoHaeng and Mr. Baekjeonja, what else could happen at the airport? Gezari looked at the space station and reported, I'm afraid you might not believe it, but we have an aircraft flying, but it's empty inside. There's only a pigeon on the spacecraft. Mr. Guanmunjong, you must believe us. This Pekin is still piloting the aircraft. Ha 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 ha. The dog's fur given to SongSeoHaeng is my true self. That dog went to learn to pilot the aircraft. Old Dudu is truly ingenious. Wang San is definitely a fool now. Who told you not to let me drive? I wrote, Wang San the fool in the sky, and then directly flew the aircraft. Ha 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 ha. Wang Munjung was silent, extremely angry. Dudu, I will definitely make you pay. He told her, look carefully at the Pekin in that helicopter. Don't let it have a chance to contact others. Wait until it finishes this flight, then approach it. Just keep it still. I'll send someone to handle it. After that, he hung up and tried to contact SongSeoHaeng to check the situation, but the phone wasn't answered. Sorry, the number you dialed is not reachable. Please call again later. Wang Munjung shouted, not reachable? Have they really gone into space? The helicopter had returned to the atmosphere. SongSeoHaeng hugged the seat, looking worried. Senior, where are we going? Back Senior replied, I don't know. I'll just look at the Earth and find a spot to enter. Once we land, we'll know where we are. He looked outside. How did the Jueosin statue end up in America? Back Senior exclaimed, wow, this is the Jueosin statue. Very famous online. It looks quite different from what we have in China, but it's quite beautiful. SongSeoHaeng rested his chin on his hand, thinking, it seems Baekchanja hasn't seen American people before going into seclusion. It's rare to see him evaluate others. I wonder what his standard is. Should I ask? Well, since I thought of it, I should do it. He turned to Back Senior and asked directly, Senior, do you think I'm handsome? Back Senior chuckled, SongSeoHaeng, do you think my aesthetic standards are very high? Actually, my taste isn't much different from an average person's. From my perspective, SongSeoHaeng, you're not bad looking. SongSeoHaeng was pleased, just not bad. He felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, I think I've been a bit handsome recently. He blushed and laughed. This topic seems a bit awkward. Back Senior drove the helicopter and laughed. Now that we know we're in America, let's just head straight back. We should be able to return home. SongSeoHaeng agreed. Got it. Let's set off. The two flew over New York and left America to return to their homeland. SongSeoHaeng checked his phone and found that he could connect to the internet again. He decided to upload the photos to the group. He posted on Weibo, Seosana Prayukde has posted new moments. Bak Senior in space, hard at work repairing the space station. Uploaded to the Gunyulo group. A total of 46 photos below with numerous comments. Bukatane, Guangdo Samrang, Wang San Jingun, Chilsu Jonja, Da La Jiao, Mu Wol Jingun, and 30 others commented. In the comments section, there were 15 replies. Wang San Jingun said, SongSeoHaeng, you really went to space. No wonder we couldn't reach you by phone. Buka commented, I'm even more curious about how SongSeoHaeng and Back Senior suddenly went to repair the space station. What happened? Chilsang Buju said, ha ha ha, I remember today Mr. SongSeoHaeng and Back Senior went to learn to pilot an aircraft. Guangdo Samrang remarked, daring to learn to pilot an aircraft with Back Senior SongSeoHaeng, you should get body insurance, it's quite useful. Wolgyosa concluded, so it was to learn to fly with Back Senior. After that, we flew straight into space, said Samrang. I feel like we're looking for our own demise. It's not Mr. SongSeoHaeng. It's actually you. Back Senior had joined the Gunyul Hogan group already. Ha ha ha. Yaksa ha 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 Dongwei Sansa. Ha 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 Saucia Chill ha ha ha. Guangdo Samrang, your fate is sealed. Back Senior had joined the group, so the comment I made earlier, you must have seen it too. How do I delete the comment? Teach me how to delete it, Sa Wabiapwang. Ha ha ha, I don't know how to delete it, but I'll teach you this. You can go online to remove it, Sial and Dongju. Ha ha ha, even though I know how to delete it, I don't want to tell you. Wangdo Samrang, angered by the mockery, said, you're all a bunch of bastards. Don't let me run into you, or I'll make you taste my 72 knives. Bukatane said, it seems our focus was wrong. I looked at the photos again and found a major issue. Where did the hole in the space station come from? Chilsang Bubuju asked. Yes, where did this hole come from, Yaksa? Siusana Prayakte also inquired. In the group, a notification popped up. Bake Jonja, it was my fault. I accidentally crashed the helicopter into it. Ha ha ha, but I've already repaired it. Waldo Samrang sent a sticker with a face and said, "Chill, back senior." The mighty Bake Jonja replied with a smiling face icon. I saw your message before you deleted it. Waldo Samrang fell silent. He sent a sticker with a crying face. I was wrong. Wang Sanjingun messaged, Bake Jonja, where are you and SongSeoHaeng now? I need to tie up a few things with him. Siusanaprayakte replied, we're in America, heading back to Hoaxia. Do you need something, Senior Huangsan? Wang Sanjingun responded, well, to be honest, I think it would be best if you and your senior return to the training area quickly. Bake Jonja asked, what happened? Wang Sanjingun replied, Dudu is piloting the aircraft now. Siusanaprayakte sent a sticker of a peanut standing still. Isn't Dudu at home keeping the house? Wang Sanjingun continued, Dudu must have used magic to secretly follow you. Anyway, Dudu has caused more trouble for you. You should catch him and handle him as you see fit. Siusanaprayakte replied, I understand. Bak Senior, and I will return as quickly as possible. He put down the phone, feeling anxious. Dudu giving me the dog fur is too suspicious, but I thought he was good to me. SongSeoHaeng said, turning to Bak Senior. Senior, let's go back and catch Dudu. Then sit tight, Bak Senior said, accelerating. The helicopter, seemingly equipped with wings, increased its speed. Bak Senior asked, are we heading straight to the Gangnam area? Should we go directly to the training school? SongSeoHaeng replied, we should find a place to land first and then prepare the scene. The aircraft has crashed, so we should let Teacher Sori get off as well. After all, the helicopter is now in such a state. If we fly straight to the training area, it might scare them. It makes sense. Bak Senior agreed with this suggestion and immediately acted on it. Half an hour later, the aircraft crashed into the ground, creating a large pit. SongSeoHaeng laid Teacher Sori down and asked Bak Senior, can you wake Teacher Sori up? He replied with a boom. SongSeoHaeng then removed the helmet, finding Teacher Sori still spinning around and bubbling at the mouth. SongSeoHaeng looked on helplessly, not knowing what to say. Then the situation changed to fear. Oh no, where is Teacher Sori? Can someone tell me why the person inside is a bald foreigner? Bak Senior saw the stranger and asked, where is Teacher Sori? SongSeoHaeng, feeling dejected, replied, although I don't know what happened, we've got the wrong person. Teacher Sori must still be in the space station. Bak Senior smiled, everything will be resolved quickly. Don't worry, I'll use the only one-time use flying sword, model No. 04, to send him back to the space station. SongSeoHaeng shouted, no, absolutely not. The one-time use flying sword, model No. 04, if it flies out into space and collides with the space station, the consequences are unimaginable. SongSeoHaeng then proposed a new solution. Senior, we need to return him and also bring Teacher Sori back. How about we take Dudu back first and then make another trip to space? Bak Senior nodded. The helicopter took off again. Dudu, feeling delighted, barked, it's just a helicopter, just a helicopter. Tomorrow, I want to pilot a space shuttle. What can Wangzhen do? I, the bear, detected a strange object. Dudu was scared. It was SongSeoHaeng and Bak Senior coming to catch him. Dudu was flustered and pretended to be dumb. Ah ha ha, SongSeoHaeng, you're back. Welcome back. SongSeoHaeng said, Dudu, come home with me. I'm really angry now. Dudu stuck out its tongue and shook its head. No, I don't want to go back. I want to keep piloting the aircraft. I even want to try other types of aircraft. Bak Senior gently persuaded it. Dudu, be good and bring the aircraft back. We need to go home now. Dudu cried, maybe it truly didn't want to go back. No, I don't want to. Bak Senior remained calm, while Seonja glared at Dudu, hinting that if it didn't listen, it would have to go back to cooking lemongrass and shrimp paste. Dudu, feeling dejected, said sorry, I'll go back right away. It immediately flew back. Woo! Dudu thought to itself, its sixth sense as a magical beast, telling it that if it continued to resist, Beck Sr. might use the one-time only flying sword, model No. 04, to send it into space. Dudu wasn't afraid of anything, but it still felt uneasy. When the helicopter returned, Gaysari was delighted. "It's finally back," it said. "Hello everyone, I'm field reporter Barbara. The TV has broadcasted the information about the Alliance. The spacecraft has successfully landed. The 2 astronauts are in good condition. We'll get closer and interview the 2 heroes who just returned from space. First, we have Mr. Akira, who is hailed as a hero, and another person, Anthony. However, this Anthony hasn't removed his helmet and remains silent." The reporter awkwardly asked, "Anthony, Lee Sensei, remove the helmet." In Lee Sensei's mind, thousands of questions arose. "I'm Anthony? No, I'm Lee Seo-wa, the flight instructor. If I'm Lee Seo-wa, where did Anthony go? If I'm Anthony, why do I have Lee Seo-wa's memories?" While Lee Sensei was confused, the reporter tried to ease the awkwardness. "Everyone, don't rush. Anthony might not have adapted to Earth's gravity yet. It's fine. Please assist in removing the helmet." Lee Sensei cried out, "No, please don't take off my helmet." As the helmet was removed, people gasped in shock. There was a moment of silence and no one spoke. The reporter and Akira were also silent. "Why is there a stranger in an astronaut suit?" Lee Sensei felt a cold breeze. Akira shouted, "What's happening? Where's my friend Anthony? Where did he go?" In Huaxia, everyone was in a frenzy. Some even choked on water. "Is that Sori? It can't be mistaken. That's Sori. What happened? Why is Sori at the space station event and is being hailed as a hero returning from space?" SongSeoHaeng, outside, was horrified when he saw the scene on the screen. He was one step too late. Teacher Sori had already been brought back. SongSeoHaeng picked up the phone, wondering how to rescue him, or whether to call Senior Huang-san. He beeped and reported the situation to Huang Munjung, Jinggan. "Dudu is being brought back." There was a sigh on the other end. "That's good. Don't let it cause any more trouble. We'll send someone to handle the aftermath. Don't worry." SongSeoHaeng frowned and quietly told Beck Sr., "The helicopter we were in is now in pieces, dumped in the outskirts of Gangnam. The culprit is still nonchalant." Huang Munjung sighed, "It's not a problem. We'll handle it later. Let's also deal with the helicopter." SongSeoHaeng reported the final issue. "Bach Sr. and I did indeed go to space today." Huang Munjung interrupted, "You hit the space station, huh? It's fine. Nobody invested in that station anyway. Don't worry." He coughed and took a deep breath to reveal the truth. "Due to various reasons, we accidentally left Teacher Sori in the space station and brought back an astronaut named Anthony from the station. Teacher Sori is now regarded as an astronaut and has been sent to America, where he is being interviewed by reporters." Huang Munjung shouted in frustration, "Each of you knows how to cause trouble. The space station incident is one thing, but bringing the wrong person back is a diplomatic mess." Huang Munjung, exhausted, said, "Dealing with such trouble makes my heart ache and my stomach hurt." Tears streamed down his face. "Don't worry, just take Dudu home. I'll have the team handle Dudu's central issue and continue training the American astronaut. We'll work on bringing Teacher Sori back." SongSeoHaeng felt embarrassed and said, "Sorry for causing more trouble." He sighed, "You've worked hard." After hanging up, SongSeoHaeng made arrangements and awaited the American astronaut's arrival, then contacted the support team. He was relieved, knowing Baekjeonja would be extremely grateful for the task. That night, a spacecraft soared into the sky. The astronaut opened his eyes. "It's so bright. Can't I get a good night's sleep? Where am I now?" he wondered. A figure appeared before him. "Child, you're awake." The figure was beautiful, with wings, and Anthony, feeling as though his soul had left his body, looked at the angel with tears in his eyes. "Why am I seeing an angel? Have I died?" he asked the floating figure. "Excuse me, where am I?" The beautiful person smiled and replied, "Don't be afraid, This is heaven." Hearing this, Anthony immediately fainted. He couldn't believe he was dead, and it hit him like a thunderbolt. Jory approached and scolded Baekak, "Don't scare him like that. What if you frighten him to death? We still need to exchange him with Teacher Sori. The beautiful figure smiled and said, "It's fine. I didn't scare him. My ship is indeed named Heaven, but I didn't lie to him." The figure then transformed from a dignified Seonja into a crane. Baekek asked the person next to Jory, who will be responsible for helping him adjust to this era. Jory thought for a moment and replied, "A new disciple, a young member joining Gungyuelhoven." Baekek inquired, "And what is this new person like?" The crane figure sparkled with light, and Baekek's aura radiated magnificently. "These people are all cunning old foxes," Baekek remarked. "They refuse to move forward." Jory responded, "You should be the one lacking determination. No one else is like you. So reckless, especially with things like proposing to Baek." Baekek thought about it and said, "Now, I dare say the new disciple will also be captivated by my charm." Jory was speechless and added, "I heard from Jingen that this new disciple, despite being affected by your charm, can still maintain normal friendships." Baekek cried out. The crane was shocked. Can he still maintain normal friendships? Is the new disciple male or female? Human or magical being? Jory, feeling uncomfortable, pushed the crane away and said, "The new disciple is a male human." Baekek felt dejected. "A male? Does that mean he's gay and can withstand my charm?" Jory was also at a loss and corrected him, "It should be the other way around. The new disciple, SongSeoHaeng, has a very normal orientation and can resist your charm." The crane became jealous and decided that once Teacher Sori was swapped back, it should meet this new disciple. Jory did not try to stop him, so the crane continued to plan. The crane flapped its wings, preparing to fly, and even seemed ready to perform a dance. "I need to properly educate this new disciple so that he can fully appreciate the charm and beauty of Bak Senior. In this world, no being should be without love. Bak Senior's existence and misconceptions should be corrected with my help." At SongSeoHaeng's home, he called out, "Guagua, we're back." SongSeoHaeng, not hearing a response, became concerned. "How come there's no reply? Are you asleep or something?" Bak Senior noticed 2 notes on the table and called out, "SongSeoHaeng, come look at this." The note read, "SongSeoHaeng, I went to earn some money. Don't miss me. I found out this morning from the report that I have hemorrhoids. If surgery is needed, it costs 3,000 to 5,000. I only have 1,032, so I need to earn more. I'll be back soon." SongSeoHaeng read the note and exploded in anger. "This prat really wants to drive me crazy, doesn't he? I told him to stay put and guard the house, but he ran off. How dare he ignore me and go on about his business? I don't care if he has hemorrhoids or not. I'm going to beat him up when he gets back." Dudu was frightened. Today, SongSeoHaeng's temper is really fierce. He's burning with rage. Meanwhile, at a temple, a luxurious black car was parked outside. The person inside prayed to a deity. "I've completed my mission. Please bless me to have a smooth last task. I will definitely make offerings to the deities." He sighed. "One last time. After today, I'll change my identity and live elsewhere." "Hello, benefactor," a small figure appeared. "Is Jodio Cryon at home? How does this monk know my name?" The man, who had missing teeth, was startled. He thought, "This must be a very cute child if sold. There will be many people eager to buy him." "Hello, monk. I am Jodio Cryon. What can I do for you?" Guagua, looking shy, said, "I heard that Josaiju is a place that specializes in buying and selling soy. Is that right?" Jodio Crayon, surprised, replied, "You're asking if we handle soy here. How do you see me, so monk? Although I'm already 6 years old, I still feel quite cute. If you want to buy me, I'm willing to sell myself for 5,000 pieces." Jodio Crayon was stunned. He had never encountered a child so straightforward. Feeling frustrated, he wondered if this was a trick or a joke. Guagua, looking innocent, said, "Is that not okay? 4,000 is also acceptable. I need at least 5,000 for the hemorrhoid surgery. I only have 1,000. Jodio Crayon noticed from Guagua's words that he was planning to sell himself to cover the cost of the surgery. Jodio Crayon stroked his head and grinned maliciously. "Hemorrhoid surgery? That's at least 4,000, right? So you're selling yourself. Don't joke with me. So monk, are you here alone? No family. Guagua honestly explained, I tricked my master and ran away. I've been flying for 4 years, arriving in Gangnam. I stayed with someone I knew for a night, but today, my master went out to earn money and I ran away again. Jodio Korean's eyes glinted with danger. This So monk looks quite good, with smooth skin and soft flesh, and he's only 6 years old. I'm very pleased. So, where is your acquaintance? Guagua replied honestly, I don't know. He went out with a senior and hasn't returned for a long time, so I left alone. Jodio Cryon felt elated, thinking that if he successfully sold this So monk tonight, he might not have to worry about food for the rest of his life. He thought about his sincere prayers earlier and felt that his wish had truly been fulfilled. He led Guagua to the car and drove him into the city. So monk, are you ready to be bought? Jodio Cryon asked. Yes, come on, get in the car, he said, pointing. So monk didn't hesitate, extending one hand to hand over the money and the other to deliver the goods. If you've bought So monk, first hand over the money, then I'll give you the goods. Jodio Cryon sweated coldly, realizing that So monk's mind was indeed a bit off. He handed the money to Guagua, who happily counted it, his eyes shining. After receiving the money and getting into the car, Guagua happily counted it, his eyes sparkling. So Seju, how are we going to do the hemorrhoid surgery? Jodio Cryon answered, we'll go to another place for the surgery. The hospital there has excellent conditions and innovative treatments that are painless. The cost is also reasonable, and after the surgery, it won't recur. Guagua was pleased and said, that's great then. Let's go there for the surgery. Meanwhile, SongSeoHaeng was preparing a plan to find Guagua. He brought out dog food and asked, can you find So monk with this? Dudu, confident, replied, of course. With my sense of smell, finding So monk is easy. SongSeoHaeng tempted Dudu with the food. If you help, I can teach you to drive. Then, I'll find a route where you can drive around. Dudu seemed uninterested and didn't respond. SongSeoHaeng, noticing this, thought that the offer might not be enough. He continued, once you drive well, we can choose a car, draw a magical array on it, and use it for high-speed racing. You can go wherever you want. Dudu immediately agreed, saying, no problem, leave it to me. It used its supernatural abilities to transform and hide, promising to find So monk quickly and report back. SongSeoHaeng realized he had dug his own grave by agreeing to let Dudu race. He wondered if he was seeking trouble. Bakak, who was fiddling with his computer, asked SongSeoHaeng, are you free tonight? Bakak, looking pleased, added, I'll teach you how to refine He Yoldan. I mentioned it before, if you have the materials, I'll teach you. SongSeoHaeng happily responded, wait a moment, I'll go get the materials for refining He Yoldan. Bakak then asked, by the way, SongSeoHaeng, do you know how to control the fire? SongSeoHaeng, who was preparing the materials, replied, no, I don't. Bakak, looking at him, said, I heard from someone that you're helping Yaksa perfect the new version of the body refinement elixir. Shouldn't you know how to control the fire? He scratched his head and smiled, saying to Bake, you don't know. I don't use an alchemy furnace to refine the rotten body elixir. Bake looked surprised. Then how do you refine the rotten body elixir? He pointed to the induction cooker and pot nearby. I use those to refine it. Bake was skeptical. Isn't that something for cooking? Maybe you should try using a microwave to refine the rotten body elixir. But since he hadn't mastered the fire control technique, it was somewhat troublesome because the technique wasn't easy to master like the Thunderstrike heart. He pulled out a treasure from his bag. Bak, do you recognize this treasure? He held up the 3-star fire control fan. Bake took the fan and praised it. This magical item is quite convenient. Yaksa is working on combining monk artifacts with modern technology. He admitted, yes, Yaksa is always at the forefront. The only issue is that this fan needs electricity. It feels somewhat restrained. When the fan broke, it made sense. It's perfect to combine magic tools with technology. He praised Yaksa, but Bak only laughed. Indeed, I'll fix it right away. A minute later, The fan was back to normal. Bake waved it and fire blazed in the furnace, roaring fiercely. SongSeoHaeng felt relieved and complimented Bake. It's amazing. Once you fix something, it works perfectly. Bake laughed, of course. Now let's lower the flame's heat a bit. However, the fire seemed to burn even hotter without reducing. Bake continued to laugh. It seems I installed the fire control function incorrectly. SongSeoHaeng felt speechless. SongSeoHaeng thought he shouldn't have praised it, but seeing Bake's nonchalant attitude, he said, "It's okay. I'll get the fan fixed. If it can't be fixed, we'll wait for Yaksa to repair it later. I'll teach you the fire control technique. It's more convenient than magical items. You can control the fire's size, big or small, as you wish. Magical items are just external tools." SongSeoHaeng didn't dare to argue, swallowing his disappointment and agreeing. The elder was right. At Munjusi, 400 kilometers from Gangnam, Jodio Cryon looked at the person in the back seat and chuckled. "When we get there, even if So Monk's acquaintance has some tricks, they won't find us. I'll overlook why So Monk came to me to be sold, but it doesn't matter. Once this sale is complete, and I make a profit, I'll be able to retire." Guagua woke up from his sleep and asked, "Jo Seju, are we there yet?" Jodio Cryon smiled. "We're almost there." He turned on the air conditioning and began counting. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. Guagua slowly closed his eyes and then fell asleep soundly. He felt a secret satisfaction, thinking the hypnotic effect on the acquaintance was really effective. He parked quickly at some place, opened the door, and prepared to take the money from So Monk. However, just as he reached for it, Guagua's small hand stopped him. Guagua was awake and asked, "Jo Seju, what are you doing?" Jodio Cryon was puzzled. Why is So Monk awake? He quickly pretended, "Haha, I didn't want to wake you. I just wanted to help you get out of the car." Guagua thanked him. "I was reciting scriptures and wasn't asleep." This time is for reciting scriptures after the meal at the temple. Even though we've left the temple, So Monk still observes his routine. Jodio Cryon sighed, "Never mind, it's actually good that a child at this age doesn't like to sleep. I'll wait until night when he's asleep, and then take the 4,000 back." Guagua stuck his head out of the car and asked, "Are we there yet? Can we go to the hospital now?" Jodio Cryon replied, "Just find a good hospital once we get there to perform the hemorrhoid surgery. The innovative treatment is painless and won't relapse." Jodio Cryon was angry but tried to control himself. "There's no need to rush. We can treat the hemorrhoids anytime. You should first go with the old man to a good place. It's already getting dark. Let's rest for the night, haha." Hearing this, Guagua was angry. "But Jo Seju, you said that as soon as we arrived, we would find a really good hospital for my hemorrhoid surgery. Damn it, hemorrhoids, just obey and be quiet. Since it's getting dark, let's find a place to rest. If you don't listen, I'll throw you into the sea to be eaten by sharks." Guagua, disappointed, asked Jo Seju, "Were you lying to me before? The master said that anyone who lies will get spanked." He laughed. "Spanked? See if I can beat you to death first. I'll make you blossom with a spanking." With that, Guagua threw him into the air. Jodio Cryon landed hard on the ground. His head cracked open. The ground and rocks flew around. Jodio Cryon rubbed his head. He was bleeding, dizzy, and confused about what had just happened. What happened just now? Guagua gave him a strong hit on the head, seeing his past life. Then he kept hitting his buttocks, shouting, "Who told you to deceive people? Who told you to deceive people? Who told you to deceive people?" Slap, slap. "Ah, ah, ah," Jodio Cryon cried. "Damn it, this monk's hands don't feel like normal human hands. They're as hard as iron. Trying to escape will kill you. And if you keep hitting me, you'll really kill me." Slap, slap, slap. Jodio Cryon's buttocks turned bright red, and his pants were torn. While he spoke, he was uncomfortable, and asked if he would dare lie again. Slap, slap, ah, ha! He cried, and said he wouldn't dare anymore. Hoo, I cried all my tears. I didn't expect that in the business of human trafficking, I would meet such a monstrous child. After beating him, Guagua chanted the Amitabha Buddha and clasped his hands in apology, saying, "Good, good." Jo Saiju knew he could be changed later. There was nothing better. Jodio Cryon cried without tears, wondering if this was his karma. At the hospital at night, Jodio Cryon brought Guagua for a checkup. Guagua was happy. So many people. Finally, things are going as I wished. Jodio Cryon was confused. The problem is, if this monk is already well, why would he come to me to sell himself? He looked pale and was sitting down, feeling pain in his buttocks. Jodio Cryon was so angry he nearly vomited blood. Could it be that he specializes in deceiving me? He looked at Guagua, calculating what to do next. Should he escape from this monk? He was unwilling. I decided to finish this job and retire. I've already spent thousands on his surgery. Guagua turned with sparkling eyes and asked, "Jo Saiju, can I borrow some money?" The monk didn't expect that registration also required money, which he hadn't considered. Jodio Cryon agreed, "No problem, I'll cover the registration fee." He thought to himself, "Anyway, for now, I can't have conflicts with the monk. Wait until the transaction is complete, and then hand the monk over to them." Guagua bowed deeply to Jo Saiju, feeling very grateful. Jodio Cryon, who was sinister, thought, "Since I can't treat this monk myself, I'll let the buyer deal with him." The child finished the registration and went to greet the female practitioner. "I have hemorrhoids and want to have the innovative surgery." The nurse looked at the monk and praised, "Sogawa is so cute," then asked Jodio Cryon, who was standing next to her, "Is this Sogawa's father?" Before Jodio Cryon could answer, Guagua quickly spoke, "No, he's the one who just spent 4,000 to buy the monk." The nurse was shocked. Buying and selling children. Human trafficking. Her eyes widened, and everyone reacted similarly, stepping aside. Jodio Cryon smiled and explained, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Everyone misunderstood. The IJ here is not aware and is talking nonsense. Human traffickers would never bring a child to a hospital for hemorrhoid surgery, right?" After saying this, Jodio Cryon felt anxious, wondering if his lie would come true. Everyone in the hospital fell silent, thinking. The nurse, hearing this, relaxed her vigilant expression, which was reasonable. Human traffickers wouldn't bring a child for treatment, she thought. After completing the registration, he left, not forgetting to remind, "The specialist for hemorrhoids should be here. I suddenly feel like having a smoke outside." Guagua, showing obedience, said, "Jo Saiju, don't worry. I'm already 6 years old and can take care of myself. After the surgery is done, I'll find you." He was uncomfortable, thinking back to his previous calculations, feeling like the nurse had probably reported to the police. He decided to park his car at the hospital entrance. If the police come, he must escape immediately. Otherwise, he would wait for the monk to come out and then take him away. He thought he was really clever, chuckling to himself. Dudu, standing behind, was annoyed. "This guy is so skilled. He tricked the monk all the way to Munjusi, making me run so far. I need to give this human trafficker a good lesson, or I'll never be able to relieve this frustration." The scene shifted to SongSeoHaeng's house at night. The fire pit was burning, but not very strongly, just flickering. SongSeoHaeng was crying, looking at Bak Sr., pointing at the fire pit. "Huayum is stronger now, isn't it?" "Yes, it's about the size of a sharp fingernail." SongSeoHaeng, feeling helpless, knelt on the ground, as if a cold wind was blowing over his shoulders. The control fire technique seems harder to practice. It took hundreds of attempts. "Senior, do you think I can refine pills?" Bak Sr. comforted him, "Don't get discouraged. The control fire technique is indeed very difficult to cultivate, especially for a first-grade cultivator like you. It's even harder. When I first learned the control fire technique, it took me several times longer than the Chongam thunder technique." SongSeoHaeng, hearing this, was encouraged. "Really? It seems like I'm the protagonist of a novel, growing stronger over time." "Yes," said SongSeoHaeng, happily. "Ha ha ha, let my fire of intellect blaze." Meanwhile, Bak Sr. thought to himself, not daring to say out loud to avoid hurting SongSeoHaeng's pride. "The Chongam thunder technique, I learned it just by watching once. The control fire technique is serious. You need to observe it from start to finish, and then simulate it in your mind to learn it. It really does take twice the time. Finally, the fire burned much stronger than before. SongSeoHaeng, sitting on the ground, gasped for breath, having succeeded. His spiritual energy and blood ki in his heart and eyes were exhausted to the maximum. Even the stored blood ki, Ryungwi, was depleted. Bak Senior approached and advised him to rest a bit before continuing to practice. Once you master the control fire technique, I will teach you how to refine the Gihyeolden. SongSeoHaeng's phone rang. He was confused. Who could be calling me at this hour? It was Dudu. SongSeoHaeng, I found the monk Guagua. SongSeoHaeng, serious, asked, where is that monk? Dudu reported, it's quite far. He is currently at a hospital in Munjusi, undergoing hemorrhoid surgery. SongSeoHaeng was surprised, his mouth wide open. How did you get all the way there? Dudu, with a dangerous smile, asked, do you want me to bring him back? Just promise to teach me how to fly a plane, and I will help you catch the monk. SongSeoHaeng immediately refused, no need. Just keep an eye on the monk. My hometown is in Munjusi, and I was planning to go there soon anyway. After hanging up with Dudu, he explained to Bak Senior. By the way, Senior, would you like to go with me to Munjusi? They have famous snacks there. Bak Senior became interested upon hearing about the famous snacks. SongSeoHaeng scratched his head and said, yes, although it's not a specialty. We do have quite a few snacks in that area. Bak Senior agreed. Then let's wait until Sori, the teacher, is returned. And then we'll go. Guagua had finished his surgery and was happily smiling. Ha ha ha, it's really much better now. I don't feel any pain anymore. As long as I'm no longer troubled by hemorrhoids, I won't be afraid of anything, no matter where the master arranges my retreat. The nurse brought the police over. This is the monk. He might have been tricked into being trafficked. Guagua was surprised but still bowed carefully. Hello, are you looking for the monk? The police officer sat down and greeted the monk. Earlier, you mentioned that someone bought you for 4,000, right? Guagua nodded vigorously. Yes. The officer continued, do you know the name of that person? Where is he now? The monk pointed and said, the person's name is Jodio Cryon. He is a human trafficker. If nothing else, he should be waiting at the hospital entrance for me. Do you have any reason to find Jo Saiju? The officer asked seriously. Yes, we just need to ask him a few questions. Dudu, hiding and eavesdropping, smiled. This is getting interesting. Dudu used a spell to create an illusion so passersby wouldn't see them. Jodio Cryon waited outside the car, constantly calculating his next steps. He timed the surgery and wondered if the minor hemorrhoid surgery was already completed. Why hasn't the monk come out yet? He smoked and looked out cautiously. I always felt that the nurse's gaze was a bit odd. Maybe she has already called the police. What should I do? Should I leave the monk behind and drive away? The hospital door opened, and Guagua appeared, looking around with a cute expression. Jodio Cryon breathed a sigh of relief. No one is with him. It seemed the nurse hadn't called the police after all. Jodio Cryon, relieved, saw the monk come out and honk the horn. Guagua happily spotted him. The boy ran over to Jo Saiju. Indeed, Jodio Cryon was waiting at the hospital entrance. Ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a while. Now that the surgery is done, let's go back. Guagua replied, yes, it's done, but I need to come back tomorrow and the day after for a follow-up for 3 days to fully recover. Jo Saiju then added, the 3 people behind me said they have something to discuss with you. Jodio Cryon was furious, dropping his cigarette and staring at the boy. The boy pointed behind him, saying, these 3 benefactors here. Jodio Cryon looked but saw no one, wondering if it was a ghost. Dudu then lifted the spell he had cast, revealing the 3 police officers in front of Jodio Cryon. Jodio Cryon was at a loss for words, his mouth hanging open even wider. Guagua was still excitedly pointing behind him. The police officers went back to their car, immediately grabbing the wheel and preparing to flee, but the keys were missing. Where are my car keys? He shouted helplessly. Dudu mischievously waved the keys. The monk, holding a wad of cash, said, but you clearly bought me. I had collected information about you before coming here to buy me. Now, Jodio Cryon is speechless, really at a loss for words. Guagua, feeling proud, said, "Don't underestimate me. If I hadn't identified you as a human trafficker, why would I run all this way to let you buy me?" Then the monk waved goodbye. "Thank you for taking me for the hemorrhoid surgery. Goodbye." Dudu appeared on the roof of the car. The monk recognized him and asked, "Dudu?" The dog ran to Guagua, showing him a video. "Here's something good for you." It was a video of SongSeoHaeng, who was extremely angry, saying, "You wanted to make me mad, didn't you? You disobeyed me and ran away. I'll catch you and beat you up, no matter if you have hemorrhoids or not." Guagua, seeing SongSeoHaeng's furious face and the warning to beat him up, was scared. Dudu nodded, understanding. "I have some news for you. You're now in Manjusi, SongSeoHaeng's hometown. In 2 days, SongSeoHaeng will be here soon." The monk, crying on the ground, asked Dudu, "What should I do now?" The little dog comforted him. "You should have thought about this before. Running away from home is a very severe act. You know that people at home will be very worried. SongSeoHaeng will arrive in Manjusi soon, so there's still some time. Think carefully and apologize. Maybe it will cool them down a bit." Guagua, now scared, obediently listened. Then the two got into the car. Dudu turned big. "Let's find a nearby bar and stay there." The monk was curious. "Dudu, you know how to drive." Recalling his glorious past, the little dog bragged, "I've even flown a plane, let alone a car. I flew a helicopter today." Guagua, holding on tightly to the seat, was nervous as the car wouldn't move. Dudu realized he forgot to shift gears and then forgot to release the handbrake. "Oops, I forgot to release the handbrake." The car still didn't move. Dudu laughed awkwardly, scratching his ear. Guagua, sitting in the back, was trembling. Dudu has never driven a car before. He only claimed to have flown a plane, not driven a car. I was really too naive. The monk, now scared, worried about what would happen if there was a car accident. "I don't have enough money for compensation. Will I have to sell myself again?" The atmosphere in the American detention center was very grim. Sori, the teacher, was being beaten severely. The assailant repeatedly hit Sori and demanded, "Where did you hide Professor Antone?" Sori, crying and trembling, answered, "I don't know. I really don't know. Please don't hit me anymore. If I knew, I would have told you already." The assailant, frustrated, used various methods of torture, but still couldn't make him talk. Then, a mysterious person with a hood arrived. "It's fine if he doesn't talk. Just hand him over to me. I'll make sure he talks within a few days." The door slid open automatically, and the person inside demanded, "Who is it?" It was Backhack, who licked his lips and smiled. Guess who? On the morning of July 10th at SongSeoHaeng's home, he woke up taking a deep breath. Recently, his sense of smell had been somewhat off, but he felt full of energy. It had been just over a month since his last vision opened up. He watched the morning news on TV, which reported an incident in Manjusi. Around 11 p.m. last night, on Phoenix Road, there was a traffic accident involving a Dongfeng car that was speeding over 100 km/h. It crashed into a villa on Phoenix Road, also destroying a Ferrari parked in the villa's yard. According to the villa's owner, the driver of the car was a very large baking. Gangnam TV was reporting, and when a reporter asked the victim, they were adamant that it wasn't them. "I'm not crazy, it was a huge baking." The police suspected it might be a racing gang wearing animal masks, a highly violent act. The police were investigating and promised to find the culprits. SongSeoHaeng reviewed the news and thought about the reporter's description of the incident. With the mention of a baking, he concluded it was definitely Dudu. He then called Dudu. "Bip bip." Dudu answered, "Hello, SongSeoHaeng. Why are you calling so early in the morning? It's like a dream. Be careful, I might bite you." SongSeoHaeng calmly asked, "Dudu, tell me honestly, did you speed yesterday and crash into a villa, destroying a Ferrari?" Dudu denied. "Woof, how could you know? Do you have a camera on me?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "You think everyone is as shameless as you? It's on TV. Do you know that?" Dudu pretended not to understand. "Ah, it's on TV. That's not good." SongSeoHaeng, almost at his limit, asked, "Where are you now?" The dog, lounging on the bed, said, "I'm in a bar in Munjusi. I looked for it for a long time." SongSeoHaeng, frustrated, yelled into the phone, "Don't cause any more trouble. I'm coming over to find you. If you cause any more issues, don't expect to see me again." The call ended. Dudu, unfazed, had twinkling eyes and hearts floating around him. SongSeoHaeng's warning about not seeing him again made Dudu uneasy. He thought about how to deal with SongSeoHaeng's concerns. He had previously told SongSeoHaeng, "I'm a baking." If SongSeoHaeng had affection for him, Dudu blushed and said, "I can introduce you to some very strong girls." SongSeoHaeng, exasperated, spat out water and ended the call, muttering a spell to calm down. "Don't get angry, don't get angry. I can't fight back, can't fight back." Then the doorbell rang. SongSeoHaeng wondered who it could be and went to answer it. It was Jory, his senior. "Jory, you came at just the right time." Jory understood the situation. Did Dudu cause trouble again? SongSeoHaeng scratched his head and said, "Yes, but it's not too serious." Jory sat down, looking dejected. "SongSeoHaeng, I came here for a long vacation. If possible, could you keep an eye on Dudu for me? Even if it's just for a day, I'd appreciate it. I'm planning to go out on a date." SongSeoHaeng, feeling dejected, agreed. "Haha, I'll do my best." He then continued to sort out the trouble caused by Dudu. Meanwhile, Dudu in Munjusi had crashed into a villa and a Ferrari. Jory, with tears in his eyes, thought it was just a minor issue that could be resolved with money. "It's okay. We'll handle it. We have Sori, the teacher, who was left behind at the space station. I brought him back from the West." SongSeoHaeng asked, "How is Sori, the teacher?" Jory replied, "Fortunately, we arrived in time. He wasn't too badly hurt. If we had been any later, it would have been worse. It's scary to think about the situation. Both physically and mentally, it was very intense." SongSeoHaeng, concerned, said, "Oh, that sounds terrifying." Jory added, "By the way, we plan to erase his memory in the West, but we're worried there might have been too many recent memory erasures. If we mess it up, he might become mentally impaired. We should let Buck Sr. handle it." SongSeoHaeng brought Sori into the house and asked Jory, "Got it. Do you want to stay for a while?" Jory said, "No. I have to go to Munjusi to deal with Dudu's mess. I'll visit again when I have time. Goodbye." He then left. Jory also didn't forget to say goodbye. In about 20 minutes, Professor Sori should recover from the hypnotic spell. You should pay attention to this. SongSeoHaeng watched Jory leave and felt discouraged. Why did he run so fast? SongSeoHaeng brought Professor Sori into the house and sat down to meditate. Professor Sori would wake up in another 20 minutes. Senior Baek was practicing in his room, hoping that by then he would finish his current training and continue with the True Enlightenment Sutra to strengthen his mental power. As time passed, 10 minutes later, SongSeoHaeng opened his eyes, finishing his meditation. He heard a sound. Someone was walking around. Professor Sori had woken up. SongSeoHaeng opened his eyes and looked around, only to see sand. He swore, wondering how he ended up here. The sound of footsteps he had heard was from SongSeoHaeng. Looking behind, he heard the clop of a horse approaching. It was Master Baek calling his horse, Sobak. Master Baek appeared with a smile, saying, "Finally found you." SongSeoHaeng stood up and said, Yes, it's been a few days." He felt happy inside. He wanted to check if his martial arts had improved recently. SongSeoHaeng assumed a ready stance, while Master Baek gently patted Sobak. "Where did you just run off to? I thought you were lost." SongSeoHaeng said loudly, "No need to say much. What are we practicing this time?" Senior Baek asked Sobak, "Shall we practice boxing?" SongSeoHaeng was ready for this and immediately demonstrated his skills, attacking with the Gentleman of the Great Wall. "Haha, just what I wanted. Look at my prowess." SongSeoHaeng continued to use his boxing techniques. Master Baek deftly avoided the attacks with ease and praised him. "Well done, Sobak, take one of my moves." At this moment, SongSeoHaeng noticed every move of Master Baek. He stood still as Master Baek's Heart Lightning Strike flew toward him. SongSeoHaeng used the immovable diamond body, and a huge explosion occurred. SongSeoHaeng laughed, "Ha ha, I know the heart lightning strike." Master Bake was bored with Sobak playing dirty and used magic techniques. Hi, you're making progress," he then praised SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng was stunned. A heart lightning strike hit him without causing injury. But indeed, Master Bak had said something new. It seemed that this heart lightning strike had led to a new, intense situation. Master Bak wiped sweat from his forehead and said, "Sobak uses magic techniques. In that case, I won't be polite." SongSeoHaeng thought it was not good and refused. "Let's not. I feel we should still be polite, it would be better. I feel a bit tired. Maybe we should rest a bit." But it seemed Master Bak didn't listen. Ha, watch my magic techniques." With a devilish smile, he charged at SongSeoHaeng with the super invincible Divine Dragon 9 Elemental Furious Thunderstorm technique. SongSeoHaeng felt scared, thinking that with his weak self, he couldn't withstand this. It seemed he had carelessly provoked a bigger problem. Thunder rumbled from the sky, and lightning struck him. SongSeoHaeng's body was torn apart. After waking up, Professor Sori was confused to find himself in a desert. "Where is this? What happened? How did I end up in a desert?" Professor Sori recalled that it was because he needed money urgently, so he agreed to teach 2 wealthy men who flew a plane. One was a man named Jummy, and the other was a friendly-looking student. Then, there was no memory left. Vaguely, he remembered some Western faces but couldn't recall what had happened. Professor Sori was bewildered, rubbed his ears, took off his glasses, and blinked several times. Am I dreaming? Did the plane crash into the desert? No, there are no deserts near Gangnam. He heard a voice calling him, "Sobak, you're awake." Then Master Bake, with a horse, approached him in a leisurely manner. "Sobak, where did you just run off to? I thought you were lost." Professor Sori was confused. "Are you calling me Sobek? My name is Elixir." Seeing Master Bake, Professor Sori admired him. "You're truly a handsome young hero. Are you filming a historical drama?" Then, Master Bak threw a sword on the ground and said, "Sobak, let's practice swordplay." Professor Sori, still not understanding what was happening, broke into a cold sweat. "Wait a moment, are you mistaken? I'm not Sobek, nor an actor. I'm just an ordinary person who accidentally entered a play." Before Professor Sori could explain further, Master Bak had already thrown a sword at him. "Sobak, watch my sword." Professor Sori fell, holding his wound. Master Bake was confused. "Ha, Sobek? Why didn't you dodge the attack? Can't you see it's a sword? Why are you rolling around, throwing a tantrum? Do we have a grudge against each other? Why did you stab me with a sword right after meeting me?" He cried. "I'm not Sobak. I'm not afraid. I'm the aircraft teacher Elixir." Even if I explain, Master Bake still grabbed him and dragged him away. "Sobak, don't you want to practice swordplay? Today, I'll teach you something else. You mentioned before that you wanted to learn boxing, right? I'll teach you." Professor Sori tried desperately to protest. "I don't want to learn. I want to go home." The scene turned into a torture session for Professor Sori. SongSeoHaeng also woke up from his daze after being struck by lightning. His hair was frizzed out. Master Bake was treating SongSeoHaeng's injuries. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Master Bake asked. SongSeoHaeng, unsure of how to face him, immediately hugged Master Bake, saying, "Senior, you finally ended your seclusion." Master Bake patted his shoulder. "Don't move around too much. I'm using spiritual power to heal you." Master Bake then asked, "Did something happen while I was in seclusion?" SongSeoHaeng held up 2 fingers, showing a plug socket. "Nothing happened. I just had a breakthrough and got shocked by a plug." Master Bake laughed, noting that despite being shocked, SongSeoHaeng's clothes were still intact, which was worth the money. Master Bake then looked at Professor Sori, who was badly beaten, and asked, "What happened to Professor Sori?" SongSeoHaeng explained, "Professor Sori was recently rescued from America by Wang Zhenjingdun's subordinate. He must have been severely mistreated there." Master Bake then proceeded to treat Professor Sori's injuries. "Seaport plus 1,000 plus 1,000 plus 1,000. SongSeoHaeng scratched his head and continued, "Yes, senior. Wang Sanjingun's subordinate brought Professor Sori back. They said they hadn't erased his memory yet, so we need you to erase it completely, leaving no trace. Master Bake agreed. I'll give it a try. Actually, erasing memories is not my specialty, and doing it too many times in a short period can cause unavoidable damage to the brain. SongSeoHaeng felt discouraged after these days, knowing Professor Sori's situation must be really bad. Recalling Professor Sori's memory, he remembered the excitement of flying with SongSeoHaeng and then going to America to become an astronaut. SongSeoHaeng could only wish him happiness in the future. SongSeoHaeng took Master Bake to the parking lot and repeated Wang San's message for him. Senior, let's choose a car. Wang San sent many vehicles. Master Bake happily responded. Should we go there ourselves? Let me choose. Master Bake pointed to a vehicle, and SongSeoHaeng was stunned. This is a good choice. I think this one suits me. I'll drive it. A bulldozer? Why are there so many strange vehicles here? SongSeoHaeng was surprised and tried to change Master Bake's choice. Senior, that's a bulldozer, not a vehicle. It's for construction work. If you're really interested, we can drive it after we return from Munju. Master Bake agreed. But then, he pointed to a nearby bulldozer and asked, what about this one? SongSeoHaeng explained. It's a grader for removing dirt and mud. If you like it, we can drive it after returning. Master Bake then noticed a red vehicle and SongSeoHaeng was horrified. What the hell, another bulldozer? And it's a tractor too. This is used for transporting agricultural produce. Master Bake casually mentioned. It's used for transportation, and it has seats for two. We can drive it. SongSeoHaeng tried to stop him. No, Senior, this vehicle is not allowed on the road right now. We should choose another one. But Master Bake insisted on driving it, happily holding two controls. I've chosen these. It doesn't matter if we can't drive it now. I can set up an invisible formation and remove it when we get close to your home. SongSeoHaeng was speechless. At this point, he couldn't stop it anymore. Master Bake, happy like a child, prepared to leave, while SongSeoHaeng couldn't stop thinking about the situation. I wish we had chosen another vehicle instead of letting Master Bake pick. It might have been better to choose randomly and drive it back. Master Bake asked, SongSeoHaeng, how do you start this? SongSeoHaeng sighed and didn't want to speak further. Why choose such a weird vehicle? SongSeoHaeng pulled the lever and went to start the engine. Master Bake was delighted and said, oh, you have to do that. Come to me next time. Dust and smoke filled the air as the vehicle started. SongSeoHaeng suddenly realized, wait a minute, I just did something stupid. If this tractor doesn't start, I could just pick another vehicle. Why did I insist on starting this one? The two returned to the vehicle. Master Bake was happily ready to go. SongSeoHaeng, feeling dejected, had no choice but to get on. Seeing Master Bake so happy, he decided to let it go. Fine. If Master Bake enjoys it, let's go with the tractor. The two set off in the tractor toward Munjusi. Upon arrival at Munjusi, SongSeoHaeng's parents were carefully preparing a meal. SongSeoHaeng's mother asked, has Noyo not arrived yet? SongSeoHaeng replied, that old man hasn't dared to come here all year. Now suddenly he wants to bring his son here. He definitely has no good intentions. He clenched his fists, showing his displeasure. I heard his son dropped out of school years ago, went to make a fortune, and now he's probably coming to show off his son's achievements. SongSeoHaeng's mother intervened. But you were the one who started this. After SongSeoHaeng got into Gangnam University, you kept taking him to Noyo's house, bragging about his achievements. You looked like you wanted to be beaten. SongSeoHaeng's father felt a gust of wind. Just thinking about Noyo's son possibly driving an expensive car made him ache with envy. The tractor continued to spew smoke, looking completely out of place. SongSeoHaeng, alarmed, asked Master Bake, Senior, are we really invisible? Why do I feel like someone is watching us? Master Bake reassured him, it's just your imagination. The vehicle is invisible, so don't worry. Master Bake realized, yes, the tractor is invisible. But it still makes noise and smells. But he didn't intend to keep everything hidden. A vehicle driving invisibly isn't much fun if people can't see it. Indeed, the public should enjoy it too. 10 minutes later, The two had delivered Professor Sori to the airport and said their goodbyes. We have to go now. If you have any questions, ask Professor Sori when he wakes up. Gisari, feeling nervous, took the lib Professor Sori, thinking that the world of the rich was beyond ordinary people's comprehension. The tractor left, making its noise as it went. Noyo and his son arrived at Ba Song's house. Ba Song was happily smiling. Chianyu, bring out the gift for No Song. Oh, I can't wait to see No Song's reaction. I've been holding back for a year to show off. It turns out he just wanted to brag. Once inside Noyo's house, he provoked Ba SongSeoHaeng. No Song, remember when Chianyu dropped out of school 3 years ago? He's been working hard and finally made some achievements. This year alone, he earned over 10 million. Ba SongSeoHaeng was uncomfortable but had to endure. Noyo is doing much better than you, SongSeoHaeng. Noyo continued, boasting loudly about the car. Do you see the car parked downstairs? It's a 7th-generation BMW, worth over 2 million. Chianyu's car is even better than ours. We plan to upgrade to a better car in 2 years. Hearing this, Ba Song thought about his son and became even angrier. SongSeoHaeng, that kid will definitely make money quickly after graduation and switch to a Ferrari. If he can't make that much, just wait and see if I don't beat him. Noyo continued showing off. No Song, I heard you like to collect this kind of stuff. I went through a lot of trouble to get this. He revealed a bronze statue. Ha ha ha, not bad, right? This statue is quite unique. See. A literary girl reading while a bird perches on her head. Ba Song spat out his drink in shock. This is the famous reading statue with a bird. It was quite renowned back then. Ba Song was even angrier now. All right, I accept this gift. I'll keep it carefully. In his mind, Ba Song decided that he would use this statue to hit Noyo if SongSeoHaeng succeeded in the future, or use it to hit SongSeoHaeng if he didn't. After the bragging segment, Noyo moved on to discussing his children. By the way, how is your son SongSeoHaeng? Isn't it summer vacation already? Ba Song, now calmer, replied, I called him recently. He said he has some friends visiting, so he should be back soon. Noyo laughed, oh, that's too bad. By the way, has SongSeoHaeng learned to drive yet? If not, I'll bring a BMW to teach him during the summer vacation. Ba Song could only remain silent and listen. Master Bake, after a while of driving and having fun, asked SongSeoHaeng, isn't your home nearby? SongSeoHaeng responded, almost. At this speed, we'll arrive in over an hour. Master Bake, feeling bored, noticed something and told SongSeoHaeng, switch with me. You drive. SongSeoHaeng was surprised, I'll drive. I don't know how to drive a tractor. Master Bake assured him, it's easy, I'll teach you. Just try it. With the wind blowing through his hair, SongSeoHaeng felt exhilarated. The tractor, now modified by Master Bake, could go up to 100 or even 150. The experience was exhilarating, and SongSeoHaeng found himself enjoying it immensely. Master Bake, in about half an hour, we'll reach Munju City, and soon we'll be at Baekhyang. That's where my home is. He noticed Master Bake looking at the side and realized he had fallen asleep. He was surprised. Could it be that Master Bake was exhausted from helping him and Professor Sori with their injuries, and used a lot of spiritual power? Or was it because of something else? SongSeoHaeng took out his flute and played a tune to announce that Master Bake's retreat was ending. The retreat will end in 2 days, 3 hours, and 2 minutes. Please wait. SongSeoHaeng sighed and looked up at the sky, spotting a shooting star. He immediately made a wish. I hope SongSeoHaeng stays healthy. I hope the issues with the memories of Master Buka, Master Sanrang, and Master Gohagwan can be resolved smoothly. I hope everything goes well bringing Master Bake home without any troubles, and I hope Dudu and the monks so stop causing trouble for others and behave well. He wished for one final thing. I hope my cultivation path will be smoother and that I encounter good fortune. Looking at the sky, SongSeoHaeng felt that after meeting Master Bake, he began to believe in luck more. The shooting star continued to brighten and grow larger. SongSeoHaeng was startled. Is this a hallucination? The shooting star is getting brighter and larger. SongSeoHaeng panicked, thinking the star was targeting him. Is this the blessing Master Baekjeonye mentioned before? I didn't expect it to actually happen. Looking closely, he noticed something strange about the meteor. Hey, there's a figure beneath the meteor. Isn't that the Unmu Daoist, who was imprisoned by Hwang Sanjingun in the Five Peaks seal? It was strange that the figure seemed anxious. Unmu Daoist, a 5th grade spirit emperor and a formidable practitioner, was carrying the meteor. SongSeoHaeng wondered if the meteor was some sort of treasure. 10 minutes before the meteor arrived, the Unmu Daoist had been waiting calmly. Wangsan hasn't come to capture me yet. Maybe he doesn't know I've broken the seal and escaped. I've been carefully guarding against him day and night, worried about a sneak attack. Looking up, he felt an increasing sense of danger. Why do I feel a sense of danger above my head, and it's getting more intense? Did I wake up in the wrong position this morning? The meteor appeared out of nowhere. Why didn't I sense it with my 5th grade Ju Danryong Wang level? Unmu Daoist drew his sword to break the meteorite. Dan meteorite, let me cut you in half. He struck at the center of the meteorite, cursing as he noticed that there was a hidden sword aura. Wangsan, you old fool, you're so devious. He cursed as the sword aura flew towards his neck, revealing some kind of mark when the sword struck. At Wangsan Daoist's home, he observed his reflection in a mirror and realized that the mark left on him was devastating. The meteorite had appeared silently and swiftly, with enormous damage and strange effects that felt familiar. The meteorite pulled Unmu Daoist down with it, right in front of SongSeoHaeng's vehicle. SongSeoHaeng fell back in shock as he saw the meteorite land and Unmu Daoist unconscious and pinned under it. He was puzzled, thinking that Unmu Daoist should have escaped from Hwang Sanjingun's suppression. So how was he crushed by the meteorite? He recalled that nearly all Daoist disciples he knew seemed unfortunate. It was as if luck, which was hard to explain, did exist in the world. SongSeoHaeng approached and lifted the meteorite with one hand. Wow, it's much lighter than I thought. Moreover, the flame had just extinguished, and the object was completely cold, not burning his hands at all. He tossed it onto the cart, thinking it might be a meteorite from space, and better to take it regardless of whether it was a treasure or not. Seeing Unmu Daoist lying there, SongSeoHaeng felt pity and decided to take him along. Although Unmu Daoist was a bit foolish, he seemed to be destined for rescue, so he would try to help if possible. Otherwise, he would inform Hwang Sanjingun and have him taken away. After arranging the meteorite and Unmu Daoist, he drove away. Thankfully, Master Bak had come with the cart. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to transport the meteorite. Noyo and Bae-som were drunk and barely aware of their surroundings. They slurred, "When I was young, 10 years ago, I fought a lot. My son, my daughter-in-law." Seeing them in such a state, Som's mother decided to clean up. "Cheon-yu, don't mind them. You should go rest in the living room. I'll take care of these two." Cheon-yu complied, saying, "Okay." As she left, she thought that coming to SongSeoHaeng's house with her husband was a huge mistake. "Hello." Bae-som, heavily drunk, answered the phone. SongSeoHaeng, noticing his father's strange voice, asked, "Dad, is that you? Have you been drinking?" Bae-som mumbled, "Noyo, damn it, he came to our house and drank with me. What do you need?" SongSeoHaeng explained that he was on his way home and would arrive in about 10 minutes. Bae-som agreed, "Okay, be careful on your way home and greet Uncle Yeo when you get back." SongSeoHaeng didn't explain further, which made Bae-som wonder. The unusual mode of transportation sounded like a cart or tractor. Surely, I must have misheard. Maybe it's an SUV or something similar. Bae-som mumbled to himself, hoping his son wasn't driving a tractor home, or he'd have no idea how to face others. 10 minutes later, Noyo and Bae-som stood by the window waiting for SongSeoHaeng. Noyo commented, "SongSeoHaeng is back. After a year, I wonder how he's doing." Bae-som silently prayed, "Please don't let it be a tractor. Please don't let it be a tractor." As the cart appeared with SongSeoHaeng driving, and a huge meteorite behind it, Bae-som nearly fainted. It's really a tractor, and he's driving it home, not just riding in it. And it's one of those old-fashioned ones. Bae-som was dejected, while Noyo laughed, "Ha ha ha, no Som, your son's driving a tractor. That's cool. I remember driving one like this 25 years ago. It's a rare antique now. You don't see these on the road anymore. Baesong was speechless with anger. SongSeoHaeng's mother greeted her mother-in-law with joy, but when she saw the unfamiliar faces, she was alarmed. SongSeoHaeng, who are these people? SongSeoHaeng explained, don't worry about them. On the right is a good friend of mine who came to visit. He fell asleep on the way here. I tried to wake him, but he wouldn't stir. SongSeoHaeng's mother saw Bak with long hair and thought he was a girl. Oh, let me see the girl. She's so pretty. SongSeoHaeng replied, actually, he's a boy. He just has long hair because he's studying art. SongSeoHaeng's mother, disappointed, said, oh, he's a boy. And what about the person on the left? He honestly admitted, this person, I found them by the roadside, they had some external injuries, but they fainted. I know this person. I'll call their family later to come and pick them up. It won't cause any more trouble. Mother Song made a grimace, raised her hand to her neck, as if to show a deathly expression, and was inwardly frustrated. SongSeoHaeng already cleared things up and knew to bring his daughter home. I didn't expect this wooden-headed guy to bring his son home as a guest. He entered the house happily and greeted the father and son. Uncle Yeo, how are you? Noyo complimented him. SongSeoHaeng's stamina is impressive. Father Song replied, this kid is as healthy as ever. Noyo put his arm around him and said, come on, let's go downstairs and try the son's rickshaw. It's been ages since I've seen one of these rickshaws. Father Song was annoyed. Stop fooling around. After drinking so much alcohol, aren't you afraid of a traffic accident? Qian intended to pull them back, but couldn't keep up. Noyo said, before, I held the pike with my right hand and steered the rickshaw with my left. Didn't anything happen? Qian, quickly bring out the rickshaw. Let's take a joyride. Father Song didn't know what else to say and warned, if you've been drinking, don't drive. After he had laid back Senior on the bed comfortably, he heard a strange noise outside. SongSeoHaeng went to the window to check the sound and was startled. What's this? Look at this, Noyo, Qian and I are riding the rickshaw. He was frightened by the array of Bak Senior's talismans on the rickshaw. He had only made them invisible, but the acceleration and reduced resistance were still there. This rickshaw could travel 100 miles. The mountain ranges were stacked one after another in the city of Munju Ujianzan. 2 traffic police stopped their car to check. The woman asked the person behind, how's this road? The person praised Somaki. This location is not bad. The woman in the car, with a carefree demeanor, told her not to waste time. My car can't wait any longer. Let's race. She just laughed, not expecting that Somaki chose Baekyeong Road in Munju City, which was not far from SongSeoHaeng's house. After the race, she would check SongSeoHaeng's house to see if he was back. Noyo was still driving on a regular road, shouting as he went. The feeling of this rickshaw is indescribable. It's amazing. It reminds me of my youth after so long. Father Song, frightened, asked, Noyo, how fast are you going? Noyo just laughed, not too fast, it's not at the highest speed yet. Don't worry, haha. He then pointed ahead. Let me show off on this road and let you see the rickshaw driving style I had 20 years ago, he said excitedly. Father Song reminded his friend. Hey, Noyo, be careful. There seems to be a vehicle ahead. The distance was getting closer, and our speed was over 100 kilometers/8. Noyo immediately slowed down. Have you ever seen a rickshaw at 100 kilometers/8? Qian, next to him, was already terrified and pale. When the rickshaw passed 2 cars and soared into the air, Father Song and Qian hugged each other, almost in tears. Boom! Then the rickshaw landed on the ground, fortunately, without incident. The people in the car were startled. Aha! What's going on? My speed is 120 kilometers/8, and I'm carrying a huge rickshaw. After that, Noyo's rickshaw zoomed ahead of the 2 racing cars. Noyo laughed, haha, it's different with alcohol. She recognized who it was and was surprised. Oh, Uncle Yeo and Uncle Song are here too. Noyo continued to laugh, haha, even the racing cars were defeated by me. The rickshaw's speed is over 100 kilometers/8. Haha, I must be drunk. Qian advised, Dad, Stay sober. Drive carefully. There are still kids and uncles here. Ahead appeared a sharp turn. Father Song's glasses were about to fall off as he pointed forward. We can't stay calm anymore. Noyo, be careful, there's a bend ahead. But the speed was uncontrollable. The three-wheeled vehicle sped forward like a rocket. Bang, it then crashed into the guardrail. Unable to withstand the weight, the guardrail broke. The rickshaw and its occupants flew forward, soaring over the turn and off the road. Boom, boom, Sister Aya called SongSeoHaeng while he was quickly searching for his father. Hello, SongSeoHaeng. Uncle said you're home already. Sister Aya, is there something you need? Through the phone, he could hear that the situation was very urgent. The woman was driving the rickshaw carrying Uncle Som on the mountain road and had now fallen into a terraced field beside the mountain road. The terraced field was a bit high, and they couldn't climb up. Hearing this, he was alarmed. The rickshaw overturned. Is everyone okay? SongSeoHaeng continued to speed up. Sister Aya continued to clarify. It looks safe, but it hasn't been checked yet. Wait until they're pulled up and see what happens. He was worried. The rickshaw really overturned. I have to hurry. He then sped up to the maximum. Half an hour later, zoom, 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 he flew like a bird and might be approaching Father Song's location. He sighed. Phew, everyone has been taken up. The other two were puzzled. How did you manage to lift such a high terraced field so smoothly? Father Song approached, angrily calling SongSeoHaeng over. Come here a moment. What's up? SongSeoHaeng asked. Father Song presented a stack of documents. These were found in the driver's seat, over 30 driver's licenses. Most of them are luxury cars. Where did these come from? Realizing the situation was bad, SongSeoHaeng cursed himself inwardly. Damn it, I forgot to take these with me before. He thought about how to explain this to his father. Father Song patted his shoulder and said, SongSeoHaeng, listen to me. Forging documents is illegal and can get you jailed. SongSeoHaeng thought of a way to handle it and said, oh, actually, these are props. I'm involved in a film crew at school. During the break, we're filming a small movie, and I'm writing the script and playing a rough character. These are just props. Father Song, having removed his doubts, said, so these are props. I see. Father Song then asked quietly, will your film be released by the end of the year? SongSeoHaeng, nervous, said, if we invite friends and relatives over for the new year to drink and watch the film, it will definitely be fun. Father Song looked pleased and gave a thumbs up, forgetting his earlier suspicions. I'm looking forward to your film. Make sure to let me see it first. SongSeoHaeng felt despondent. Where am I going to get a film crew? How can I make a film? He thought about actually filming to fulfill his lie. Then he considered looking into Byuju's multi-purpose shop to see if any seniors invested in the film industry. Sister Aya took Father Song and Uncle Yu home. Before leaving, she told Father Song and Uncle Yu, I've checked both of them. There's nothing unusual. SongSeoHaeng instructed Aya. Everyone should take my father and Uncle Yu home first. I'll notify my friends to get the rickshaw from downstairs. I'll wait here for a bit, and Sister Aya will come back soon. After waving goodbye to the two, SongSeoHaeng quickly jumped to the rickshaw. Finally, he successfully convinced Sister Aya to take everyone home. He examined the rickshaw and found the protective talismans of Bak Sr. still intact. Except for the one securing the body with Era, the others needed to be quickly removed. He looked at the meteorite and wondered why it had cracked. It was strange that the meteorite was so fragile. The meteorite emitted a strange aura. On one side, it seemed to have the breath of Unmu. It was presumed that when the meteorite was encountered, the warrior must have struck it with a sword, and on another side, carefully sensing it, there was the aura of Bak Sr. But why was Bak Sr.'s aura on the meteorite? Could it be that the sword strike went into space and hit the meteorite? After the meteorite shattered, it would indeed leave behind a surface like this. He touched the stone and thought, so that's why. In the crack of the meteorite were traces of the sword energy of Bak Sr. and Unmu. The two sword energies used the meteorite as a medium to fight, creating a large area of destruction and breaking the internal structure of the meteorite. The meteorite was merely a beautiful exterior with an unsightly interior, which explained its unexpectedly light weight. He reached out to test. In other words, after the two sword energies collided, how would the inside of this meteorite look? Since the meteorite was already shattered, it might as well explode. Boom, SongSeoHaeng hit the meteorite, causing it to crack, and light appeared before him. He quickly used the invincible diamond to defend himself, cursing, "Damn it, why did it explode?" Boom, debris scattered. SongSeoHaeng realized with horror that it might be the last protective shield. The debris flew everywhere, with many fragments hitting him. The shield was enough to withstand attacks from cultivators below the 3rd rank, but was now unable to protect him. He retreated to avoid the meteorite's attack. If this continued, the shield wouldn't hold. He had to quickly leave the explosion center. When he managed to escape, he realized something very important: the rickshaw. Boom, the rickshaw exploded along with it. He cursed, "A chain reaction explosion. Was it necessary to be so dramatic?" The area was left in ruins with crackling fire. He went to check the damage, feeling despondent. The rickshaw was blown to pieces. There was no need to call Lee Sr. to clean up. Debris was scattered everywhere, with not a single intact spot. He looked at the devastation, confused, wondering why it suddenly exploded. Was there something inside that was activated by the sword energy, causing the reaction? Indeed, something was there. He saw a blue-purple gem exposed among the rubble. Picking it up, he found it strange. The gem was as large as his hand and felt cool to the touch. It didn't seem like something that had just experienced an explosion. No wonder, a moment before I moved the meteorite, it was burning but didn't burn my hands. It looks like the cause is this gem. Reflecting on the past, SongSeoHaeng realized that this item was definitely a treasure, possibly a miraculous stone. Bak Sr. mentioned a few days ago that there was a Tao Enlightenment stone. Perhaps this was it. Someone with green hair appeared curiously, observing all of SongSeoHaeng's actions. The explosion seemed to have an aura of treasure, and the observer's eyes lit up, thinking it could be a treasure that might help in advancing his cultivation level. The observer was surprised to see a human cultivator. The strange object wept, possibly having undergone some shock in the past. SongSeoHaeng held the stone and thought for a long time, examining the Tao Enlightenment stone closely. He remembered that when he first encountered the meteorite, a strange power had infiltrated his body, which was neither blood energy nor spiritual energy, but a force unrelated to the cultivation world. Moreover, this power had begun to weaken his acupuncture points. SongSeoHaeng sat down to regulate his breathing. Once an opportunity was lost, there would be no second chance. With the Tao Enlightenment stone in front of him, he used the 10,000 miles traveler technique, combined with the base method of diamond technique, and used the unmoving diamond body to assist in adjusting the blood energy in his body. A red aura surrounded him, concentrating all remaining blood energy into the 3rd acupuncture point. Something emerged from his chest, reaching towards the Tao Enlightenment stone. His soul also emitted a pure blood energy, greatly aiding the process. The blood energy in the acupuncture point began to surge. SongSeoHaeng suddenly opened his eyes, and a layer of aura appeared around the 3rd acupuncture point, opening up his nasal passages. He took in each breath, feeling his body refreshed. Each breath felt cool, and as if he could freely absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His body felt like it was floating in the air, filled with joy as he opened his nasal passages. Every breath was an experience in this sensation, which was truly delightful. SongSeoHaeng joyfully inhaled and exhaled. The only imperfection was that he hadn't yet awakened his innate nasal talent. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and realized something. Then he gagged from the awful smell of burnt rickshaw, similar to the smell he had inhaled deeply from the rickshaw. He sighed, thinking that opening his nasal passages had many benefits, but also quite a few inconveniences. He cleaned his mouth. SongSeoHaeng frowned, realizing that this precious stone was a celestial foreign meteorite, the Tao Enlightenment stone mentioned by Bak Sr. and Wang Zanjinggan. Next to the stone, he could feel the blocked acupoints in his body becoming easier to clear. Moreover, as he looked at it, various chaotic pieces of information continuously appeared in his mind. Thinking of the effort he had put in and the rewards he received, everything leveled up, bringing him joy. The information was hard to describe, like a form of enlightenment that deepened his understanding of the foundation of the Diamond Fist technique, the 10,000 miles traveler, the unmoving diamond body, and the self-enlightenment sutra. If he practiced these techniques a few more times, he believed it would lead to significant changes. He muttered to himself, wishing for prosperity in danger. Meanwhile, So-wee, observing from behind, was surprised by SongSeoHaeng's breakthrough while holding the precious stone. So-wee, with growing greed, thought that if he obtained this gem, he could defeat that human cultivator. The human cultivator had just opened his nasal passages, while So-wee had done so for over 10 years and cultivated for 300 years. Soyo's eyes shone brightly, and defeating the cultivator was definitely not a problem. Soyo was determined to obtain the gem. He then pointed towards SongSeoHaeng to achieve his goal, but SongSeoHaeng immediately countered with his foundational technique. The two clashed, with SongSeoHaeng smiling and feeling that he could already smell Soyo's stinky breath from afar. "Ah, you!" Soyo screamed and then retreated, flying back 1,000 meters. SongSeoHaeng was also surprised. "Damn, so weak you turned to stone." In front of him appeared a green-haired girl, looking weak and teary-eyed. The girl cried, "Cultivator, you're seeking death," pointing at him. Despite her fear, she still had some spirit. Originally, Yangpa like her, who had cultivated for 300 years to become a daio, would not tolerate someone challenging her. Soyo, enraged, burned with fury. SongSeoHaeng watched and calculated in his heart. Soyo was surprised that it took 300 years for a daio to cultivate. No wonder the demonic energy was so strong. Soyo, pleased to see that SongSeoHaeng didn't respond, mocked. "Are you scared, human cultivator? If you don't want to die, hand over the stone. I'm in a good mood today and might spare you." SongSeoHaeng laughed, thinking that even if Soyo was a daio, he should still test his strength. Lightning appeared in his hand as he said to Soyo, "If you want the stone, come and take it yourself." Although feeling anxious inside, he was also excited. The lightning in his hand grew stronger. Surprised, Soyo thought, even a first-grade cultivator can use such a thing in their palm. Seeing Soyo preparing to charge, SongSeoHaeng also assumed a combat stance, wondering what kind of move Soyo would use. Soyo, spinning and charging, suddenly knelt and bowed his head, saying, "Immortal, please spare Soyo. I was just playing with you." Soyo surrenders. SongSeoHaeng was taken aback as Soyo's technique failed to compete with the human cultivators. 500 methods of surrendering, he thought, like a bolt from the blue. SongSeoHaeng said, "Soyo, you surrender with great sincerity." He rushed forward, contemplating whether to kill the enemy or give the demoness a lightning strike first. Soyo was shocked and cried, "So cruel, not accepting my surrender." As Soyo transformed from human form to Yangpa, a type of vegetable, and burrowed into the ground, SongSeoHaeng was surprised. He searched for Soyo using his enhanced sense of smell, detecting a strong smell of onions. He spotted a large fragrant onion and jumped to where Soyo was. "Running away, huh?" SongSeoHaeng thought. He realized he couldn't let her escape. If Soyo knew about the stone, it would be difficult to live in peace later. Soyo continued to flee, laughing, "Can you really find me?" SongSeoHaeng explained, "With the strong onion smell on you, I can track you down." "Wait, human. I really surrender now. I won't lie anymore." "I sincerely surrender," Soyo pleaded. SongSeoHaeng sighed, "Fine, if you're serious, come with me." Soyo was terrified at the thought of being captured, realizing that being taken would be far worse than her previous cultivation efforts. She had spent 300 years in seclusion to perfect her techniques and didn't want to be captured now. Soyo made a desperate effort to escape, remembering the past and thinking that in those 300 years, she had diligently practiced her Buddhist techniques to achieve greatness. She needed to find that monk to prove herself and could not be captured. Yangpa Soyo tried to escape, noting that she had no choice but to use her special skill, which was using her beauty to enchant. However, SongSeoHaeng showed no reaction and questioned her. "What are you doing?" The small onion, struggling, asked, "Don't you find me attractive or enchanting?" SongSeoHaeng looked awkward and said, "No, your onion form isn't very appealing or enchanting." "Are you kidding me?" The onion, now embarrassed and tearful, apologized for the confusion, and asked to start over. SongSeoHaeng, irritated, said, "No more time to waste. You have two choices. Come with me willingly or be beaten and taken." Yang Pasoyo begged for another chance, saying her technique was very powerful. SongSeoHaeng, frustrated, reflected on how he always seemed to encounter such odd characters. If he couldn't handle a genuine demon, he might as well use the experience from fighting such unusual foes. SongSeoHaeng, after thinking it over, decided to give Soyo one more chance, but only once. If it didn't work, she had to come with him. If she tried to deceive him, he warned, she would face his wrath. Yang Pasoyo, happy to have another chance, prepared to show off her charm. She performed alluringly, saying, "Look at this. No one, whether male or female, can resist this charm. Come, young man, come eat me up." Her charm value increased dramatically, but SongSeoHaeng remained unmoved. He clapped stiffly and rated her performance with a 10. Soyo was disappointed and asked, "Don't you feel anything? I've tried to please you and you're still not impressed." SongSeoHaeng, frustrated, said, "I've supported and cheered for you. Are you still not satisfied? You should know my standards are quite high. Stop talking and surrender." Yangpa, crying, asked if SongSeoHaeng had no feelings. SongSeoHaeng, irritated, felt that Soyo was the most talkative demon he'd ever met. He considered giving her a severe beating and then taking her away. Yangpa Soyo, frightened, begged, "I'm sorry. I'll retract what I said. I'll go with you willingly. Just give me another chance." SongSeoHaeng, fed up, thought, "Why do I always end up dealing with such unusual characters? If I can't deal with a genuine demon, I might as well learn from the experience." Baek was still in seclusion, and SongSeoHaeng worried that if something unexpected happened during this time, it might affect their luck. Remembering something, he quickly picked up his phone and called Dudu to bring Soyo to him. He planned to create a protective barrier for his room. After calling, SongSeoHaeng spoke with Jory, who was with Dudu and Soyo. Jory informed him that Dudu was at the rectal clinic and would bring Soyo and the others to SongSeoHaeng the next day. SongSeoHaeng was relieved and agreed to the plan. Jory also mentioned wanting a week off, and SongSeoHaeng agreed, acknowledging that he had likely overworked Jory. SongSeoHaeng assured Jory that there would be no trouble for a week and that he would handle the situation. He informed Jory about the incident with Baek's tractor and asked for help. Jory agreed to take care of it. SongSeoHaeng then spoke with Aya, mentioning that the tractor accident would be managed by Jory, and apologized for the trouble. At home, SongSeoHaeng's mother was scolding, upset about the reckless driving. SongSeoHaeng intervened, calming his mother and asking her to continue entertaining the guests. He reassured his parents that the guests would understand and that he would address the issue later. The three men, Som, Cheonyu, and Noyo, apologized for their behavior, admitting their mistakes and taking responsibility. Cheonyu also took the blame, acknowledging that they all had faults. Mother Song sighed and told Aya to make some tea for the guests to rest. SongSeoHaeng remembered to prepare tea and informed everyone in the room that he would get some things. He entered the room and was relieved to see Baek still sleeping peacefully. SongSeoHaeng was glad Baek didn't have any illusions. He retrieved items from his bag, realizing he needed to hide a certain item. He didn't want his mother to see the money and sword, as she would probably be furious. He picked up the sword, a treasure from Waldo Jong Jin Jom, capable of cutting through 4th grade cultivators. If news of its existence spread, it could be cut in half. SongSeoHaeng decided to keep it hidden in the guest room, pretending it was just decoration. After serving tea to everyone, they complained about the lack of leaves, but SongSeoHaeng reassured them that it was fine. The tea was refreshing, providing a cool sensation on a hot day and leaving a pleasant fragrance in the mouth. SongSeoHaeng happily noted that even though there were only 2 leaves, it was enough. He offered to give some tea leaves to Aya if she liked it. Mother Song asked SongSeoHaeng to buy a knife and soy sauce on his way back home, as they were out. SongSeoHaeng agreed and went out with Yang Pasoyo on the table. Mother Song advised him to be careful on the road. Once SongSeoHaeng left, Yang Pasoyo, feeling angry and trapped, thought about escaping. She sneered at the thought of being threatened and plotted her escape. Yang Pasoyo, frustrated, used her secret technique to avoid being treated like a mere vegetable. Despite being a daio with 300 years of cultivation, she found it hard to avoid being treated like an ordinary ingredient. Her skills didn't work, and she was frustrated by the lack of respect. She realized that despite being a daio, her powers were ineffective against ordinary tools. Mother Song, puzzled by the sight of a single uncut onion, decided to try using SongSeoHaeng's sword to cut it. Hanjiu, feeling doomed, sensed the danger of the sword. SongSeoHaeng returned home, worried that his oversight might have caused trouble. He saw that his family was still watching TV and talking, relieved that no issues had arisen yet. He used his spiritual senses to locate Hanjiu, but couldn't find her. He feared she might reveal his secret stone. Rushing to the kitchen, he saw his mother holding his sword and asked why she had it. Mother Song explained that she used the sword to cut the onion, which had been difficult to chop with a regular knife. The sword made quick work of it, and the onions turned into a delicious dish. SongSeoHaeng was distressed to learn that the sword had been used for cooking, and he wished to scream about the disastrous outcome. SongSeoHaeng was terrified that the onion might not be dead. He wondered why it hadn't resisted being chopped by his mother. Crying, he explained to his mother that it was a special kind of onion given to him by a friend, and that he had planned to plant it. Mother Song felt guilty, realizing that it was a special onion SongSeoHaeng had brought. She told him that the onion was mixed with other ingredients, so he would need to find it himself. SongSeoHaeng was unsure if it was still alive, but hoped that as a magical plant, if the root was intact, it might have a chance of survival. He asked the root quietly if it was still alive. The root, Hanjiu, trembled and looked at the plate of stir-fried lamb with onions. SongSeoHaeng was at a loss, wondering if a 300-year-old onion stir-fried with lamb was a nourishing dish or something dangerous. He decided to consult with his senior. He quickly reached out to his seniors on Weibo, asking if a 300-year-old spirit onion, now only a root, could survive and whether eating the dish would be harmful. Bookatane responded that if the onion had attained spirit status, as long as the root was intact, it could potentially revive if planted and watered with spiritual spring water. However, they couldn't comment on the safety of eating it since they hadn't tried such a dish before. Twigiosa added that if it were a regular person, consuming the 300-year-old onion would be dangerous due to the spirit energy. Such energy could cause harm or even death to ordinary people. SongSeoHaeng, reading the messages, cursed silently, feeling that trying such a dish was foolish. SongSeoHaeng licked his lips and sent a lengthy message to the seniors. He asked if the 300-year-old onion root was for sale, as he was collecting ingredients. He mentioned that it might have special properties. Seosanapryukdae hesitated and said he was reluctant to see the onion used as food since it had undergone 300 years of cultivation and attained human form. Kwangdao 3 Nuong didn't understand and asked for clarification. Kwangdao 3 Nuong realized something and inquired if the onion had attained human form. How could it be used as food? Bookatane responded that a 300-year-old spirit onion turning into a human form was extraordinary. Twigiosa, astonished, questioned why SongSeoHaeng had allowed it to be made into a dish. Seolandongju suggested that if the onion had accumulated much spirit energy, it might be challenging to control, and SongSeoHaeng could be misled by the spirit energy. Seosanapryukdae wondered if there was anything unusual about the onion turning into a human form. Wang Sanjingun advised that transforming into a human form was similar to how Dudu, a 4th-grade cultivator, was close to becoming a fully formed spirit. He explained that even animals find it challenging, and plant spirits are even harder to cultivate. Kwangdao 3 Nuong recommended waiting for the onion to revive and then observing any special traits or treasures it might have. Bookatane added that the onion might contain ancient bloodlines. SongSeoHaeng was surprised and considered that the onion might be a rare find. Looking at the plate of fragrant stir-fried lamb with onions, he decided to discard it. But Mother Song always appeared at the right moment and asked SongSeoHaeng if he had found the onion root. Startled, he realized he couldn't throw away the dish now without being caught. He decided to eat the entire pot of fragrant lamb stir-fry. If he didn't come up with an excuse, his mother would be furious. As he ate everything in one go, he hoped she wouldn't notice. Mother Song looked at him in shock and asked why he had eaten it all. Her angry shout echoed through the neighborhood. SongSeoHaeng, laughing awkwardly, said it was too delicious to share. Mother Song, defeated, left, while SongSeoHaeng tried desperately not to vomit. His stomach felt like it was on fire, and he wondered if he was about to meet his end. He was horrified by the situation and felt as though his life script had gone awry. In his mind, he saw Hangyo, the spirit onion, enjoying itself on a swing made of leaves, completely content with its new life. Hangyo, now a part of a spirit monster organization, was being taught special skills by an old spirit. The organization welcomed Hangyo into their ranks, and the old spirit promised to teach 200 essential skills for survival. SongSeoHaeng found the names of these skills odd but dismissed them, hoping they might be useful despite their strange names. He sympathized with Hangyo, realizing that if it had been so weak after 300 years, it was likely because it hadn't trained properly. The old spirit meticulously read through the manual, which included skills like active offensive techniques, divine theft, how to successfully form a group to extort human cultivators, 500 ways to escape from powerful human cultivators, and seductive techniques for female spirits. The manual also covered passive defensive skills, how female spirits could become mistresses, and how male spirits could win favor from their mistresses. SongSeoHaeng was at a loss for words, finding the manual absurd. He was disappointed to see that Hangyo's training involved such bizarre content. It made sense now why Tongyang, the onion spirit, acted so strangely and had bizarre behaviors. The so-called special skills were essentially useless and seemed designed to make things more difficult for the spirits. SongSeoHaeng felt furious, lamenting that his long transformation into a spirit onion had only resulted in this absurd training. He raged inwardly, feeling that his frustration would never end. From then on, Tongyang diligently practiced each of the 200 skills, suffering greatly but persevering. SongSeoHaeng recalled the old man who had hoped for great potential from the small onion. It seemed that the future of that little onion had been consumed by dogs. Now, a year later, Tongyang had completed its training and mastered the skills, while SongSeoHaeng felt unease, anticipating that something bad was about to happen. He pondered whether after mastering the skills, spirits would always go down the mountain to test their abilities, possibly targeting humans. As soon as he thought of it, he saw Hangyo's determination. "I want to find a cultivator to test the effects of these 200 skills," she said. SongSeoHaeng thought it was impossible to stop her. "Wait, what is my current state?" He panicked, realizing that if Hangyo was punished, he would also suffer. Recalling his previous punishment, SongSeoHaeng was even more terrified. He would rather die than face being forced to dress like a girl and be abused by humans. He thought about how to adjust his mindset but found it impossible. He cried and begged to be released, but it was too late. If it was ending now, it might still be possible to fix. However, Hangyo had already found her target, a monk. She excitedly approached him and tried her ultimate skill, the divine theft technique. SongSeoHaeng was horrified when he realized it was against a monk. Wait, something doesn't seem right, he thought. The monk's face was dark, and Hangyo performed a perfect landing. She stole a book of Buddhist lion's roar and continued her attempts to rob and deceive the cultivator. SongSeoHaeng thought, how could she possibly form a team by herself? Hangyo charged ahead, attempting to use her skills. The monk, fed up with her antics, grabbed her by the hair and tossed her away. 5 minutes later, Hangyo landed on the ground, bloodied and bruised. She couldn't win against him. 500 ways to surrender when unable to defeat a human cultivator, Hangyo cried as she knelt and begged for mercy. The monk continued to chant, seemingly unaffected by her pleas. Hangyo sobbed, feeling that all her hard work was in vain. Why must I stay here? Hangyo resolved to use her last resort, the ultimate technique from the bottom of the box. She then displayed her seductive charm, the beautiful demoness's enchantment technique. The monk remained unresponsive. Hangyo, now tearful and pretending to faint, thought this might not work either. SongSeoHaeng watched, feeling so embarrassed he had to cover his face. He couldn't watch anymore, considering the monk was a monk. But he soon realized something unusual. The monk was holding Hangio's hand and pressing her to the ground, showing affection. Hangio's face flushed red as the monk's hand moved towards her thigh. SongSeoHaeng screamed internally. This can't be happening. He was on the verge of losing it. I'm still in the experimental phase, please no. The monk removed his outer robe. SongSeoHaeng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was a nun, not a monk. He found the situation oddly developing and couldn't figure out what to say. Though unable to have children, he sincerely wished them well. A spring scene unfolded before him, easing his worries about having to mentally adjust to being abused as a girl. The moans and refusals filled the air. Hangyo's image was marked with a warning that the actions were not suitable for those under 18 and should not be copied. After the act, the nun asked if Hangyo would come to the temple. Hangyo cried as she left. SongSeoHaeng wondered if the dream was finally over. He was relieved not to be stuck with Tongyang for another 300 years. Suddenly, he felt something pulling him. SongSeoHaeng found himself surrounded by 1,000 strands of silk. He wondered what these threads were. Looking at the nun and Tongyang, he saw the 7-colored silk connecting him and Tongyang. Was this the legendary thread of fate, linking people across great distances? One thread formed a heart shape. SongSeoHaeng was stunned. No, this can't be. What are these threads? He realized they were not threads of fate, but threads of cause and effect. SongSeoHaeng pondered and realized that it was indeed possible. The pink thread might represent fate or something similar. After the monk and Tongyang, this thread appeared. So what does the 7-colored thread represent? What is the relationship between him and Tongyang? Could it be because he had consumed her? What was happening? The thread connecting Hangyo and the nun flew towards him. Why was this thread of fate on him? SongSeoHaeng tried to deny it. Did the monk also taint him when he merged into Tongyang? Why must I be involved in this? I'm just a spectator, he thought. SongSeoHaeng woke up from the dream with drool on his mouth. He turned around, and Bak Sr. was still sleeping soundly. After such a long dream, he finally woke up. As he opened his eyes, his face turned red. SongSeoHaeng wondered, why am I lying next to Bak Sr.? He noticed a golden thread between him and Bak Sr., indicating that golden threads represented past interactions with important seniors. SongSeoHaeng looked out the window and saw threads of cause and effect connecting Tongyang to the 9 lights, extending high into the sky. When he reached out to touch the thread, it broke. To his surprise, the thread of fate dissolved into the air. He saw a scene before him, despite still being in the room. It was a floating island, a sky city. SongSeoHaeng recognized it as the mysterious island from the East Sea. He wondered if this island, where even top seniors lost their memory, was where the monk had taken Tongyang 300 years ago. He had a bad feeling, as if the island was welcoming him. Imagining the island joyfully from afar, someone asked, "Junior brother, are you finally awake?" It was Dojang. SongSeoHaeng cheerfully greeted him. "Oh, Daoist Dojang, you're awake too." The old man with 2 beards smiled. "Thanks to you. I've been brought to a place filled with pure spiritual energy and woke up so quickly." Referring to Bak Sr. still asleep, Dojang said he would help SongSeoHaeng with some minor matters as a token of gratitude. He handed SongSeoHaeng a green stone. SongSeoHaeng was surprised. "What is this?" Dojang explained. "Do you not remember? When you ate it, it wasn't like this. This is a seed from a spirit plant. When I woke up, I saw you were enveloped in demonic energy, so I used some wine to help you expel the spirit plant's essence. You can either keep this crystal for later use or dispose of it." SongSeoHaeng held the crystal and hesitated. Although it was beautiful, it felt disgusting to think it came from his stomach. Dojang looked at Bak Sr. and asked, "By the way, who is the senior lying on the bed?" SongSeoHaeng scratched his head. "That's Bak Jonja, one of my seniors." Dojang seemed to recognize something, his eyes wide with realization. "Ah, no wonder you dared to eat the spirit plant. So you have a prominent senior beside you." Dojang put the enlightenment stone into SongSeoHaeng's pocket and said, "Since this enlightenment stone is useless to you now, you might as well return it and leave." Dojang flew away, calling back, "We've settled our matters. I have other business, so we part ways here." SongSeoHaeng waved goodbye. Safe travels, Dojang. Dojang flew into the night, thinking, wait, I need to find a nearby house to stay before I visit him. I'll enjoy the benefits of the Enlightenment Stone later. The old man with two beards laughed, planning to steal the Enlightenment Stone once Baekjeonja separated from SongSeoHaeng. SongSeoHaeng sighed, luckily, this precious item is still with me. Though he looked unhappy, he noticed a sprout of green growing on the Enlightenment Stone. He was puzzled. Why is Tongyang's sprout growing on the Enlightenment Stone? How did it end up here? He tried to pull Hangjio off the stone. What are you doing lying on the stone? Get off, I'll find a small flower pot for you to plant in. Hangjio, clinging to the stone, lamented, I didn't want this either, but I woke up here. And now I can't get off. I'm lost, sobbing, and there's no way to revert to human form. Why is it on the Enlightenment Stone? Sob, sob. But after a while, Hangjio fell silent. SongSeoHaeng sighed, unable to speak. He decided to wait for her to recover and then ask. He then put the Enlightenment Stone and Hangjio into his pocket. His phone rang. It was past 2 a.m. Someone from the group was looking for him. Ryong-gyop asked, Senior SongSeoHaeng, where should I send the package now? The yam mangacap I'd brewed is ready, and I want to send you some. Seeing the message, SongSeoHaeng happily replied, Thank you, Uioja. I'm looking forward to the yam mangacap tea you made. The address is 20 Baekjeong Street, Anju City, Jeolgang Province. The person on the other end, who exuded an aura of immortality with butterflies fluttering around, ordered to switch the yam mangacap Uioja brewed with a regular one. Fortunately, I saw this message. Otherwise, you would have been stuck on the toilet for a month. You dared to drink Uioja's homemade tea. On the morning of July 11th, at SongSeoHaeng's residential area, Mrs. Song rushed out to ask, SongSeoHaeng, where did you take your injured friend last night? His blanket and sheets are missing. SongSeoHaeng made an excuse. He woke up in the middle of the night, so I covered him with a blanket, and he went to my room for a while before going back. Mrs. Song pretended to be angry. You didn't even give him clothes to wear, making a fool of yourself. By the way, is your friend still asleep? SongSeoHaeng, sweating, said, he seems to be a heavy sleeper and was tired from driving all night. Let him sleep a bit longer. It's fine, Mom. He silently panicked. Oh no, Baekjeonja will be in seclusion for more than 2 days. There's still a long time left, and I need to find a way to avoid any slip-ups. Mrs. Song went about her tasks, reminding him, remember to wake up your friend for lunch. Sleeping too much is not good for health. SongSeoHaeng agreed. Got it, Mom. I'll wake him up then. SongSeoHaeng wondered if he should force Baekjeonja to come out of seclusion and whether anything might go wrong, such as waking up irritated or possibly causing a disturbance. Perhaps today, Senior Ju will bring Dudu and sew the monk back home. Then, he might help back Senior appear for the meal, solving the issue. At Hospital No. 6 in Anju City, Dudu asked Guagua, why is so still so down even after the hemorrhoid surgery? So the monk, tearfully scared, replied, can we return to Senior SongSeoHaeng's house later? I fear he'll make me suffer even more after we return. I didn't think about it during the procedure, but now I'm crying. So the monk knelt down, looking pained, and asked, can we return a bit later, after Senior SongSeoHaeng calms down? Dudu, unable to speak, hinted at Guagua, have you considered traveling? At Taurus Peak, SongSeoHaeng was training in the mountains, relieved to have a less crowded place near his home. Otherwise, he couldn't practice at home. While practicing and reflecting, he realized that although he had just opened the 4th acupoint yesterday, after completing a round of exercises today, the 4th acupoint felt slightly obstructed. According to calculations, he could fully open it within 7 days. Was it because he consumed Tongyang? Tongyang appeared in his memory. Even though she was taken out by Unmu and turned into a spirit plant, a portion of her was still digested, becoming a tonic for his energy and blood. With her 300 years of cultivation, it was enough to fill one of his acupoints. As he thought about the unopened acupoints, his mind felt invigorated. The dragon's gate in the fish's medicine would transform into the essence of energy and blood in the body. SongSeoHaeng struck forward with a sword, releasing a sword energy. However, the sword action stopped abruptly, leaving him unsure of what to do with it. Even the technique passed on by Jokyoja in the dream was Waldo. Could it be that in this life, he must become a sword master rather than a swordsman? Thinking about the future with a sword made him smile secretly. When I reach the true master second grade realm, I'll immediately practice a few sword techniques, white robes and a long sword, shouting and singing. His phone vibrated again. SongSeoHaeng checked. Oh, it was a call. It was SongSeoHaeng's delivery service. Could it be the Yeon Make Gyoche Uao sent? That was fast. SongSeoHaeng answered, "Hello, SongSeoHaeng." The voice on the other end laughed. "Hello, SongSeoHaeng. I'm downstairs with a large package for you." SongSeoHaeng asked for confirmation. A large package? Yes, it's a huge cubic box over 1 meter tall, surrounded by guards. With a foreboding feeling, SongSeoHaeng said, "Please wait a moment. I'm outside. Let me call my mother to come down and receive it." He muttered to himself, "Such a huge box. Dueoja, do you plan to make me drink tea for the rest of my life? I wonder if I can repay this favor." Downstairs at SongSeoHaeng's residential area, Mrs. Song and Mr. Song were surprised. Mrs. Song asked Mr. Song, "What's inside this package?" Mr. Song also asked. SongSeoHaeng said it might be tea, but such a large box must contain a lot of tea. We might have to drink it for a lifetime. The box made strange clinking noises, and a slender hand emerged from it. Mr. and Mrs. Song embraced each other in fear. Mr. Song asked Mrs. Song in terror, "What's happening?" Suddenly, the box was opened and a girl emerged. Mr. and Mrs. Song were horrified. Ha ha ha. The girl, cheerfully laughing, said, "Senior SongSeoHaeng, are you surprised?" But the girl was not addressing SongSeoHaeng but his parents. The girl looked speechless. Then, she composed herself and said, "Hello, uncle and aunt. Is Senior SongSeoHaeng not here?" The parents looked at each other in disbelief. The girl blushed and said, "Sorry, uncle and aunt. I might have been delivered to the wrong address. Ha ha ha, I'll call and check. Please don't worry." At times like this, a confident smile was all it took. The box emitted more strange noises. Clink, clink, clink. Mr. and Mrs. Song clung to each other in fear. Uaoja, seeing SongSeoHaeng answer, asked, "Hello, is this Senior SongSeoHaeng?" SongSeoHaeng happily replied, "Ha ha, Uaoja. Are you referring to the Yeon Make Gyoche package? It was delivered to my house and then brought to yours." Uaoja looked around and asked, "I don't see Senior SongSeoHaeng. I haven't seen him." A sense of unease arose. Did Uaoja send herself here? SongSeoHaeng was almost ready to lose his mind. Uaoja awkwardly laughed. "Did you figure it out, Senior? Ha ha ha." SongSeoHaeng explained, "Please wait a moment. I'll come home right away. I was training outside, and the package was received by my parents. Let me call them and explain." After ending the call, Uaoja emerged from the box, smiling. "Hi, uncle and aunt. I'm a friend of SongSeoHaeng, named Uaoja." The two of them were still silent. Seeing this, Mrs. Song switched to a happy demeanor, surprised that SongSeoHaeng had actually thought things through. Without saying a word, a beautiful girl was brought home. "Mom, I'm back." SongSeoHaeng stood at the door. After running at full speed, he returned home to deal with the mess. He saw Mrs. Song serving water to Uaoja, looking even happier. "Ah, SongSeoHaeng, you're finally back. Where have you been? Making someone wait so long." Uaoja stood up proactively. "Senior SongSeoHaeng, you must be very surprised to see me like this." SongSeoHaeng scratched his head. "I can only say I'm extremely surprised." Uaoja cheerfully added, "It's a pity. If I had come out of the delivery box, you would have been even more surprised." SongSeoHaeng led Uaoja away to avoid his mother overthinking. "Mom, I'll take Uaoja to my room to talk." Mrs. Song unexpectedly asked, "But there's someone sleeping in your room. Should we talk in another room?" SongSeoHaeng replied, "It's fine. Mom, Bake is someone Uaoja knows." Before SongSeoHaeng left, Mrs. Song called him back, gave him a thumbs up and said, "Good job, son." Understanding what his mother meant, He remained silent. Yuioja, on the other hand, didn't understand. SongSeoHaeng then asked about her. So, Yuioja, did you sneak out of Ryungjapdo this time? Yuioja blushed. I didn't sneak out. After receiving the address from Senior SongSeoHaeng, I thought it would be troublesome to find your house, so I sent it along with the delivery for convenience. SongSeoHaeng was surprised. Does Ryungjapdo know about this? Thinking of that person's murderous gaze made him shiver. Yuioja innocently held up 2 fingers. I didn't sneak out. I had completed the agreement with Ryungwi and synchronized with Ryungwei. According to the agreement with my father, I can leave Ryungjapdo any time. So, it can't be considered sneaking out. Internally, SongSeoHaeng felt like he was kneeling again. So, you still sneaked out? Yuioja's eyes sparkled. By the way, Senior SongSeoHaeng, did Baekjeonja come by before I arrived? SongSeoHaeng's face darkened. He replied, then opened the door for Yuioja to see. Baekjeonja is currently in my room, in seclusion. Inside the room, Baekjeonja was sound asleep. Yuioja approached and marveled. Ah, is this the legendary Baekjeonja? Truly beautiful, like the most exquisite piece of art in the world, like a celestial being in the mortal realm.